This is Sycamore 2, written by Craig A. Falconer, narrated by Stephen Barnett. Chapter 1. Kurt hurriedly packed his things, struggling to focus as it dawned on him that having a microchip cut from his palm with a kitchen knife had been the easy part. The ice had numbed Kurt's hand and the pills had numbed everything else, but a dull kind of regret still engulfed him as the magnitude of his actions began to sink in. Rather than argue with this cloud of negativity, he tried to ignore it altogether. One thing at a time, he told himself. Don't rush. We have to pack before we can leave. A cocktail of guilt, anger, and hope had driven Kurt to remove his seed a few minutes earlier, but a straight shot of urgency was just now hitting his bloodstream. He knew that removing a seed deprived it of all biofeedback and that Amos would thus assume Kurt had made use of the cyanide pills he had so kindly gifted him. Knowing, too, that Amos hated to waste time, Kurt feared that someone might already be on the way to collect the body. Every second was crucial. He tried again to shake off the negative thoughts. We have to pack before we can leave. It was imperative for Kurt and Minter to bring everything they might need, since there was no way of knowing how long it would take to help Ernesto's resistance movement defeat Sycamore, or even what kind of supplies the group would have. Kurt was equally unclear as to exactly where this group was based, but Minter seemed sure enough. Kurt managed to contain his curiosity for now. One thing at a time. The last item of clothing to go in was the old pair of jean shorts that Kurt had worn on stage at the end of the talent search, as he smiled and shook Amos's hand, unwittingly condemning everyone he loved to the nightmarish realities of compulsory microchipping, crime prev, and the movement tax. Why are you bringing those stupid shorts? Minter asked from the other side of the sofa. He sat patiently as Kurt packed. Randy gave them to me, Kurt said, and that was reason enough. Kurt had lost the t-shirt and espadrilles from that night, most likely during his hasty upgrade from a run-down student apartment to a sprawling Longhampton mansion, and he was surprised to find that he missed them. That laughably makeshift outfit had been symptomatic of just how little Kurt had before joining Sycamore, but he would have taken comfort in bringing it with him for whatever challenges lay ahead. 6 chaotic weeks had passed since the talent search, but recent events had destroyed Kurt's sense of time so much that it might as well have been yesterday. The few days since Stacy's death, meanwhile, had been an agonizing crawl through time's murkiest corridors. The guilt Kurt felt for Stacy and Professor Winter's deaths was the kind that could never be shaken. He knew this. But Amos had somehow found a way to twist the knife even deeper. Sycamore's show of strength at the vomit-inducing sham of a memorial service gave Kurt reason to fear for the world's future. But the way that Amos pounced on Stacy's death as an excuse to consolidate his own power crushed Kurt's will to live. A world where one man controlled the agenda to the extent that he could kill an innocent woman and use her death to forward his own interests was quite simply a world that Kurt Jacobs could no longer face. This hopelessness had come to a head when Kurt caught sight of the cyanide pills Amos had left to tempt him, and he had stood at the very precipice of surrender before Minter arrived as the unlikeliest of saviors. At his lowest ebb, Kurt had accepted that he could do nothing to undo his mistakes, or save his family from Sycamore's sick vision for humanity's future. But now that there was a sliver of hope, Kurt cursed himself for even contemplating leaving them to fend for themselves. What kind of future would he have been leaving them to fall into? What kind of world would Sabrina have been left to grow up in? Real you? Sponsored clothing? The goddamn ads! The ever-evolving forms of ads she would be subjected to. Each deluge more invasive, pervasive, and perverted than the last. And these were only the things Kurt knew about. What new methods of repression would Amos dream up for the seed that Kurt had given him? It was hard enough for Julian to take care of Sabrina while their father Randy was injured, let alone with the added pressures that hyperconnectivity inflicted on each of them. Truly, a life under Sycamore would be no life at all. Amos had given his word, for all it was worth, that Kurt's family would not be harmed as long as Kurt stayed away from them and everyone else. Kurt had been feebly willing to go along with this bargain until Minter arrived with promises of a new and better option. Years of experience made Terrence Minter Minion a difficult man for Kurt to trust, but it was no exaggeration to say that he owed his life to Minter's timely arrival. Really, he had no option but to trust him. After all, it was Minter who knew where the resistance was based. It was Minter who had known that Stacy's brother was their leader. It was Minter who had tuned the radio to Ernesto Palomino's call to arms. It was Minter who claimed to have a way into Sycamore's systems. If Kurt's victory in the talent search had set a runaway train in motion, it was fair to say that Minter had built the track. He knew more about Sycamore's security systems and inner workings than anyone else in the world. Together with Kurt, he could blow the whole thing up. Minter had been disowned by Amos for voicing dissent at Stacy's murder, and he had since been publicly blamed for that incident, as well as Kurt's supposed kidnapping. This made Minter the only person in a situation remotely comparable to Kurt's. So all things considered, Kurt was glad to have him. Kurt had already asked if Minter had any clothes with him or indeed anything at all, but the answer had been no. Although Minter had almost 4 inches on Kurt, who was no short man himself, poor posture often effectively cost him most of them. Still, he was, quote, 80% limbs and 20% genius, as Professor Winter once aptly put it, so Kurt's clothes were of little use to him. Kurt had never seen Minter dressed in anything other than a suit, even in the most informal of classroom settings. No one ever knew whether Minter was being ironic, being himself, or deliberately opting out of the jeans and beard uniform that so many of his classmates embraced so readily. Kurt still didn't know and still didn't care. What he knew was that Minter would be wearing his current suit for the foreseeable future. But none of this mattered right now, so Kurt forced it out of his thinking and zipped up his backpack with the shorts safely inside. "That's all of my clothes," he said. "Food next," Minter ordered. "We don't want to be outside of the car any more than we have to be, and we'd struggle to buy anything without a seed anyway. We'll need to bring everything we'll need." Kurt looked back at Minter blankly. "I don't have any food. I've gotten pretty used to ordering everything in." "Then I guess we go without food," Minter said. "What do you have for storing water? We can't go without that." Kurt opened doors and drawers he had never opened before, hoping that some kind of watertight container might be lying undisturbed. He found none. Minter looked in Kurt's refrigerator, finding it utterly empty but for a full shelf of Lexington Blue. Minter held a bottle in the air. "What about this? At least it's liquid." "More like rocket fuel," Kurt said. "But I guess you could empty it all out and fill the bottles with water. Just fill as many as you can carry." Minter figured that 6 bottles would be the safe limit of the spare backpack Kurt had given him. 6 should also be enough for the drive, he thought, and one thing the resistance would surely have was a supply of fresh water. Minter proceeded to pour the blue liquid down the drain. It smelled sweet as it went, like bubblegum mixed with raspberry. "What's this stuff actually like?" he asked. "Works like vodka, tastes like soda," Kurt replied. "Seriously. There's so much sweetener in there that the water you put in the bottles will still taste blue." Minter took a sip and laughed. It did. Kurt surprised himself by laughing along. Solving the water problem felt like a victory, a small and fleeting respite from the gravity of their situation. If they could just keep focusing on one thing at a time. Clothes. Check. Food. Pass. Water. Check. Kurt consciously turned his attention to the next immediate step. He had always been good at distilling complex problems into individual action steps, but there had never been a problem like this one. There was no precedent for this situation and no easy way to frame it. Rather than one calm voice working through its options, Kurt's mind felt like it was hosting a committee meeting with too many voices asking too many questions at once. Where are you even going? How will you even get there? What will you even do when you arrive? What even makes you think this can possibly work? A real voice rose above the others. "Don't just stand there like an idiot," Minter said. "Get your computer, your hard drives, your camera, whatever you have, and take that stupid look off your face." Ordinarily, Kurt would have been affronted by such talk, especially from Minter. But right now, it was exactly what he needed to hear. He headed to his bedroom to get his computer. "At least I can take the stupid look off my face," he chided as he walked. "Yours is stuck." "Funny as never," Minter replied. Kurt would have remembered his computer before leaving, but Minter's advice to bring whatever he had served to sharpen his mind and made him rifle through his box of old devices and parts. Most were useless, purchased years ago as spares and repairs for projects he never got around to. But in amongst the rubble, he found a nugget of gold in the form of a 2-year-old Systolonic XK6, the best smartphone Kurt had ever owned. No more powerful than most phones out of the box, the XK6 was in a class of its own, thanks to the thriving homebrew community which sprung up after Systolonic publicly endorsed the work of a Russian developer, whose hack allowed users to do things that the manufacturer had never even thought of. Rather than a more common term like jailbreaking or rooting, a quirk of the developer's English had led to the process of hacking an XK6 becoming universally known as opening up the device. Kurt's XK6 was opened up, and he was glad to have found it. This Russian developer, known only as Trick Stick, had previously shared knowledge with Kurt on a popular forum. Of the handful of hackers who could be named by the average tech enthusiast, Kurt believed Trick Stick to be the only one who hadn't yet been successfully recruited by a major corporation. If Kurt could somehow make covert contact with Trick Stick, he was confident he would find a willing ally in the fight against Sycamore. The XK6 had been Kurt's phone of choice right up until the seed rendered it and every other handheld device obsolete, so it still held just enough residual charge for the screen to light up and tell him that it needed to be plugged into an outlet before it could do anything else. He grabbed its charging cable from the box and tucked it into the side of his laptop's carry bag. "Look what I found," he said, holding the phone proudly in his hand. "An XK6? Why are you bringing that old thing?" "This old thing might just save our lives," Kurt said. Minter didn't follow. "How? Is it going to magically bring back the cellular network? Is it going to access the Icarus signal that only seeds and lenses can use? Bring it if you want, I guess, as long as you have your computer. What's in that briefcase, anyway?" Kurt's laptop was strapped across his shoulders, while in his hand he held a miniature silver briefcase, which looked more likely to contain poker chips than anything useful. "Just something else. By the way, do you have your lenses?" "Obviously," Minter said. "We can't leave them here." Kurt wasn't sure why Minter would have been so against leaving the lenses, but he was glad of it. After all, it saved him from having to convince Minter that they were worth bringing. The XK6 and the contents of the briefcase would have their own important parts to play either way, but Kurt knew it would be more fun to surprise him. Chapter 2. "So is that everything?" Kurt asked. "No, wait. I still need to get you something with a hood, right?" "Ideally," Minter replied. "Okay, you take these and I'll find something." Kurt handed Minter the mysterious briefcase and his laptop's carry bag. Minter had already painstakingly explained the benefit a hooded jacket would bring, warning Kurt about how difficult it might prove to navigate the streets undetected. Everyone else would see them with a red X floating above each of their heads, the ostracizing mark of the unseated. More positively, at least, recent changes meant that they would not be visible to consumers using Be There or Tranquility. A red X was certainly noticeable, but not yet quite rare enough to instantly arouse aggressive suspicion. Seating levels in the city were higher than anywhere at 99.3%, but that still left thousands of unseated citizens. Fortunately for Kurt and Minter, Sycamore had succeeded in characterizing the unseated as the kind of jobless or homeless misfits that everyone else had a lifetime's experience of ignoring by default. They would be safe as long as they covered their faces and kept themselves to themselves, Minter had said. With this in mind, Kurt, who was already wearing a hooded sweatshirt which would conceal most of his face, walked into his wardrobe and picked Minter a large hooded jacket to wear over his suit. He handed it to Minter. "Will these give us enough coverage?" Yeah, we should be fine like this, Minter said. As long as we don't look at anyone, because if you make eye contact with anyone, even for a second... Minter didn't have to finish the sentence. Kurt knew that it wouldn't even matter whether the person recognized him. Their lenses would alert Sycamore to his location instantly, and the whole thing would be over. I know, Kurt said, now absent-mindedly filling the side pocket of his backpack with all of the charging cables he might need. As he held the pocket down with his right hand, Kurt attempted to grasp the zipper with his left. A sharp pain suddenly hit his palm, accompanied by a sharper still inhalation of breath. Throw me those pills, he called to Minter, wincing. Minter picked up the tub and removed the lid. What are you doing? Just throw it. I only need 2. I'm counting them, Minter said. After a few seconds, he brought the tub to Kurt. Just to make sure neither of us take too many. There are 10. Well, 9 now. He placed one pill on the counter. Kurt picked it up and swallowed it. Now the other one. Minter closed the tub and put it in his pocket. I feel like you're not hearing me, Kurt said. 1 is as good as 2. Give it a minute to kick in. Kurt stared into Minter's eyes. Do you know how quickly this kind of cut heals? Minter asked. Because I sure as hell don't. All I know is that we're going to be driving for 2 or 3 days, so we can't afford to use all of these pills tonight. 2 or 3 days? Kurt asked. Minter nodded. There was silence. Do you really think traffic could cost us a whole day? Or is there something you're not telling me? Please tell me you know how many days away they are in normal driving conditions. This time Minter didn't reply. Minter? Tell me you know where they are, Kurt said. He exhaled heavily. Tell me right now that you know where we're going. I know where we're going, Minter replied without hesitation. Kurt sighed and brought his hand to his forehead in relief. But it's not where they are. Kurt's hand froze in place. His eyes froze on Minter. What did you just say? I have an address, Minter said. But it's not where they're based. It's, kind of a stepping stone. It will lead us straight to them, I promise. But I don't know exactly how far they'll be from there. They're good at hiding themselves. But that's good for us in the long run, you know? Kurt slung his backpack over one shoulder in preparation to leave, as though his body accepted that trusting Minter's lead was the only way forward before his mind agreed, then turned to Minter. What long run? You said you knew where they were. You stood there and told me you knew where they were. I do know, Minter barked defensively. At least one of them has visited this location to meet a new recruit. Ernesto put a guy there for 3 days of compulsory quarantine to make sure he hadn't been followed. It's like a safe house. Kurt wondered how safe it could really be if someone like Minter knew about it, but he was more curious about the recruit who Ernesto had apparently contacted. Who's the guy? That's the thing. He's pretty famous. Have you ever heard of TYTV? Kurt's blank expression said no, so Minter continued. It's an online show, mainly tech reviews and commentary, but with way better production values than the rest. This guy had panel discussions every week, and because he had so many viewers, he could attract really big guests. Amos was on last year when the lenses launched. I'm surprised you've never heard of it. Seriously, Minter, we don't have time for you to drip-feed me a story about some show I've never heard of. Okay. Here's the gist. A week before the seed launched, Amos started recruiting high-value internet celebrities for a big new project. None of this was my department, obviously. But I know what happened. 32 people were invited, and 31 people said yes. This guy, Tyler Kennedy, he was the only one who said no. I'll tell you the whole story later, but Ernesto contacted him after that and persuaded him to join the resistance while he still could. Kurt took a second to make sense of it all. So if you knew the exact location where a high-value target was going to meet Ernesto, why didn't Amos intercept him? We didn't have access to any of these communications until a week later. He was long gone. Okay, Kurt said. But, to be clear, Your plan is to drive to a location known to Amos as a meeting point for new members of the Resistance? They're not watching the place. Even when we first saw the communications, he didn't send anyone. And trust me, I would know. Amos thought it wouldn't be so bad if Tyler arrived and broadcast videos from their base because he thought we would be able to trace the uploads. Again, this didn't make sense to Kurt. But if you couldn't trace Ernesto's login, which you must have tried, why would Amos think you could trace anything else they do? That's exactly what I said, Minter replied. But everyone else was telling Amos that we would easily be able to trace a large, uninterrupted upload. Which makes sense in theory, as you know, but we're not dealing with idiots here. And Tyler hasn't uploaded anything since then anyway. I don't know what he's doing there with Ernesto, but he's definitely not making videos. Kurt shrugged. He didn't really care about Tyler Kennedy or his damn videos. Even if it's safe, though, what do we do when we get there? How do we know someone will come? I think they also use the place for deliveries. They need to bring in fresh supplies every so often, I guess. I looked at pictures from some routine drone flights, and one day, 2 weeks ago, there was a box outside the building. 3 days later, when the skysweeper next flew over, the box was gone. All we have to do is sit in the car at a safe distance until someone comes. Then we'll decide our next move from there. Kurt had more confidence in Minter's plan now than he had 2 minutes earlier, but he still felt far less happy than when he'd believed that Minter knew Ernesto's actual location. I'd feel a lot better about this if we knew they were still using this place for deliveries, Kurt said. 2 weeks is a long time. Do you have a key for Stacy's house? Minter asked. For emergencies, Kurt said, too surprised by the question to do anything other than answer immediately. Good, we'll go there before we find a car, Minter said, heading for the door without another wasted second. Come on, I'll explain on the way. Chapter 3. With the obvious question of why Minter wanted to go to Stacy's about to leave Kurt's lips, he instinctively followed him to the door. After taking a single step, he stopped. What's wrong? Minter asked. Now that he had finished packing and finally knew where they were going, Kurt's mind turned squarely to the one problem that his attempts at linear thinking had succeeded in delaying. What about us? He said. Amos has to think we're dead. Minter made no effort to hide his confusion. Why? Because if he knows I've run, he'll kill them. A week earlier, Minter would have thought the suggestion that Amos would harm Kurt's family was ridiculous. But since then, Amos had killed 2 people, one of whom had been utterly innocent and as dear to Minter as he was to Kurt. After a few seconds, Minter shared an idea. We could always take them with us. Kurt ruled it out instantly. He knew that Randy and the kids would be wearing their lenses, which meant that Sycamore would see Kurt explaining everything to them and make almost certain that Amos would pursue. Simply put, it wasn't enough for Kurt and Minter to get away from Amos. They had to convince him beyond reasonable doubt that they were both dead. Minter stood in thought again, but found no quick response this time. This absolute lack of ideas, no matter how momentary, sent Kurt back into an all-too-familiar pattern of circular doubt. All of his earlier hope had depended on getting away safely, but his insistence on linear thinking had meant saving the hardest problem for last. Such linear thinking offered no comfort now that Kurt and Minter had reached the end of the line. Reality had caught up with them, and they were struggling to think their way free. Kurt knew that a botched escape would risk everything at a time when the stakes couldn't have been higher. And though he also knew that he'd changed the rules by removing his seed, a big part of him felt that believing Amos's prior promise to leave his family out of it might still represent the best chance of securing their safety. An internal whisper that he should go through with what he had been about to do when Minter arrived returned, proving difficult to silence. With his mind presenting a blank space where alternatives should have been, Kurt desperately needed Minter to come up with something good. Minter couldn't miss the anguish on Kurt's face. There's always a way out, he said, as reassuringly as he could. "We just have to find it." Another silence followed, this one longer and more painful than the last, as seemed to be the developing pattern. "What's your best idea right now?" Kurt asked for the sake of his sanity. Minter hesitated. "Maybe a gas explosion?" Sorry to have asked, Kurt didn't even know how to respond. Minter was as smart as anyone Kurt knew. If that was his best idea, they really were done for. "But I guess there would still be body parts after an explosion," Minter continued, as if that was the only problem with the plan. Another silence fell, somehow even deeper than before. It seemed to drag on until... "I guess we could try to frame someone," Minter said. The nonchalance in Minter's tone softened Kurt's reaction to what sounded on the face of it like another hollow idea. "Like who?" Minter thought again. "What about Fury River?" The Fury River Baptists, a fringe sect who used religion as a front for their scattergun intolerance, were among the only high-profile groups to openly oppose Sycamore. Minter had manipulated Fury River into picketing the Seed's launch, and their followers had since grown ever more unholy in their proclamations of what was in store for those who promoted the Seed. And the real beauty of it was that militant Fury River cells often acted without approval from the central leadership, so no individual could authoritatively deny the group's involvement. Kurt's eyes widened. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. This could actually work, he thought to himself. Hope was sneaking back in. "So, what exactly would we do?" he said. "We could write a note," Minter suggested, still formulating the plan as he spoke. "We could say that enough is enough and the time for talk is over. Write some of their slogans, put some of our blood on the page. Say there will be more victims to come unless Amos stops pushing the Seed. Something like that. And then we could wipe some blood on the floor and the sofas so it looks like there was a struggle." Kurt was nodding. There was certainly no shortage of blood on the washcloths and makeshift bandages they'd needed after so inexpertly removing their seeds. "Let's do it," he said. "Let's just do it." Minter asked for some plain white paper, which Kurt quickly found inside the box his printer had been stored in since the move. But given that Minter was left-handed, the open seed wound on his palm precluded him from anything as dexterous as writing. Kurt was happy enough to pen the note. He had hardly written anything by hand since leaving high school, so he had no discernible style. Still, he opted for an exaggerated scrawl to eliminate any chance of it being cross-referenced against an old exam paper or something similar from his ancient past. He began to write, "No prisoners, no hostages, no negotiations. The time for talk is over. Down the river comes the fury." There were plenty of spare sheets of paper should Kurt have made a mistake, so he wasn't too careful with the wording. Next, he wrote Kurt Jacobs above Terrence Minion and drew a rough circle to the right of each name. He pricked his left thumb with the knife from earlier and dabbed a few drops of fresh blood in the circle next to his name. Minter did the same without arguing. "This is good," Minter said. "This is good." Kurt looked at the sheet. There was still a lot of empty space underneath Minter's name. "I think we should write more names," he said. "So it's sort of like a hit list. Maybe if Amos is the last name, he'll be too busy being worried about it to question the details. What do you think?" Minter nodded enthusiastically. "It can't hurt," he said. "Let's see. Put Colin DeVord as number 3, Michael Richardson as number 4, and Isaiah Amos as number 5. Kurt did so, more careful with his writing now that his own blood was invested in this draft of the note. He assumed that Colin DeVord was Communications Colin, and there would be plenty of time to ask who Michael Richardson was once they were safely in a car headed north. Minter suggested 2 final lines, and Kurt wrote them as neatly as possible. "One by one the shepherds will fall. May their blood be cleansed by the river of fury." When each man had placed their seed on top of their small spot of blood, the note was complete. But as Kurt positioned his seed with his right hand, his left resting on the table, Minter noticed something disconcerting. Uh, Kurt, your wrist is really pulsing. Kurt looked down at his left hand and shrugged. Maybe if you'd listened to me when I said I needed 2 pills. They're just painkillers, Minter said. Strong as hell, but painkillers all the same. They don't actually fix what's wrong. And nothing's wrong apart from the pain, Kurt insisted. So what if it's pulsing? That's what it's supposed to do. Like that, though? Minter asked. He lifted Kurt's hand for a closer look. Kurt grimaced and shook him away. I said I'm fine, he snapped. Maybe you should take that second pill after all, Minter said. Maybe you should shut up. Minter shrugged. This was the Kurt Jacobs he remembered from before the world knew his name. The Kurt Jacobs who would rather not have what he wanted than follow someone else's advice to take it. Stubborn didn't come close. Anyway, Kurt said, elongating the word. What do you think will happen next? Will he announce it tonight and have a big public funeral? Minter knew that a public funeral was inevitable, but the timing was less clear. If you want my best guess, I'd say he won't send anyone in here for a few days, and he'll cover up the deaths for as long as he can. Why would he cover it up? Because you being kidnapped is better than you being dead. People don't know how a kidnapping will end, so it holds their attention for longer. And more public attention means more people watching the news, which means more ad income, which basically means that you're worth more to him alive than dead. One day you'll have huge value to him as a martyr, but not until he's milked every drop of hope and suspense out of the viewers. Kurt was satisfied with Minter's answers. As long as Amos bought the story, it didn't really matter how he sold it. For his part, Kurt's pessimistic guess as to what might happen next was that he and Minter would spot a gaping hole in the murder story as soon as they were too far away to turn back, and that a new and flawless option would present itself an hour too late. Anyway, we need to get going, Minter said. He quickly acted on his prior idea to dab blood on the floor and walls, then headed for the back door. Kurt warned him that the path beyond his fence was narrow and completely unlit until it joined the main street. But Minter saw darkness as an advantage and insisted that a narrow path was safer than an open street. On the other side of the path lay the quiet meadow that Kurt's soulless bedroom spectacularly overlooked. So Minter was confident that they would reach the end without encountering any potential whistleblowers. The mansion meant nothing to Kurt, so he felt no emotion in leaving it for the last time. General doubts and focused fears grew with each step Kurt took across his spacious lawn until he reached the nose-high wooden fence at the edge of the property. He offered Minter a foot up, and Minter readily accepted. Kurt then handed his backpack and briefcase across to Minter and climbed over to join him on the narrow, lightless path. Whatever came next, there was no going back. Chapter 4. Rain fell lightly on the path as Kurt and Minter kept their heads down and scuttled along. The rain provided an excuse for their hoods and their haste, which would be important in a few minutes when they reached the end of the path and emerged onto a busy street. So why are we going to Stacy's? Kurt asked, knowing that they wouldn't be able to talk for much longer. Minter, who led the way, stopped without warning and motioned for Kurt to do the same. What is it? Kurt whispered. Over the silence of Minter's non-reply and the gentle patter of raindrops, Kurt heard footsteps approaching. It wasn't quite dark enough for Kurt to go unnoticed by whoever was coming, so he nudged Minter in the back to keep walking. The footsteps grew louder and were now punctuated by laughter and gasps. Before he could see anyone, Kurt heard a man's voice. "No way," the man said to himself. "That is so awesome!" Minter turned to Kurt. Their eyes had adjusted to the cloud-obscured moonlight enough that they could comfortably discern each other's faces. "He's immersed," Minter said as quietly as he could. "Stay right behind me and he won't even know we're here." The man, who wore short sleeves despite the rain and looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, cupped his hands and held them outstretched as he walked, as though trying to catch falling leaves. After a few seconds of this, the man laughed again and began to prod the air with his finger, popping bubbles that weren't there. He then crouched down and punched upwards in a left-left-right pattern, walking sideways like a crab as he did so. Kurt couldn't even guess what kind of game he was playing. "Cover your face," Minter whispered. "If he looks up like that while he's passing us, he'll see us." "But he's immersed. He won't see anything," Kurt said. "It doesn't matter what he sees. His lenses are still recording. If someone at HQ happened to be monitoring his feed for any reason—" Okay, Kurt said, urging Minter to keep his voice down. Since his right hand was occupied by the silver briefcase, Kurt brought his wounded left hand to his face, palm inwards, and spread its fingers to cover his features. The man was almost beside them now. Kurt fought the temptation to peek through the gaps between his fingers. "How the hell am I supposed to smash that?" the man complained. He rose to an upright stance and scanned his surroundings in exaggerated circles. "I'll give it a shot, I guess, but it ain't exactly fair." Minter ushered Kurt to the very edge of the path, holding him against the wall in the hope that this fully immersed consumer would pass them by without incident. Minter then covered his own face and stood as still as he could. Kurt gave in after a few seconds and peeked through his fingers, just in time to see a closed fist careening towards his face. Instinctively, thoughtlessly, Kurt turned his hand around to deflect the impact. "Ah!" Kurt bellowed. The pain of the blow to his still raw seed wound was surreal, like nothing he had ever felt. "Ah!" Minter spun himself around to face Kurt and pressed his hand firmly against Kurt's mouth. Kurt struggled as Minter held him against the fence. "Watch where you're going, asshole," the man said, absent-mindedly rubbing his fist. "People are trying to walk here." Neither Kurt nor Minter were foolish enough to risk making eye contact, but it was obvious from the man's movements that he was still fully immersed in whatever game he was playing. "It won't happen again," Minter said, lowering his voice to match the pitch of Kurt's pained roar while still restraining him. The man walked away without turning back. His non-reaction to Minter's words indicated that his ears as well as his eyes were fully occupied. After a few steps, he resumed punching the air like nothing had just happened. "I thought I told you to be quiet," Minter said, letting Kurt free. Kurt looked at his palm, at the fresh blood collecting at all sides of his inadequate bandage. "Easy for you to say," he groaned, with half a mind to punch Minter's left hand so he would know the feeling. "Did you see his eyes?" Minter asked, ignoring Kurt's complaints. "Because if you saw his, he saw yours." "No," Kurt said. "Thanks for your concern, by the way." Minter started walking again. "It's just an impact injury," he said. "To a wound that's probably already infected, thanks to your idiot knife-handling skills," Kurt grunted after him. "Look, man," Minter said without turning around, impatience dripping from his voice like the rain dripping from the leaves. "Are you going to be bitching about your hand the whole way? Because if you are, you can just give me the key to Stacy's and I'll get the letter and go without you." "Like I'm giving you her key," Kurt replied. He caught up with Minter. "Wait, what letter?" Minter took a moment to find the best way to phrase his reply. "Stacy bought a postage label from one of the old coin-op machines last week, but then she didn't mail anything. And in the notebook you took from her house on Friday, the page that says, 'Dear Ernesto,' is ripped out. So there's obviously a letter. And even if there's not, he's living at a temporary location, right? So she must have the address written down somewhere, even if it's only on her computer." "How do you know she bought a postage label?" Kurt asked, but he already knew the answer. And, if you were watching her last week, what makes you think someone won't still be watching her house now? What makes you think we can just waltz in and take what we need?" "I wouldn't be going if it wasn't safe," Minter said. "And like I said, you don't have to come." Kurt was shaking his head. "Do you honestly think Ernesto would trust you if you arrived without me? If he knew who you were, he would kill you. And if he didn't, why would he trust you?" "He knows who I am," Minter replied flatly. But the fact that he said nothing else convinced Kurt that Minter knew he couldn't arrive alone. The rain picked up as they neared the end of the path. Light from the street ahead illuminated the ground, but there was little in the way of noise. When Kurt reached the street, he saw few cars and no pedestrians. Pretty quiet, he thought out loud. Must be the rain. Minter gazed at the deserted storefronts and street corners, his mouth slightly ajar. It wasn't always this empty, right? He said. He couldn't decide whether the world was odd because it looked old or new. Either way, it looked naked. It looked naked for one very simple reason. This was the first time Minter had walked these streets without his ultra lenses in almost a year, and the lack of visual advertising was more than a little disorienting. His eyes, like everyone else's, had grown unquestioningly accustomed to seeing ads on every building, vehicle, bench, sign, and consumer, not to mention all of the ads that floated in the air where no surface was available. Where the world really seemed emptier than before was in the windows of the stores. The reason for this was simple. In the same way that Real You had removed most people's incentive for carefully dressing their physical body, the rapid spread of augmented reality had removed the need for store owners to use physical window displays or street signage to entice customers inside. The artists Kurt had met in Sycamore's studio now provided such signage virtually, for a modest fee, of course, to anyone who needed it. Who cares? Kurt replied. For him, the absence of public advertising was nothing to be lamented. And since he knew the way to Stacy's well enough, he had no reason to long for his lenses. He led Minter across the street and towards the corner which would lead them to Stacy's. He hadn't made this whole trip on foot before, so didn't know exactly how long it would take. What few other pedestrians there were carried umbrellas as they hurried to get out of the rain, so, red X marks aside, Kurt and Minter didn't look out of place running as quickly as they could. Their bags of supplies slowed them down somewhat, but both were relatively fit, and both were keen to get out of view. They ran without interruption for several minutes. As they neared the local Tasmart Express, which Kurt knew would be as busy as ever regardless of the time or weather, they crossed the street to increase their distance from the shoppers. Psst. Kurt turned to Minter. What? I didn't say anything, Minter said. Kurt looked around. Psst. Did you hear it that time? He asked. Minter tilted his head towards the alleyway a few steps ahead of them. It's coming from there, he mouthed. Reluctant to cross the street again, Kurt continued on his way. But as he walked past the alleyway, a group of 3 young men stepped out. They too wore hoods. We don't want any trouble, Minter said. He consciously kept his eyes to the ground and adjusted his hood so that it obscured as much of his face as possible. Kurt did the same. No, one of the men said. He was just a boy, really. No more than 15. Neither do we. We just, wondered. Could you guys buy us some Lexington? We can swipe you the money plus, 10% extra. You know, for your trouble. One of the boy's friends tapped him on the shoulder. Mitch, wait. They don't have seeds. We need someone else. No seeds, huh? Mitch said. He signaled for his crew to return to their alleyway. You guys are bad-ass. Kurt and Minter walked until they were safely around the next corner from Tasmart and then started running again. That was too close, Minter said, panting for more exercise than he was used to. We need to get inside. How far is it? We're pretty much there, Kurt said. This turned out to be something of a white lie, but Minter was just about able to keep pace for the 7 more minutes it took them to reach Stacy's street. It was as quiet as they had hoped. Kurt hadn't seen any of the recent news broadcasts from Stacy's doorstep, but he wasn't surprised to see that several mourners had left flowers and candles at her gate. He opened the gate carefully, took a deep breath as he neared the front door, then unlocked it without hesitating. He was all in. Chapter 5. A wave of relief hit Kurt when the door swung open, and he saw that everything looked exactly as it had 2 days earlier. No one had been inside since. The next thing to hit him was less obvious, but no less immediate. The house smelled like Stacy. It smelled as though she was still there, as though she might walk out of her bedroom any minute to greet him with a smile and ask what had happened to his hand or what the hell he was doing with Minter. The scent was strong and close, like a scarf around his neck. And just like a perfumed scarf, the room's air brought everything flooding back. Kurt stood dumbly, blocking the door. "Hurry up," Minter said. He pushed past, then looked back at Kurt. Kurt expected another "don't just stand there" type comment, but Minter could see that Kurt was struggling with his return to the house. "Listen, man, I can do the searching," Minter added. "But you really do have to get inside and close the door." "Yeah," Kurt said. He stepped in. For Minter's part, as on the street, he was struck by the emptiness of his surroundings. Stacy's house had almost no furniture. This minimalism had caught Kurt off guard the first time he visited, and he sat down on the same wooden dining chair as he had then. "I'll look in the bedroom," Minter said. "Okay," Kurt replied. He glanced around the living area from his chair, but all of the surfaces were clear, and there were no drawer units or anything similar in which a letter could be hiding. He would search the kitchen in a second, he told himself. He just needed a moment. "There's a package under here," Minter called, interrupting Kurt's moment with some good news. Kurt shot through and watched Minter pull a cardboard box from under the bed. The box, roughly twice the size of an average shoebox, was completely unmarked other than the postage label and a small Flammelist logo. Neither Kurt nor Minter had any idea what kind of company Flammelist was or what kind of products it made. "Is it the package?" Kurt asked impatiently. "Is there an address?" Minter sighed and pushed the box back under the bed. "It's the wrong address," he said. "Keep looking." "What do you mean it's the wrong address?" Kurt asked. He got down on the floor to see for himself. "Maybe this is it. Maybe you have the wrong address." Kurt's confidence grew when he felt how light the box was for its size. This went along with Minter's prediction that Stacy would use a box rather than an envelope for her letter to avoid suspicion. "I guess you might as well open it to check," Minter conceded. "You know, just in case." Kurt hesitated. Even in this high-stakes situation, part of him felt uncomfortable at the thought of snooping through Stacy's outgoing mail. But after staring at the Flammelist logo for a few seconds, he peeled the tape from the edges of the box, rationalizing that this was no more intrusive than entering her house in the first place, and that he was only doing it out of necessity. As soon as the tape was off, he tipped the contents onto the floor. 6 tiny electric candles slid out, accompanied by an instruction manual which read, "Flammelist free lights with timer function." Kurt's hand immediately grabbed the manual. It was no larger than a quarter sheet of regular paper, but surprisingly thick. Chunky, almost. While Kurt started flipping through the manual, Minter lifted the empty box and proceeded to deconstruct it, flattening each flap to check for a hidden letter. When this proved fruitless, he resorted to examining the edges of the flaps themselves in the faint hope that this cardboard was in fact secret agent-level cardboard with 2 layers disguised as one, allowing a sheet of paper to slip in between them the way a stubborn droplet of water might slip between 2 panes of glass. Unsurprisingly, he found nothing. "Anything written in there?" he asked, hoping Kurt might have had better luck with the manual than he had had with the box. Kurt nodded, his eyes fixed on the paper. "The letter is inside." "So what does it say?" Minter demanded, bemused as to why Kurt was being so blasé. "I don't know," Kurt said. He handed the instruction manual to Minter. "Do you want me to read it?" Kurt nodded. The manual's table of contents explained to Minter why it was so thick. The instructions were printed in 12 languages. A natural opening point near the back took him to the Italian section, where he found a note folded in precise eighths, taped tightly to the page. Kurt's eyes remained fixed on the floor straight ahead as he waited for Minter to relay the letter's contents. "She wrote it on Thursday night," Minter eventually said. "And it seems like she meant to post it before she met you on Friday morning. Kurt moved his eyes to Minter. What does it say? Anything about the resistance? It's only a few lines, Minter said, turning the letter around so Kurt could see. But she mentions a mall. A mall? Minter nodded, then read aloud. I hope everything is okay at the mall. I'll see you all soon. Kurt tried to make sense of it. He struggled. Maybe Ernesto is working from inside a mall, Minter said, thinking out loud. Domestic ISPs have dispensation to provide a limited service to big stores for logistical stuff, like stock management, you know. And someone with the right tools and the right skills could easily turn that into proper internet access. It actually makes sense. What's the full address on the box? Kurt read from the flattened box. It says, Flamulous Returns Department, Box 44, Unit 7B, Barnford Park. Then just the zip code. That's a mail locker, Minter said with confidence. Box then unit means locker. Excitement grew in his voice. This is it. This is the safe location where Ernesto is going to come to collect the package. This is where we're going to find him. It's going to complicate things if I have to sneak into a mall to access the systems, but at least we know where we're going. And what about the place you were taking me before we found this? Kurt asked. The house where that guy was in quarantine. Are we pretending that you never suggested that? Minter dismissed Kurt's concerns with a wave of his hand and placed Stacy's letter safely in his pocket. That was our best lead then. This is our best lead now. Don't overthink it, man. Stacy meant to send this a few days ago, so Ernesto is expecting it. He'll be there. You know he will. Kurt stood up. He didn't know this, but he wanted to believe it. Okay. You grab some food from the kitchen, and I'll put Stacy's laptop in with mine. That way we'll have some footage from the treehouse, even if you can't get it from our old Vista recordings. Oh, I'll get it, Minter said on his way into the kitchen, prideful in the face of Kurt's doubt. He patted Kurt on the shoulder. But you should bring it in case she has anything else we can use on there. Kurt opened his carry bag and squeezed Stacy's much slimmer laptop in beside his own. The bag bulged wildly, but it just about closed. He then left the bedroom to help Minter with the food search, which he was sure would be more fruitful than their last. The glass bowl on Stacy's table lay fruitless, which wasn't a great start. It crossed Kurt's mind that Stacy's situation had almost been similar to the old sci-fi books she used to like so much, where oranges and apples were exotic luxuries available only to the elites. In the real world, there were plenty of both, of course. You just needed a seed to buy them. Someone as off the grid as Stacy never knew when the last few stores to accept paper money would stop doing so she'd had to play safe by stocking up on food that wouldn't expire quickly. Minter had already found a large quantity of canned beans and other vegetables, but the metal containers made their weight-to-nutrition ratio prohibitively high. He left the vegetables and instead picked up 3 boxes of puffed barley cereal. These weren't heavy, but they were bulky, and with the amount that he and Kurt were already carrying, bulky wouldn't work. After the cupboards, where he also failed to find coffee, Minter tried the freezer. He saw a neat row of meals in vacuum-packed foil pouches, each with a tiny white label to identify the contents. "What is this?" he said. "Astronaut food?" "More like camping food," Kurt replied. Either way, it looked ideal. Kurt knew that Stacy didn't eat meat, so he was confident that the food would be safe to thaw and refreeze. With this in mind, Kurt opened his backpack and helped Minter stuff in as many pouches as he could possibly fit. Minter put the remaining few pouches in his jacket pockets, picked up his own backpack, and strode decisively to the door. He opened it a few inches, then peeked out to check that the coast was clear, fighting the wind as it tried to blow the door fully open. Satisfied that no one was watching, he let it go and stepped outside. "Well, don't just stand there like an idiot," he yelled to Kurt over the sound of lashing rain on Stacy's doorstep. "Our ride isn't going to steal itself." Chapter 6. Minter had been tight-lipped about the details of his plan for stealing a car, and Kurt remained afraid to ask. Even as they approached the nearby auto repair shop that Minter had spotted on the way, Kurt declined to press the issue. Staying unseen proved easier than they had dared imagine. While foreign cities like London were surveilled with thousands upon thousands of public CCTV cameras, domestic surveillance had been almost entirely turned over to Sycamore. Aside from a small number of patrolling officers and Sycamore's fleet of skysweeper drones, of which Kurt knew precious little, this surveillance depended entirely on visual data streamed from consumers' ultra lenses. As long as someone was around to see something, Sycamore could see it too. Criminal instances in which perpetrators weren't wearing ultra lenses were becoming rarer by the day in the face of Sycamore's relentless drive to make the lenses an indispensable part of modern life. But since Minter had recently opted out from Sycamore's vision of modern life, all he had to do was make sure that no one else saw him stealing the car. When they reached the shop, Minter told Kurt what to do. Stand across the street and look after the supplies. Kurt was happy with this limited role. He suggested that Minter might want to try siphoning gas if there was no one around, but Minter ultimately decided that their priority had to be getting out of the city as soon as humanly possible. He insisted that they needed just enough in the tank to get them to a mom-and-pop gas station in some hick town, preferably with no security cameras. He would do the rest from there. The new law, which made seed-based payment the only legal way to purchase any type of fuel, wouldn't affect Minter, seeing as he wouldn't be paying for it at all. Kurt stood uneasily against a wall. He had more than a few moral hang-ups about taking someone's car, but knew that the situation he found himself in was likely to necessitate doing things that would trouble him a lot more than this. Minter, meanwhile, showed no signs of moral hang-ups as he casually tested the water by throwing a brick through the shop's window and waiting to see if anyone reacted. They didn't, so he confidently assumed that no one was around. Kurt played lookout on the other side of the road while Minter climbed through the broken window. He emerged very quickly at the door, jangling a handful of keys. Kurt heard the keys from across the street, but wasn't overly concerned that someone else might. After all, stealth had gone out of the window when Minter's brick had gone through it. Minter clicked the first key and walked to the car that flashed. He checked inside, then sent Kurt a hand-across-the-throat gesture to indicate that this car, like so many others, required its owner's seed to be present. Minter clicked another key and checked another car. Again, it needed a seed. After entering the fifth car, Minter didn't exit immediately. Kurt looked anxiously in all directions, preparing to load his bags into the car the second that Minter drove it over. Kurt's heart jumped as he heard the car cough and splutter to life. Despite it seeming like Minter was trying to flood the engine, it soon settled into a gentle purr. Minter drove the car out of the parking lot and over to Kurt. He reached across and opened the passenger door. The car was slick and expensive-looking. Not Prendico expensive, but certainly not cheap. The darkness made it difficult to tell whether the car was jet black or a very dark blue. It had 4 doors rather than 2, but Kurt took the marijuana leaf air freshener to mean that it probably belonged to an individual rather than a family. This distinction, though trivial in the scheme of things, helped to ease his conscience. "Do you need me to get down on one knee?" Minter yelled from the driver's seat. "Come on, load the bags and get in the damn car!" Kurt placed most of the bags on the passenger seat and put the rest in the back. He climbed in the seat behind Minter, soaking wet and glad of the shelter. Minter beamed from ear to ear as they sped away. "This is it," he said over the purr of the engine. "Next stop, Ernesto." Chapter 7. As the fastest route out of the city took Kurt and Minter safely away from its main shopping streets, the emptiness of the residential areas they drove through grew more uncanny by the minute. It wasn't the lack of traffic and pedestrians which seemed particularly odd. Weather conditions and the time of day explained that. But rather the overall dullness of the streets and houses. A ubiquitous and affordable Sycamore app called Spruce had recently made keeping up with the Joneses easier than ever by allowing consumers to decorate the outside of their homes with just a few clicks. Once the desired features were selected, Spruce maintained everything automatically. Kurt knew all about Spruce. "Spruce up your nest," the annoying ad had chirped in his ears almost every morning for the last few weeks. "It's cheap, cheap, cheap." He had no interest in such things, but had quickly grown accustomed to the changing landscape. But now, as if erased in a single stroke, it was all gone. Houses, which a few days earlier had sparkled with decorative lighting, now lay bare. The roof-based advertising which so many homeowners displayed to earn some extra money was nowhere to be seen. There were no glittering archways, no ornamental fountains, no koi ponds. Everything was blank. Even when Kurt looked right at someone's door, no residence photos or profiles popped up. These things were still visible to everyone else, of course, but without his lenses, Kurt found himself hurtling through an old world which somehow felt familiar and unnerving at the same time. Kurt looked out of his window until the blank houses gave way to an even blanker stretch of road. At this point, he felt comfortable enough to turn on the small light above his seat. "What are you doing?" Minter asked, breaking a long but natural silence. "Turning the light on," Kurt replied. When he looked forward into the rearview mirror, he saw that Minter still had his hood up and was now wearing a pair of large sunglasses. "Why? Do you think I should cover my window and my side of the windshield?" "Too suspicious looking," Minter said. "How about you just don't use the light?" Kurt quietly conceded Minter's point. Illuminating the inside of the car was a chump move he would never have contemplated had his thinking not been impaired by a drowsiness brought on by too many painkillers. He re-raised his hood to match Minter's, cursing himself for being foolish enough to have ever lowered it. Thankfully, Minter's focus remained sharp. Earlier, when the car's pre-Sycamore navigation system beeped to inform them that traffic updates were unavailable due to an inability to connect to the internet, Minter had thrown the unit out of the window and driven over it. "Better safe than sorry," he said. Kurt didn't disagree. The car would soon be reported stolen, they both figured, and even the remotest possibility of being tracked was unacceptable. Kurt was also thankful that his aging laptop had no GPS functionality and was thus safe to use in the car. He removed it from its carry bag and waited for the operating system to load. "What are you doing now?" Minter asked, his tone more curious than disapproving. "Just passing the time," Kurt lied. "Do you want me to put some music on?" Minter shook his head. This didn't surprise Kurt. He had known Minter for a long time and found it difficult to imagine him enjoying anything as normal as listening to music. "Don't waste the battery on stupid games, though," Minter said. "You never know what we might need it for before we arrive." "Yeah," Kurt said. But he did know what he needed it for, and that was the whole point. Chapter 8. Safely out of Minter's view, Kurt opened his miniature briefcase and removed the device he lovingly knew as his magic sphere. It was a tiny, hinged sphere no larger than a tennis ball. Using the dim light from his computer screen to see, Kurt carefully opened the sphere. He took his ultra lenses out of his pocket and placed them inside the sphere so that each lay tightly against one side. A standard micro-USB cable ran from the center of the sphere. Kurt closed the sphere, connected this cable to his laptop, and waited. Nothing happened. Kurt fiddled with the cable. Still nothing happened. He reopened the sphere and repositioned the lenses. Satisfied that they were securely in place, he closed the sphere again. This time, it instantly shone red. A pop-up window simultaneously appeared on Kurt's computer to announce that a pair of fully activated ultra lenses had been detected. As soon as he read this notification, Kurt remembered the part about having to connect the sphere to his computer before securing the lenses in place. In any event, he'd gotten there in the end. The sphere still worked. Nothing else mattered. Kurt followed the on-screen prompts to deactivate his lenses. The sphere flashed blue for around 20 seconds and then turned green. A new message appeared on the computer's screen. Ultra lenses successfully deactivated. External connectivity successfully disabled. Enable local substitute? Kurt clicked yes. Enabling local substitute. The sphere flashed blue again before returning to a steady green. Local substitute successfully enabled. Run tutorial? Kurt clicked no. He had written this tutorial, along with the rest of the lens-hacking wizard, so felt confident in proceeding without it. He disconnected the cable and waited for the sphere's light to fade. As soon as it did, he opened the hinge and carefully removed his lenses. Kurt held the ultralenses in his hand. He crouched slightly so that the driver's seat shielded his eyes from Minter's mirrored view. And then, without a shred of doubt that it was safe to do so, Kurt placed the lenses in his eyes. Despite everything that had happened, Kurt didn't hate the lenses. In his mind, the lenses themselves weren't the problem. The problems began when Sycamore decided to scan everyone's visual input for data to enable highly targeted advertising placements. When Sycamore decided to indefinitely store everyone's communication data for spurious security reasons, and when Sycamore succeeded in making the lenses a genuinely necessary part of modern life. But in and of themselves, the lenses were a great idea. Kurt would argue that with anyone. Perhaps because he was so used to wearing them, Kurt barely felt the lenses against his eyes. That consumers were able to wear their lenses indefinitely without discomfort or side effects was an unequivocal triumph of modern technology. This had been the driving force behind Kurt's idea to combine the lenses with an implanted microchip to create a holistic human-computer system. A large part of him still believed that the seed, his seed, wasn't necessarily harmful either, and that it too was a good piece of tech which had been hijacked and ruined by a megacorporation's ulterior motives. The great irony was that Kurt understood the inner workings of the ultra lenses far more than those of his own invention. His proposal for the seed had been just that, a proposal. He may have designed the operating system, proven that Vista recording was possible, and popularized the idea of a subdermal processor-cum-trackpad, but the actual functioning of the seed was as alien to Kurt as it was to Minter or the average consumer on the street. Now, as he had on stage at the talent search, Kurt used his laptop's trackpad to control his lenses. The first test he performed was to confirm that Vista recording was operational. It was, but his computer only had enough free space for a few hours of footage. The ability to rewind to any point in the past was impossible without cloud storage. After this, Kurt tested some gestures. First, he focused on a streetlight and spread 5 fingers to zoom in and out. Next, he moved 3 fingers upwards to increase the brightness. Third, he triple-tapped with 3 fingers to activate the lens's night vision mode. All of this worked perfectly. Finally, Kurt swiped right with 4 fingers. This gesture transformed his vision into a full-screen view of his computer's desktop, bright and vivid in all of its HD glory. This was all well and good, but Kurt cursed his lack of a wireless trackpad. He had never had the need to buy one and now regretted this greatly, as even the most basic model would have enabled him to control his ultra lenses without being tethered to a reliable but bulky laptop. Kurt's smartphone was of no help in this regard. There was an official Sycamore app for his Systalonic XK6, but it required an internet connection to operate. Each time the app launched, the user had to look directly into the phone's camera to validate the session. This was to prevent a user's vision from being hijacked should someone else pick up their phone, but rendered the whole thing useless in Kurt's current and highly unusual circumstances. Writing an app to control a pair of hacked ultra lenses via the XK6 would be a trivial task for someone used to working on the platform, but Kurt didn't fit that bill. Someone who might have was TrickStick, the developer behind most of the XK6's best unofficial apps. Unfortunately, TrickStick had openly blogged about his prior efforts and failures to open up the ultra lenses for use with third-party apps. Kurt had great respect for TrickStick's work, and knew that if he couldn't do it without the sphere, it was unlikely that anyone ever would. TrickStick was famous in the same way that a champion javelin thrower might be famous, known and respected by everyone at all interested in his line of work, but utterly unknown to the masses. Under the moniker of Kurtonite, Kurt had once been like this. He and TrickStick had discussed projects in the past, helping each other out when they could, and they always got on well enough. But Kurt kept his ultra lenses hacked private for good reason. The element of surprise was central to his pitch at the talent search. Success that night had catapulted Kurt into a new world, and his fame now lay at a level more akin to a billionaire CEO than an amateur hobbyist. Sometimes, he wondered what Trickstick would make of it all. Minter's voice took Kurt's attention as the car pulled up at a red light. No other cars were in sight. Minter took his eyes from the road and looked at Kurt in the mirror. "How's your hand holding up?" he asked. "Fine," Kurt said, sensing an opportunity. "But one of my eyes is kind of sore. Is there something in it?" He leaned forward. Minter turned around to look at Kurt directly. "Doesn't look like it," he replied. "Look closer," Kurt said. He fought a grin. Minter did look closer, and he saw what was there. In an instant, he unbuckled his seatbelt and lunged toward Kurt's eyes. "What the hell are you doing? Get them out!" "No!" Kurt yelled, holding Minter off with his one good hand. "Wait! I fixed them! It's safe! Listen to me! I fixed them!" Minter eased back. "What do you mean you fixed them?" "I did the same thing I did before the talent search. Remember when I hacked the lenses so they would send my Vista to my computer instead of Sycamore's servers? I just did that again." "So there's no external connection at all?" Minter asked. "Just a link to your computer?" "Exactly." "So nothing you see is augmented?" Kurt nodded animatedly. "Exactly." As the traffic light turned green, Minter buckled his seatbelt and drove. "So what's the point? Why even wear them if everything looks the same?" he asked. "I can still zoom," Kurt said. "I can still record. I can still rewind. And once I fix your lenses, we'll be able to see each other's vistas as long as we stay in range. That might be useful." Minter grunted out something that sounded like begrudging agreement. "And you're sure this is safe?" "Surer than sure," Kurt said. 10,000%. Minter took his own lenses from his pocket and handed them to Kurt. "Will audio work too? Because the in-ear phones don't connect directly to the servers. It all goes through the lenses. That means your computer should pick up the audio, right?" Kurt hadn't considered this. I think it might," he said. "The in-ear phones didn't even exist when I developed this hack, though, so I've never tried." Kurt clicked the record button on his computer and spoke into the air. "Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. He then covered his left ear and spoke again. "Covering left ear, 4, 5, 6. Finally, he covered his right ear. "Covering right ear, 7, 8, 9. He raised his computer's volume and clicked play. The video was an ugly mess caused by Kurt looking at the screen while recording, but right now he was only focused on the audio. It played clearly. "Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Covering left ear, 4, 5, 6. "What happened to 7, 8, 9? Minter asked. "I ripped out my left in-ear phone on Friday," Kurt reminded him. "Oh yeah. Well, at least you kept one, I guess. And at least it works. Good work, man." "Thanks," Kurt said. He opened the sphere and placed Minter's lenses inside. "What hardware are you using anyway?" "This little sphere," Kurt said. "I think Sycamore uses them to diagnose problems with broken lenses." "Let me see it." Kurt raised the sphere. "Closer," Minter said. Kurt handed it to him. Minter saw a white tag on the micro USB cable. One side said SC:5. Minter knew that this stood for Security Clearance Level 5, which in turn meant that only a handful of individuals were authorized to use the sphere, and that none of them were ever allowed to remove it from HQ under any circumstances. He looked at the other side of the tag and saw a barcode with 00MR04 printed underneath. His expression changed. "What?" Kurt said. "Where did you get this?" "It doesn't matter where I got it. What matters is it works." Minter handed the sphere back to Kurt and returned his full focus to the road. "Maybe. But I still need to know where you got it." "Why?" "Because I know who stole this from HQ," Minter said. "And he might just be the key to everything." Chapter 9. You see that code on the tag? Minter said. 00MR04 was Michael Richardson's employee number. Michael Richardson? As in the guy you put on the list? Right, Minter confirmed. Him and Amos go way back, but they fell out last year and Richardson disappeared. What happened? Did Amos kill him? Tell me where you got this and I'll tell you the story, Minter said. Fine, Kurt sighed, going on to quickly explain that he had purchased the sphere from a black market auction site. The seller claimed to have purchased it from a Sycamore employee and been disappointed by its lack of functionality. Kurt refused to tell Minter how much he had paid for it. The price was so low that Minter probably wouldn't have believed him anyway. So Richardson sold it to someone who then sold it to you? Minter said, seeking confirmation. Correct. Now tell me the thing about Amos and Richardson. Okay, Minter said, on this occasion as good as his word. It's a long story, but basically Richardson's son was some big-shot lawyer. And one day this bright spark of a guy decided it would be a good idea to represent someone in a lawsuit against Sycamore. Amos already had a problem with Richardson, but this was just too much. So we had a meeting, and Amos told Richardson to get his son under control. Richardson said he would try. Now, I don't know if he actually did, but either way, his son kept up with the suit. Then what? Kurt asked. The next day, Amos ordered Sycamore's legal team to settle the case. He made me tell Richardson that we never wanted to see him or his blood-sucking son ever again. So he left? Just like that? Minter hesitated. Look, man. If you'd known Amos for as long as Richardson had, you would know that he doesn't ask twice. So yeah, Richardson left. Just like that. Where did he go? I don't know, Minter said. And believe me, I've looked. His son vanished too. All I know for sure is that neither of them have been seated or legally left the country. Do you think they're with Ernesto? Kurt asked. The thought just popped into his head and he thought it was worth considering. There was a long pause. Well, Kurt pushed. I hope not, Minter replied. Why? He must know Sycamore inside out, and he has a grudge against Amos. That's exactly the kind of guy we need on our side. No, he's a rat, Minter grunted. I know for a fact that he gave his son sensitive info which they used in the case against us. There's no way they could have had the evidence they did without Richardson handing it over. Then there's this sphere that he stole and sold on. Okay, it's worked out for us this time, but it's like what they say about love, rats. If they do it with you, they'll do it to you. And he's a big, gruff, aggressive guy. A big, gruff guy who hates me. Trust me, man, a guy like Michael Richardson is the last thing we need on our side. Kurt sensed unusual passion in Minter's tone. It was as though he had taken Michael's betrayal personally. This made Kurt wonder what the lawsuit had been about. He asked, Do you always ask this many questions? Minter replied, clearly irritated. It's like driving a damn kid to school. Give me a break, man. Who was his son representing anyway? Kurt asked, partly out of curiosity, but partly to further wind Minter up. It's not important. Kurt said, exaggerating his suspicion. See, the way you say that kind of makes me feel like it is important. Minter sighed, his impatience most certainly not exaggerated. Look, man, I'm trying to drive here. I've already told you way more than you need to know right now. Just you do your thing there, and I'll concentrate on getting us where we need to be, okay? My thing is done, Kurt replied. He handed Minter's newly hacked lenses back to him. Thanks. No problem, Kurt said. He leaned against the window. You should maybe get some sleep, Minter suggested. The pills must be making you pretty drowsy. Yeah, but I don't think I'll need any more anyway. Kurt rolled up his sleeve to look at his hand. His palm didn't feel very painful, but talk of the painkillers brought his attention to the steady pulsing of his wrist. With the benefit of his lenses and their brightness control, Kurt saw that the veins in his left arm were much bluer and much more pronounced than those in his right. He lowered the lens's brightness to normal and was concerned to see that his left wrist still looked blue. "Does this look okay to you?" he asked Minter, holding out his arm. Minter turned to look. He didn't say anything for a few seconds. "I'm driving as fast as I can," he eventually blurted out. "The second we arrive, I'll get someone to check that out." "What if it gets worse?" Kurt asked. For the first time, he was starting to worry. "We can't exactly go to a hospital." "Ernesto's people will have stuff," Minter reassured him. "Antiseptic cream or something. I don't know, a proper dressing at least. Just try to keep your hand flat and drink plenty of water." "I didn't lose much blood," Kurt said, thinking out loud in an effort to assuage his own concerns. "I'll be fine." "Yeah," Minter said. In reality, they both knew that infection rather than blood loss was the main concern. Using a kitchen knife to remove the embedded seed seemed more stupid the longer they thought about it, but it had been the only split-second option they had. There were a few possible reasons why Kurt's hand had worsened so much more than Minter's. Chiefly, Minter hadn't been very steady-handed when removing Kurt's seed. Minter put this down to the fact that he was dealing with the pain of his own seed having just been removed, whereas Kurt had been working with two good hands. But there was also the fact that Kurt's seed, the first to ever be implanted, had been injected using a different procedure than Minter's and everyone else's. As such, it may have been in there deeper or lodged at a slightly more awkward angle. Whichever of these variables had caused Kurt greater initial discomfort than Minter, the pain had been greatly exacerbated by the fully immersed consumer who punched him squarely in the palm at the start of their walk to Stacy's. "I think maybe I will get some sleep," Kurt said. Minter nodded and left him to it. Kurt gave up after around 30 seconds. "What did Stacy's letter say apart from the thing about the mall?" he asked. "It's in my pocket," Minter said. "Wait a second." Kurt held his hand out to receive the letter. As Minter had said at the time, there were only a few lines. "Everything's going well. Kurt is now totally onside. He hates Amos as much as we do. You won't believe why. But Amos trusts him like a son, even calls him Hotshot. We are personally involved, not intentional, but things happen. We will have won by the time you get this. We're showing the footage on Friday, so I'm probably on the way to see you now. I hope everything is okay at the mall. See you all soon. P.S. Enjoy the candles." Kurt folded the letter and looked out of the window. He was glad to read that Stacy hadn't planned to become personally involved with him, as this quashed the lingering thought that she'd gotten so close purely to get dirt on Sycamore. Still, the message that he was now totally onside hinted that his name had come up before. The part that intrigued Kurt most was Stacy's suggestion that Ernesto wouldn't believe why Kurt hated Amos. He assumed that this referred to the multi-car collision which claimed the lives of his parents and sister-in-law. This made sense, given that Stacy had revealed to Kurt that her father had been driving the other car when a pop-up ad appeared in his ultra lenses and blocked his view of the road. Amos succeeded in covering Sycamore's tracks, and this was why Ernesto sought to take him down. Kurt had already decided to leak evidence of Sycamore's wrongdoings before he learned the truth about the crash, but it added a further personal dimension to his brewing feud with Amos. That the two drivers involved in this freak accident were Kurt's brother and Stacy's father was an almost unfathomable coincidence. That Amos had kept the truth from Kurt even when they grew close was an unforgivable slight. More than ever, Kurt looked forward to meeting Ernesto. Reading Stacy's handwriting gave Kurt an unshakable urge to see her face again, so he booted up her laptop and played the first few seconds of the clandestine footage from her tour of Sycamore HQ. The tiny camera was hidden on Stacy, so the only sight of her came when she looked in the mirror of Kurt's car to check that it wasn't visible. Kurt paused as soon as she came into view. He had no physical photos of Stacy, and no ability to rewind to last week, so this 3-second segment of wobbly footage was all he had. It wasn't much, but he was glad to have it. Minter heard the start of the video from the front of the car. "Are you planning to show that whole video to Ernesto?" he asked. Obviously, Kurt said. Mentor sighed. You're going to have to edit out the parts that show me. Why? Because think about it, man. Being there that day was what got Stacy killed. If he sees that I spoke to her, he'll think it was me who broke her cover. Was it? Kurt asked. He hadn't even considered this. Minter made eye contact with him via the mirror. No, it was the total opposite. What's that supposed to mean? I knew her real name for weeks, Minter said. Ever since the day you met her. Remember how Amos asked the guys in communications to block every mention of you pulling rank with the police officers and bus driver? Well, I looked over everything that was blocked, and saw that a handful of people had recognized her and mentioned her name. So when she came into the treehouse and Amos introduced her as Monica, I knew you were up to something. So why didn't you tell him? Part of me thinks he already knew, Minter said. And what does the rest of you think? Minter flicked his eyes up to the mirror again to meet Kurt's. There was no need for that girl to get hurt, man. If you hadn't called her Watch the road! Kurt yelled. Minter slammed on the brakes and the car ground to a halt with little time to spare. Inexplicably, the car in front had stopped in the middle of the road. Kurt looked out of his window and saw that several cars traveling in the other direction had stopped too. The drivers all stepped out at once. Get down, Minter said. Kurt lay down as instructed. What the hell is going on? He asked quietly. They're looking at the sky. It could just be the lottery, or it could be something else. Like what? Emergency news bulletin, maybe? About what? Kurt asked. Minter slouched in his seat and whispered. Us. Chapter 10. What do you mean, us? Kurt asked. His voice was shaking. We covered our tracks. There's no way they could know. No way. Right? Minter reached into his pocket and pulled out an object that looked like a shiny pack of cigarettes. Right? Kurt repeated. Quiet, Minter said. He held the object up to his ear and pressed a button so small that Kurt couldn't see it. The volume of the message that emanated from the object caused Minter to drop it. And the final digit of our first winning number is 7. Congratulations to our winner, Jasmine Colson. You have 30 seconds to claim your prize. Stay tuned for the next 2 winning numbers after these short placements. False alarm, Minter said. It's just the stupid lotto. After the immediate wave of relief, Kurt's attention turned to the object itself. What the hell is that thing? He asked, eyeing it with a mix of awe and suspicion. How can it pick up Sycamore's audio broadcasts? It does more than that. We call it a 2-way. Why? Watch and see, Minter said. He turned a locking mechanism on the side of the 2-way and removed the shiny white cover. Kurt looked on in amazement as Minter proceeded to make the 2-way 3 times taller and 3 times wider, simply by holding the bottom left corner in one hand and pulling the top right corner outwards with the other. It almost looked like he was enlarging a window on a computer, but in real life. The material had the same sheen as a screen protector. There is no way that's a screen, Kurt said. It's really more of a filter, Minter replied. What kind of filter? An AR filter. If you look through this thing when you're wearing lenses, it shows you what the world is really like. They were made for Sycamore's designers to save them from having to take their lenses out to see unaugmented reality. Unaugmented reality is just reality, Kurt said. Exactly, and this lets them see it. But if you flip this little switch right here, you see the augmented world, even without lenses. Kurt paused. So there's a camera on the back? 2 cameras, Minter answered. And this thing is connected to the servers? Are you out of your damn mind? Relax, man. It's totally safe. Just like your lenses, 10,000%. Safe? How can it possibly be safe? It's nothing like having hacked lenses. That thing is talking to the servers. Not in the same way, Minter said. Obviously, the two-way talks to the server so that it knows what to relay where, but that's it. These were made exclusively for staff use. No one at Sycamore sees the stream because there is no stream. It's kind of like looking at the world through a video camera without pressing record. How can you be sure? Kurt, I was head of data collection. My job was literally collecting data. I know better than anyone what passes through HQ. Minter turned the two-way around and looked straight into one of the rear cameras. Hello, Mr. Amos, he said. Guess who's not really dead? If you can see this stream and track this location, you'll know where to find me. Minter turned the camera to face Kurt. Him too, he added. Kurt laughed. Why are you still calling him Mr. Amos, you big creep? Shut up, Minter said, but he was smiling too. The drivers in front were all stepping back into their vehicles now that the Sycamore had seemingly ended. Minter handed the two-way back to Kurt and drove off as soon as the other cars started moving. I would so buy one of these, Kurt said. Why can't people buy these? Because the whole ecosystem is built around keeping people in Sycamore's version of reality, Minter said. If consumers could tune in and out, the whole thing would fall apart. That's why so much effort goes into making sure people keep their lenses in. Did you know that the Sycamore is free now? If your consumer number is called, you have 30 seconds to claim the money. And if you happen to have taken your lenses out for whatever reason, tough luck. On the first day that it was free, they deliberately picked consumers who weren't wearing their lenses, just to make the point that it could happen to you. One of the guys killed himself. Kurt processed that. Nothing surprised him at this point, and the rationale behind keeping the two-way from public sale did sit neatly with Sycamore's general strategy for the reasons Minter mentioned. He held the two-way in his hands and looked out of the window through it. He was pleased to see that the two-way could zoom, too. He looked at the last few stragglers outside and saw profile names and information beside their heads. It really did work. He rubbed the thin edges of the screen. What's this made of? He asked. Minter shrugged. I don't know what it's called, but I think it's the same stuff as the Sycaphone's two screens. But it expands, Kurt said. How does it expand? It doesn't really expand, it extends. I think the screen just sort of folds out diagonally as you open it, but I don't know, man. It's basically the same stuff as those screens you used to see at Japanese tech shows. You know, the ones that could be rolled up and folded in half but would always remember their shape and snap back to it. Kurt was satisfied enough with the answer. Minter knew how the two-way operated, but Kurt couldn't reasonably expect him to know how it physically worked. Can you use it at any size or only when it's fully extended? He asked. The screen only works when it's fully extended, Minter replied. But you can have it totally closed and still get audio broadcasts. The good thing is, it'll keep us updated on whatever breaking news Amos wants the public to believe. Whatever he says about us, at least we'll know. Kurt didn't want to think about that. As far as he was concerned, the only good news was no news. If Amos truly believed that Kurt and Minter were dead, he would keep it quiet for as long as possible. I guess, was all he said. Minter continued to drive as quickly as he could without attracting any attention. Kurt looked out of the window through his new toy. The lack of augmentation surprised him. Other than the occasional floating Lexington placement, the highway looked almost exactly as it had in the days before Sycamore. I thought there would be more ads, Kurt said. Yeah, when you live in the city, you think the whole world is like that. But it's not. The city is a bubble. Seating rates were 90% in the city before they broke 50% overall. Obviously, we're way past 90% everywhere now, but it shows the difference. I guess. But you also have to remember that two-ways only show universal placements and features, Minter added. Because they're for staff, remember, so there's no individual consumer to target. That explained a lot. Kurt knew that the vast majority of placements the average consumer saw were carefully targeted to them. Universal placements were a luxury affordable only to corporations who didn't really need to advertise anyway. Minter drew Kurt's attention to an old static billboard up ahead. The billboard was ripped and had been defaced. A giant yellow smiley face was spray-painted on with the words, "Plug in tune out curved around it in a circle. "Check if the two-way shows that," Minter said. Kurt held the two-way up and pointed it at the billboard. He saw a blank billboard. He flicked the switch to unaugmented. The graffiti was there. "They hid it," Kurt said. "One stupid little piece of graffiti and they hid it." "They're nothing if not thorough," Minter said. "Yeah," Kurt acknowledged. "But why didn't they just paint over it, like with actual paint?" Minter shrugged. "Ease, I guess. They would have had to send someone out here and pay for the paint and everything. It's so much easier to have someone in the studio press a few buttons." "Yeah," Kurt said again. He felt his eyes closing. The surprise existence of the two-way had comforted him somewhat, providing as it did a means to see the world as experienced by its general population. It was bound to come in handy at some point. "You sound like you're about to go to sleep for a week," Minter said. Kurt shuffled until he found a comfortable position. "Hopefully," he replied. "Wake me when we run out of gas, though. I need to make sure you don't do anything stupid." "Okay," Minter said. "And speaking of not doing anything stupid, don't fall asleep with your weight on your hand." Kurt didn't reply. Chapter 11. Kurt! Kurt! He shuffled lazily and rubbed his eyes with his good hand. "What?" "We're here," Minter said. "This is the place." A boost of energy helped Kurt raise his head to the window. "Any sign of Ernesto?" Minter eyed him with concern. "How long do you think you've been out?" "I don't know, 12 hours?" "Not even 5, Minter said. "How could it be 12? It's still dark. And I've already told you that we won't arrive until tomorrow morning, if we're lucky. This is just the gas station." "So stop talking and get the gas," Kurt mumbled. He lay back down. "The plan has changed," Minter said. "We need to talk it through." "Okay, I agree with the new plan," Kurt said, his eyes closing again of their own accord. Minter shook his head, rapidly losing patience. "Wake up and listen," he said. "Just do whatever you think. I need to just sleep." "Kurt, if you don't get up right now, I will pour water on your face." No reply came. Minter slapped Kurt lightly on the cheek. "That's a hand. Next time, it's the water." "What do you want from me?" Kurt asked. He sat up slowly, eyes barely open. "Just tell me what you want." "Look at that door," Minter said. Kurt surveyed the area around the car. They were parked in the middle of nowhere. All he could see was a run-down gas station with a single light barely illuminating its 2 aging pumps. "This is the best gas station nearby? This?" "I told you to look at the door. Zoom in and read the sign." Kurt reached down to pick up the two-way. A twinge shot up his left arm as he did so, much further than before. Minter saw him wince. "How's the hand?" Minter asked. "Fine." Kurt looked down at it and tried to spread his fingers. This was more difficult than it should have been. "Let me see." Kurt pulled away. "I said it's fine. I'm on your side here, man. Just let me check it out." Kurt reluctantly held his arm out and rolled up his sleeve. Minter looked at the skin below Kurt's wrist, now noticeably grayer than the last time he had looked just hours earlier. He then eyed the makeshift dressing on Kurt's palm. Kurt agreed to lift it. The wound itself had worsened too, with the small patch of dark crimson now surrounded by a crust that was tinged blue like month-old bread. "You need help," Minter said. "Today." "What time will we arrive?" "Tomorrow," Minter said. "Are your ears broken or something? I told you 100 times that we'd be driving all night for 2 nights and laying low during the day." Kurt rolled his sleeve back up and pulled his arm away. "Stop being such a drama queen. It's not like it's spreading," he said, doing a reasonable job of hiding his own concern over the fact that his hand looked like it had been bitten by a zombie. He couldn't feel any pain when he held it still, but he knew that this might have been down to the long-lasting strength of the painkillers more than anything else. This isn't the time to play tough guy, Kurt. What happens if you pass out or go into some kind of shock? I can't take you to a hospital, and I sure as hell can't arrive at Ernesto with you lying dead in the back seat. So we'll drive during the day and get there early, Kurt said. I'll be fine until then. You can wear your sunglasses and I can lie flat. No one will see us. Just get the gas and get out of here. About that. Kurt looked into Minter's eyes. About what? These aren't the new seed-only pumps that I know how to trick. These aren't even regular pumps. They're inside anti-theft cages, and I think you have to get a key from the guy to unlock them. No way, Kurt said. Just no way. Drive somewhere else. This is the 4th place I've tried, man. There were other people getting gas at every other station I found. Someone would have seen me. This guy will see you. How can you even contemplate? Look at the door, Minter said, calmly repeating his earlier instruction. Kurt held the two-way up and zoomed in on the door. He saw a sign. Cash, barter only. No cameras, no exceptions. Now look at the guy, Minter said. Kurt looked. He saw a 60-something man with short white hair reading a fishing magazine at the counter. What exactly am I supposed to be looking at? He asked. The empty space beside his head, Minter replied. No profile. He's a holdout. Kurt checked the side of the two-way to make sure the switch was set to augmented. It was. I bet he would trade gas for that two-way, Minter continued. And if I say I need something from my hand, I'll get something that could help yours. We might need this, Kurt said, grasping the two-way protectively. There must be something else he would take. Maybe, Minter replied, glad to hear that Kurt's opposition to the idea of him going inside had already waned enough that he was considering the specifics of what they could trade. Either way, going in is our only option. Kurt looked around. The station's forecourt really was deserted, and the man inside really was unseated. It still feels like too big a risk, he thought out loud. Walking to Stacy's was a bigger risk than this, Minter said. I have to go in, so I might as well do it while it's dark and there's no one else around. He's not going to recognize me anyway, man. It's not like I'm you. Kurt sighed and slouched in his seat. You would have to know exactly what you were going to say, he said. This was as close to an, I guess you're right, as Minter would ever get from Kurt, so he took it for what it was. I already have it figured out, Minter replied. He seems like a pretty private guy, but if he does ask why I don't have a seed, then I'll say I've been out of the country for a few months. I'm a chef on a cruise ship. I cut my hand working, and I can't get seated until it heals. Kurt shrugged. Just make sure you take your lenses out first, in case he checks. Minter thought for a second and conceded that Kurt might be right. Do you really think he will? I wanted to stream my vision back to the computer so you could see what was happening. Take my phone, Kurt said. Open the app called Walkie and keep it hidden in your pocket. I'll be able to hear everything on the computer. And as long as you stay in front of the windows, I'll be able to zoom in and see you with my lenses anyway. It's not worth the risk for you to wear yours. Minter silently accepted Kurt's idea and drove into the station's forecourt. He removed his lenses, then took the two-way and Kurt's phone, quickly launching the Walkie app. Move into my seat while the guy's not looking, he said, stepping out of the car. Why? Minter opened Kurt's door. You might have to use your judgment, man, he said. If things start to go wrong, stay low. But if things start to go really wrong, get the hell out of here. Chapter 12. Minter walked confidently toward the gas station's front door and knocked on the glass. He and Kurt both knew that if the man inside was going to recognize him, it would happen straight away. The next few seconds were crucial. The man ambled to the door. Kurt zoomed in and saw the name Harry embroidered on the left breast of his shirt. Pristine and perfectly pressed, the shirt was in stark contrast to Minter's well-creased suit. Harry met Minter's gaze with no hint of familiarity. He then held his eyes wide open with his fingers, signaling for Minter to do the same. Minter obliged. Harry leaned in close against the door. Satisfied that Minter wasn't wearing ultra lenses, he unlocked it. Minter raised his thumb behind his back as he went inside, grateful for Kurt's warning about the lenses. "So," Harry said, getting straight down to business. "Cash for gas?" Minter took the two-way from his pocket, extended the screen, and handed it to Harry. "I don't have any cash," he said, "but cash can't buy you one of these." Harry's eyes flicked between Minter and the two-way a few times. "It lets you see what you would see if you had lenses," Minter explained. Harry handed it back. "Not interested," he said. He spoke in a slow, out-of-place drawl. "You don't understand," Minter said. "This could save your life. It broadcasts emergency audio transmissions. It lets you see what everyone else is seeing. It tells you who you're talking to." Harry held the two-way up to Minter's face. "Ain't telling me nothing about you." "Only because I'm not on the grid." "That's so?" Harry asked. He looked down at the small bandage on Minter's left hand. "And exactly how long have you been off the grid?" Minter played dumb and ran with the story that he was a chef who had just returned to the country. He added that he wouldn't need the two-way once his hand healed and he was able to get his seed. It all sounded plausible enough, Kurt thought from the safety of the car. "You don't strike me as a chef," Harry said. Kurt took a deep breath. Small talk was not Minter's strong point, and the stakes were as high as they could be. Kurt hoped that he would say something to move the conversation on quickly. "I don't wear the white hat when I'm not working," or something stupid like that. But Minter surprised him with a neat segue. "If I was seated, the two-way would tell you all of that," he said. "You would know my name, age, occupation, everything. Normally, people have to give up their own privacy to see any of that. Not with a two-way, though. This thing is priceless." "Priceless? Seems to me like you think the price is a tank of gas." "Like I said," Minter replied, his calm tone again impressing Kurt. "I won't have any need for it once my injury heals and I get my seed. But if you feel like you're ripping me off, I guess you could throw in some medical supplies." Harry grinned. "Sure thing." He placed the two-way on the counter and led Minter to another area, taking them both out of Kurt's eye line. "Now, what exactly are you looking for? Trying to treat something specific?" "Just a flesh wound," Minter said. "So a clean dressing and some antiseptic wipes and a cream would be a good start. And maybe something to control an infection. Worst case, it could be blood poisoning. We don't know." Harry paused. "We?" Helpless in the car, Kurt cursed himself for ever believing that Minter wouldn't screw up. "It's for my friend," Minter stuttered. "He's in pretty bad shape." "Sounds like it. I reckon you need a hospital, not a gas station." Minter didn't respond. "Listen, I ain't ordinarily one for prying, so do forgive. But when a man walks through my door at 5 a.m. trying to trade a priceless gadget for a tank of gas and some medical supplies for his friend who might have goddamn blood poisoning, well, even this old mind gets curious." Kurt heard only silence. In Minter's defense, he couldn't think of a response either. "This friend of yours wouldn't happen to be in your car, would he?" There was another silence. Kurt willed Minter to end this one with the word no. He didn't. Harry continued. "Son, I don't know what you're running from, but I've been in those shoes. If your friend needs help, then you can bring him inside and we'll see what we can do." Kurt began to wonder, half seriously, whether it might actually be safe for him to take Harry up on his offer. No one else was going to show up at this rundown gas station, and there was no guarantee that its holdout owner would even recognize Kurt. He was weighing up his options when Minter suddenly broke the silence. "I'll just take the gas and be on my way," he said. "If that's the way you want it," Harry replied without hesitation. His voice sounded doubtful somehow, but Kurt couldn't really discern much without seeing his face. Right on cue, Minter and Harry came back into view as they walked towards the door. Only now, zoomed out to a regular view, did Kurt see the extent of the height difference between the two men. Minter was taller than most, but Harry almost looked like a child next to him. Harry took a key from his pocket. "I'll open the lock for you," he said. "I'll manage," Minter replied. Harry opened the door and walked outside. "All part of the service," he said. "No, really," Minter said. He stepped directly in front of Harry, holding out a hand to receive the key. "I insist." Throughout this brief but awkward standoff, Kurt saw more than a hint of passive aggression in each man's expression and posture. Harry looked over Minter's shoulder to the car. Kurt ducked. "What is it that you don't want me to see, son?" Harry asked, his tone now dripping with overt suspicion. "Have you got someone in there against their will?" "What the hell kind of a question is that?" Minter replied, trying and failing to compose himself as the situation spiraled towards disaster. At that point, and with little thought, Kurt adjusted his hood and stepped out of the car before Minter could talk himself into any more trouble. "Is there a problem with the gas?" he called over. "I'm just waiting for the guy to give me the key," Minter said. "You can wait in the car, like we talked about." Harry handed Minter the key and walked towards Kurt. "I hear you got some kind of wound that needs seeing to." The circling tension gave way to an air of inevitability. With nothing left to do but watch, Minter couldn't even do that. He closed his eyes tightly like a child who hoped it would make him invisible. Kurt had no such luxury as Harry walked towards him. "Oh, it's nothing," he said, hiding his left arm at his side. "Really?" Harry reached the car and stopped right in front of Kurt. "I'm happy to take a look." Still hooded, Kurt turned his head to the side. With Harry only inches away, the possibility of being recognized had gone from a hypothetical long shot to a genuine concern. "Is the wound on your face?" Harry asked, misinterpreting Kurt's reason for shying away. "Because if you got something up there bad enough that your friend is worried about blood poisoning, you really want to get that checked out." Kurt didn't reply. He stood facing the car, hoping that Harry would lose interest and go away. What he didn't count on was Harry seeing his reflection in the car window. Harry stepped back. "Wait," he said. "I know you." Kurt didn't move. Minter didn't move. "You're Kurt Jacobs." Kurt met Harry's gaze. "Keep your voice down," he pleaded. "We'll talk inside." Wholly taken aback by Kurt's presence, Harry nodded dumbly and started towards the door. Minter walked over to Kurt. "What now, man?" Kurt sighed. "He has to come with us." Chapter 13. "What do you mean, come with us?" Minter asked. "We can't carry dead weight. And what would we even say when we got there? Hey, Ernesto, by the way, we brought this random old guy. In case you're short of mouths to feed." Kurt tried to keep his temper. He knew that Harry wouldn't have been a problem had Minter not slipped up and revealed that he had a friend in the car. On its own, this was a forgivable error, a genuine mistake, not unlike Kurt's own slip of the tongue in the treehouse the previous week. But now that Minter was mocking Kurt's suggestion for how to deal with Harry, which Kurt knew was their only viable option, he felt his anger growing. "Listen," Kurt said sternly. "He knows I'm alive, so he comes with us." Unbudging, Minter shook his head. "Well, we're definitely not killing him," Kurt said. Minter narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. "Why would you even say that, man?" "I said we're not." "But why would your mind even go there?" "You want to know where my mind is?" Kurt asked. "My mind is on Randy, Julian, and Sabrina. My mind is on them being safe, And this whole thing having a chance of working because Amos thinks we're dead. But thanks to you, some guy in a gas station now knows we're not. Sure, he's a holdout. But what happens if he talks? What happens if they put up a reward, even just for you? You really think he would turn down their money out of principle? Minter didn't have a reply. And we both know what happens next, Kurt went on. Someone knocks on Randy's door one day. Sabrina answers. Come on, man, Minter said. This doesn't help anyone. Kurt ignored him. Hello, young lady, they say. We're with the police. Minter tried to inch away from Kurt, whose voice was growing quieter with every sentence, but Kurt followed his lean. Your Uncle Kurt's alive, they say. She can't believe it. She smiles. She laughs. She hugs them. They push her away. Seriously, man, shut up. Kurt shook his head. We know you knew, they say. She tells them she didn't. She promises. She swears. She crosses her heart. They don't listen. Minter looked uncomfortably to the ground. Kurt stared at his eyes anyway, and now spoke in barely a whisper. Come with us, they say. We need you to help us send him a little message. Fine, Minter finally snapped. But you're explaining it to Ernesto. Kurt accepted this without argument. He didn't know what the worst-case scenario with Ernesto might be, but it couldn't possibly come close to the cost of Amos learning the truth. Let me talk Harry into it, though, Minter continued. I can be pretty convincing. Kurt believed that. He looked through the glass door at Harry, who was sitting patiently behind the counter, waiting for them to follow him in. Kurt entered first and stood at the customer side of the counter. With sunrise looming, he kept his hood raised on the off chance that another customer might arrive. Well, Harry said, is someone going to explain this to me? Minter accepted the challenge. How much do you know about Sycamore? Harry shrugged. Enough. I know that everything has gone to hell since your friend here gave them the chip. I know that my internet doesn't work, my TV doesn't work, and no one is buying my gas. That's about all, I guess, what with the weekly paper being the only news I still get. So you don't know what happened on Friday? Minter said. Harry leaned back in his chair. Enlighten me. Minter briefly recounted Kurt's failed plan to expose Sycamore's snooping and the ruthless reaction he had provoked from Amos. He touched on the newly fast-tracked plans for compulsory seeding and currency digitization, stressing that such moves impacted everyone, especially holdouts like Harry. He ended by explaining that he and Kurt had cut the seeds from each other's palms and faked their own deaths. Harry listened intently until Minter finished. He looked at Kurt. So you're running away? He asked, a hint of disdain tinging the words. You caused this whole damn mess, and now you're just going to run away from it. Minter answered before Kurt had a chance. He's not running away. Looks like running away to me. This is the opposite of running away, Minter insisted. This is fighting back. Where do you fit in, anyway? Harry asked. I worked at Sycamore for a while, too, Minter replied, downplaying his role ever so slightly. And Amos wanted rid of me because I didn't like what he did on Friday, so he framed me for kidnapping Kurt. 2 birds with 1 stone, I guess. There was no denying that the truth sounded crazy when spoken out loud, and Harry wouldn't have believed a word of it were it not for the fact that Kurt Jacobs himself was standing in front of him, bloody hand and all. Harry looked around nervously. Are you sure no one followed you here? Surer than sure, Kurt said. Minter nodded in agreement. 10,000%. Harry rose and walked to the door without speaking. He held it open. I'll give you a tank of gas for the gadget, good as my word, but I need you to leave, now. Still standing at the counter 10 or 15 paces from the door, Kurt whispered into Minter's ear. This is probably the part where you talk him into it. About that, Minter said loudly. He waved his hand for Harry to close the door, but Harry didn't budge. Fine. So here's the thing. We're actually on our way to put things right. No time like the present, Harry said, tilting his head towards the car. Minter kept his expression blank. Anyway, I'm sure a smart man like you appreciates that in our particular situation, well, stealth is of the essence. I'm sure it is, Harry said. Right. So I'm sure a smart man like you appreciates that we can't leave any loose ends along the way. Harry intensified his gaze. And that's why you need to come with us, Minter finished. Not in this lifetime, Harry said. And I ain't no loose ends, son. You say you weren't followed? That means there's nothing to worry about. But say someone did show up here asking questions, I'd tell them that I don't talk to strangers, that my premises are for customers only. Frustrated by Minter's lack of progress, Kurt joined the conversation at this point. That's not a risk we can take, he said. Where I come from, a man's word is granite, Harry replied. I took you boys at yours, and I expect the same courtesy. Kurt shrugged. That's it, a shrug. Try to see this from my side. Here I am, minding my own business, when some punk kid walks in acting like I owe him something. But not just any punk kid, see? This is the one who sold the world down the river with his poisonous devil seed. Maybe I am the guy who ruined everything, Kurt said. But guess what? Maybe I'm the only guy who can fix it. Maybe this guy beside me knows Sycamore security better than anyone, and maybe the guy we're going to meet will only let him help if I'm there to vouch. Harry took a step away from the door and let it swing closed behind him. He walked towards the counter. Kurt reflexively straightened his posture in anticipation of a confrontation, but Harry walked all the way around to the other side. He opened a drawer and searched for something. This guy who you're going to meet, he said, continuing to search as he spoke. Ernesto somethingino, right? Panerino, Paradino. Kurt and Minter turned to each other. Ah, here we go, Harry said. He placed an old portable CD radio on the counter and extended its mini antenna. You picked up the signal? Kurt asked. It's the only thing on the air. And how smart can this guy of yours be if he's advertising himself like this? They could track him just like that, Harry said, snapping his fingers. They can track down the origin of the transmission, Minter corrected. And they did. But that doesn't help them find him. All he says is north. If you were to close your eyes, spin around, and pick a direction, there'd be a 1 in 4 chance you'd know roughly the same as they do. That Amos had apparently found the origin of Ernesto's radio transmission was news to Kurt, but he knew that this wasn't the time to push for details. So how do you know where to find him? Harry asked. This question led to Kurt expanding on Minter's earlier rundown, filling in the gaps in his explanation until Harry understood that the link between Kurt and Ernesto was Stacy. He told Harry about the address they found in her house, and shared grisly details of the last time he saw her. She was blown to pieces in front of my eyes, he said. I had Amos gloating in my ear and 2 of his goons holding me back. That's what we're dealing with here. That's who we're dealing with. Harry was visibly softening to their plight. He turned the radio on and listened to a loop of Ernesto's message. The part about him wanting people with knowledge of how it all works makes it sound like he was talking to you two the whole time, he said. But I've been picking up this signal for at least a month. He knew that Sycamore would notice the message and that employees would hear it, Minter said. I think he just wanted us as in individual employees, to know that there were people opposed to what we were doing. Harry looked at the radio again. You'd be back in a week, Minter said, seizing on what he thought was a good opportunity. But we know it's an upheaval, so you would be very well compensated. This surprised Kurt, but he waited to see how Harry would react. Define very well, Harry replied. It was the kind of answer Kurt had hoped for. "How about more money than you could ever spend?" Minter said. Harry's eyes widened. "Yeah?" "Yeah," Minter insisted. "Right, Kurt?" Kurt nodded. "And this is for 1 week?" Harry asked, keen to confirm that the offer wasn't too good to be true. Minter's confidence in his own ability to access and hijack Sycamore's systems had convinced Harry that success was almost inevitable. He knew that there were risks associated with going, but he likewise knew that there were risks associated with staying. With compulsory seeding on the horizon, Harry knew that any kind of assistance he could offer in the fight to stop it would greatly improve his own future life. The promise of a big payday tipped the balance. "No guarantees," Minter admitted. "But 6 to 9 days is a pretty conservative target." Harry clapped his hands together to mark his decision. "Okay, I'm in." Chapter 14. "We'll leave your car in the garage and take my truck," Harry said. "How far is the place from here?" Minter told Harry that he didn't know the exact distance but had the zip code of the mail locker. Harry flipped to the index of the thick road atlas on the counter and announced that they would need more gas than the tank would hold. Knowing all about the restrictions on buying any type of fuel without a seed, he asked Minter to fetch some jerry cans from the storage room. Minter went to get them. Kurt asked Harry to go to the page which showed the location. "Right around there," Harry said, pointing to part of the grid suggested by the index. Kurt looked closely and was delighted to see the words Barnford Mall exactly where the address was leading them. This had to be the mall Stacy's letter mentioned, he thought, and its proximity to the locker made it likely that Ernesto would be able to check for mail every day. "Good news?" Harry asked as he watched Kurt's expression change. "Yeah," Kurt said. Harry didn't press further. Kurt walked around the few short aisles which constituted the convenience store part of Harry's failing business. "The medical supplies are over there if you need something for your hand," Harry said. "Thanks." "Do you want me to take a look at it?" Kurt saw no harm in this. He put his hand on the counter, palm up, and looked at Harry's eyes to read his initial reaction. It was muted. "Yep," Harry said. "My old man would have called that a herder and a healer. Sure as hell gonna hurt, but sure as hell gonna heal. Keep it clean and give it time. Nothing else for it. How could your boy think this was blood poisoning? I'd say wipes and a dressing for now, and maybe a barrier cream for once it starts to heal. You get that, I'll grab some food." Kurt walked to get the things Harry suggested, pleasantly surprised by how unmoved he was by the wound. Kurt began to think that he had been worrying about nothing. It seemed reasonable enough to attribute the light nausea he had experienced in the car to extreme stress. Minter emerged from the storeroom with as many 5-gallon jerry cans as he could carry. "So where's the truck?" he asked. "My wife has it. She should be here around 7. "What?" Kurt snapped. "You didn't think to mention that before now?" The wait of little over an hour was no major problem, but this revelation of another person to talk into coming with them definitely was. "We had to sell our other car," Harry explained, as if that was the part Kurt cared about. "Usually, when it's Joyce's shift, she'll drive the truck here, and then I'll drive it home until it's my turn again. That's how the past month has been." Kurt ignored all of this and focused on what mattered. "Are you sure you'll be able to persuade her to come?" he asked. "I won't need to. When she hears that we can secure our future for a week's work, if you can even call it that, she'll be halfway there before I close my mouth." Minter and Kurt shared an uneasy look. All things considered, their journey so far had been relatively straightforward. And if Joyce was as receptive to the idea as Harry predicted, they would actually be in a better position than they had been before Minter knocked on the gas station's front door. With plenty of fresh supplies, enough gas to take them the whole way, and a new driver who would allow them both to hide safely in the back, Kurt came to see they may have just accidentally hit the jackpot. "Okay," Kurt said. "We'll wait in the storage room." Harry held out his hand. "Go right on through. If you give me your keys, I'll put the car in the garage out of sight. We'll load your things into the truck when it's here. Kurt reached into his pocket and felt a flood of panic as he realized that the keys were still in the car. He dashed to the door and breathed a deep sigh of relief when he saw that the car was still there. Keys inside? Harry smiled. Yeah. I'll take care of it. Kurt watched as Harry drove the car into the adjoining garage. He wondered briefly again who the car belonged to and how they would deal with it being stolen, then shook the unhelpful thoughts out of his head. He would find a way to make it up to them. One thing at a time. As soon as Harry returned with the keys, Kurt and Minter retreated to the storage room. The doorknob was a little stiff, and the poorly lit room smelled more like dampness than gas. Aside from the corduroy couch Kurt sat on, there was nothing on the floor other than the 2 jerry cans Minter hadn't been able to carry, and a few empty cardboard boxes. On the wall opposite the couch there was a dartboard, of all things, with 3 darts lying admirably close to the treble 20. It's going to work out, Minter said as he sat down. The couch offered little support, but it sure beat standing. Kurt gave a cautious nod in reply. Minter accepted the silence, which remained intact for the next 30 minutes, at which point they heard a loud chiming sound from a previously unseen speaker on the ceiling, presumably meaning that someone had opened the front door. Minter stood up and stepped towards the storage room's exit. Kurt, who had drifted into a light sleep before the chime, pulled him back and brought a finger to his lips. They listened intently, ears pressed against the door, but heard nothing. After what seemed like an eternity of this, Minter returned to the couch. It might just have been Harry going outside for something, he said. Yeah, Kurt replied, joining Minter on the couch. He had barely sat down when the stiff doorknob began to rattle. They both turned towards the sound and saw the door swing open to reveal Harry and Joyce. Ready to go? Harry asked, making no fuss over his success in persuading his wife to join him on his unexpected mission. Yeah, they both said at once. The plan had changed, but the only way was forward. Chapter 15. I'll have to stop at home to pack some things, if that's okay, Joyce said. Though her accent matched Harry's, she spoke with a gentleness that bordered on frailty. If Kurt had to guess her age, he would have said 71 or 72. This was probably only 6 or 7 years older than Harry, but Harry moved and spoke with an intensity that made the difference seem greater. The sight of Joyce brought 2 concerns. First, Kurt worried that Ernesto's group's base would be uncomfortable and ill-equipped for someone of her age. Second, and less kindly, he thought that she would likely prove an unmitigated burden. Of course, Kurt said, shaking all of that to one side. If we were going ourselves, we couldn't have left until tonight anyway. Harry clapped his hands, as he seemed to have a habit of doing, and ushered everyone out of the storage room. Come on, then. This truck ain't loading itself. As the 3 men walked outside, Joyce packed a small bag of potentially useful items like matches and batteries, as well as some snacks and magazines for the ride. Kurt's hand ruled out much heavy lifting, so he carefully moved his computer and all of the other fragile objects from the car into Harry's truck. It was a medium-sized box truck, like the ones people rented for a few hours when they were moving. There was plenty of space for Kurt and Minter in the back, but it probably wouldn't be too comfortable. Minter carried each jerry can to the truck and placed it inside while Harry was filling the next, a method which enabled assembly line-like efficiency. Kurt climbed in with the last of his bags and tried to make himself comfortable against the side. He hoped to fall asleep, planning to fashion a makeshift pillow out of his clothes. Minter soon joined him, his hands reeking of gasoline even more than the cans themselves. Joyce came out with her supplies just as Harry was lowering the not-quite-airtight door, which looked and worked like a garage door. "Do they have a light?" she asked. "No," Minter called. Joyce shook her head at Harry and ordered him to lift the door. "Here you go," she said a few moments later, handing Kurt 2 small flashlights from her bag. Upon seeing Kurt and Minter both lying slouched against the sides of the truck, she promised to pick up some pillows for them when she was gathering her things at home. As soon as the truck set off, Kurt used the meager glow of his flashlight to find his computer. He basked in the screen's illuminated glory until he noticed a red exclamation mark flashing the top right corner. "Battery's almost dead," he said glumly. Minter shrugged. "I told you not to waste it, man. Same goes for these flashlights." Kurt couldn't be bothered arguing the point. He closed the computer and soon thought he felt his eyes closing too, but the darkness in the back of the truck was the kind that made it difficult to be sure. A welcome but overbearing flood of light hit Kurt barely 5 minutes later when the truck stopped and Harry raised the door. This was sooner than Kurt had expected, but only because he hadn't considered the obvious probability that Joyce and Harry would live fairly close to their own gas station. "Okay," Harry said. Kurt saw only a brick wall behind him, presumably the side of his house. "Is there anything else you think we might need?" "Coffee," Minter answered immediately. "You mean for now, or for when we get there?" "Both," Minter said. "2 cups for now and all you have for later. And do you have a flask or something like that for on the way?" "I'll see what I can do. Anything else? I was thinking more along the lines of essential items." Kurt had an idea. He searched through the pile of bags for his laptop's carry bag. He took out the charger and handed it to Harry along with the laptop itself. "Could you plug this into charge?" he asked. "And if we could wait an extra 20 minutes, that would give me a few more hours of battery life." "I was just thinking about that," Harry said. "About when we should leave. I mean, we don't want to get there at 1 a.m., do we?" Kurt shrugged. "We just want to get there, but definitely before dawn." "Okay. Then I make it we should leave in 4 or 5 hours. Your computer can charge, we'll have a good meal before the drive, and we won't be sitting in the truck all night for no good reason." Kurt and Minter saw no good reason to oppose this plan. The unit where Ernesto collected his mail wouldn't even be open in the middle of the night, so it really didn't make sense to get there too early. Minter moved to the edge of the truck. Harry held out his hand. "It's probably better if you stay in there." "What?" "I don't readily invite strangers into my home," Harry said, deadpan. "You're joking, right?" "Joyce will bring you something to eat," Harry replied, managing to answer the question despite ignoring it. "And what about the bathroom?" Minter asked. "Are we supposed to just go outside?" "Not on my property, you won't." "So what are we supposed to—" "You're big boys," Harry interrupted. "You can hold it." He took Kurt's computer and walked away. Kurt and Minter were speechless for a few seconds until Minter filled the air with an out-of-character barrage of expletives aimed in Harry's general direction. Kurt quietened him down, and they both sat staring at the wall. Joyce arrived quickly with 2 cups of coffee. She placed them just inside the truck, wordlessly, then left. She returned soon after with a handful of pillows. "Harry has his ways," she said, smiling gently. Kurt knew it wouldn't be fair to take their frustration out on Joyce, since Harry so obviously had the final say. "Thanks for the pillows, anyway," he said. "And the coffee," Minter added. Joyce smiled again and left. Minter drank the piping hot coffee, which melted some of his anger. As soon as both cups were finished, though, the feeling came back. "Who actually does that?" he said. "What kind of asshole leaves 2 guys in a truck while he goes inside to relax? He has to be hiding something in there. Has to be." Kurt shrugged. "We're not just 2 guys, though. I probably wouldn't invite us into my house. Whatever, man." Kurt didn't let the discussion go any further. He tried to take consolation from the fact that Harry had at least left the truck open, which he hoped would allow fresh air to clear the pungent odor of gasoline. Time passed slowly. Extended silences like this reminded Kurt and Minter that they weren't friends, just 2 people thrown into a difficult situation with no one else to turn to. The only things they had in common were things they didn't want to talk about: working with Amos, studying under Professor Winter, and being stuck in the back of this goddamn truck. Kurt played around with his phone, the old XK6, which he had been able to charge in the car, and Minter fell into his first brief sleep in almost 2 full days. When Joyce returned with a delicious-looking 2-course meal, Both were pleasantly surprised to learn that the better part of 2 hours had gone by. Joyce offered them the chance to use the downstairs bathroom while Harry was upstairs in the shower, but the tone of her voice was frightened rather than sneaky, and neither Kurt nor Minter wanted to risk landing her in trouble with Harry, who was slowly being revealed as something of a domestic tyrant. They wolfed down their 2 courses and only had to wait another hour and a half for Harry to return with Kurt's computer and a suitcase of his own. "Time to go," he said as he placed them in the truck. Kurt noticed that he had applied a padlock to the suitcase. "No hard feelings?" "It's fine," Kurt said. Minter childishly refused to acknowledge Harry's presence. "Good." Harry reached up for the door. "Guess I'll see you boys on the other side." With no windows and no internet connection to amuse themselves, Kurt and Minter passed the time by playing some multiplayer games on the laptop. They tried chess for a while, but Minter didn't come close to the kind of challenge Kurt was used to getting from Randy. Though Name the Song and 20 Questions were more competitive, they both grew tiresome. Nothing of note happened until 9 p.m. when the daily Sycamore News audio bulletin, which all consumers now heard through their in-earphones whether they wanted to or not, played on the two-way. The main story was something about a recently thwarted terrorist attack, specific enough to sound credible but vague enough for Kurt to see through it. All of the usual lines were there. Crime Prev agents raising the alarm, seed tracking allowing the police to catch the perps, law enforcement and elected officials thanking Mr. Amos and his team for once again saving the day. This propaganda always left a sour taste in Kurt's mouth, but right now he was just glad that the news hadn't referenced Kurt Jacobs or Terrence Minion. On that front, no news remained the best news they could hope for. Kurt made himself comfortable on the pillows while Minter used Joyce's flashlight to read one of Harry's fishing magazines. Minter rarely displayed much emotion, but Kurt imagined that his mind would also be moving from fear to excitement as their arrival inched closer and closer. Kurt closed his eyes and listened to the road passing by underneath. He slipped easily into the night. Chapter 16. The next thing Kurt felt was Minter shaking him by the shoulders. He opened his eyes and saw morning light pouring into the truck. Harry stood outside, a mere silhouette against the brightness. Kurt sat up quickly. "Is this the place?" he asked. "Yup," Harry said. "This is Barnford Park." He pointed off to the side. "And that right there is Unit 7B. Kurt moved towards Harry and looked out. Barnford Park was a small industrial park adjacent to Barnford Mall. The visually impressive mall dominated Kurt's view until he followed Harry's finger to the small units on the left. Most of the units Kurt could see were covered by corrugated pull-down shutters and looked like they had been for a long time. He saw 6A, closed. 6B, closed. 6C, closed. Then there was 7A. Not only was Unit 7A open, there were people milling around the entrance. Kurt was close enough to read the signage. Simonson & Sons, Secure Storage Solutions, and also the smaller text underneath. Tellingly, this text had been changed from cash accepted to cash only, with the word only handwritten on a taped-up sheet of white paper. "They seem like my kind of guys, huh?" Harry joked. "Yeah," Kurt said absently. His eyes moved to the adjoining unit, 7B. It had similar signage to 7A, Simonson & Sons, Discrete Mail Solutions, cash only. But that was where the similarities ended. While 7A looked fairly typical, what with its large windows and sliding doors, Unit 7B was almost entirely covered with the same silver shutters as so many of the other units. The only break in the shutters came in the form of a heavy-looking door in the middle. This door was silver too, but it was smooth. Kurt couldn't be sure without zooming in, but it looked like there was a keypad on the door rather than a physical lock. "Good job finding it," Kurt said. "How did the timing work out?" 2 hours to spare, Harry replied with a smug grin. "And has anyone been?" "Just staff. A guy in a yellow shirt lifted the shutter from in front of the door just before 6 a.m. Then he unlocked the storage place next door. 2 women arrived right around the same time, both in the same yellow shirts. This was good news. Kurt knew there was no guarantee that Ernesto would come today, but at least they could be sure that they hadn't missed him. "So I guess we just wait?" Harry said. Kurt nodded. "Do you want me to close the shutter and tell you when someone comes?" "No," Minter said, joining the conversation. "We want to watch." Harry looked to Kurt for confirmation. There was an element of risk involved in leaving the truck wide open, but Harry had parked side on and at a safe distance. No one could possibly see Kurt or Minter unless they were hanging out of the truck, so Harry deferred to Kurt's judgment. "Leave it open," Kurt decided. "We might need to act quickly." Harry agreed and went to rejoin Joyce up front. He was halfway there when he spotted a green car pulling up to Unit 7B. He immediately called to tell Kurt. Kurt peeked his head out of the truck and looked. Sure enough, a man stepped out of the car and walked towards the door. Kurt zoomed right in. His ultra lenses easily made out the keypad, and the angle allowed him to see it clearly even as the man stood at the door. The display above the numbers read, "Enter box number." The man entered 28. Kurt sat back. "Box 28. Wrong guy," he said to Harry. Harry returned to Joyce. Minter, though, was still gazing out at the man. Only when the man was inside did he turn to Kurt. "Lucky one of us is thinking straight," he said. "What are you talking about?" 5795-9765, Minter said. "Write that down." Kurt's blank expression effectively repeated his last question. "It's the guy's entry code," Minter explained. "Now we can get in." "Since when do we want to get in?" Minter thought for a second. "At least now we can, if we want to," he said. He picked up the two-way, flicked it to augmented, and looked outside again, ready to check for the man's name when he re-emerged with his mail. "That's a waste of time," Kurt said. "And battery." Minter didn't reply until suddenly he did. "Car, car, 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 car!" Kurt hurried back to the edge of the truck. Sure enough, another car was pulling up. "You think it's him?" "Don't jinx it," Kurt said. "I bet it's him." A woman stepped out of the car. Kurt sighed. "I told you not to jinx it." "No profile," Minter said. "Kurt, no profile." Kurt moved beside Minter and looked at the two-way. He saw that the woman had very short hair and a prominent scar running from her ear to her neck. More importantly, as Minter suggested, she had no Sycamore profile. "Zoom in on the keypad," Kurt said. Minter was already in the process of doing so. "You think she'll press 44? He asked. "If you jinx this." "I bet she will," Minter said. The woman scanned her peripherals to check that no one was watching. Fortunately, she didn't look carefully enough to see 2 heads and a two-way peeking out of a truck parked some 200 meters behind her. She cupped the keypad with one hand but left more than enough room for the keys to remain visible from Kurt's angle. "Enter box number," the screen instructed. The woman's index finger moved to the keypad. Kurt's heart quickened. She typed her number. 44. Chapter 17. As soon as the woman entered the door, Kurt climbed out of the truck and hurried to the front. "It's her," he told Harry. "She typed in box 44. "How do you know?" "We zoomed in with the two-way." Harry's brow furrowed. "So this is it?" "This is it. Here's what I need you to do. First, go over there with my backpack and wait outside the door. Then when she comes out, pretend to bump into her. Apologize. She'll say don't worry about it. Then you point to the truck and say this. 'You don't happen to be box 44, do you?'" "Okay," Harry said. "She'll either say yes or ask why you're asking," Kurt continued. "Either way, tell her that you have a large package addressed to a Mr. Palomino at box 44. Make some small talk. Ask if he's her husband." Harry looked anxious. "Seems like a lot to remember." "It's not," Kurt said. "You're just pretending to be a delivery guy and saying you have a package for Ernesto. Then you say that it came yesterday but was too big to fit in the locker, so you're glad to run into her like this. Okay? She'll come over to the truck, and I'll take it from there." "What if I mess up?" Harry asked. This was the first time he had allowed himself to present any kind of weakness to Kurt. "What if she gets away?" "She's not getting away," Kurt insisted. "Worst comes to worst, I'll come over there. But with the risk of other people milling around, that really is our last resort." Harry jumped out of the truck. "Where's the backpack?" Kurt ran to get it, then handed it to Harry. It was red, which at least provided some modicum of credibility to the idea that Harry was a delivery driver. Harry ran across the industrial park as quickly as he could. He arrived in plenty of time, even having 20 seconds to catch his breath. Kurt and Minter watched via the two-way from the back of the truck as the woman emerged from inside. Unfortunately, they couldn't hear what was being said. Using Kurt's phone to relay audio would have been ideal, but there hadn't been enough time to set it up and show Harry what to do. Harry pointed to the truck. Kurt pulled the two-way and Minter's head away from the edge to make sure that the woman wouldn't see anything odd. After a few seconds, he peeked out again to check that she wasn't returning to her car, which would have been disastrous. What Kurt saw pleased him. Harry and the woman were walking towards the truck. "Hide under some of this stuff," Kurt said to Minter. "She'll freak out if she sees you before I have a chance to explain." Minter knew this was wise, so moved as far away from the door as possible and covered himself with pillows. Very little light reached that far in anyway. Kurt heard footsteps approaching from the side, and then Harry's voice. "No," Harry said. "It's pretty light. It just wouldn't quite fit in the locker. Wait here a sec and I'll find it." Harry appeared at the door and gave Kurt a thumbs up. He whispered that the woman's name was Val. Kurt instructed him to come into the back of the truck. Kurt then raised his hood, climbed down, and took a deep breath and walked out into the open. "I have something for Ernesto," he said. "It's from Stacy." Kurt's hood was deliberately far enough back to allow Val to see him face on, while still protecting him from prying eyes at other angles. She looked into his eyes, speechless. "Can you take me to him?" Val looked around in wide circles, as though searching for the hidden camera she expected to be recording what had to be a joke. "Take your hood down," she said. Kurt called her towards the truck with his hand. He climbed inside and lowered his hood. "We're here to help you, to help him." "I thought you were dead," she said, standing right outside the truck. "The story said you were kidnapped by enemies of Sycamore, but that's who Amos blamed for Stacy's murder too. So I thought he had taken you out." Kurt held out his left hand and showed Val. "We took our seeds out. They think we're dead." She asked the obvious question. "Who's we?" "Before I tell you who he is, you have to know that he wants to bring Sycamore down too. He tried to help Stacy. He saved my life. He's not what you think he is." "It's not Amos," she said, as though trying to convince herself. "It can't be Amos." "It's not." "And it's not this so-called delivery guy?" Kurt shook his head. "This guy is only here because he saw me," he said, as though Harry couldn't hear him. "He won't get in the way." "So who's the other guy? Where is he?" "Come out," Kurt called. Uneasily, Minter revealed himself. Val clasped her hands together in front of her face, not because she couldn't believe her eyes, but because she didn't want to. "Oh, Kurt," was all she could say. "What kind of internet access are you working with?" Minter asked. Val ignored him altogether and focused on Kurt. "Do you know how much Ernesto hates him?" "Probably less than I hated him until a few days ago," Kurt said. "But now we're on the same side." Val turned to Minter. "And do you know who else is with us? Do you have any idea how hard it will be for Kurt to convince everyone that you're not a rat?" "I let him cut out my seed with a kitchen knife," Minter said. "I'm not with Amos anymore. How else can I prove that?" Val didn't answer. "Look," Minter continued. Ernesto is a weapons-grade asshole, but I can put the past to one side if he can. I built the security that underpins Sycamore, and I know more than anyone about the systems that keep everything running. Ernesto knows that too. Just bring me to the mall and let him decide what to do." "How do you know about the mall?" Val asked, visibly concerned. "It's in the letter," Kurt said. "The letter from Stacy." He searched through his bags and handed the letter to Val. She read it quickly, then put it safely in her pocket. Val leaned forward to check Minter's eyes for lenses, then did the same with Kurt and Harry. Satisfied, and with no other option, she ordered them out of the truck. "No one else?" "My wife is in the front," Harry said. He went to get her. 4, Val said to herself. She shook her head and went to get her car, knowing that this was safer than having Kurt and Minter walk across the open area. Val returned, introduced herself to Joyce, and lifted a small black pouch from her glove compartment. "This is nothing personal," she said, "but I have to bind everyone's hands during the drive. I have 3 cords and 1 pair of real cuffs. Anyone like to volunteer?" "But the mall is right there," Kurt said. Val shook her head. "It's a different mall." Harry spoke next, but not to volunteer to be handcuffed. "I understand your need for security in the car," he said. "But I'll be driving the truck, and Joyce will be in there with me. 1 cord for each of the boys, and no one needs the cuffs." "No one is going in the truck," Val said, her expression suggesting surprise that Harry thought this was an option. "What do you mean?" "My instructions are clear," she said. "I brought someone back with me once, from here, and Ernesto made it clear that it couldn't happen again. This time, it's the opposite. There's no way I can let 2 of you out of my sight when you already know about the mall." "But we don't know which mall," Kurt interjected. Val held her ground. "It's not that I don't believe you, but I can't take the risk. How's this? I'll take you all to Ernesto, and as soon as we get there, I'll bring someone else out here to drive the truck back." "Why don't we all just go in the truck?" Harry countered. "Leaving the car is not an option," Val replied. "Ernesto's prints are all over it, my prints are all over it, well, you get the point." Val had stopped herself before saying more than she had to, but Kurt assumed that Anthea would have been the next name. He wondered who she might be and what role she might play. Harry shrugged. "Leaving the truck ain't an option either. It's full of important supplies that won't fit in your car, and there's no way we can leave them unattended." They were at a stalemate. "What if Joyce comes in the car and Harry follows in the truck?" Minter suggested. "He's not exactly going to leave her." Val was thinking about it. "Or, if that's not enough, what about this?" Minter continued. "Put the handcuffs on Joyce and give Harry the key." Harry looked at Minter with disgust. Kurt was more pragmatic. Deranged, yet not without logic, this was a textbook Minter idea if ever there was one. "No," Harry said. "Now wait a minute," Joyce chimed in. "I said no," Harry reiterated. Joyce ignored him and looked at Val. "How long is the drive?" 80 minutes on a good day," she said, showing no opposition to Minter's idea. "Well, if this is what it takes," Joyce said. She held out her hands. After further assurances from Joyce that she would be fine for a few hours, Harry relented and watched as Val cuffed his wife's hands. Val made sure not to hurt Joyce, leaving the cuffs much looser than she ordinarily would have, and placing them over a layer of clothing. She then handed the key to Harry and told him to stay within sight of the car at all costs, insisting that she couldn't tell him where they were going for security reasons. Kurt felt oddly at ease as Val tied his hands together with a piece of cord and fastened his seatbelt. In a way, he hoped that she would be typical of the rest of the resistance. She had proven competent and composed in a situation for which there could be no effective training, thinking on her feet and remaining open to suggestions. Unwavering but no firmer than necessary, as evidenced most clearly by the care she took when handcuffing Joyce, Val did what she had to do, no more, no less. There was a professionalism in the way she carried herself which bode well for the challenges ahead. Chapter 18. The hand ties made this the most uncomfortable leg yet in what was becoming an increasingly arduous journey, but Kurt took comfort from the fact that it would also be the last. And having spent so long in the back of Harry's truck, he was just glad to be surrounded by windows. Many of the sights outside drew comment from Kurt and Minter, and Val didn't enforce her no-talking policy unless one of them dared to ask her a question. Kurt wasn't stupid enough to think Val was letting them chat out of the kindness of her heart. He knew that she was listening intently, trying to extract background information from their idle observations. Because Kurt knew this, he chose his words carefully and steered Minter away from any discussion that might lead to her learning of the hacked lenses or the two-way. Until he was face to face with Ernesto, Kurt wanted to keep his cards as close to his chest as possible. This was the first time since leaving the city that Kurt or Minter had seen the outside world during the day, and the unaugmented, warts-and-all reality around them was a frequent topic of conversation. Almost every physical billboard had been defaced by anti-Sycamore individuals, some of whom had evidently put in more wit and effort than others. Such individuals could be thought of as urban artists, protesters, vandals, agitators, radicals, criminals, or even terrorists. Like so much else, it all depended on who you asked. Kurt's favorite piece of ad-killing graffiti came near the beginning of the drive when they passed through a run-down residential area inconveniently located between Barnford Park and the highway. The words, "If you can afford this, you don't live here," had been scrawled in bold red capitals above a picture of an admittedly attractive luxury watch. This amused Kurt on some pointlessly rebellious level, but it was the message underneath the picture that really made him smile. P.S. If you can read this, well done. Even more esoteric was the multi-line message neatly stenciled on the wall of a derelict pawn shop. Sycamore equals Amos, Amos equals Soma, same old world. As the car turned out of the street, Kurt caught a glimpse of a detailed artwork which took up the entire side wall of the same pawn shop. A large stick man lay slouched in a desert, surrounded by cacti and vultures. The stick man loosely gripped a dirty needle in his right hand while the palm of his left dripped with blood. The bright red blood provided the only color in the entire artwork, and the stick man wore a smiling pig mask to complete the picture. No words were necessary. Kurt wished he had been able to look at the artwork properly and thought it was the kind of thing that people would buy as a poster. He especially appreciated the nod to Happy Pigs, the painfully inane app that had so annoyed him when the seed first launched. "Did you see that painting?" Kurt asked. "Yeah," Minter said. "Too bad no one else will." The houses and stores soon gave way to open highway. Before setting off with Minter, Kurt had never in any of his 24 years crossed a single state line. He had, in fact, only been outside of his home city a handful of times, mainly to visit his parents after they moved upstate. This background had made Kurt take for granted the ability to travel by foot or hop on a bus to get wherever he had to be, and the monotony of the highway really brought home to him just how much distance there was between places that looked relatively close together on a map. Eventually, mercifully, Val exited the highway. Kurt checked to see if Harry was still close behind. He was. The length of the drive, though frustrating, was reassuring. The distance between Barnford Park and wherever they were going meant that no one could find them even if they had the mail locker's address. A faded sign welcoming them to an exciting new housing development called Verdant Heights greeted the group shortly after the interchange. Kurt fruitlessly searched the area for evidence of a single hill or tree, and could only conclude that words now officially meant nothing. The ground was marked where individual houses were supposed to be, but there was no sign of any construction machinery, much less the houses themselves. "Where are the houses?" Joyce asked, taking the words from Kurt's lips. "The developers ran out of money before they broke ground," Val explained. "How long ago was that?" Kurt asked, assuming that the moratorium on questions had been lifted. Val met his eyes via the rearview mirror. "No questions," she said. Verdant Heights covered a ridiculously vast area. No cars had passed in the opposite direction for several minutes, and Harry's was the only other vehicle in sight. Kurt couldn't help but wonder exactly where the road would lead, or whether it would even lead anywhere. Perhaps the mall was a red herring? Perhaps the Resistance was based in a model home converted for their purposes. Perhaps Verdant Heights wasn't completely uninhabited. Perhaps Verdant Heights was this drawn-out journey's ultimate destination. But no. The car passed a sign facing the other direction, and when Kurt turned to read it, he saw that it too was there to welcome drivers to Verdant Heights. Dusty wasteland lay on both sides of the road. A mile or so later, Kurt saw the road up ahead widen. As the car continued on, he realized that he wasn't looking at the road, but rather a section of parking lot. Val drove towards it. A giant silver archway came into view. Curved like a rainbow, it read, La Plethora Mall and Resort. No way, Kurt said. He turned to Minter, who was staring straight at the arch, his mouth open in shock. There is no way. Oh, yes, there is, Val said, grinning. She told them that she had to step out of the car for a second to disarm a hidden alarm that would sound inside if she didn't enter the correct code. She didn't explain where inside was, but Kurt and Minter knew. They could scarcely believe it, but they knew. Kurt was light on the details, but he recognized La Plethora as the name of a hugely ambitious retail and leisure development which had stalled during the financial crash and was officially abandoned just months before its planned opening. La Plethora had been the kind of project normally found only in oil-rich Gulf states, laughing in the face of utilitarian architecture and taking pride in its own ostentation. He knew this because the sudden abandonment of such a high-profile project had been a major national news story, not least because construction was almost entirely complete. But the failure of a mall, however unique, became a total non-story when the too-big-to-fail banks began to collapse in spite of that arrogantly self-assigned moniker. And by the time entire European countries were declaring bankruptcy, La Plethora was all but forgotten. Protracted disputes over ownership of the land and who had been responsible for the project's failure continued for a while away from the media's gaze. As far as Kurt knew, nothing had ever been concluded. And so, years later, this gargantuan structure in the middle of nowhere still lay empty. Well, almost empty. Chapter 19. Val got back in the car after disarming the alarm. Kurt had questions, 1,000 of them, but right now his attention was focused on the mall as the structure revealed itself before his eyes. The front of the mall was a staggering and intimidating sight, one part futuristic prison complex and one part fairy tale castle. Kurt couldn't wait to see inside. Val drove across the huge parking lot, stopped right beside the building, and wasted no time in getting everyone out. Standing in the sprawling parking lot gave Kurt a real sense of scale. It was truly gargantuan. There were letters on poles to help shoppers remember where their cars were parked. The pole nearest Val's car said NN2, but she had parked on a walkway directly next to the mall rather than in one of the marked spaces. Those spaces, however many hundreds or thousands there must have been, showed their age in the form of cracking concrete and peeling paint, having been offered no protection against years and years of baking sun. The ground immediately around the marker posts had been reclaimed by grass, which did its best to spread across the vast concrete expanse, seeding wherever the slightest gap presented itself. Harry parked his truck right behind Val's car. He rushed to embrace Joyce and unlocked her loose cuffs without delay. Val took them back. "I'm going to have to bind your hands until we get inside," she told Harry. He huffed and puffed, but ultimately held out his hands without any real protestations. Val then asked Minter for his hands too. He didn't know why, but he held them out. Val began to loosen the cord binding his hands. "Why does he get out?" Harry asked. Val ignored the question. When Minter's hands were almost free, she closed the metal handcuffs around them. "Ah!" Minter yelled. "What the hell? Why am I in handcuffs?" I only have 3 cords, Val explained, and I don't like you. Val finished the job by walking over to Joyce and gently tying her hands together with the cord that had been around Minter's. There are 2 rules, she said. Rule 1. From now on, no one says a word until we see Ernesto. Rule 2. When we see Ernesto, you do what he says. No one argued. For his part, Kurt was glad that Ernesto seemed to be in total control. It pleased him that Ernesto was in charge, because as the older brother Stacy looked up to, he was bound to be tenacious and valiant, and more generally it relieved him that someone was in charge, because he knew that every group needed a strong leader. Val positioned her charges in 2 lines, Kurt and Minter side by side, with Harry and Joyce immediately behind them. All 4 had their hands tied behind their backs like prisoners, but they weren't tethered to each other. Val asked them to start walking and stayed well to the side of the group, watching their every step like a hawk-eyed prison warden. How long has this place been empty? Joyce said as she looked at the mall's still sparkling interior. Val ordered everyone to stop. Listen, when I said no more talking, I meant it. It's very important that you don't speak to anyone until Ernesto decides how we're going to deal with this. She made a point of looking at Kurt, evidently thinking that he was the most likely to break this rule. Is that clear? He replied with an exaggeratedly slow nod. Val waved a hand for them all to resume walking. After just a few paces, she stopped them again. You know what? Don't even look at anyone. Ernesto won't be anywhere near this entrance, so just keep your heads down and don't engage with anyone who is. Understood? Am I allowed to say yes? Kurt asked. Or would that count as engaging? Minter snickered under his breath. Good one, man. Val leaned in close to Minter until their noses almost touched. His grin faded. Oh, I would smile while you can, she said. I would smile while you can. Kurt couldn't see Minter's face for his hood, but his head hung low to the ground like a guilty dog's. Val turned to Kurt. And you're a guest here. Act like one. Kurt was only too used to his mouth getting him into trouble, so he fought the urge to say something stupid, while the juvenile part of his brain was torn between saying, Sir, yes, sir, in an army voice, and must, not, engage, in a robot voice. The mature part managed to keep his head down as instructed and take his rebuke quietly. Get walking, Val barked. They did. Kurt and Minter hesitated as they neared the sliding doors, but, to their surprise, the doors opened automatically when they got close enough. Kurt briefly looked at Val and almost asked her where the power was coming from. Her expression dissuaded him from doing so. Then, with 1,000 questions in his mind and his eyes firmly on the floor, Kurt crossed the threshold into La Plethora. Chapter 20. La Plethora's glass roof was extremely high, and the walkway between the stores on either side was as wide as any outdoor street Kurt had ever seen. So much natural light came in through the roof that he could easily have believed he was still outside. The first thing to catch Kurt's eye was unmissable: a monorail which ran from one end of the mall to the other. There was no carriage, at least none that he could see, but a stairway to his left led up to a kind of loading station. The concept of an indoor monorail struck him as absurdly decadent, until he looked more deliberately into the distance and realized that he couldn't see the other end of the building. He made a mental note to ask someone exactly how big La Plethora was, just as soon as he was allowed to talk. This grand entrance alone gave Kurt a strong flavor of La Plethora's opulence. It was a peculiar kind of opulence, a full-hearted but half-finished opulence like nothing Kurt had seen before. The floor was marble, white down the middle, and gold along the paths beside the stores on either side. The huge central walkway was empty but for the monorail running overhead. Around 40 meters in, Kurt spotted someone coming out of a store on the right. More importantly, the man saw Kurt's group and ran over for a closer look. Kurt kept his head firmly to the ground and let his hood do the rest. You brought in 4 new people? The man asked Val. Does he know? Val shook her head. Go and get him." "He doesn't know?" "Oh, somebody's in trouble," the man grinned. He sounded young, younger than Kurt. "Just once, Ty," Val said through gritted teeth, like a stern and impatient teacher. "Just this once. Do what I say." Minter immediately broke protocol, lifting his head to confirm that the Ty who Val was talking to was indeed Tyler Kennedy, the internet celebrity who had turned Amos down and had been recruited by Ernesto. Kurt's head stayed where it was supposed to be, but he deduced from Ty's sudden intake of breath that he had already recognized Minter. Ty now looked more carefully at the rest of the group. Harry and Joyce were too old to hold his attention, but the other man in the hood was a mystery. "Who are you with?" he asked Minter directly. "Just get Ernesto," Val pleaded. "He's still at the computers." Ty ignored her again. "I'm talking to you, scumbag," he growled at Minter. "Who's your friend?" "It's Kurt," Minter replied immediately, hoping this might curtail the growing animosity on Ty's face, since his own bound hands would have offered no protection should Ty's anger have turned physical. A hesitant grin spread across Ty's face. "Shut up, dude," he turned to Val. "Who is it really?" "I'm only going to tell you one more time," she said. "Get Ernesto." Ty stayed still. "Tell me who it is first." Fed up of the same old nonsense and waiting around, Kurt raised his head. "It's me, all right? Just do what she said." Ty stood in a state of shock, far more animated in his surprise than Harry and Val had been in similar situations, which already felt like forever ago. Kurt had been correct in thinking that Ty sounded young. With his boy band hair and wide blue eyes, he didn't look a day over 20. Ty was dressed scruffily, not unlike Kurt, but he didn't have the excuse of having spent the past 2 days in the same clothes while sitting uncomfortably in various vehicles. "So you didn't actually get kidnapped?" Ty asked Kurt. Kurt shook his head. "Ty," Val said. Okay, I'm going." "Only mention Kurt," she said. "And only to Ernesto. And don't come back with him. Is that clear?" "Clear," Ty said. He winked at Kurt and jogged away. In the few seconds that Kurt had known Ty, he had already displayed a good range of the exaggerated facial expressions and annoying vocalizations that Kurt imagined would be common among the small population of attention-loving youngsters who earned their living making videos on the internet. Or had done, at least, before Amos bought them all out. The momentary silence brought about by Ty's departure was almost immediately broken by his excited voice shouting into the distance as he went. "Lisa! Where are you? Val found Kurt Jacobs!" A girl, presumably Lisa, soon appeared from inside a store near the one Ty had emerged from. Ty pointed her towards the group without stopping and continued on his way to get Ernesto. Val was visibly annoyed by Ty's inability to follow the most basic of instructions, shaking her head and cursing his name under her breath. Lisa hurried down the pathway to catch a glimpse of the famous Kurt Jacobs. With messy blonde hair and an excited face, she was also very young. Kurt wasn't the only one to notice. "Are there any other adults around here?" Harry asked, half seriously. "It's like Lord of the Damn Flies." Kurt saw the funny side, but also understood Harry's concern. He had expected to meet more hardened holdouts like Val, but Ty and Lisa didn't strike him as fitting that particular bill. "Oh my God!" Lisa shrieked. "I thought you was joking. What are you doing here?" she asked Kurt, much happier to see him than anyone else had been for a long time. Lisa's accent was so strong that it took Kurt a second to process what she had said. He couldn't place the accent at all, maybe somewhere in England, but it somehow suited her buoyant nature. "Where?" Lisa said, before Kurt could answer. Her bubbly aura evaporated when she saw Minter. "Why are you with him?" This was becoming a common theme. Kurt had known that Minter wasn't likely to be popular among a group of people bound by a desire to take Sycamore down, but the level of personal hatred came as a surprise. Kurt didn't answer Lisa's question. Val told her to leave the area. "I'm going to tell Mary, and then I'm coming back," Lisa said. She walked off the way she came. Val didn't care that Lisa was coming back sooner than she would have liked. She was just glad to see the back of her. Harry sighed loudly and spoke out of turn. "I can't help but feel we might meet this Ernesto fella quicker if we were walking towards him." "I didn't want the others to see you all," Val explained. Her glum voice reflected the total failure of this plan. Harry didn't push any farther. Instead, he asked Joyce how she was feeling. She said fine, but she sounded weary. Around 30 hours ago, Joyce had been arriving at the gas station for a regular day's work. Now she was here. Whatever it meant to be here, which Kurt didn't yet know, Joyce was as much a part of it as the rest of them. "No, no, 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 no," Minter suddenly said. "No." "What?" Kurt asked. "It's him." Kurt followed Minter's eyes to the fork on the right of the path near the entrance, from which a well-dressed man with an amused look on his face was now purposefully striding towards them. Kurt hadn't known what to expect of Ernesto in terms of looks or anything else, but he certainly hadn't expected him to be an African-American. "That's not Ernesto, right?" he whispered after a few seconds of thought. He recalled the night when Stacy told him about the crash that killed her father. When she was talking about her family, Kurt could have sworn Stacy said, "our parents," indicating that she and Ernesto were full siblings, and that this man, this him, who Minter so clearly recognized, was someone else entirely. "Worse," Minter said. "It's Anthony." Anthony, who looked roughly Minter's age but much better for it, crossed from right to left directly in front of the group. He studied Minter from head to toe as he passed, seeming not to care that Kurt was there too. "Terrence," he said. "Long time no see." In contrast to Ty and Lisa, Anthony looked like he had just arrived in the mall. Kurt didn't normally notice things like fashion and grooming, but he couldn't miss how sharp Anthony was. His pencil-thin sideburns clearly hadn't missed a single day's upkeep. His creaseless blue shirt looked fresh off the peg, and even his shoes shone in the natural light. Anthony walked with the sureness of a man in a high place. Kurt wondered what he used to do in the real world, guessing he might have been something like a newscaster or an elite sports agent. Anthony continued to the far left and entered the tourist information booth underneath the monorail station, quickly emerging with a chair. He placed it near the group and sat down. "Best view in the house," he grinned. "Is his dad here?" Minter asked Val as quietly as he could. She heard, but she chose to ignore him. Finally, a man came into view in the distance, and Val quietly confirmed that this was Ernesto. "Whatever you do," she said to Kurt, "do not talk back." Given the stakes, Kurt didn't need to be told twice. "I hope you've checked their eyes and hands," Ernesto called to Val as he approached. The depth of his voice surprised Kurt. The surprises didn't stop there either. Ernesto didn't look an inch taller than Stacy, for one thing, and his skin was noticeably paler than hers. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. His head was shaved to the same few millimeters level as his uniform facial stubble, giving him an overall look not too far from the video game stereotype of a low-level mobster. "Kurt Jacobs," Ernesto said when he reached the group. His voice had an effortless resonance, even at low volume. Kurt calmed his nerves by humorously imagining that Ernesto would have no trouble landing the voiceover role for his own mobster character. Ernesto's stare was intense, too, and even his posture exuded strength. In the moment, Kurt couldn't quite figure out whether replying to open-ended statements would count as talking back. He played safe and stayed quiet. "Bold move coming here." Kurt kept quiet again. "And I see you're with him?" Ernesto said, half question, half statement. This time Kurt decided he should answer. He stuttered uncharacteristically in the face of Ernesto's overbearing presence. Eventually he got the words out. "It's more like he's with us." Ernesto's expression perked up into a smile. Us, he echoed. Kurt nodded meekly. Untie his hands, Ernesto boomed. Val hastily followed the order and freed Kurt from the cord. Kurt stretched his wrists and adjusted the dressing on his wound. Thanks, he said, intending it for both of them. Kurt looked back up from his hand and met Ernesto's gaze, which was more intense than ever. And then, from nowhere, Ernesto threw a brutal right hook into the side of Kurt's face. Kurt's legs crumbled and his head smacked into the marble floor. Harry fell to his knees in a desperate attempt to help Kurt, but the cord around his hands rendered them useless. Anthony sprinted over from his seated position and placed his hand under Kurt's head, rolling his unconscious body onto its side. What the hell? Anthony screamed at Ernesto. Ernesto held Minter's eyes in his for a few seconds, then casually walked away. Without turning back, he boomed one more order to Val. Retie his hands! Chapter 21. Kurt regained consciousness in an unfamiliar location. His head was pounding and his hands were restricted once again. To add to this, he found his right foot tethered to a row of airport-style chairs. Kurt looked around. Anthony was with him. They were in the elevated monorail station. How many fingers am I holding up? Anthony asked. He crouched down to Kurt's level. How long was I out? A few minutes, Anthony said. How many fingers? Kurt could see fine. 4. What the hell was that about, anyway? I don't know what to tell you, Anthony replied. Ernesto is a mess right now, but surely you can see why he would hold you responsible. He could have just asked me what happened, Kurt said. I came here to help. Anthony's attention turned to the spectacular bruise on Kurt's upper cheek. He touched it lightly, causing Kurt to recoil. So does your face hurt more than your head? What happened to my head? Kurt replied with a question of his own. Anthony felt for a bump but didn't find one. It looked like it hit the ground pretty hard. His hand then moved to Kurt's thick cotton hood, the inside of which was lined with dense brown faux fur. Maybe it's a good thing you were wearing this, he said. Where's Joyce? Kurt asked, distracted. And Harry? I think Val said she would take them to Mary. Or maybe it was Lisa. Who's Mary? Don't worry, Anthony said. She would look after them well. Same with Lisa. Kurt had no reason to disbelieve Anthony, and no way of doing anything about it even if he had. What about Minter? He asked. Anthony hesitated. Where's Minter? Kurt pushed. I don't know. Val left him downstairs when she asked me to help carry you up here. Then she, secured you to the chairs and told me to make sure I was here when you woke up. She took him away somewhere. Maybe to my dad. It depends where Ernesto went. Who's your dad? Michael, Anthony replied in a tone which suggested he thought Kurt already knew. Wait, Kurt said, finally putting the pieces together. Michael Richardson? So you're the lawyer? I thought you would be much older. I'm 26, Anthony said, as though this countered Kurt's point. So I guess Minter told you the lawyer thing? Kurt nodded. I think he had a feeling the two of you might be here. What else did he tell you? Anthony asked. His expression turned suspicious. What other feelings did he have? Kurt refused to answer. Come on, Kurt. We're on the same side here. Any side I'm on includes Minter, Kurt said. Anthony intensified his gaze. Terrence Minion cannot be trusted. I trust him. Why? How do you know he's not still with Amos? How do you know he's not here undercover? He let me cut out his seed with a kitchen knife, Kurt said. Anthony shrugged. Maybe he's committed to the role. He came here to help, Kurt insisted, his frustration turning to anger. Think about how stupid you sound right now. If Amos wanted someone to infiltrate your group, which he wouldn't, by the way, he would just kill you, Why would he send someone who you all recognize and hate? None of it makes sense. I guess. Listen, Kurt said. If either Ernesto or your dad touch Minter, he won't help us. He's not doing this for his family or anything like I am. He's doing it for himself and because he hates Amos. So if they give Minter a bigger reason to hate them, it's game over. It might already be over after what Ernesto just did, but I need you to make sure that nothing else like that happens. Because trust me when I tell you, we can't do this without Minter. I'll talk to my dad, Anthony said, rising to his feet. He walked to the stairs. Wait, Kurt said. There's a letter in Val's pocket. Stacy wrote it last week. Get that letter and give it to Ernesto as soon as you can. Okay. And you sure your head's okay? Go! Anthony left. Kurt couldn't see downstairs. There were plenty of windows which would have given him a great view of the mall, but the foot restraint meant that he couldn't get near them. The only thing he could make out from the floor was a three-dimensional map of the mall near the edge of this elevated monorail platform. The map would have given context to the oddly positioned walkways, but, unfortunately, he could only see the side of the model. Kurt slouched against the wall, reflecting ruefully that the whole journey and the massive risk he had taken had all been for this. This was even worse than the back of Harry's truck, where he could at least pass the time with his phone. Here, there was nothing. For what felt like forever, absolutely nothing. The nothing ended perhaps an hour or two later when Kurt heard footsteps approaching the monorail station. The footsteps grew more deliberate as they climbed the stairs. Kurt considered who he most wanted it to be. Minter, ideally, but there was no chance of that. Harry would be a good second choice. Or maybe Ernesto, he decided. They would have to talk eventually, and it was better to get it out of the way now. Kurt got his wish. I read the letter, Ernesto said. His face displayed none of the malice Kurt had seen on it in his last glimpse. Where's Minter? Val should have shown it to me straight away, Ernesto continued, totally blanking Kurt's question. I didn't know you and Stacy were, and obviously I had no idea the two of you were on the way to try and take Amos down on Friday. It all makes sense now. Punch first, ask later. That's my motto too, Kurt said flatly. Anyway, Terrence mentioned the video on the computer. Is it Terrence or Terry? Ernesto paused to ask. It's Minter, Kurt reiterated. And where is he? The monorail station at the north end of the mall. If you laid so much as a I didn't touch him, Ernesto interrupted. What kind of man do you think I am? Kurt didn't answer. As far as he was concerned, the bruise on his face spoke for itself. Either way, he was pretty adamant that you weren't followed, and that your fake death thing worked. How sure about that are you? Put it this way, Kurt said. If Amos thought I was alive, I wouldn't be. What else did Minter say? He also said that as soon as he found out Amos killed Stacy, he walked out on Sycamore. True or false? True, Kurt confirmed. Well, it was true enough. Minter actually walked out a few minutes after Stacy's death, when Amos threatened Sabrina. And then Amos blamed him for the murder and for kidnapping you? Kurt nodded. True. And when Minter tells me he can access all of Sycamore's systems and give us total control, is that true? Yes, Kurt said, because it was, as far as he knew anyway. Ernesto considered the implications. Whatever plans he may have been working on, the ability to attack Sycamore from the inside was a game changer. Maybe you did the right thing bringing him here after all, he said. I should apologize for what happened downstairs. Words are cheap, Kurt muttered. If I could unpunch you, I would, Ernesto said, trying to lighten the mood. Kurt raised his hands. You could always untie me. Ernesto agreed. He didn't bother loosening Kurt's foot. The knot looked like it would take a while, and he knew that Kurt could do it himself. Kurt didn't ask him to, because he also thought he would be able to do it now that his hands were free. "There was just one more thing Minter told me," Ernesto said, his tone solemn. "He said that Amos made you watch Stacy die from across the street, with 2 of his guys holding you back. True or false?" "True," Kurt said. Ernesto rose to his feet. "We'll get him back," he promised. "When this is all over, when Sycamore is dead and Amos is at my feet begging for mercy, you can watch him die from as close as you like." He patted Kurt on the shoulder, then headed towards the stairs. "Do me a favor and stay up here for now, okay? I'll get someone to bring you some ice." Chapter 22. Kurt couldn't free his foot. His left palm still stung terribly when he bent his fingers, and the knot was too tight for his right hand to untie on its own. Shortly after Ernesto left, however, he was relieved to hear more footsteps. These were lighter and quicker. A young woman stood at the top of the stairs with a bag of frozen peas in one hand and a bottle in the other. She walked over with her eyes down and placed both items beside Kurt. "It's apple juice," she said quietly. "I hope that's okay." "Yeah, thanks." She turned back towards the stairs. "Wait," Kurt said. "Are you Mary?" She met his eyes for the first time and nodded quickly. Mary had a young, freckled face, but she was dressed like someone much older. Her look reminded Kurt of the quietest girls he had known in school, with their starchy blouses and the hair so straight it looked like it could cut you. She wore flat shoes and a cross around her neck. "How old are you?" he asked. 23, she replied. Kurt knew that there was energy in youth, theoretically at least, but he really was beginning to share Harry's concern over the age of the group's members. Other than Ernesto, no one they had met in the mall so far was older than Minter, and only Anthony was older than Kurt. "Well, I'm Kurt," he said, back in the moment. "In case no one told you." This almost caused Mary to smile. "And how old are you?" 24, Kurt said. "Why?" "I don't know. You asked me." Mary looked at the ground again. "Anyway, I should go." True to her word, she left. Mary seemed pleasant enough, but she struck Kurt as extremely timid. While Ty and Lisa appeared to have settled well in their bizarre new surroundings, Mary seemed out of her element. Kurt wasn't sure if this was because of some rumor she had heard about him, or if it was just who she was. Minter had been a similar way when Kurt first met him at the university. Shoulders down, eyes to the ground, voice as quiet as it could get away with. Kurt wasn't trying to pass judgment on anyone, just overthinking the limited stimuli available to him. Such was the spectrum of life, he knew that an outside observer might see him as remarkably timid compared to someone as outgoing as Ty. Holding the bag of frozen peas against his cheek, Kurt was relieved that the punch had been too low to cause any eye swelling, which might have ruled out wearing his ultra lenses. He took them from his pocket and put them in his eyes. With his computer still presumably in Harry's truck, Kurt couldn't control the lenses, but in an odd way he just liked having them in. The more time that passed, the more Kurt wondered what everyone was doing. He began to worry about his computer and everything else in Harry's truck. Kurt was a man with nothing to hide, but a desire to keep some of it to himself anyway. For the same reason that his bedroom windows had curtains, he didn't want Ernesto or Michael or anyone else snooping through his things. His futile worrying stopped only when he heard yet more footsteps, this time accompanied by the sound of muffled music. Both the footsteps and the music got louder and louder until Lisa appeared at the top of the stairs wearing a large pair of padded headphones. She pulled them out of whatever they were plugged into in her pocket and said hello. "What's up?" Kurt said. "Ernesto sent me," Lisa replied. In the last few hours, Kurt had started to feel like he was in a hospital, what with the brief visits from people who didn't really want to see him, but were one way or another obligated to check in. Lisa's arrival, first aid kit in hand, did nothing to reduce this feeling. "What for?" Kurt said. "He wanted someone to tell you that we're having a Clear the Air group meeting in home." Home. Tasmart Home? It's the big, massive shop at the north end, Lisa explained, her strong regional accent still alien to Kurt's ears. Everyone sleeps there. Can you untie my foot, then? Kurt asked, tilting his head towards it. I can't do it. Because of your hand? The old guy said something about it. That's the other reason Ernesto sent me, she said. I'm in charge of first aid. Lisa smiled as she held the first aid kit aloft, like a proud child showing off their latest finger painting. The first aid kit looked brand new, but Kurt didn't know whether this meant the group was well stocked or that Lisa didn't have any experience. Lisa untied Kurt's foot first so that he could sit on one of the chairs and she wouldn't have to join him on the floor. She explained that she had brought her manicure kit, too, in case she needed tweezers. Kurt insisted that she would be going nowhere near the wound with anything sharp. He removed the dressing from his palm and saw that it was definitely starting to heal over. Doesn't look so bad, Lisa said. I know. It only hurts now when I close my hand, he demonstrated and winced. It's trying to scab over, Lisa said. You need to keep your fingers stretched out so your palm isn't creasing all the time. She opened the first aid kit and took a much smaller bag from inside. No tweezers, Kurt said. Lisa shook her head reassuringly and lifted out something that looked like a weird soft comb which was missing almost all of its teeth. Foam spacers, she said. These are actually for toes, but your fingers are a lot fatter than mine, so... She placed Kurt's fingers in the spacers. They felt like the world's worst brass knuckles. She added another set of spacers where his middle finger bent, and then one more set nearer his fingertips up. Bend your fingers, she challenged Kurt. He tried and failed. It's like a mitten. Good. But I can still bend them all as one, he said, and that's what creases my palm. She saw his point. Thanks for trying, Kurt said. Lisa returned to the first aid kit. After a few seconds of moving things around in search of something useful, she found a small spool of thin, yarn-like string. Hand, please, she said. What's the plan? To keep your hand open, obviously. Kurt rolled his eyes. Fine. What's the method? I'm going to tie this string around your wrist like a bracelet, Lisa said, taking hold of Kurt's hand. Then we'll tie the bracelet to the back of your hand. One bit of string to the tip of your middle finger, one bit to your thumb, and one bit to your pinky. One more bit going across from the top of your thumb to the top of your pinky, and that should do it. Do you really think the string will be strong enough? Better than nothing, she shrugged. Kurt couldn't disagree. Anything was better than nothing. He held his hand still and let Lisa give it a shot. While struggling to tie a tight enough knot on the bracelet part of her palm-spreading contraption, Lisa exhibited an uncanny ability that Kurt had only previously come across in hairdressers. That of being able to focus her eyes and mind on a highly dexterous task while talking non-stop about completely unrelated things. The conversation was mainly one way, as Lisa seized the opportunity to share her stories and thoughts with someone who hadn't heard them yet. 5 or 6 pieces of string came and went before Lisa was satisfied with stage 1. She then began trying to securely connect the bracelet to Kurt's middle finger. She maintained the scattergun chit-chat throughout this process, too, and Kurt took note of some of the facts she revealed. He learned, first of all, that Lisa and Ty were an item, and that Ty had brought her with him to the safe house without clearing it with Ernesto. This started them off on the wrong foot, she said, and Ernesto had spoken no more than a few sentences to her in all the weeks she had been in the mall. Lisa said she was from just outside of Durham, but not the same Durham your friend Harry comes from, she hastened to add, as if it was necessary. His is in North Carolina, mine is in the north of England. Kurt was glad to have an answer to the accent question, but after the initial surprise, he quickly tuned into it, and now had no difficulty understanding anything that Lisa said. The third point of note was that, until today, no one apart from Val and Michael had seen Ernesto since Friday afternoon. As soon as he got the news about Stacy's death, he had locked himself in what Lisa called the computer room. While talking about how glad she was that Kurt's group had brought food that wasn't the same 4 meals we've been having for every lunch and dinner, Lisa finished fixing the piece of string between Kurt's pinky and thumb. Try and close it now then, smart-ass, she grinned. Kurt tried to close his hand, and though he could certainly relax his fingers a little, He couldn't bring them in enough to cause a crease in the center of his palm where the wound was. "It actually works," he said, happy to be proven wrong. With 3 foam spacers and a few pieces of string, Lisa had somehow crafted a functional solution. "I mean, I could break the string if I wanted to. I could go outside and get some barbed wire if you want to try that," Lisa replied. "I'll stick with this," Kurt smiled. He raised his open hand. "High five?" They both laughed. "Do you know what it kind of looks like from the back?" Lisa said. "One of those stretched-out lizards on a stick that people eat in other countries." Kurt squinted his eyes and looked for the similarity. "I can see it," he laughed again. Lisa was still laughing too. She proceeded to gently wipe the wound, then applied a new, clean dressing on top of a thin layer of antiseptic gel. "That's it," she said, pleased with her work. "Let's go." Chapter 23. Kurt walked down from the monorail station and gazed once more in wonder at the vast expanse that was La Plethora. Leaving aside the creepiness of it being empty, it was easily the coolest place he had ever been. Most of the stores had signage installed above the doors showing what would have been inside. Some even looked to be fitted and partially stocked. They crossed over at Lisa's suggestion and walked along the right-hand side of the huge mall. The path forked right near the entrance, and Kurt saw the word leisure written on the floor at the opening in a collegiate varsity-style font. "So if we turned right into the leisure section, would the path curve back and come out at the far end?" he asked. "No, it curves back into the middle. And then opposite that there's another path that curves left and comes back in at the far end. The southeast path is leisure stuff, and the northwest is all really expensive designer places. You'll get the hang of it," Lisa said. "Not that anyone usually comes this far down." Kurt looked over at the path underneath the monorail station, near the tourist information booth where Anthony had fetched for a chair a few hours earlier. "So where does the southwest path go?" he asked. "That's a dead end," Lisa said. "More of a stub than a path. Same at the northeast. See, the walkways in here are basically like 2 snakes. One is dead straight, and the other one is shaped like an S." "Isn't a straight line running through an S shape pretty much a dollar sign?" Kurt thought out loud. Lisa's expression looked like she was tackling some real profundity. "I always thought it was 2 snakes," she said, eyes wide. "But your dollar thing makes way more sense." "You probably would have worked it out if someone had explained the path's shapes to you like you did for me," Kurt said. It was a team effort. Lisa laughed. She got on easily with Kurt. They were both glad of that. The stores on either side of the main walkway were a mishmash of everything. Nearest the entrance there were high-end jewelers and a few fashion labels that even Kurt recognized. Their signs and storefronts remained immaculate even after years of neglect. The combination of clear and heavily blackened glass evoked a shiny new smartphone, and some of the squarer storefronts with window decorations looked almost like app tiles. The halfway point of the main path was marked by the Lexington Brew Coffee Curve, a circular coffee bar built around a large pillar which supported the weight of the monorail track. Kurt had forgotten about Lexington's ill-fated coffee venture, the lazily named Lexington Brew. The corporation's plan had been to focus on prime locations rather than compete in the crowded markets of already colonized small towns. Shareholder pressure led to rapid expansion, though, and every new Lexington Brew branch was met with negative campaigns from the existing coffee giants, who claimed to have been at the heart of small-town America for decades and refused to bow to a faceless corporate giant. A few acerbic voices lampooned the irony of this, given that the same chains had themselves destroyed every independent coffee shop in their path without mercy, but the biggest budgets won the day. Kurt felt sure that Lexington would win the battle if they tried again today. Such had been the brand's growth since then, but energy drinks and alcohol seemed to be bringing in enough money to keep the shareholders happy for now. This midpoint, the center of the S shape, was also marked by the end of the southeast path and the start of the northwest path, as Lisa had explained. The Midwest Junction, as she called it, led into the fancy designer area, and the floor here was marked Designer in an elegant cursive script. As they continued to walk, Kurt asked some more of the questions he had about the mall, like how big it was and exactly how long ago it had been abandoned. Lisa didn't know the answers, but said that Ty told her there was an old documentary about the mall on one of the offline computers, and that Kurt should watch it if he ever wanted to find stuff out. Kurt asked what Lisa meant by offline computers, but she said that this would probably be the kind of thing Ernesto would cover in the meeting. 2/3 of the way between the coffee curve and the north end of the mall, Kurt spotted a sign saying food court in the extreme northeast corner. As it came into focus, he saw that every popular fast food outlet had a counter, all of which ran side by side along the back wall. An abundance of metal chairs, several hundred at least, were arranged in 3s and 4s around circular tables. Like a few other areas, this section of the mall looked like it could have been open for business at an hour's notice. Opposite the food court, in the mall's northwest corner, a massive storefront extended all the way from the main path to the west wall. The sign above the grand entrance read, Tasmart Home. "This is home," Lisa said. Inside, Kurt was greeted by another vast expanse. Home alone was as big as most other malls, and there seemed to be a lot of stock lying around the place. There were couches and tables near the entrance, which had evidently been moved into position by members of the group. Lisa explained that Home, like the food court and monorail stations, had been used extensively to film promotional material ahead of the mall's opening. Because of this, it was well stocked. And because of this, it made a natural base for the group. The meeting was being held in a small, enclosed room, Lisa said. As they passed a line of joined-together tables covered in what looked like suitcases and bags, Lisa asked Kurt to wait while she put the first aid kit back where it belonged. She walked towards the table but stopped after a few steps. "Actually, I was meant to make sure you don't have a concussion." She came back and placed her hands around Kurt's chin. "Have you noticed any changes in your vision?" she asked, looking closely into his eyes. "I'm totally fine," he insisted. Lisa didn't reply. She just kept looking. 10 seconds passed, which was pushing the longest time Kurt had ever seen her go without talking. "Ultra lenses?" she eventually said, disbelieving her own eyes. But... Kurt scolded himself. With nothing overlaid in his vision and no zoom, he had forgotten he was even wearing them. The only thing keeping him calm was that Lisa's atypical reaction to panic involved lowering her voice. "They're not connected to anything," Kurt said, speaking in the most measured tone as he could manage. "I hacked them like I did before the talent search. Trust me, it's totally safe. I can use them to zoom and record locally with my computer, but obviously I don't have it right now." "So why are you still wearing them?" It was a good question. Glad that Lisa at least seemed to believe that they weren't operational, Kurt searched for an answer. Habit was the best he could come up with. Lisa scanned the area to make sure no one was around, then lowered her voice even further. "And does Ernesto know about this habit?" "I'm going to tell him," Kurt promised. "I am going to tell him, but not today. He's already so on edge, you know? And he just started trusting me, so I can't give him any reason to be suspicious." "Does anyone else know?" "Only Minter," Kurt said. "No one else, including you." He took his lenses out and put them in his pocket. "Okay?" "I don't know," Lisa shrugged. Kurt pointed to the bruise on his face. "This is what he did when he suspected me of something. What do you think he'll do if he finds out I actually am keeping secrets?" Lisa shrugged again, but this time her eyes reflected sympathy with Kurt's position. She turned away, sighing, and kept walking. Kurt didn't want to annoy her by forcing the issue, so he stayed quiet. Not too far inside Tasmart Home, they reached an unmarked door on the side wall which led to a room intended to one day function as an employee lounge. "This is it," Lisa said. Kurt paused at the door. "You're not going to tell him, right?" Lisa opened the door without answering and held it open for Kurt. Hoping against hope that no answer meant no, he walked nervously in behind her. Chapter 24. Inside the room, Kurt saw only one unfamiliar face. The man had a large, imposing figure which matched Minter's description of Michael Richardson. Michael stood in the far corner beside Ernesto and Val, with his son Anthony also close by. Lisa immediately joined Mary and Ty across from Ernesto's group. Everyone looked at Kurt. He looked only at Lisa, willing her to keep quiet about his lenses. Minter stood beside Harry and Joyce, the latter of whom was sitting in the room's only chair. Kurt walked over to his 3 recent co-arrivals. Much to his surprise, Minter embraced him with a "so glad to see you" hug. "You okay?" Kurt whispered. "Yeah, man. You?" Kurt pulled away and nodded. At this point, Minter saw his hand spread wide by Lisa's handiwork. It made him laugh, which lightened the mood slightly. The room's groupings were clear. Kurt hoped that groupings would prove a more accurate word than factions or divisions, but so far he hadn't seen a whole lot of mixing. Of even greater concern to Kurt was that this seemed to be everyone. He knew that Minter should be able to do what was needed on his own, but it was a shock to see that Ernesto's fabled resistance movement contained only 11 members, at least 5 of whom, Kurt, Minter, Harry, Joyce, and Lisa, hadn't even been invited by him. Kurt felt that Stacy had exaggerated the group's strength, which was perhaps understandable given that her brother was its head, but he wanted to hear everyone out before prejudging the situation. The room itself was very plain, with matte white walls and panel flooring. There was no round table like there was in the meeting room at Sycamore HQ, and nothing at all on any of the walls. "Okay," Ernesto said, addressing Kurt quite directly. "Minter has told us all why you're here, and I suppose you might be wondering what we're doing here. I'll run through it quickly. Some of us have been here in the mall for the past 6 months, completely undetected." Kurt interrupted straight away. 6 months? I hadn't even pitched the seed 6 months ago. Why would you be planning something back then? "Well, I'm sure Stacy must have told you about the car accident, so you'll know that my grudge goes back. But when Michael was forced out of Sycamore, he came to me and told me that Amos was planning something big." "But I hadn't even pitched it," Kurt repeated. He didn't know what Ernesto was getting at. Michael spoke up. "It was the Sycaphone. If you hadn't come along with the seed, the Sycaphone would have done a lot of the same things. Sycamore's endgame was to have everyone wearing ultra lenses all the time, and the Sycaphone was going to be the reason people did. That's why so many apps were ready to go so quickly after the seed launched. Everything was ready for the Sycaphone, they just had to tweak it." Kurt had assumed most of this already, and it did nothing to assuage his guilt over cursing the world with the seed. For however good the Sycaphone might have been, Amos could never have dreamed of the near 100% reach that the seed achieved in a matter of months. The whole appeal of the seed, and the whole problem, was that it went inside the user. It went under their skin. It became a part of them. Ernesto continued. "And when Michael told me that Amos was planning something big, he said there was talk of a proprietary network that would, for all intents and purposes, replace the internet. Amos had total confidence that he could get the government on board. This was back when everything happened with the lawsuit. Michael and Anthony weren't safe as long as Amos knew where they were. That's when we came here." Michael was a difficult man to read. He had nodded slightly during parts of Ernesto's explanation, but his face displayed no emotion. Kurt still didn't quite follow. "But you couldn't have known that Sycamore was going to get this powerful. Not 6 months ago. I don't get why you would start a resistance against a company that a lot of people had never even heard of." "Oh, it wasn't a resistance back then," Ernesto said. "This was just a safe place to lay low until we decided what to do. It turned into a resistance the night you stepped on that stage at the talent search. Michael thought you were a shill, and that everything you said about cashless payments and crime prevention had been written by Amos, so we knew things were about to step up. But obviously we had no idea how quickly it would all happen." "So what was the plan?" Kurt asked. "At first, our plan was to recruit a few popular figures," Ernesto replied. "People like Tyler. We were going to launch a propaganda campaign against Sycamore." "Why didn't you?" "How could we? Even if I'd managed to get 10 of the most famous faces on the internet and each of them had posted 10 videos a day, no one would have seen them. Michael thought the seed might launch with a closed system and no browser, and we knew that Sycamore would have total control of the content users could see. But even when we expected it to be bad, the number of people who got seeded straight away just killed us. Almost everyone is seeded, and there's no way of getting information to them from outside of Sycamore's ecosystem. But now, we don't have to worry about any of that. Now, if you can get us in, you can just click a few buttons and shut the whole thing down, right? Kurt and Minter shared a look. That's not the plan, Kurt said. What's not the plan? Knocking Sycamore offline. Of course that's the plan, Michael interjected, the first words he had spoken in a while. No, Kurt said. That's the nuclear option. The kill switch is there if we need it, but it's an absolute last resort. Because if we knocked everything offline, they would just blame the outage on a terrorist attack and use it to justify whatever new powers they wanted. We're going to do what you were trying to do with Ty, but 1,000,000 times bigger. We have footage that will outrage everyone who sees it, so we have to get it in front of their eyes. Killing the system might stop the lies for a while, but if we want to really win this thing, we have to share the truth. We should turn it off as soon as we have the chance, Michael argued. Kurt shook his head. We don't want to turn it off. We want to turn it against itself. We don't want to disable people's seeds and lenses. We want to show people the truth, so they want to take them out. We want to hijack the AR. We want to write our own messages in the sky and expose Amos for what he really is. How can you do that? Michael asked. Minter answered. If I can get into the emergency control interface, I can do anything. And trust me, I can get in. Where are the computers? I'll show you right now. Tomorrow, Ernesto said. It's going to get dark soon, and we can't be on the wrong side of the mall. Why? Kurt asked. We can't cross the walkway after dark. If Kurt was curious before, he was flat out confused now. Why not? See, Michael said. You might have noticed that the roof above the paths is made of glass. If you're worried about being seen, then surely night should be the only time you do walk under the glass, Kurt argued, confused. Michael shook his head. In the unlikely event that a skysweeper drone was to pass over the mall, it would be at night. We're in the middle of nowhere, Kurt said. I know. I'm just saying that if a drone passed over on its way to somewhere else, which it probably won't, it would be at night. It's a sensible precaution to keep the lights off in open areas and to stay off the paths. How do you know the drones would only come at night anyway? Harry asked. It seemed that everyone was interested in the conversation now that it had turned to drones. Oh, he would know, Minter said, joining the fray. Michael would know all about the drones. No one asked you, Michael snapped. He turned back to Harry. But to answer the question, the M300s, which you might know as skysweepers, were designed to fly low enough to be seen. They were built to respond automatically to crime reports as a way of gathering evidence, but also to patrol high-crime areas as a deterrent. But we have sky-facing cameras at both ends of the mall and more outside, and we've never seen a single one. We never will. These drones only operate in populated areas, and there's not another soul within a 6-mile radius of this mall. But how do you know they don't have better drones? Harry asked. Even a predator could spot our heat signatures from 10,000 feet, and those things are decades old. Skysweepers are the only drones Unifield ever produced, and the only drones Amos has, Michael insisted. And he had worked with Amos back when Sycamore was Unifield, so Kurt took his word for this. And when you mention predators, you're talking about Air Force tech. If it came to the point that this mall was under any kind of scrutiny, let alone military surveillance, it would be because they already knew we were here. And let me assure you, they don't. Michael then asked Ernesto how much longer the meeting was going to run, since he wanted to sit down. Not long, Ernesto replied. The trio of Ty, Lisa, and Mary looked equally keen to leave, or at least thoroughly disinterested in the discussions going on around them. Kurt couldn't help but wonder why Ernesto had made them attend. Mary had spent most of the meeting looking at the floor, while Ty and Lisa had been whispering things to each other and smiling at how funny they were. Kurt was sure that Ernesto had noticed them doing so, but his lack of reaction suggested that he was used to it. Kurt didn't much care what Lisa did or said, as long as it was nothing about his ultra lenses. Now that the issue of physical security had been addressed, Kurt had some queries of his own relating to the mall's internet connection. He asked Ernesto to clarify his three main concerns at once. These were where the internet connection came from, how fast it was, and, most importantly, how secure it was. Ernesto addressed them one at a time. We're using an old mobile business account registered in Montreal. It provides coverage throughout North America, but speeds are only 4G. As for security, what specifics are you worried about? The data itself, Kurt said. If we're looking at things related to Sycamore and someone is combing through our history, the telecoms firm we're dealing with is renowned for respecting users' privacy, Ernesto assured him. No one is looking. It's like the drones. If someone was looking, it would be because we'd already been caught. But where does the company stand legally? Surely the government could seize its records or pull the plug. Ernesto shook his head. The Common Communications Agreement is set in stone. Obviously, the plan was for U.S. firms to gain Canadian customers, but it works both ways. The government has blocked domestic ISPs from dealing with domestic citizens, which could collapse in court anyway. But ComCom means that they don't have a unilateral authority over a Canadian firm operating in the U.S. It's not a perfect metaphor, but it's sort of like when you couldn't fly to Cuba from here, and American firms couldn't deal with Cuba at all. People just flew from Canada or Mexico, and the government couldn't stop British or French or German companies from doing whatever they wanted. We're really quite lucky that ComCom came into effect last year and not next year. Okay, Kurt said, still processing what Ernesto had said, but more than pleased with the depth of his answer. Kurt hadn't considered the ComCom agreement's provisions offering some leeway, but it made perfect sense. The other thing is the computers themselves. How secure are they? Michael chimed in. Put it this way, he said. If we uploaded a video of you against a white background right now, Amos would know you were alive, but there would be no way for him to find out where you were. This was Minter's cue to rejoin the conversation. Michael's right, he said, almost choking on the words. When I was at Sycamore, I saw all of the early messages between Ty and Ernesto, but I couldn't trace Ernesto's location or see anything about his device or connection. Kurt remembered Minter telling him this before they left Kurt's house, and was glad to have it reaffirmed in front of the others. What about the video site? Harry asked, proving as interested in the security side of things as he had in the drones. Surely they could trace a user. I was working with them too, Minter said. But even with the best minds and the biggest budgets, when you come up against a new and sophisticated cloaking mechanism, there's not a lot you can do. How do you think real terrorists don't get caught as soon as they upload their stuff? Right, Michael said. He looked at Minter and gave a barely perceptible half-nod of thanks. Exactly. Kurt was willing to defer to Minter on this one. For while Kurt's hacking days had focused on improving store-bought devices, some of Minter's extracurricular activities had been the kind that necessitated serious cloaking. He moved on. So what kind of devices are we working with anyway? We have 3 laptops and a box of unopened cell phones. What kind of phones? Systolonic, Ernesto said. Kurt's eyes lit up. XK6? I think so. Kurt flicked his eyes to Minter and then back to Ernesto. That's a good phone. Pretty useless, as it turns out, Ernesto said. I thought we'd be able to use them to talk over Wi-Fi with no external connection, but apparently not. Kurt replied. He knew for a fact that he could open up each XK6 using TrickStick software and sideload an app to enable voice comms, either one-to-one or as part of a mall-wide network. He had experience of doing something similar with his own phone, and the whole thing would take him 10 minutes at most. He kept this to himself for now. So can we definitely see the computers and the phones tomorrow? He asked. Definitely, Ernesto said. I just wanted to have this meeting today to clear the air, and it seems like we've done that. So unless anyone else wants to say anything... What about water? Minter asked. What about bathrooms? Yes and no, Ernesto replied. Yes and no what? We have more than enough water, Ernesto said, but not running. The toilets are chemical toilets, 2 standing units, 4 portable. You'll adapt. Minter looked like he had eaten a lemon. He turned to Kurt, who quietly told him it was fine. Kurt hadn't known what kind of provisions the group would have, but he would have been happy with a campsite in a flimsy tent as long as there was physical security and a reliable internet connection. He worried about how Joyce might cope with these conditions, but there wasn't much he could do. So that's it, Ernesto said. No one else has another question this time? Kurt looked at Lisa, hoping she would keep quiet. She looked back at him, knowing exactly what he was thinking. I do, she said. You, Ernesto said, barely containing the disdain he obviously held for her. Yeah, it's about Kurt. Really? It's nothing, Kurt said. Lisa just wanted to tell everyone to be careful around my hand while it heals. She did a great job of cleaning it up, by the way. Ernesto narrowed his eyes and flicked them between Kurt and Lisa. Fine, he said. That's not what I was going to say, Lisa said. It's something else. What is it? Ernesto asked, clearly losing whatever patience he had left. Kurt stared at Lisa and silently pleaded with her not to say it. Well, when I was checking to make sure he didn't have a concussion, I noticed something. I noticed that he had, this big bruise on his face, and I was wondering, who would have done something like that to him? Meeting's over, Ernesto said flatly. Lisa winked at Kurt and fought to stop herself from laughing. As everyone filed out of the room, she brushed past him and whispered in his ear. Should have seen your face, mate. Chapter 25. Kurt hung back to talk to Val, who hadn't said a word during the whole meeting. He asked her where all of his things were and whether anyone had been through them. Val pointed him over to the table of bags and suitcases where Lisa had placed the first aid kit. Kurt saw that his bags, as well as Minter's, Harry's, and Joyce's, had been there amongst the others the whole time. I didn't look through them, Val said. Kurt found his computer and the two-way in the right parts of the right bags, and knew that no one else had either. Already, everyone else apart from Minter, Harry, and Joyce seemed to have gone to wherever it was they went when darkness descended on the mall. Val explained to Kurt and Minter that the lights could stay on all night in closed-off parts of certain stores, including Tasmart Home. It crossed Kurt's mind only now to ask where the mall's power was coming from. He knew it couldn't be the grid, or else the electric company would know people were there. Generators, was Val's short and straightforward answer. What kind? Kurt asked. How many? You should probably ask Ernesto. Okay, he said. But if I plug my computer's charger into the wall, it should work, right? Because the automatic sliding doors at the entrance worked, so the whole mall must be hooked up. The wall outlets work, but you really would have to ask him about the details. Kurt thanked Val for her answers. She took Harry and Joyce to their designated sleeping area, leaving Kurt and Minter all alone by the table. Nice hand, Minter said. Shut up. Nice face, too. I can make yours match if you want, Kurt joked, slinging his backpack over his right shoulder, then picking up his laptop's carry bag. Minter smiled and lifted the rest of their things. Where are we going, anyway? Isn't this the place where everyone sleeps? Kurt shrugged. They walked to Tasmart Home's entrance and looked out at the rest of the mall. It was starting to get dark, as Ernesto had suggested. The glass roof was great for natural light during the day, but the mall was so tall and wide that the sun didn't reach the main walkway until quite late in the morning and left relatively early in the evening. Standing on the main walkway felt like standing between two forests of stores. Across from home, Kurt was surprised to see Lisa and Ty sitting in the food court. Ty spotted Kurt too and called him over. Might as well get a drink, Kurt said. Minter agreed. They walked over to join Lisa and Ty. Where can I boil water? Minter asked straight away, without sitting down. There's a kettle right there, Lisa said, pointing to the only open fast food counter. Plus mugs, sugar, spoons, tea bags. Minter put his bags down and searched through them until he found the half-empty tub of instant coffee that Harry had given him before leaving. He didn't offer any to the others. "So," Ty said to Kurt, "do you have any extra pairs of lenses?" Kurt looked at Lisa and couldn't help but grin. At least she hadn't told Ernesto. "No," he said. "Sorry." "Did you bring any other cool stuff?" Kurt thought immediately of the two-way. Maybe another time, he decided. "Not really, no." Ty shrugged, not too disappointed. "So how long until your boy does his thing and gets us out of here?" "A week," Kurt said. "The goal is a week." They both looked happy to hear it. Minter came back with his coffee. "Where do you two sleep?" he asked. Lisa pointed back across to home. "Everyone sleeps in there. It's huge, though, like properly huge. So you'll get your own bedroom. They were for display, so they're fully decorated. Wallpaper and units and beds and everything." "Yeah?" "Yeah, but we'll need to head over pretty soon, or he'll come out shouting about not crossing the mall in the dark like he always does," Lisa groaned, standing up to make a move. "It's better than being spotted by a drone," Kurt said. "There's no drones," Ty said, rising to join Lisa. "He just likes being the boss. Give it a few days and you'll know what I mean." "See you both later," Lisa said in her ever-chirpy accent as they set off. Kurt sat in silence for a few seconds while Minter stirred his coffee. "You don't have to wait," Minter said. "I'll come over as soon as I finish this and had one more. We'll be in separate rooms anyway." "I know," Kurt said. "But I don't feel tired. I just can't believe we're actually going to do it in the morning." He thought back to all of the ups and downs in the journey that had brought them to this point, just hours away from the internet access Minter needed to do the job. "Yeah," Minter said. He didn't seem very excited. "You can definitely do it," Kurt said, trying to rev him up. "It'll be easy, just like you said, right? As long as I remember my password." Kurt laughed heartily. "Imagine if you didn't." Minter took a sip of his coffee. "You are joking, though, right?" "Yeah, man," Minter said. He took another sip of coffee. "Just joking." Chapter 26. Kurt woke before Minter and, by the sound of it, everyone else. His king-size bed in the rear corner of Tasmart home was by far the most comfortable he had ever slept in. This comfort may have been amplified slightly by the contrast between the floor of Harry's truck and any kind of bed. But the prices on the placard beside the display, well over $1,000 for the mattress alone, suggested that this was indeed a quality resting place. Even Kurt's hand, which was much better despite his fingers feeling fatigued from being constantly outstretched, hadn't stopped him from sleeping soundly. Kurt took the string and the spacers from his hand and stretched his fingers. It felt much better. His cheek didn't sting anywhere near as much as it had either, but it would take a while for the bruising to fade. The regular ceiling in Tasmart home, as inside every other store, provided no natural light. Only the dollar-shaped walkways had glass ceilings, presumably to make La Plethora look good from above. Kurt still couldn't quite square the tackiness of the mall's shape with the elegance of its internal design. In any case, he took a weird kind of pleasure from the irony that the project ran out of dollars before a single customer set foot inside. Kurt could see easily thanks to the various lamps left on throughout home overnight, but it was nowhere near as bright as it had been the previous day when the ceiling lights were turned on. He didn't know what time it was, or whether it would yet be light outside. He changed his clothes for the second time since arriving, and tiptoed towards the doors which led out to the rest of the mall, loath to wake anyone else. This was hardly necessary, though, since no one slept anywhere near the middle of the store, and every person or couple had their own semi-enclosed display bedroom. That was one benefit of there being so few people, Kurt reflected. As he neared the door, Kurt saw that it was indeed getting light. The sun hadn't quite hit the walkway yet, but it was certainly rising. Kurt felt sure there was no way that this could count as night and fall under the forbidden time frame for crossing the walkway. Once through the door, he saw Ty sitting alone in the food court and knew for sure that it was okay to cross. "Kurt!" Ty yelled when he saw him. evidently feeling no need to keep his voice down. "Over here!" "What time is it?" Kurt asked when he got there. Ty shrugged. "Going by the position of the sun, I would say morning." Kurt didn't reply. "Not a morning person, huh?" "Something like that," Kurt said, starting to think that maybe he wasn't a Ty person. "Is there anything to eat?" "Loads," Ty said, turning towards the row of fast food outlets behind his table. "Most of the places don't open until 9, though." Kurt couldn't help but smile this time. "Is there a working kitchen?" "Yeah, but I don't think you'll be allowed in it. I'm not." "Why?" "Ernesto's super strict with the food," Ty said. "Everyone gets 2 hot meals a day apart from yesterday, plus breakfast. Mary cooks it all, so she's the only person with a key. Well, obviously he has a key for himself, but Mary's the only one of us." Kurt saw the logic of these restrictions, knowing that access to food and other resources had to be carefully managed in any kind of closed environment, if there was to be any hope of avoiding conflict. "But I don't know, actually," Ty went on, "because that was before you arrived. You brought more food, right? And now we know that we're only going to be here for another week or something, so it's not like we have to keep rationing." "As long as everyone gets enough," Kurt said. Ty shrugged. "I guess. Anyway, we can't eat until Mary gets here. Do you want me to show you the computers?" "Definitely," Kurt said, standing up to go right away. Ty led him into the very far corner of the huge food court, underneath the large monorail platform. There was a door, unmarked, which looked like it might have been an exit to the outside world, but led, in fact, to a room which Ty said had been designed to function as the mall's security center. No security equipment had been installed, for the simple reason that this room offered no exciting photo opportunities for showcasing the mall, and had thus been left until last. Kurt didn't care about security equipment. All he cared about were the 2 desks against the side wall. 2 desks, 2 chairs, and 3 computers. The computers were all laptops, as Ernesto had said. 2 of them were closed and the other open. Permanently open, Kurt noticed, seeing now that it was surrounded by a metal frame bolted to the desk. "That's the internet computer," Ty said. It had a smooth silver finish. Kurt couldn't hide his confusion. Ever since he was a child in the late 1990s, experience had taught him that every computer was an internet computer. It didn't make any kind of sense that only one of Ernesto's 3 would be online. He didn't even know how to phrase his confusion into a question. "What's the difference?" he eventually asked. "The other 2 don't have 4G or anything," Ty said. "Just regular Wi-Fi. We have a router so they can link up with the cameras and the printer and stuff, but obviously that router doesn't have any internet going into it." Kurt said. The answer was obvious in hindsight, and had only evaded him because he was so used to computers and other devices easily finding an internet-connected Wi-Fi signal wherever they were, from parks to buses and hotels to planes. Kurt's trusty laptop didn't have 4G capabilities either, but he knew there were simple ways to access the live connection by using this bolted-down computer as an intermediary. He pressed the power button. "I don't know the password," Ty told him. "For the internet?" "For the computer." "What do you mean?" Kurt asked. Ty nodded towards the screen. The computer's SSD had booted everything up in the few seconds it took Kurt to ask his questions, and a password prompt now popped up to answer them. "I don't know the password," Ty repeated. "But you're good at getting past stuff like this, right?" "That's not how it works, and it's hardly going to be something we could guess. He's not an idiot." "It can't be very long," Ty said, "because the 4 of them remember it without writing it down." "Which 4? Ty looked as though this should have been as obvious to Kurt as it was to him. "Ernesto, Val, and Michael, plus Anthony. He isn't really one of them, but he's Michael's son, so—" "So no one else can use the internet?" Kurt asked. "Anthony lets the rest of us on whenever he can, usually really early in the morning when no one is around. I don't know why Ernesto even cares, though. Like, I almost get why he says Mary isn't allowed to leave and why we're not allowed to log into any of our old accounts. But I don't get why we can't even read the news or watch TV. There's literally nothing to do in here, and he won't even let us have that." What do you mean Mary isn't allowed to leave? Kurt asked, ignoring the rest of Ty's complaints, all of which seemed trivial compared to this point. Does she really want to? Ty nodded. She hates it here. I mean, I hate it here, you know, but she actually wants to go home before we win. Kurt sympathized with Mary's plight, but knew that Ernesto was absolutely correct in insisting that no one could leave. Just as he himself had to bring Harry to the mall when he found out Kurt was alive, there was no way that someone who knew the location could leave until the job was complete. And while Ernesto may have had no reason to believe Mary would reveal the location, just like Harry had sworn to tell no one about Kurt, the life or death stakes made even the slightest risk completely unacceptable. I hope everyone is being nice to her about it, Kurt said. The words sounded trite as he said them, but they accurately reflected his thoughts. She gets on pretty well with me and Lisa, Ty said. And Anthony tries pretty hard. The names that Ty did and didn't say were more or less the ones Kurt would have expected. What's Mary's story, anyway? Kurt asked. She's a teacher, I think. Or maybe she worked at a summer camp. It's definitely something with kids. Was she here before you? She was the last to arrive, Ty said, shaking his head. Before you guys. It was only like a week and a half ago. She just turned up with Val out of the blue, but one look at her and you could tell it wasn't going to work. Kurt didn't feel so bad for Mary now. A week and a half wasn't too long, especially when everything would be over within another week at most. But how does she know Val? He asked. She didn't. That's the thing. It's a long story. There used to be a dog in here, Val's dog, but it was really old and it died. Val was in pieces over the whole thing, but she's the only one who ever goes out, so she had to take the dog and bury it on her way to the mail run. That's rough, Kurt said. Yeah, Ty continued. So anyway, when she got to Barnford Park, she literally bumped into a girl who was there collecting her own mail, and this girl happened to be the kind who can't see someone crying without asking what's wrong. And Val was standing there covered in dirt, all upset about this dog that she'd had for 12 years, and she told the girl all about it, plus everything else. Next thing you know, she's driving back with an extra person. I think they both woke up the next morning like, what the hell have I done? It's not Mary's fault, though. Val's the one who messed up. The whole thing is messed up, Kurt said. Yeah, but as for this password, Ty said, bringing Kurt back into the moment, there's only so many possibilities, right? You must know how to get it to run through all the combinations or something. Kurt was surprised that anyone would think that, even Ty. A password made up of 6 lowercase letters has something like 300 million possible combinations, he said. If you make it 8 digits and throw in just numbers and uppercase letters, still no symbols or punctuation, it's more like 200 trillion. Ty was counting on his fingers. Sycamore has 8 digits, he said, excited by this apparent revelation. Feel free, Kurt said. He held his hand out towards the computer. Ty typed it in. Incorrect password entered. 2 attempts remaining. Sycamore backwards, Ty said. In capitals. Kurt watched, bewildered, as Ty typed in his second guess, saying the letters out loud as he went. E-R-O-M-A... C... Yeah, C-Y-S. Incorrect password entered. 1 attempt remaining. Ty said, turning to Kurt. Last guess. What do you think? Kurt forced himself between Ty and the computer. Something happens if you get it wrong again. That's why it warns you, he said. Are you messing with me here, or are you actually this stupid? You don't have to be an asshole about it. I'm not trying to, but if you had typed another wrong password, it would have locked everyone out for a while. And obviously, we're hoping to use this computer as soon as we can to get into Sycamore systems and start doing what we have to do. Ty stepped away from Kurt and the computer. Good luck with that. I'm going to see if Lisa's up yet. If you want to watch the La Plethora documentary she told you about, it's on the black computer. You can take that one anywhere. Now alone in the computer room, Kurt turned the black laptop on. It had a regular old-fashioned hard drive like his own, so took almost a minute to fully boot up. When it did, he saw a crowded desktop with folders titled things like TYTV and 1080p uploads. Kurt navigated to the system information screen and looked under registration details. Confirming his assumption, he saw that the computer belonged to Ty Kennedy. Kurt wanted to watch the documentary but didn't want to snoop through Ty's files. There were a stupid number of folders on the desktop, at least 50, so Kurt opened an Explorer window and sorted them by creation date. Some were very recent, one as recent as a few days old. Kurt clicked into this folder titled Transferred IC3 and saw several thumbnails of short Sycamore clips. One thumbnail caught his eye immediately. A picture of Amos in front of the bank he had been about to blow up. There's a face I haven't missed, Kurt thought. He double-clicked the video to play it, satisfied in himself that this didn't constitute snooping. The video began with a logo Kurt hadn't seen before for a service called Sika News Worldwide. Presumably, he considered, this was just the regular Sika News made available on the real internet for the rest of the world to see. The footage was augmented, of course, exactly as it had appeared to ultralens wearers like Kurt, who were there to see the event in real life. Only it wasn't quite the same, because even the highest resolution screen couldn't dream of competing with the fully immersive AR experience provided by the ultralenses. Kurt went back to the Explorer window and looked at the other recently created files and folders. He saw one called Transferred IC2, so immediately tried that one next. He guessed that IC might have meant Internet Computer, since that was the name Ty always used to refer to Ernesto's laptop. Whether these videos had been transferred with or without Ernesto's permission was unclear. One of the first thumbnails Kurt saw was a shot of La Plethora from above. It did look like a dollar sign. Worse than that, in fact, it looked like a giant diamond-encrusted earring shaped like a dollar sign. People who wore shiny dollar signs in their ears annoyed Kurt, but people who built malls out of them injured his will to live. Kurt played the video. It was 50 minutes long. After a few minutes, the narrator mentioned the building's head architects by name, and Kurt recognized one as the woman who had designed Sycamore's leaf-shaped HQ. Small world, he thought. He would have paid good money to see what her house looked like. The narrator, speaking 4 years ago, said that La Plethora would likely never be completed given its total isolation and the projected cost of completing the necessary transport links. Tasmart, which was to be the mall's double anchor with a flagship store at each end, had apparently shown recent interest in taking over the whole project. But even for them, the largest retail chain in history, the cost of salvaging anything from the disaster that was La Plethora was a bridge too far. At the end of part 2, before cutting to commercials, the narrator really played up the symbolism of a dollar-shaped megamall failing, quote, at the height of capitalism's hubris, end quote, and reflected on how the project's collapse had been a sign of things to come. All that and more coming up in part 3 of La Plethora, the story of one mall, built and abandoned by men too rich to care, which proved once and for all that nothing was too big to fail. Kurt closed Ty's laptop and took it with him into the food court. The documentary was pretty good, but he couldn't concentrate on it for another half hour while the internet computer sat taunting him with its password prompt. He switched it off on his way. Chapter 27. By now, several of the others were up and about. Ty had found Lisa at what seemed to be their usual table, and Harry and Joyce were at another table nearby. Kurt walked over to check on them. "Good morning," Joyce said. "You look smart." Kurt looked down at his clothes. They were far from smart, but they were clean, which in itself was more than Joyce was used to from him. "Thanks," he said. "Did you both have an okay night?" "Best night's sleep I ever had, son," Harry replied. "Remind me to put one of those mattresses in the truck before we leave." "And me," Kurt said. "So, have you been online?" Harry's question was reasonable enough, given that Kurt was holding a laptop and had just appeared from a mysterious door. But Kurt didn't want to say anything about Ernesto blocking access to the only online computer, so he chose his words carefully. "I'm waiting for Ernesto," was what he settled on in the end. Kurt then sat at a table on his own and resumed the documentary. The narrator's criticism of the project and its backers was soon joined by analysis from several talking heads, some of whom were fairly successful and well-known social commentators. "Boss man," Ty suddenly said, capturing Kurt's attention. Kurt paused his video and looked up to see Ernesto approaching. He wasn't coming across from home, though, but rather marching along the main walkway from somewhere else. He went straight to Kurt but didn't sit down. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Good," Kurt said. "Face and hand okay?" "Getting there." Good. I'm going to check on some things as quickly as I can, and then you'll be able to come into the workstation to see how everything is looking in the online department." "Where's Minter?" Ernesto asked. He still changed his tone every time he said Minter, like he was saying it grudgingly. "I think he's still in bed," Kurt replied. "We had a rough journey, and he had to drive a lot of the way. I'll leave him until you're ready for us." Ernesto was fine with that. "What's that you're watching there?" "Just a documentary about the mall." "And that's Tyler's laptop, right?" "Yeah," Kurt said. "He gave it to me so I could watch this." "That was nice of him." Ernesto looked at Ty, who stared back unflinchingly. He then set off towards the workstation, which was apparently the group's favored term for the computer room. "I probably should have switched the computer off after trying the password," Ty said, largely to himself. "I did it," Kurt replied, "but I think he'll still get a notification." Ty shrugged. "It's not like it's the first time anyway." Kurt went back to watching the documentary once more. He liked it more now that people he recognized were cropping up to lay the boot in. Harry and Joyce soon left the food court to, quote, "have a look around," in Harry's words. Lisa and Ty were still at their table arguing about which kind of dog was best at swimming. Kurt wasn't trying to listen in. In fact, he was trying to tune them out and listen to his video, but each of their voices were as loud as they were animated. After what seemed like a few minutes but was in fact 12, according to the video's time bar, Ernesto emerged from the workstation. He walked straight over to Kurt again. "Ready when you are," he said. "And there's some good news, too." "What is it?" Kurt asked. "I'll let you see it for yourself. You can come without Minter if you think he won't want to be disturbed." "No, I'll get him." "Okay," Ernesto said. It was difficult to tell whether he was pleased. Kurt set off across the walkway. "Oh, and Tyler," Kurt heard Ernesto say. "You wouldn't happen to know anything about the 2 failed password attempts on my computer this morning, would you?" "Since when do I know anything about anything?" Ty shot back. "And how many times do I need to tell you that my name's just Ty?" Kurt turned around to see how Ernesto would react to Ty's backchat. He was surprised to see Ernesto laugh and walk away without responding. It took Kurt a while to reach Minter, since he was still in his bedroom at the very back of home. He was wide awake and fully dressed, sitting on his bed with Stacy's computer on his lap. "What are you doing?" Kurt asked, not meaning to sound as suspicious as he did. Minter spun the computer around so Kurt could see the screen. He was working in a video editing program, doing something with the Orwell footage that Stacy and Kurt had recorded in the treehouse. "I assume you're working on a copy?" Kurt asked. "You have the original backed up?" "Obviously. I copied it to your computer with your USB stick, too, in case anything happens to this one." Kurt nodded. Minter's moves were sensible. "So what are you doing with it?" "I'm isolating the very best parts. Or the worst parts, I guess." Kurt looked closer and saw all of the same things that had outraged him so much in the flesh on Sycamore's vast wall of screens, each of which played an unedited stream of an unsuspecting consumer's vision. Stacy had done a great job of pointing her hidden camera at the most emotive privacy violations in the first place. The screen showing people bathing or being amorous, for example. And Minter was now honing in even further. One plus point was that most of the footage didn't show any faces, since the lenses naturally recorded outwards from the wearer's eyes. In instances where one person was looking at another or into a mirror, Kurt suggested that Minter pixelate the faces. If all went well, this footage would be world famous as soon as it went public, and Kurt didn't want to embarrass any innocent people on a global scale. Minter agreed and said he would get to that part next. He had no qualms about looking at even the most uncomfortable of user streams. Supervising the treehouse had, after all, been no small part of his job. "Leave all that for now, though," Kurt said. "Ernesto wants to show us something on the internet. He says it's good news." "What news could be good news?" "That's what I'm wondering," Kurt said. "Apart from there being another whistleblower, maybe? Or Amos being dead?" Kurt allowed himself to pretend for a moment that Minter's second suggestion could be true. It couldn't, of course. If Amos had somehow died, Ernesto would have been ecstatic rather than quietly pleased. Amos's death wouldn't have been good news, it would have been delicious. Minter put Stacy's computer down and joined Kurt in walking out of Tasmart home and over to the food court. He hadn't yet been inside the computer room/workstation, and he didn't know what to expect. As they crossed the food court, Ty called over to Kurt. "Have fun with Ernesto," he said, shaping his fingers into a gun and putting them in his mouth to mock a gunshot, then moving his other hand upwards from the top of his head to represent his brains blowing out. Kurt mimed an applause for Ty's performance and led Minter through the door in the corner. Ernesto wasn't on the internet when they entered the workstation. He was instead reading something on the other laptop, the third of the three that had been in the room this morning, after his and Ty's. He made no effort to hide the text, so Kurt knew it was nothing secret. Kurt also noticed that the internet computer was once again powered off. He asked why, and Ernesto replied that he always switched it off when he wasn't using it. It was good practice, he said, in case someone was to come in out of turn. "Anyway, I'm glad you could both make it," Ernesto continued, looking squarely at Minter. "Just show me how to get online," Minter said. Ernesto shrugged and began to explain what Kurt had already heard from Ty, namely that only one of the group's computers had internet access, as it was the only one with built-in 4G capabilities. Minter immediately raised the possibility of sharing the internet connection by using Ernesto's 4G-capable laptop as a wireless hotspot, like many people used to do with their phones and tablets. Ernesto ruled this out as quickly as Minter brought it up, insisting that under no circumstances would he share a live connection via Wi-Fi. "What about a cable, then?" Kurt asked. "Because there are going to be times when we both need to be online at once." Ernesto thought for a second. "I'll have to clear it with Michael, but I think a cable might be okay." "You don't have to clear anything with Michael," Minter said. "I'm in charge of the internet now." Ernesto scoffed. "Michael has decades of experience in—" "Decades," Minter interrupted, derision dropping from his tone. "So you think that because he knows more than me about 56K modems and floppy disks, he also knows more than me about today? And even back then, he didn't work in security. He spent most of his career on military optics, then switched to surveillance drones. I don't need that idiot's permission to run a cable between two laptops." Kurt's expression silently encouraged Minter to be less confrontational. Minter tried. "The only thing I don't get," Kurt said, "is why you're okay with a cable but not Wi-Fi. All a cable does is restrict us to this room." Ernesto was nodding. "That's the point. Well, I'm not trying to restrict you, but it's the same reason this computer is bolted down. If this is the only part of the mall where people can contact the outside, we can keep an eye on it." "No one is trying to contact anyone," Kurt said. "Bolting down computers and setting secret passwords just breeds resentment." "What passwords?" Minter asked. "Who resents it?" Ernesto said, ignoring Minter in favor of Kurt. "Who said they resent it? Was it Tyler?" "None of them said it, but how could they not? The only computer that can get them online needs them to log in first, and none of them know the password." "They can ask to use the computer at any time," Ernesto said. "One of the more senior group members might have to monitor them, but so what?" Kurt gave up arguing. "Can we just see the news?" Ernesto moved towards the computer. "I'll do it," Minter said. He was nearest to the computer, so it made sense. He held the power button down firmly rather than just pressing it, which didn't escape Ernesto's attention. While holding it, Minter rapidly typed something which included several numbers and letters and seemed to finish with shift return. The SSD took a few seconds longer to boot than it had last time, and when it did, the desktop appeared straight away, no password prompt in sight. That's weird, Minter said, looking right at Ernesto. It's almost like someone knew how to bypass the login. He walked away. Better not tell Michael, right? The door slammed behind him. Ernesto stared at the screen. How did he do that? It's what he does, Kurt said, keen to know the real answer himself. The computer wasn't in safe mode or guest mode or any other mode. Minter had just genuinely bypassed the need for a password. But how? I don't know, Kurt said. I'm just glad he's on our side. But what's the thing you wanted to show me? Ernesto clicked into a browser. Kurt was thrilled to see http:// sitting there in the Go Wherever You Like URL bar, begging to be completed. Instead of typing anything, though, Ernesto clicked on one of the favicons in his bookmark bar. This favicon was a simplified version of the same Sycamore Worldwide logo that Kurt had seen in the video earlier. This is all anyone is talking about, Ernesto said. Good news, right? Kurt looked at the screen, entirely black but for a massive, clickable headline written in white. The three-word headline, categorized by Ernesto as, quote, good news, was just about the last thing Kurt wanted to see. Ernesto clicked the link and a video article began to play, but the bold headline was burned in Kurt's eyes. Kurt Jacobs dead. Chapter 28. This is good, isn't it? Ernesto repeated, responding to Kurt's expression, which wasn't as pleased as he had expected. Kurt didn't say anything. He watched the news story, which got straight to the point. Kurt Jacobs and Terrence Minion had both been murdered by members of the Fury River Baptists, it said, which had now been officially designated as a domestic terrorist organization. The story continued by saying that Kurt and Minter's seeds had been left at the scene, and although no bodies had yet been discovered, a threatening letter containing the names of several present and former Sycamore employees was currently being analyzed by forensic experts. The camera then showed the hit list. Kurt Jacobs, Terrence Minion, Colin DeVord, Michael Richardson, Isaiah Amos. Kurt couldn't believe that the names weren't pixelated. Michael, Ernesto said. Why would you write Michael? To make it seem like the killer thought he still worked at Sycamore, Kurt explained. The fact that Amos had announced Minter's death both surprised and confused Kurt. Only days earlier, Minter had been publicly implicated in Stacy's death and Kurt's supposed kidnapping. This made Kurt think that Amos may have felt forced into releasing the news, that even he wasn't capable of controlling such a big story. It would be interesting to see how Amos spun the Minter angle in the coming days, but for now, the thing that worried Kurt most was the forensic analysis of their fake hit list. He had written it, and could only hope that the exaggerated style of writing he had used would hinder the analysis. Kurt had deliberately placed a drop of his own blood on the page, so at least he didn't have to worry about them reading into the presence of his DNA. He mentioned this to Ernesto, who nodded and kept watching. At the end of the 3-minute video article, the newscaster read the ominous final line of the letter. One by one, the shepherds will fall. May their blood be cleansed by the river of fury. The video ended. Do you think it'll hold up? Ernesto asked. We only need it to keep them busy for a few days, Kurt said. A week, tops. With the video window closed, Ernesto clicked a new link that said Global Reaction. Underneath a disclaimer that the following external content was neither provided nor endorsed by Sycamore Worldwide, the top headline said that Kurt's funeral had been scheduled for Friday, which was only 2 days away. Kurt immediately began to envisage the scene. With the eyes of the world on the corpseless funeral, which Amos would no doubt turn into a huge public event, Minter could display whatever he wanted in the sky above the crowds. It would be perfect. The timing wasn't ideal. They could have done with another 2 or 3 days, but Kurt thought it might be doable. With this in mind, he felt a lot better about the news than he had a few minutes earlier. He didn't want to get the group's hopes up, though, in case Minter's plan proved harder to carry out than predicted, so he didn't share this newfound hope with Ernesto. The global reaction to the news, which had first broken just after midnight, varied from place to place. British headlines spoke of Kurt as a digital pioneer and tech genius. An auto-translated German headline called his a heroic life of invention cut short by religious extremists. And the only French headline, more ambiguous in its stance, referred to Kurt as the creator of the controversial and divisive Sycamore seed. "Click the French one," Kurt said. Ernesto did. A video played. Frustratingly, there were no subtitles. Neither Kurt nor Ernesto could understand any of the words that weren't Sycamore or Kurt Jacobs or, more oddly, Frankenstein. They still watched the clip, though, which featured the same shots of Kurt's blood-spattered living room and the Fury River letter that the Sicka News piece had shown. But where the Sicka News story had then cut to footage from the talent search, this French video cut to a talking head. A middle-aged woman, captioned as words that even Kurt knew meant journalist and author, spoke quickly with little emotion. A total lack of verbal context meant that Kurt couldn't read too much into her expression, but in contrast to the overall tone of the reaction from elsewhere, she struck him as positively indifferent. Some photographs then appeared over the woman, who was still talking. The first was of the limousine that exploded with Stacy inside, and the second was of Kurt's Prendico finale wrapped around the gate of his Longhampton street after he crashed into it at speed. But it was the third picture that intrigued Kurt the most. In it, he stood beside Minter and Professor Winter. A red circle then appeared around Professor Winter's face, indicating that he was being discussed. Kurt concentrated until the picture faded, which was only seconds later. The woman spoke for another minute or so with no more pictures. The only visual cue came when she laughed awkwardly and gave a confused glance to the cameraman, seemingly incredulous over something. "Does anyone in here speak French?" Kurt asked. While keen to know what the journalist was hinting at with the link between Stacy's death and Kurt's crash, he was positively desperate to know what she was saying about where Professor Winter fitted in. Ernesto thought for a second. "I think Anthony would be the only remote possibility." "Ask him," Kurt said. "I'm going to tell Minter about this." He walked to the door. "Kurt," Ernesto called. "Yeah?" "You covered your tracks as well as anyone could have. I wouldn't have been able to think on my feet like that." "We did what we could," Kurt said. "I guess we're about to find out if it was good enough." Chapter 29. Kurt found Minter on his bed in home, working again on the Orwell footage. Minter looked up as Kurt approached. "Did he let you online?" "The news says we're dead," Kurt replied. Minter put Stacy's laptop down and sat up straight. "The Sicka News? And every other news outlet in the world." Minter paused. "And when you say we're dead, me and you," Kurt said. "They showed the letter we wrote, without even blanking out the names. And they blamed it all on the Fury. I think Amos actually bought it, and I think he's scared. Why else would he mention you? You're supposed to be the bad guy, right?" "Did Michael see that we put him on the hit list?" Minter asked. Kurt shook his head. "Not yet." He was glad that this was the main thing worrying Minter. It showed that he, too, saw the news as a broadly positive development. "And what about everywhere else?" Minter asked. "Did you see any other sites to see how the real media are reporting it?" Kurt told Minter about the French news report, with its indifferent journalist and its curious photographs. Minter's expression changed with the mention of Professor Winter. "They linked his death to Sycamore?" "I dunno," Kurt said. "Neither of us could tell what the woman was saying. You don't speak French, do you?" Minter shook his head. "So what do you think? Is it good or bad that this journalist is digging around?" It's definitely something, Minter said. Did you catch his name? Because we had trouble before with a few people in the French press. Sycamore did, I mean. There was one old guy, some author who was always invited onto the news, and he would just lay into everything about the seed. He'd go on about how it was a huge top-down conspiracy and how you were a pawn and everything like that, you know? The kind of stuff that would be a real fringe belief over here, but they were having it on their primetime news with 5 million viewers. Kurt had no idea that Sycamore had been met with such open hostility anywhere, let alone on primetime TV. He was also growing more than a little tired of this idea that he was a pawn in Amos's grand vision. The journalist I saw was a woman, Kurt said, and she didn't seem hostile. It was more, I don't know, blasé. She looked like she was talking about a 0.1% rise in interest rates or something. We'll find a way to translate it, Minter said. Hopefully. The other thing, the Sycamore said, was that my funeral is in 2 days. Do you think we'll be able to show something in the sky when everyone is there? This, Minter said. This footage from HQ for sure. But in 2 days, I don't know how much else we can do. It might take me a few hours to recover your Vista footage from when Stacy died, or from when you crashed and Amos told you he was giving you a new identity. That's the big stuff. Because we can show people all we want about privacy violations, but a lot of them just won't care. It has to be the big stuff. So how likely is it that you'll have something more by the funeral? Close to 100%, Minter said. I'll have it, but if we're going to edit it in time, we'll be working non-stop. Is Ernesto still on the computer now? He was when I left. Minter picked up Stacy's laptop again. I should finish this. Do you want to help? Kurt did want to help, and he was glad to see the progress Minter had made. Evidently, he had already edited some of the Orwell footage and was now working on isolating the most incriminating things that Amos had said during the rest of Kurt and Stacy's tour. Together, they picked out some of the moments which would have the most impact as part of a rapid-fire video montage. The process was more difficult for Kurt than it would have been if anyone except Stacy had been wearing the camera. He found it painful to hear her voice, even this exaggerated Italian accent version of it. But at least he couldn't see her smiling face alongside the man who killed her. Kurt noticed after a while that it was almost 1 o'clock, the mall's designated lunchtime. Minter still didn't want anything to eat, so Kurt walked back over to the food court by himself. Everyone was there apart from Ernesto and Michael. And Mary, Kurt realized, who was probably in the kitchen. The scattered group almost looked like a bunch of stray cats who knew which kind stranger's door was about to open to deliver their daily sustenance. Before sitting down, Kurt popped into the workstation to see if Ernesto was still there. He was, with Michael. Michael turned to the door and stared at Kurt like he was trying to scare him away with his eyes. What? Kurt said. What? Michael shot back. Who the hell do you think you're looking at with that expression on your face? Ernesto answered before Michael and his Michaelness could further inflame the situation. We're downloading a patch to fix the password vulnerability. Apparently it's a known flaw, so maybe Minter isn't as magical as he makes out. Kurt didn't want to become embroiled in another argument about Minter or the password or anything else. He wanted one thing, so he made that clear. When will you be finished? We need online today. We'll be finished when we're finished, Michael said gruffly. Get out of here. Shut your mouth, Ernesto snapped at him, surprising Kurt as much as Michael. Michael looked for a second as though he was going to react, but then meekly turned his vision back to the screen. If Kurt had had any doubts over who was really in charge, they had just been crushed. You'll get online today, Ernesto promised. Don't worry. Kurt left, satisfied enough. Outside, he saw Mary standing behind the only open fast food counter. The food court's few dozen fast food outlets were all lined in a row with no space in between. The open one had a sign above it which said, Pig Out Pork Pies. Kurt smiled a little as he remembered the circumstances in which he first met Stacy. Mary was standing inside Pig Out, busily putting food on plates and placing them on the counter. Anthony helped out by delivering a plate to each person. Kurt sat down beside Ty and Lisa, as usual, After saying hello to Harry and Joyce, again as usual. This time he also waved over to Val, who sat alone while Ernesto and Michael were otherwise occupied. Anthony brought 3 plates to Val's table, but she explained that neither his father nor Ernesto would be coming. Ty immediately raised his hand to claim the extra food. This amused Kurt because it wasn't as though the portions were small. Anthony gave Ty one of the extra plates and brought the other to Harry and Joyce, who gratefully received it. Once everyone had a plate, Mary appeared from near the central walkway, since apparently the only way out of the fast food outlets was to go all the way along the back of the row and out through a door that Kurt hadn't noticed. She sat down beside Anthony, who had placed her plate beside his. Kurt liked Anthony. He had liked Anthony from almost the beginning, when he treated him humanely in the South Monorail station moments after Ernesto had treated him like a murderer on the walkway below. Minter had since informed Kurt that Anthony ran to Kurt's assistance and shouted angrily at Ernesto immediately after the punch, which only made Kurt like him more. Ty had said something in passing when they were talking about making Mary feel welcome. Anthony tries pretty hard, and that was clearly apparent now as he sat with her and chatted casually about something that was making her smile. Anthony had even given some clothes to Minter so he could wash his well-worn suit. They were a little short, but Minter had been grateful. It was unusual for someone Minter previously disliked to win him over, but Anthony had more or less managed it. For his part, Anthony had softened to Minter too, thanks largely to Kurt's insistence that he meant well. "So it turns out my funeral is on Friday," Kurt announced midway through his meal, like it was the most normal thing in the world. Ty's expression changed to one of quite obvious concern, but Lisa sounded more excited than anything. "That'll be mad," she said. "Watching your own funeral and that. Proper freaky." Kurt laughed. He liked having Lisa around to make him laugh without trying. He paused for a moment to reflect that he actually liked having everyone around, with the obvious exception of Michael. At first, Kurt had been concerned with the mall's laid-back atmosphere and disappointed by the quality and quantity of its inhabitants. But now, he wouldn't have changed it. The actual work of taking down Sycamore using their own systems was something that Kurt and Minter, mainly Minter, could do without any real help. All they needed was physical security and an internet connection, and Ernesto Palomino had proven himself capable of delivering both. Still, though, having a few extra people around to keep them sane was no bad thing. When he was finished eating, Kurt decided to take the leftovers from Ty's second plate back to Minter. "His eyes are bigger than his belly," Lisa said. "Always the same." "She's just jealous because with her it's the other way around," Ty said. Lisa slapped him on the shoulder, quite hard but quite playfully. "Cheeky git." Kurt left them to it. Chapter 30. The food court was very much the hub of daily life in the mall. Whether or not Ernesto had considered the social benefits of having everyone gather in the same place at the same time, they were very real. During the rest of the day, everyone passed the time in their own way. For Kurt and Minter, this was finishing their work on the video clips they were preparing for Friday's funeral. They wouldn't decide the details of which clips would play when until Minter was looking at the emergency control interface. He hadn't built this interface, only the secure login system which enabled remote access to it. Still, he knew with absolute certainty that he could schedule a video in the sky at any time and location, and he also knew that he could force a small pop-up into the corner of every consumer's vision, whatever they were looking at. He hoped that he would be able to instigate a full-volume countdown in everyone's ears, too. Preventing Sycamore's staff from reversing the changes would be the most trivial part, Minter insisted, purely because of how the ECI was supposed to function. Essentially, it was a master override. One of Amos's greatest fears was a physical attack on Sycamore HQ. But even more than an attack, he harbored a highly irrational fear of an invasion. In his nightmare scenario, a hostile and heavily armed group would enter HQ under cover of darkness and wreak havoc by messing with the control center to deliver all kinds of lies and propaganda to Sycamore's hundreds of millions of seated consumers. To combat this, the ECI enabled Amos or his most trusted employee to roll back recent changes and make new ones from any web browser anywhere in the world. Fortunately, Amos's trust was about to be proven misplaced when Minter made use of a ghost login he had created without Amos's knowledge, much less his permission. A less fanciful version of Amos's invasion fear was the possibility that an incompetent or disgruntled employee might gain access to the control center and proceed to transmit unapproved messages or make other unsanctioned changes. For this reason, control was strictly regimented between departments. Only the senior Sika news editor could place a bulletin in the sky, for example, and only the head of Real U could authorize any app-wide changes. But through illicit and untraceable access to the ECI, Minter would be the de facto head of everything. Kurt had set an alarm on his phone so that he wouldn't miss dinner. When it went off, he was both pleased and concerned. Pleased because he was hungry, concerned because editing and compiling a handful of short videos had taken them most of a working day. With the funeral looming only 2 days away, the timescale was beginning to look too tight. Minter came with Kurt to the food court. Again, everyone else was already there. This time, everyone else even included Ernesto, with Michael the only absentee. Kurt left Minter at the usual table with Lisa and Ty, then walked over to Ernesto and Val. He greeted Val before quietly asking Ernesto where Michael was, hoping the answer wouldn't be in the workstation. Ernesto hesitated. He's just finishing up. Still? He said he's almost done. There was something else he had to do, but I don't know what. I've not been in there much today. It's just that we really need to get online today, Kurt said. Even if it's just for an hour before it gets dark so we can get some footage, transfer it onto a USB stick, and work on it in home overnight. Because if we're going to broadcast something on Friday, we have to make sure it'll be impactful enough to do the job. That means we have to start work tonight on the videos we'll be broadcasting because every hour is going to count. There's no problem, Ernesto said, which Kurt thought was an odd thing to say. Michael told me he's almost done, so you will get online. He said that earlier, Kurt complained. I know, but then something came up. A complication with the patch, he said. Whatever it was, he's ironing out the kinks. You'll get online, okay? Keeping his increasing level of frustration to himself, Kurt returned to his table. When he did, he found that 2 other tables had been joined onto it, one at either side, with the rest of the group crowded around. Mary and Anthony were busy moving food from kitchen to table, but there were places set for them too. As it turned out, Ty and Lisa had told the others about Kurt's upcoming funeral. Everyone was weirdly nice to him, as though something had actually happened. He insisted that he didn't really want to talk about it, but that it wasn't necessarily the bad news he first thought it was. Everyone apart from Minter, who had never liked eating in public, chatted away to each other during the meal. Even Mary found her voice, and she seemed genuinely pleased that everyone enjoyed her cooking. After everyone had eaten, Ty sat reading on his laptop while Lisa and Mary talked about Jamaica, since a burning desire to go there seemed to be something they had in common. Kurt looked over Ty's shoulder to see what kind of book he was reading. Do you have any sci-fi? Kurt asked, wishing he had brought Stacy's old e-reader, which was overflowing with the stuff. There's not much need for sci-fi these days, Ty said. Not with everything that's going on in real life. Because this whole Sycamore thing is basically one of the holy subjects, right? You get robots who learn how to feel, aliens who don't really come in peace, and evil corporations who rule through technology. We're living the third one right now. Minter hasn't quite learned how to feel just yet, Kurt said. Even Minter smiled. I wouldn't mind reading about some aliens, though. Sorry, nonfiction only, Ty said. Kurt wanted to say something about aliens almost certainly being nonfiction in some distant part of the universe, but he didn't. What are you reading anyway? Lisa asked. The spectacle thing I was telling you about, Ty said. He turned mainly to Kurt and Minter. An anti-advertising guy I had on TYTV a few months ago told me I should read it. And it's so weird how everything that's happened since The Seed came out is just like an exaggerated version of what the book says. This book is 50 years old, but Sycamore is the ultimate expression of the kind of cultural disease it talks about. Dependence through convenience, appearance over substance, consumerism gone wild. That hippie crap will rot your mind, son, Harry chimed in. Ty offered the laptop to Harry. Guy Debord, dude. Read up.
I almost met Guy Debord, Joyce said. Back in '68.
Ty's eyes lit up. No way. Really?
Truer than true. I lived in Paris for 6 years as a girl.
For her sins, Harry joked.
And do you know what his middle name was?
Joyce asked.
Well, the French version?
Ty shook his head. Ernesto, Kurt said quietly.
That's right,
Joyce said, much impressed.
Guy Ernesto Debord.
No, Kurt said. I mean Ernesto. Kurt tilted his head towards the workstation door, from which Ernesto had just emerged and now closed behind him. He walked over to the group. Ernesto stood in front of everyone and breathed deeply. He looked like he was carrying a heavy load, which wasn't like him. What's wrong? Anthony asked. Ernesto looked at Kurt, almost apologetically, and then back to Anthony. It's starting to get dark, he said. 10 more minutes, then it's time to think about retiring for the night. Minter immediately stood up, threw his metal chair to the ground behind him, and stormed off. Minter! Kurt called after him. I told you he was a liar, was all that Minter called back. Ernesto picked up Minter's fallen chair and leaned against it. He spoke directly to Kurt. I believed Michael when he told me it wouldn't take long, he said. That was 6 hours ago, Kurt replied. Ernesto nodded. I know, but he said the patch he downloaded to fix the password flaw caused problems with other things. It stopped the 4G from connecting, so he had to download another update, which took... Don't lie to my face, Kurt said. Everyone else was silent, most of them looking at the table to avoid the confrontation. Ty and Anthony were the only two who paid keen attention to both men. Ty would have sided with Kurt against Ernesto in any situation, but Anthony's position was more complicated given that his father was the one standing in Kurt's way. Don't call me a liar, Ernesto said. Kurt didn't move his eyes from Ernesto's. If anything, he stared deeper. Then don't treat me like an idiot. Listen, Kurt, I think you should shut up and tell me this, Kurt interrupted. If the 4G couldn't connect, how could Michael download an update to fix it? Huh? How? If your car doesn't have any gas, you can't drive it out to buy some. Ernesto hesitated. I meant it stopped the 4G from connecting properly. He said the signal kept dropping every few minutes. Ty and Anthony turned to Kurt, waiting for him to confirm whether what Ernesto said was plausible. His answer was no. I don't know if Michael is lying to you too, but he's being deliberately obstructive and I need to know why. He's not being obstructive, Kurt. He's being thorough. With someone like Minter, however much you want to vouch for him, we have to take reasonable precautions. He's the whole reason we needed the patch, which is the whole reason for the delay. So if you're looking for someone to blame, start with him. What do you mean, someone like Minter? Kurt asked. Someone from Sycamore? Michael was working with Amos when Minter was still in school, and he's running your computers. How many times do you need to hear that Minter is here to help? He wants to help, but he can't so long as you and Michael keep standing in the way. Tomorrow, the workstation is all yours. Michael and I will stay out of your way all day. This morning you told me we would get on this afternoon. Then it was tonight. Now it's tomorrow? 100 times I asked you, Kurt said, raising his voice to its highest volume yet. 100 times I asked you, and 100 times you said we would get online today. We needed to get online today. Ty stood up and encouraged Kurt to go with him. Come on, dude, he said. Don't waste your breath. Kurt and Lisa both got up to leave with Ty. Torn between two sides of a splintering group, Anthony opted to stay where he was. Ernesto watched them walk away. Chapter 31. Kurt's alarm woke him bright and early at 6:15 the next morning, before the sun was even up. But 6:15 was dawn, not night, he told himself, so it was perfectly safe to cross the walkway. Today was the day. Kurt's motivation for being up so early was to get to the computer before Michael could block their access. If Ernesto had genuinely been misled, he would be keen to make sure Kurt and Minter got online as soon as possible, and would log them in and leave them to it. All Kurt had to do was make sure Michael didn't get there first to pretend that something else was wrong. There was no sense in waking Minter yet, Kurt knew, because the newly applied security patch meant that even he couldn't get around the password requirement. Outside of home, the mall was much darker than Kurt had expected. Whatever the little moon and sun icons on his phone might have said, calling this dawn was a stretch. Still, he made his way across the walkway using his phone's flashlight as a guide. The chance of a drone passing overhead was, for all intents and purposes, 0. Recent events in the mall had nudged Kurt towards Ty's line of thought that the prohibition on walking around at night was an exercise of power for its own sake. To his dismay, Kurt saw someone sitting in the food court, right in front of the door to the workstation. He thought about turning back, but knew that his flashlight would obviously have been seen. "Kurt," the person called in an odd kind of half-shout, half-whisper. Kurt recognized the strained voice as Anthony's. He didn't quite know what this meant. "What are you doing here?" Kurt asked. It was a question that could be fired straight back at him, but it was the obvious one to ask. Up close, Anthony was as sharp as ever, with his sharp sideburns and perfect clothes making it look like he had spent 2 hours getting ready. Kurt wondered when the hell he slept. "Guarding the door," Anthony said. Kurt still didn't know what this meant. "To keep us out? Is your dad in there?" Anthony shook his head. "I spoke to him last night, though." "Yeah?" "Yeah. I was angry that you didn't get online, too. Not as angry as you, obviously, but we all want you to get this thing done. So I asked what the deal was, and he said he was acting in the group's best interests. Something about making sure Minter does what he says he's going to do, and nothing else." "What does that mean?" "Beats me," Anthony said. "I thought maybe they were installing a camera or something, so I checked everywhere. Nothing." Kurt had no strong hunches either. His first thought was an internet filter which would restrict them from sending emails or signing into any old accounts, but Kurt doubted that Michael would be stupid enough to think they wouldn't find their way around something as basic as that. "The password is still the same anyway," Anthony said. Kurt looked at the door. "So is there someone else in there, or are you just making sure no one goes in?" Anthony answered by knocking on the door with 2 quick triple knocks. He then pushed it open. Inside, scrambling into the corner, having turned the computer off in a panic, Kurt spotted just about the last person he expected to see. "Are you trying to give me a bloody heart attack?" she shrieked at Anthony. "2 triples is the warning knock, you idiot!" She smiled as soon as the initial anger was out of her system, because seeing Kurt rather than Michael or Ernesto was a huge relief. "Sorry," Anthony said, but his tone and his grin suggested that he had been messing with her. "Seriously, though, if I do that again, it'll be a real warning. No boy who cried wolf stuff. But you should still have at least 2 hours." Lisa turned around and switched the computer back on. Anthony entered the password. "I feel like maybe I'm missing something," Kurt said. "He knows the password," Lisa replied. "I got that part." "We take turns early in the morning," Anthony explained. "Me, Ty, Lisa, and Mary. The other 3 never come over before breakfast, so we have the computer between 6 and at least 8 every day, sometimes nearer 9. It wouldn't be a big deal if I got caught, but I have to make sure the others don't. That's why I don't just tell them the password. It would be my fault if they got in trouble, so it's better if they only go on when I'm here to look out." Kurt now remembered Ty telling him something along these lines, that Anthony knew the password and let the others on whenever he could. "I better get back out there," Anthony said. "Thanks," Kurt said. "You're a good guy." Lisa pulled another chair over for Kurt. She asked why he was here if he didn't know he could get online, and he explained about wanting to get to the computer before a Michael-sized roadblock beat him to it. "Can I just get like 10 more minutes?" Lisa asked. "I was just finishing something when that big idiot freaked me out." Kurt told Lisa to take as long as she wanted, repeating that he was only here to make sure Michael wasn't. He watched as Lisa loaded up the browser, feeling the same warm buzz he got when Ernesto had done so yesterday. The internet was freedom, pure and simple, a bastion of liberty in an age of control. Kurt remembered his first meeting at Sycamore HQ when Amos, flanked by Minter, had told him that the open internet was a supermarket in a world where most people wanted vending machines. Until the day he died, Kurt would never be one of those people. Lisa typed the URL for Sycamore International, a name which Kurt wasn't familiar with. The site loaded impressively quickly, and what he saw next was very familiar indeed. With the browser in full screen mode, which wasn't normally to Kurt's liking, the entire screen looked like the main menu of the Seed's operating system. There were tiles for Real You and Be There, and everything else that Kurt had grown so used to. This site was evidently a demonstration of some of Sycamore's most popular apps, intended for users in countries where the Seed wasn't available, which was to say, everywhere outside the US. On the second page of tiles, Lisa clicked into an app called Star's Eye View. Kurt recognized the icon. It was a yellow star with two cartoon eyes and a red-lipped smile, but he had never used the app. He told Lisa this, and she could scarcely believe that he had turned his nose up at the chance to experience a celebrity's life in vicarious full immersion. It was fair to say that Star's Eye View was the ultimate expression of a celebrity-obsessed culture. As the name suggested, consumers could lie back on their couch and see the world through the eyes of their favorite celebrity. Lisa had to confirm that she was 18 or over, which she did by clicking that most pointless of all buttons, the one that said, "I confirm I am 18 or over." Kurt wondered if any child anywhere in the world had ever not clicked this button when faced with such a choice. In any case, the screen flashed with disclaimers stating that this international web-based version was a pale imitation of the real thing. No Forest integration was available, obviously, and the voyeuristic enterprise didn't have quite the same novelty when the user was looking at a screen. One of the most attractive features of Star's Eye View for consumers was that every notification and ad placement seen by their Sycastar of choice would also be shown through the app. Consumers saw the world exactly as the Sycastars did, down to every last detail. Among the list of the 25 most watched vistas, Kurt recognized only 2 or 3 names. He asked Lisa who they were, and she told him that, pre-Seed, most of them had been famous on the internet for being famous on the internet. Some of them did stunts, some of them did pranks, and some of them just did what they did. This was the new generation of video bloggers, and it was a whole lot weirder than the last one. As well as the most watched chart, there was also a longest running chart. This ranked all of the Sycastars by how long they had been publicly sharing their every moment without interruption. The entire top 25 of this list had been live for exactly the same length of time, which was evidently since the moment the app first launched. Sycamore paid Sycastars based on how many cumulative viewing hours their streams clocked up, so it was in the Sycastars' interests to live the most interesting lives that they could. Kurt was interested in the same way he would have been interested in watching chimps at the zoo, but Lisa then said something which focused his mind. "I reckon if you could get some of these people to see the videos you're trying to put in the sky, all the people who watch their streams would see them too." Kurt's eyes flicked to the left of the screen. He saw that the most popular Sycastar of all was a strikingly attractive young woman named Trixilicious, which must have been her legal name given that no Sycamore services allowed usernames or pseudonyms. Trixilicious was asleep right now, but her average viewership over the previous 24 waking hours was a ludicrous 2.6 million. At the exact same moment in time, more than 2 million people had been living life through the eyes of the same celebrity. Kurt looked down the list and saw that the next few Sycastars, while not quite as popular as Trixilicious, had still recorded million-plus viewerships in the last few days. Lisa's uncertain idea had the potential to be huge. Kurt liked the idea because it would do exactly what he wanted: use Sycamore's infrastructure against itself. For a brief moment, Kurt wondered whether a fair argument could be made against destroying Sycamore, given how popular some of its services so obviously were. This doubt didn't last long. Even if there was nothing wrong with features like Star's Eye View beyond Kurt's subjective annoyance at how vacuous and vapid they were, Sycamore itself had to be stopped. After all, he considered, things like Star's Eye View could easily exist in a normal world where people weren't coerced into wearing ultra lenses and accepting a microchip under their skin if they wanted to function in society. It was like the old metaphor of a tyrannical government who made the trains run on time. Non-tyrannical governments could do that too, so it was no defense against scrutiny. That's a great idea, Kurt said. We might actually use that, thanks. Yeah? Yeah. You got any more? Lisa thought for a second, then typed "sick ambassadors" into the browser's search bar. These are people in the US whose job is to speak to an international audience, she said. There's hardly any of them, maybe 20 or something. This is probably what Ty would have been doing if he'd said yes to Amos. As the site loaded, it became clear that Sycamore International was a major operation. Between the virtual apps, the international news service, and the sick ambassadors, the budget must have been huge. Something Amos said before the seed's launch rang through Kurt's ears as though a cartoon Amos was standing on his shoulder. Coverage like this is worth every penny, hotshot. You can't put a price on hearts and minds. I guess everything these people say goes through Sycamore sensors first, Kurt said. Lisa nodded. It's all positive. Some of them do demonstrations and stuff, showing people how different features work. Some of them do little compilation shows about the main things that have happened this week. Stuff like that, you know. Ty knows some of them, but I don't know if there would be a safe way to reach them. It might not be worth it anyway, because I don't think you can access these shows through a seed. It's only on this site. When the list of sick ambassadors appeared, Kurt recognized one straight away. It was Kate Pinewood, the girl who had been set to pitch the Sicka phone, and who had led to Kurt's first experience with the seed's look-alike sex ads, which plunged the depths of depravity even by Sycamore standards. Kate looked like a model and had natural charisma, so she was an obvious candidate for a sick ambassador role. Her specific role was to present This Week on Sycamore, which was essentially a blooper reel in the time-honored tradition. But the beauty of a world full of ultra-lenses was that no bloopers any longer went unrecorded. Every time a drunk partygoer fell off a boat, every time a child ran into a glass door, every time a public marriage proposal went wrong, Sycamore was there to see it and share it. Users couldn't opt out of their Vista recordings being shared in this way, given that Sycamore legally owned all footage recorded through every pair of ultra lenses. But Sycamore kindly offered some compensatory Sicka Store credit to everyone they embarrassed on a global scale. This Week on Sycamore was the only piece of Sick Ambassador programming available via the Seeds video app, which meant that Kate could, in fact, be seen by the consumers Kurt needed to reach. But Kate was on Sycamore's payroll and hated Kurt quite intensely, so this probably wasn't an avenue worth pursuing. Very suddenly, Lisa got out of her chair. You know what, Kurt? You've not had the internet for months. Look around at what you want. I'll come in with Ty tomorrow morning. I would just be watching Star's Eye View and crap like that, anyway. Are you sure? Kurt said, keen to be polite but hoping not to talk Lisa out of leaving. Yeah. I'll see you later. Chapter 32. Kurt didn't hesitate before going to the one site he had been longing to see. .truth. .truth was a conspiracy website he had visited almost every day since he got his very first computer as an inquisitive 11-year-old. Some of the topics were pretty far out. The Chupacabra sighting in downtown Chicago was a memorable one. But other stuff had proven on point. Kurt had read about indiscriminate government surveillance a decade before most people had ever heard of the NSA, for example, and the topic of currency digitization had been popular for as long as he could remember. A ridiculous amount had happened since Kurt was last able to access .truth, and he was itching to see what the top discussion topics would be. Quite unsurprisingly, he was the main focus of the first 6 posts. Palomino, Jacobs, Minion. False flags? 128 replies. Forget Kurt Jacobs. Tonight we mourn for Kurtonite. 37 replies. Was Jacobs silenced? 61 replies. Kurt Jacobs, Illuminati puppet. 79 replies. Why does anyone even care about Jacobs? 14 replies. Prediction. Alien contact during KJ funeral. 6 replies /locked. These posts covered much of the .truth spectrum. Kurt jumped to his feet as he heard a knock on the door. Fortunately, this double knock was swiftly followed by Anthony's voice. "Not a warning." The door opened and Mary stepped in. "I didn't know if you were actually using the computer," Anthony said.
"I'm sorry," Mary said. "I'll come back tomorrow."
Kurt waved her in with his hand. "I'm just passing the time," he said, which was largely true. Rather than reading the details of any discussions, his main interest had simply been seeing whether people on .truth were talking about his death or not. Anthony closed the door and resumed his guard duties outside. Kurt opened a new browser window and let Mary sit in the chair nearest the keyboard. She typed in a long URL with a lot of numbers on the end. A photo album loaded. The pictures, 40 or so, were small thumbnails. Mary clicked the first and pressed the spacebar to go through them one by one. They were family photos. Kurt, only half paying attention, asked Mary to stop on one of the photos. "Is that your dad?" he asked.
"Yeah."
"Does he drive a green car?" Mary looked confused and more than a little worried.
"How did you know that?"
"I recognized him from the mail lockers," Kurt said. "Me and Minter saw him the day we met Val. He didn't see us, obviously, but we saw him. Pretty cool, right?"
"I guess,"
Mary said, fighting a smile. She continued through her pictures. One of the people in many of them was a woman a few years older than Mary who was unmistakably her sister. The sister held a baby in some of the pictures and wore a wedding dress in another. Mary wasn't with her in any of them. It seemed that she preferred to capture happy moments from the other side of the lens. The final image, however, featured 3 rows of smiling children, with Mary standing next to them. She closed the browser and stood up. "Are you done?" Kurt asked. She nodded. "Did you just want to see them?" She nodded again. "I think there's a printer somewhere," Kurt said, remembering something that Ty said about the router connecting a printer to the offline computers. "I could print these for you if you want."
"Really?"
"Yeah." Mary smiled, more with her eyes than her mouth.
"That would be so great."
"So who are the kids?" Kurt asked. "Do you teach them?" Mary sat down. It seemed as though Kurt's offer to print the photos had succeeded in convincing her that he was indeed a friend.
"They were at my summer camp," she said. "I'm qualified to teach in schools, but I couldn't get the right placement for this year. Hopefully next year."
"What kind of camp was it?"
"Music camp," she said. "There were some pretty young kids who were already learning instruments, and then older kids who had never been taught music before."
Kurt had only one direction to take the conversation from there. "I'm just going to ask you this straight up," he said. "Why are you here?"
"I met Val at the mail."
"I know how you got here," Kurt interrupted. "But why did you come?" Mary didn't quite know how to answer that. "Do any of your family have seeds?" Kurt asked.
"No, not even lenses. My dad is pretty strongly against all of it. He's a pastor, but not like the Fury,"
she took pains to clarify.
"Not like them."
"What about you? Are you against it?" Kurt asked. Mary hesitated. "Don't worry about offending me," Kurt said. "I hate it all too."
"What were you even thinking?" she asked.
Her expression changed into one that came as close to anger as anything Kurt had seen from her.
"Why would you make a microchip and put it inside children's hands? There are plenty of ways to make money without corrupting children."
"I didn't actually make any money out of it," Kurt said. This was his automatic defense mechanism against any accusation of selling out, whether it came from someone else or from his own mind. "And I didn't know they would put the seed in kids' hands. My niece Sabrina had to get one for school. Had to. Amos was the one who struck the deal with the education department to make it compulsory, not me. I had a fight with him about that, but nothing I said ever mattered."
"Where is she now?"
Mary asked.
"Sabrina?"
"At home, with my brother and my nephew."
"Are they safe?"
Kurt felt water forming in the corner of his eyes. He had wrestled with this question every second of every day since getting in the car with Minter. But hearing it so directly from someone else really made it hit home that he had no idea. He blinked very hard in an effort to remind his eyes who was in charge.
"There's no weakness in sadness," Mary said.
Kurt nodded. Mary meant well, and her kind words cheered him up. But he wasn't typically one for sentiment, and the phrase sounded like something that should have been written on a balloon held by a teddy bear. "Thanks," he said. "I think they're okay. As long as Amos keeps thinking I'm dead, they should be okay. He threatened Sabrina before he killed Stacy, but part of me thinks that even he wouldn't actually... you know."
"Yeah? But what's going to happen to them when you go through with this plan that you're working on? Because if Amos knows that Minter is the only person who can do any of the technical stuff, he'll know he's alive, which means he'll know you're alive. Do you have a way of contacting your family without anyone at Sycamore knowing?"
"No," Kurt said. "But we could contact them right before we do it. We could send a message to my brother's profile telling him to get the kids and cut out their seeds and get them as far away from the city as he can. Even if someone at Sycamore saw our message, they probably wouldn't be able to react quickly enough to intervene." Mary thought deeply about what Kurt said.
"I hope it works," she replied.
This was an obvious thing to say, but Mary said it with a genuine kindness that Kurt appreciated. She left after that. Since Kurt didn't feel like going back on Dot Truth, he looked around the room for the printer Ty had mentioned. He found it in the corner and made a note to ask Ernesto if it was okay to print something. Kurt didn't want to feed Ernesto's ego by deferring to him in such matters, but by the same token, he didn't want to print 40-some photographs only to later find out that the mall had a strictly limited supply of paper or ink. Kurt was in the corner looking at the printer when the door opened again. With no warning knock from Anthony, and with it being so soon after Mary had left, Kurt assumed it would be her again. It wasn't. It was Minter. "Ready to do this thing?" he asked, more amped up than Kurt had ever seen him. Kurt pointed to the computer. "It's all yours." Chapter 33. With Sycamore's emergency control interface just moments from Minter's reach, Kurt asked what security mechanisms stood in the way. Minter explained that he had to enter a 64-digit password. If correct, when correct, another password prompt would then appear. Depending on the color of the text in this prompt, Minter would then have to enter another one of 4 64-digit passwords. "So you have to remember 5 64-digit codes?" Kurt asked. "It's a lot easier than it sounds," Minter said. "They're all based on a code that makes sense when you know it." Kurt shrugged. "I'll take your word for it." Minter sat down. As far as anyone else knew, only 2 users had the superadmin rights required to access the ECI, Amos and Minter. Inevitably, Minter's own Sycamore credentials would have been disabled days ago. This was where the third login he had secretly created in case Amos ever turned against him would come in handy. From Sycamore's main corporate landing page, Minter followed a few links and ended up at a prompt for a username. Kurt leaned in close. Minter typed into the username box, MM_001273816MM-relay. He pressed return. A blue progress bar began to inch along the URL bar at the top of the browser, which had been lightning fast in handling everything Kurt had thrown at it so far. The bar paused around a third of the way along. "Come on," Minter said. The bar stuttered back to life in fits and spurts, then suddenly jumped almost to the end. "It's going to work," he said. "It's going to work." The blue bar reached the end. In a flash, the browser window turned black. White text appeared above an empty password field. User MM, requesting. "White," Minter said. "It can be white, green, red, or yellow. Confirm that the writing on the screen is white." He spoke with a trance-like focus. "It's white," Kurt said. Minter took a deep breath and began to enter his password, counting out loud as he pressed each key with the flawless rhythm of a metronome. Kurt followed the first 10 or so keys, but could sense no pattern and soon forgot what had been pressed. Kurt stood as quietly as he could, trying hard not to even breathe in case it would distract Minter. 62, 63, 64. Once every key had been pressed, Minter exhaled deeply. "Do you want to press return?" He smiled at Kurt. Kurt pulled his hands up to his chest. "I don't want to touch anything." "Okay, but at least cross your fingers," Minter grinned. He did a drum roll on the desk with the fingers of his left hand, then pressed return. A new line of white text appeared. "User MM, incorrect." There was absolute silence. "No, it's not," Minter said to the screen. He turned to Kurt, as if convincing him would convince the system. "It's not, man. It's not incorrect." "It's a long password," Kurt said. "Maybe you should write it down before you try again, and I'll watch you putting it in to make sure all the digits match." Minter put his head in his hands. "I put in the white password for my real login," he said. "Oh my God, what an idiot!" Kurt laughed. "Idiot," he parroted. "Go again." Minter closed the tab and opened a new one. He navigated through the website and typed in his secret username again. MM_1273816MM-relay. The blue progress bar went through its familiar stop-and-go pattern until it reached the end, and the window changed to the same shade of black as before. The writing was white again, but the text was different. The text was worse. User MM, time lock. There was no password field this time, just a narrow button that said, activate. Minter slowly pushed his chair backwards, stood up without speaking, and walked away. "What's going on?" Kurt asked. "Don't follow me," Minter said, his voice weak and hollow. "Seriously? Just don't." Kurt stood alone in the workspace with very little idea of what had just happened. He leaned over the computer Minter had abandoned and moved the cursor over the activate button. After letting it hover for a few seconds, Kurt clicked on the trackpad. The button vanished, and a new piece of text appeared in its place. It was red. By the time Kurt's eyes adjusted to the red-on-black contrast, he understood why Minter was so upset. User MM time lock, it read. Expires in 7 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Chapter 34. Kurt stared at the screen, hardly believing his eyes. In the context, 8 days might as well have been 8 years. He switched the computer off and ignored Minter's request not to follow him. Anthony was still sitting right outside the door. "What happened?" when he asked when Kurt rushed through it. "Where's Minter?" Kurt replied with a question of his own. "Did you see where he went?" Anthony pointed straight up to the monorail station above their heads. Kurt ran to the stairway at the edge of the food court and went up to find him. Minter was sitting on one of the airport-style chairs that Kurt had been chained to in the corresponding station at the south of the mall. His eyes were open, but they were blank. "You can get around it," Kurt said. "You always leave 2 ways out and 3 ways back in, right? That's what you always used to say." Minter slowly turned his head to Kurt. "Not this time." "What the hell kind of time is 8 days?" Kurt snapped at him, barely controlling his voice enough to avoid being heard by Anthony or anyone else. 8 minutes, maybe. An hour at most. What kind of security lockout lasts over a week? Why would you even think to write something like that into the login system? Anyone else could have put in a wrong password and you would have been locked out just the same. "It only locks you out if you get the second password wrong," Minter said. "So no one would get that far." Kurt didn't really care about any of that. His question about why the ECI's login was set up in such a way reflected anger, not interest. Minter explained anyway, saying that Amos had always favored long lockouts in case he was ever taken hostage and forced to access a high-value system. Amos's logic, if you could call it that, was that 8 days was long enough to be rescued, but not too long for the hostage-takers to lose patience. "That makes less than no sense," Kurt said. Minter shrugged. "You've met the guy. So why 8 days instead of 7? And why did you apply the stupid rules to your secret login? Kurt asked. It wouldn't have been a straightforward change to make, man. I added the third login way after I set the rest of it up. So if I'd gone back in and messed around too much, he might have noticed. Kurt couldn't put his frustration into words. He believed that Minter had made a genuine mistake. He had to believe that. And what was done. But all the same, at that moment, he hated Minter for doing it. We have to keep this quiet, Minter said. Or they would want to try something else. I want to try something else. We can't wait for 8 days. Amos will find a hole in our story. No, he won't, Minter insisted. He bought it. I didn't want this to happen either, man, but we're still in the game here. We're in a safe location, we have the internet, and Amos bought the story. That's all we wanted when we left. You know the funeral was too soon anyway, and your brother and the kids would have been right there in the same place as Amos. If you step back and breathe, you might see that this just saved us from making a huge mistake. Kurt's eyebrows lowered. He studied Minter's face. I didn't mean to do this, Minter said quickly, reading Kurt's thoughts quite well. Seriously, you have to believe me. You have to. You do. Right, man? You believe me? Just don't tell anyone, Kurt said, knowing that Michael and Ernesto would have no trouble believing that Minter had meant to throw a boulder-sized pebble in the works. If someone asks, tell them it's not as simple as in or out. It's an ongoing process. Minter nodded. I'm sorry. Kurt walked down the stairs and back towards the workstation. Do you need back online? Anthony asked. Yeah. Anthony led him inside. So did you guys manage to get into the control system thing? It's not as simple as in or out, Kurt said. It's an ongoing process. Anthony didn't push any further. He typed the password and left Kurt to it. The computer took twice as long as normal to boot up. It was still fast, but the SSD had been positively rapid on every previous occasion. Even once the desktop loaded, none of the shortcuts responded when Kurt clicked on them. Everything was back to normal within around 30 seconds, but Kurt's curiosity was piqued. He checked to see what background processes were running. This wasn't a great deal of help since he didn't have a list from previous startups to use for comparison. Still wondering which of these processes had caused the slow startup, he opened an Explorer window and sorted all of the computer's files, first by date modified, and then by date created. Nothing notable had been recently modified, and nothing other than temporary internet files had been created since the previous morning. For the sake of thoroughness, Kurt opened the System Preferences menu and clicked the box to show hidden files. Several system files were being constantly modified by his usage, as was always the case, but a suspicious-looking file had been created 15 hours earlier. The file name was a meaningless string of characters, so Kurt copied and pasted it into the browser's search bar. The title of the top result provided the answer. Known process for Ninja Net Nanny 4400. Keylogger, commercial, malware-free. Kurt ran to the door and called Minter down without switching off the computer. Anthony urged him to keep his voice down, but Kurt wasn't listening. Minter arrived back at the door as quickly as he could. What's up? He asked. Kurt looked at Minter and then at Anthony, deciding that Anthony should know what his dad and Ernesto were up to. They're spying on us, he said. After a brief explanation from Kurt, Minter went inside and set about removing the keylogger, which functioned by recording every single keystroke made by anyone using the computer. He quickly found the logs and purged everything. He was better than Kurt at things like this, so found other hidden nasties lurking inside the computer too. Minter came back out to Kurt and Anthony, who had been discussing the implications of the keylogger. Anthony knew that it would have led to Michael and Ernesto learning that the others were using the computer early in the mornings, which couldn't have ended well for anyone. Kurt appreciated that Anthony was in a difficult position, torn between his father's side and the rest of the group, but it was growing more and more apparent that Anthony was getting tired of Michael's lies. There was more, Minter said. What? Kurt asked. The webcam was recording everything. Michael had set it to come on at startup, and he'd disabled the green light that tells you it's on. Kurt remembered what Anthony had said earlier on about searching for a camera. Neither of them had considered that it was staring them in the face. "So what now?" Kurt said. "They're obviously going to find out we found out. Do we confront them?" Anthony spoke up. "What if I say I found the spying thing? Because you two aren't even supposed to have been online yet. I'll talk to my dad and make sure he doesn't do it again." Kurt and Minter looked at each other briefly and agreed that this was a sensible course of action. It would soon be time for breakfast, so Anthony suggested that Kurt and Minter sit down in the food court to make it look like they hadn't been waiting long. "Nah, I'm going back to bed," Kurt said. In normal circumstances, he would still have been asleep at this time, and the day had already included more drama than he could handle. It started well enough, what with Lisa introducing Star's Eye View as a potential tool, Kurt seeing his own name all over the front page of .truth, and then Mary opening up for the first time. But from there the morning had quickly gone south, first with the 8-day time lock, and then the revelation that Ernesto and Michael were carrying out their own Sycamore-like spying campaign. Minter went with Kurt too. He wasn't tired, he just didn't want to see Michael's face. Chapter 35. Minter spent the rest of the morning sitting quietly with his own thoughts while Kurt slept. Stress typically stopped Kurt from sleeping, but in this instance, exhaustion won the day. When Kurt eventually woke up, he went to find Minter, who was still doing nothing, and asked him what he thought about the idea of opening up the phones Ernesto mentioned during the meeting on their first day in La Plethora. Kurt's intention was to give a phone to each of his friends in the mall: Minter, Ty and Lisa, Harry and Joyce, Anthony and Mary. He had nothing against Val, but she was on the wrong side. Opening up the phones was a necessary step to enable Kurt to sideload a user-created app for chatting via Wi-Fi, which would allow them all to keep in contact wherever they were. Ernesto had said that Kurt could see the phones whenever he wanted, but Kurt had forgotten about them while focusing on more important things. Now that those more important things had run into a roadblock, he wanted to at least do something constructive. Although Minter agreed it was a good idea, he still didn't want to go back into the main part of the mall. Kurt accepted this and went without him. It happened to be lunchtime, so Ty and the others were in the food court. Kurt greeted them briefly but went straight over to Ernesto to ask about the phones. Michael continued to eat as if Kurt wasn't there. Without delay, Ernesto led Kurt back across the mall into home. The phones were in a box underneath the table where everyone kept their bags and cases, and Ernesto readily handed over the box. "Thanks," Kurt said flatly. It was the first word either had spoken since leaving the food court. Ernesto sighed. "Did Anthony say something to you?" "He might have." "Kurt, I didn't know Michael put those things on the computer. I want you to know that." Kurt laughed. He couldn't even pretend to believe this. "I swear," Ernesto insisted. "Look, even if you don't trust me, you know I'm not an idiot. Do you really think I wouldn't expect the two of you to find something like that straight away?" "You were in there with Michael when he did it," Kurt said. "I saw you in there. I spoke to you in there." Ernesto was shaking his head. "I was there when he downloaded the patch, sure, but I wasn't there all day. You saw me at dinner, right?" The part about dinner was true, but Kurt couldn't believe the rest. Even had he wanted to, he couldn't. Kurt left the phones on the table and went to get his laptop. Ernesto was gone when he returned. Keen to get something done to take his mind off the annoyances of the day, Kurt took his computer and the phones straight into the workstation and began working on them one by one. The opening up process proved as trivial as he hoped. Kurt already had the necessary application on his computer, so all he had to do was connect a phone via the USB cable and click a single button. It took around 60 seconds for the application to remove every restriction and allow him to sideload a myriad of user-created apps. Kurt repeated the process for 10 phones, which was more than he needed. There were 20 altogether, so he thought he might as well do half. When the phones were ready, Kurt decided to look online to see if there were any new apps. The Systalonic XK6 had a thriving homebrew community, and Kurt hadn't browsed any of the main repositories for the better part of 6 months. The first site he went to was a software forum run by Trickstick, the hacker who had developed the application to open up the XK6 in the first place. The forum was divided into subcategories as usual, so Kurt scrolled down towards XK6 apps. His eyes could hardly believe what he saw next. A new subforum had been created since Kurt's last visit. XK6 apps for ultra lenses. Kurt clicked the link and saw 18 threads, each dedicated to one app. Above them, there was a sticky thread titled XK6 Ultra Lenses FAQ. He went there first. The FAQ, written by Trickstick himself, made explicitly clear that anyone looking to use these apps would need to have an opened-up XK6 and a pair of genuine Sycamore Ultra lenses which had been fully deactivated using Trickstick software. The FAQ also said that Trickstick would no longer be participating in what he called the tech improvement community due to too many competing time pressures in his life. He said he had handed control of the forum over to someone else and would no longer log in to any of his other old accounts either, meaning that any messages sent to him would not be read. This meant that Kurt wouldn't be able to ask for his assistance as he had previously thought he might. But if Trickstick's hack really had enabled other developers to create ultra-lens-compatible apps for the XK6, that in itself was more assistance than Kurt could ever have hoped for. Kurt still wondered how people were managing to hack their ultra lenses without a diagnostic sphere like the one Michael had pilfered from Sycamore, which had eventually found its way into his hands. Right on cue, he saw an ad at the side of the page for an Ultra Lenses USB interface kit, which looked like a cheap version of the sphere and retailed for $39.99 plus shipping. He couldn't help but smile. Once their lenses were hacked, using software developed by Trickstick and based on the Curtinite method that Kurt had partially explained on stage at the talent search, users had to pair their lenses with their XK6. From then on, they could use their phone to control their lenses and use their lenses to view content from the phone. This essentially turned the XK6 into a handheld seed without the nightmarish privacy issues. It was exactly what Kurt wanted, and he could have kissed Trickstick for delivering it. Kurt downloaded each of the apps without paying too much attention to what they were. A few of their names caught his attention, mainly Lie Detector, but also Radar, Decorate XL, and DVR. Kurt took his ultra lenses and his own XK6 out of his pocket, where he kept them for safekeeping. He connected his phone to the computer and transferred all of the new apps. While they were copying over, he put his lenses in. Before using any of the apps, Kurt had to pair his lenses to the phone. This was even easier than he had expected. All he had to do was press the Pair button on his phone, then look at the QR-like barcode which appeared on the screen. Pairing like this made sure that only his phone could control his lenses, and that only his lenses could access content on his phone. It was an elegant solution. More than elegant, to Kurt it was positively beautiful. Some of the new app tiles on Kurt's phone were covered with a red X. He clicked one to see what the problem was. Internet connection required, the error message said. This was to be expected, and Kurt wasn't too disappointed because none of the apps he had been immediately drawn to were affected. He deleted the ones that were, then launched Lie Detector. Text appeared in Kurt's vision, the first overlay he had seen since taking out his seed. It told him that no faces were within view. Kurt walked to find Minter. "Hey," he said when he found him. "Hey, man." "Tell me a lie," Kurt said. He held his phone in his pocket. "Be as convincing as you can." Minter jumped to his feet like a child who had just heard an ice cream van. "No way," he said. "Seriously? How?" Kurt tapped his nose 3 times with his finger. Minter was smiling like an idiot. "Ask me a question, then." "Okay." Kurt held the button on the side of his phone. "Do you really think Amos thinks we're dead?" "Definitely," Minter said. A dozen or so lines and annotations appeared on and around Minter's face. Some pointed to the creases in the corners of his mouth, and some were circles around parts of his eyebrows. This facial analysis wasn't in the same league as that provided by Sycamore's expensive first-party equivalent, but it was still extremely impressive. Kurt released the button. The final result appeared in the center of his vision. Verdict, truth, 98. "Now say something that isn't true," Kurt said. He took the phone out of his pocket since Minter knew what was going on anyway, and pressed the button again. Minter thought for a second. "Okay." "Hello, Kurt. I've always liked you." Kurt tried not to laugh as the annotations appeared on Minter's grinning face. He released the button. Verdict, inconclusive/jest, 39. Be serious this time, Kurt said. How old are you? 19, Minter said. Verdict, lie, 04. Kurt correctly deduced that the numerical value indicated how likely it was that the target was telling the truth. Does it work? Minter asked. The look on Kurt's face answered for him. Ask me if I meant to get the password wrong. No, Kurt said. His smile faded. I don't have to. Just ask. No. At least press the button then, Minter insisted. Are you pressing it? Kurt reluctantly held it down and nodded. I didn't mean to get the password wrong, Minter said. Verdict, truth, 99. Well? I believed you anyway, Kurt said. Minter looked satisfied. So can you set up one of the other phones for me? Yeah, Kurt replied. But we won't use this on each other without asking, okay? Minter nodded. And you'll never use it on Ty, Lisa, Mary, Harry, or Joyce, deal? Of course, man. Or Anthony, Kurt added, or Val. Val? Fine. But what about the other two? Kurt grinned. Don't get caught. Chapter 36. Kurt returned to the computer, which he had left on. The first thing he did was load all of the UltraLens-compatible apps onto the phone that would be Minter's. He went into the phone's settings and changed its name to Minter. Kurt then connected Minter's new XK6 to the mall's local Wi-Fi connection using the password OpenMall and moved on to the next phone. He named this one Mary and loaded a variety of free games and popular apps from another website. Kurt then remembered the family photos Mary had been looking at in the morning. He scanned through the browser's history and was able to find the album since Mary hadn't been using stealth mode. He downloaded the pictures and put them on her phone. Kurt put the same games and apps onto all of the phones too, along with the cheerfully named Sci-Fi app, which would allow everyone to chat via text, voice, or video over the mall's Wi-Fi network. The benefit of an app like Sci-Fi over the dozens of others like it was that it was built for local networks and so didn't need any kind of external connection. Essentially, it turned each XK6 into a high-tech walkie-talkie. Deciding in the end that pettiness wouldn't solve anything, Kurt set up a phone for each of Val, Ernesto, and Michael. He gave them the same XK6 apps as everyone else. These apps were useful, but it wasn't like Ernesto and Michael would have access to anything as powerful as Lie Detector or the other apps which required ultra lenses. Everyone was gathered for dinner when Kurt emerged from the workstation with the box of phones. They were lined up in alphabetical order to ensure he gave the right phone to the right person. Before handing them out, he walked over to Ernesto's table. Can I talk to you for a second? Kurt asked. He stood with both hands in his pockets so that holding his phone in one of them wouldn't look weird. Ernesto stood up. Of course. They walked out of everyone else's earshot. I need you to tell me, face to face, that you didn't know anything about the keylogger or the webcam. I didn't know. You didn't know what? Kurt asked. He pressed the button. I didn't know that Michael put a keylogger on the computer, or did the thing with the webcam, okay? Why keep asking if you're not going to believe me? Kurt watched patiently as the annotations appeared on Ernesto's face. He released the button and waited for the result. Verdict, truth, 93. I believe you, Kurt said. He held his hand out to shake Ernesto's. I believe you. Ernesto shook Kurt's hand. I've made it clear to Michael that I don't want anything like this to happen again, he said. Michael was sitting only slightly out of earshot, watching on uneasily. Kurt nodded in understanding, then joined everyone else. Mary offered to fetch him a plate, but he insisted that he wasn't hungry. He waited until everyone was finished eating, then handed out the phones, explaining the basic functions as he did. Ernesto thanked him, as did Val, but Michael had to be encouraged by Ernesto. Harry and Joyce took the phones gratefully, but didn't think they would have much use for them. Kurt showed Harry that there was a crossword app, guessing it might interest him, but he didn't know what Joyce would like. Everyone else was delighted to hear about the video chat and the games.
4 in a row!
Lisa squealed as she browsed the games folder.
I am the master at 4 in a row. Ask Ty.
She beat me one time, he said with a wry grin. Kurt took an extra few seconds with Mary, showing her how to find the photos he had loaded. Her eyes welled up when she saw the first picture, and when she noticed that it said 1 of 41, she stood up to hug Kurt, then pecked him on the cheek.
This is so nice, she said. Thank you.
We should all go to our place, Lisa said, meaning the display bedroom she shared with Ty. Mary and Anthony were keen, and Kurt dragged Minter along. Ty and Lisa's bedroom was much bigger than Kurt's. Such was the benefit of arriving in the mall early. Rather than a room, it was really more of a suite. Their bed was a king, like his, but they also had 2 couches, a pair of real wooden drawer units, and an impressively large wardrobe. It seemed ludicrous to Kurt that expensive furniture like this, shipped in for promotional photo shoots, had been left behind when the construction project collapsed. On reflection, though, he knew that the cost of any number of fancy wardrobes would have been infinitesimal in the context of La Plethora. He thought back to what the narrator had said in the documentary about the mall, that La Plethora had been, quote, built and abandoned by men too rich to care, end quote. Ty and Lisa jumped onto their bed. Kurt took a seat on one of the couches between Mary and Anthony, and Minter sat down on the other. Lisa immediately challenged Ty to a game of 4 in a row. Minter, having slyly put in his ultra lenses on the way over, paired them to his phone and began exploring the variety of apps that Kurt had provided. Mary started flicking through her pictures, telling Kurt and Anthony the stories behind each one. She explained that she was the youngest of 5, with 3 much older brothers and an older sister. Her parents still lived in the house where she grew up, which was the scene of many of the pictures. Mary lived there too, having recently moved back in after graduating from college. Her mother and her father, the pastor, looked like the kind of warm-hearted people it took to raise someone like Mary.
Eat that!
Lisa shouted a few minutes later, pumping her fist. Ty fell back onto the bed with his head in his hands. Best 2 out of 3, he said. Lisa turned up her nose.
It's not even a challenge. I want to play someone else. Minter?
He looked over, surprised to have been addressed. I'm just, fixing something.
Anthony,
Lisa said. She didn't pronounce the H, so it sounded like Antony. He agreed to play. When Mary reached the end of her photo album, Kurt showed her how to use Sci-Fi in case she ever needed to. She had less experience with smartphones than the rest of the group, so this one-on-one assistance was very helpful. As he was showing her the ropes, Kurt's phone vibrated in his pocket. Everyone looked over. He took it out and looked at the screen. It told him that he had an incoming Sci-Fi video call from Ernesto. Kurt pressed accept. Ernesto appeared on the screen. He was in the workstation. There's something you need to see, Ernesto said. What is it? Kurt asked. It's on the computer. Turn the phone around and show me. Ernesto's face was a picture of concern. I don't want to do this on the phone. Come over. But it's dark, Kurt said. Hurry up, Ernesto replied. And bring Minter. He ended the call. Sounds like somebody's in trouble, Ty said. Kurt looked at Minter. You think we should go? Minter answered by standing up. We'll be back in a minute, Kurt said to everyone, but mainly Mary. As soon as they were outside, Minter began to speculate. Maybe there's another camera hidden in there, he said. Maybe they know about the time lock. Nah, Kurt said, partly in an effort to convince himself. It could be that Ernesto found out that Michael put something else on the computer. I lie detected him before dinner, and it was 93% sure that he didn't know Michael was installing the keylogger or doing the thing with the webcam. Really? Minter said. Yeah. Maybe it is about Michael, then. They reached the workstation to find Ernesto standing at the open door. He didn't say anything, just tilted his head towards the computer. Both Kurt and Minter immediately wished that it had been something to do with Michael. A video was paused on the screen. 2 people were in the shot. Kurt and Minter stared only at one. Amos. He was standing in front of Sycamore HQ's grand entrance, surrounded by a small crowd held back by temporary metal railings. A Sycamore News interviewer stood beside him with a leaf-shaped microphone, so Kurt knew that whatever Amos was about to say wouldn't be a candid, spur-of-the-moment response. It would be calculated, like everything else he uttered in public. Ernesto played the video. The interviewer spoke first.
"Mr. Amos, sir," she began. "Do you have any message for Kurt's killer?"
Kurt looked at Minter to gauge whether he had any idea what was going on, but Minter's eyes were fixed on the screen in a clear indication that he himself didn't know what was coming next. Amos replied, "To the man who knows what happened to Kurt Jacobs in his home that night. To the man who left Kurt's seed for us to find on a piece of paper, covered in his blood. To the man who wrote that monstrous letter. To that man I say this. What made you think that you were smart enough to get away from us?" Kurt's stomach knotted. He felt his cheeks puff and his throat jump, as if his body was getting ready to vomit. "What makes you think that anyone can get away from us? Do you think you're some kind of hotshot?" Kurt's knees weakened. He crouched down semi-voluntarily and put his hands in front of his face so he could barely see through the gaps in his fingers. Amos went on. "Tomorrow, while you're hiding wherever it is that you're hiding, I'll be standing side by side with Kurt's mourning family. His brother, his nephew, and, of course," Amos said, noticeably moving his gaze away from the interviewer and straight into the center of the camera, "his niece, little Sabrina." "I'm going to kill him," Kurt said. He stood up straight. "Quiet," Minter whispered, not moving his eyes from the screen. "It's not finished." The interviewer came back into the shot.
"Strong words there from Mr. Isaiah Amos, exclusively on Sycamore News Live."
"One final word, if I may," Amos smiled.
"Of course, sir, please."
Amos addressed the camera again. "If the man I'm speaking to turns himself in before the funeral, no one else has to get hurt. But if he doesn't, well, let's just say we'll see who the real hotshot is." The video ended. Chapter 37. "I'm going to kill him," Kurt repeated. "I'm going to drive down there tonight, and I'm going to find him, and I'm going to kill him!" Minter put a hand on Kurt's shoulder. "There's no time, man. If we leave now, we'd still be a day late," Minter interrupted. "And no one is killing anyone. We're already dead, remember?" "Were you even listening?" Kurt shouted, not meaning to take his rage out on Minter, but not controlling it either. "He knows!" Minter turned to Ernesto and asked for a moment alone with Kurt. Ernesto agreed and went outside. 41%, Minter said. "What?" "Amos is trying his best to look convincing, and the lie detector says inconclusive, 41. He's bluffing. It's a trap." Kurt rushed to load his own lie detector. He replayed the video and pressed the button at various points. The verdicts were all inconclusive, ranging from 28 to 43. According to the app's analysis of Amos's nonverbal cues, he was being somewhat less than candid. "But why would you lay a trap for someone you think is dead?" Kurt asked. "To make sure, man. It's like if you spray poison in a mouse hole. You know the mouse is dead, but you leave some cheese outside in a trap just in case. You know it makes sense." "Do you honestly think so?" Kurt asked. He looked straight at Minter and pressed the button on his phone to activate the lie detector. Minter saw him doing this but didn't mind. "If he knew where we were, we'd be dead," Minter replied. "We both know that. But even if he did somehow know we were alive but didn't know where, he wouldn't be playing these games. He would be looking for us quietly, letting us think we'd gotten away with it." Kurt released the button. Verdict, truth, 100. All that this told Kurt was that Minter believed what Minter was saying, which was never really in doubt. Kurt knew that Minter had known Amos for a lot longer than he had, though, having worked closely with him for 2 years. Minter opened the door to let Ernesto back in. To his credit, Ernesto didn't ask why they had wanted a moment without him. "I still don't get why he would come out and basically accuse me of faking the whole thing," Kurt said. "What's everyone else going to think?" Minter shook his head. "Nothing, man. No one else knows he's talking about you. This is just a free chance for him to settle any doubts in his mind." Kurt sat down on one of the computer chairs. It had been a long and winding roller coaster of a day, and it felt like it was ending with the carriage rolling towards a gaping hole in the track. "If you don't want to watch the funeral broadcast live, I could watch it and pass on what happens," Ernesto said. "Or you can watch it in here alone, or with everyone. Just me and Minter, and you if you want." "I do," Ernesto said. "I watched the sick tribute event he put on for Stacy, so I know what kind of thing to expect." Minter's eyes lit up. "Exactly." He looked at Kurt. "That was exactly the same thing. That was the night we took our seeds out, but they didn't properly deactivate my account until that morning, so I could see everything he was saying the day before. He was with Colin at HQ, and he said he was 99% sure that you would stay away like you agreed, but he wanted to eliminate the doubt. He said something like, 'If he doesn't react to us making a martyr out of Stacy, he won't react to anything.' He was making sure, man, just like he's doing here." "We'll get through this," Ernesto said, "and then we'll destroy him." Like only a powerful common enemy could, Amos's threat highlighted the relative pettiness of the secret-keeping and the intramall conflict that had been brewing over the past few days. This video brought them all back down to earth with a bang, acting as a stark reminder that they were all fighting on the same team. "We can't get into Sycamore systems until next week," Kurt blurted out. He didn't know why he said it, and neither did Minter, but he said it. Ernesto's face reacted to this shock only slightly, and he didn't ask any questions. "We'll worry about that once we get through this," he said. "There was an unexpected problem with the login," Minter admitted, feeling disarmed by Ernesto's calm reaction and compelled to offer some kind of explanation. "One thing at a time," Ernesto assured them. Handling this like the leader Kurt had hoped he would be all along, he calmly switched the computer off and suggested they all go back across to home for the night. Kurt and Minter both agreed. When they arrived back in Ty and Lisa's bedroom, Ty was the most keen to know why Ernesto had wanted to talk to them so late at night. "It was about the funeral," Kurt said. "What about it?" Ty pushed, looking for more specifics. Kurt didn't want to go through it all again. "Minter will explain," he said, which took Minter by surprise. "I'm going to call it a night." "Me too," Mary said. Anthony also got up to leave, promising Lisa that he would beat her next time. Minter was left to answer Ty's questions. Kurt could hear them talking as he walked away. As Kurt was turning towards the final stretch which led to his bedroom, he felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. It was Mary's. "Are you okay?" she asked. Kurt didn't answer, which always meant no. "What did he want to show you?" "A threat from Amos," Kurt said. He said it quickly, spitting the words out all at once. Mary was about to ask what kind of threat when she noticed Kurt's eyelid quivering slightly. "Sabrina?" she guessed. Kurt nodded half-heartedly. All down and no up. Mary didn't know what to say or do next. "I'm going to go to bed now," Kurt said. "Come with me." "What do you mean?" "My room has 2 beds," Mary said. "And I don't think you should be alone tonight." "I think I'll be okay," Kurt insisted. She held his eyes. "That doesn't mean you have to be alone." Kurt thought about it for a second. He decided that having someone to talk to might be a good thing, and Mary was as good a choice as anyone. After all, she was the only person besides Minter who knew the context of Amos's threat against Sabrina in regard to his previous ultimatum of the same nature. He went with her. "You chose bunk beds?" Kurt said as Mary led him into her spacious room.
What's wrong with that? She smiled. They reminded me of music camp. I've already slept on the top, so...
Fine, Kurt said with exaggerated disappointment as he climbed into the bottom bunk. He lay back. The bunk's mattress was nowhere near as comfortable as the $1,000 one on Kurt's king bed, but Mary's gentle voice and the general feeling of being close to someone who was unequivocally on his side filled Kurt with a different, stronger kind of comfort. Ty said that you want to leave the mall, Kurt said. Mary hesitated.
Not so much now. There's been a different sort of balance since you all arrived. And it's not even been that long since I saw everyone on the outside. I think it's just knowing that I can't see them, you know?
At least you have some photos.
Yeah, Mary said. Don't you have any of your family?
I downloaded a couple today when I was getting yours.
Can I see them?
Mary asked. Sure, Kurt said, quickly sending some of his pictures to Mary's phone. They were from a publicly viewable album that Randy had uploaded around 6 months ago. The pictures arrived on Mary's phone. At first, she didn't say anything because a default response like, "They're both really cute," seemed utterly insufficient under the circumstances.
I know you're worried, she eventually said. But you came here to help them. You're doing what you think is right, for reasons you know are right. And that's all anyone can ever ask of anyone.
Thanks, Kurt said. After a few minutes of peaceful quiet, Kurt's phone buzzed twice.
Who was that?
Mary asked, sounding like it had woken her up. Kurt looked to see. Just Ty. The message from Ty came in the form of a Sci-Fi text. Minter told us what happened. Amos is vermin. He said sick stuff about Lisa when I said I wouldn't work for him too. Try to be strong. We're both here if you need anything. Kurt knew it must have taken a lot for Ty to write and send a message like this that bordered on the sentimental, and he appreciated it. He sent the word thanks in reply, then added, "We'll make him pay," just to keep the spirits up. Damn straight. Taekwondo coming his way if I ever see him, Ty replied. Kurt laughed and put his phone on the floor. What time do you usually get up for breakfast? He asked Mary. She didn't reply. Kurt stayed dead still and listened until he heard her breathing slowly, which confirmed that she was asleep. He switched off the lamp on the table beside the bed and watched as the base of Mary's top bunk disappeared into absolute darkness. This kind of darkness, where everything was nothing, felt appropriate. Kurt's mind focused on the fact that he had literally no way of contacting Randy or the kids, or of getting to them before the funeral. Whatever was going to happen, and there was nothing he could do but wait and watch. Having no choices to make and no options to pursue removed the, quote, difficult decision element of stress, which sometimes made it worse. But there was nothing liberating about this kind of helplessness. Kurt didn't know what would happen at his funeral in the morning. All he knew was that the event could go one of two ways, and that compared to the churning anxiety he was feeling tonight, tomorrow night would either be a little bit better or unimaginably worse. Chapter 38. The live Sycamore broadcast of Kurt's funeral began at noon after a full morning of build-up. Minter and Ernesto had been watching from the start, but Kurt joined them just a few minutes before the main event. He asked Mary to be by his side for the viewing, which surprised her as much as it did Minter and Ernesto. The others had all been told about Amos's threat and waited anxiously in the food court. Even Michael, who patted Kurt's back in solidarity as he entered the workstation. Several viewing options were available. Aside from the main Sycamore feed, which was filmed using a regular AR camera and featured running commentary from two primetime newscasters, viewers could choose to watch the whole event through the eyes of Isaiah Amos himself. The newscasters repeatedly emphasized that this was the first time Amos's vista had ever been shared, and was thus an opportunity not to be missed. More troublingly for Kurt, viewers could also watch the funeral through Randy's eyes, just in case they wanted to experience brotherly grief in first-person mode. There was a charge for this service via the seed, but not via the Sycamore's international website, since Sycamore was so keen to showcase this Vista-sharing technology to a global audience. Kurt hadn't put much thought into what Randy and the kids would be thinking. He had told Randy and Julian that he had to go away and couldn't come back, so the idea of a staged death probably wouldn't strike them as too implausible. But they would surely never imagine that Kurt might have conned Amos into believing he was dead, he thought. Surely no one would imagine that. The cemetery and its surrounding areas had been designated a no-share zone for one day only. While inside a no-share zone, normal consumers were temporarily unable to record or share their vistas. Some large music venues and sporting arenas were also no-share zones, but most were deterred by the heavy fee that Sycamore demanded for this type of micro-geofencing. A list of dignitaries in attendance then appeared on the screen. It blew Kurt's mind. At just 2 days' notice, his funeral had attracted a dozen senators and even the president himself. None of these people had cared about Kurt when he was alive, and their presence was testament to how good Amos was at turning events into causes. As he had done with the Seed's launch, Amos presented Kurt's very public funeral as a show of defiance against evil terrorists who sought to destroy freedom. And, as at the Seed's launch, a large contingent from Fury River had played right into his hands by coming along to picket. It surprised Kurt that Amos let Fury River anywhere near the cemetery given that they were implicated in Kurt's death, but Amos was never one to miss an opportunity. The 200 or so Fury River protesters were surrounded by police officers at 3 sides and penned against a metal railing at the 4th. It was an emotive sight, a real spectacle. On the Sycamore's international website Kurt was using to watch the broadcast, the schedule suggested that the funeral would be over inside 20 minutes. The shorter the better, he thought. All he wanted to see was his family arrive and leave without incident. The camera spun around to show a long black car pulling up. Amos stepped out, flanked by 2 burly bodyguards. Kurt recognized them as the men who had held him back while Stacy was murdered in cold blood. Exactly a week had passed since then, without question the longest and worst week of Kurt's life. "Are we definitely recording the stream?" Ernesto asked. Minter checked to confirm. "Yeah, I'm capturing the computer's entire display too," he said, "just in case the stream recording gets corrupted." Amos's car stopped before passing the Fury River demonstrators so that he had to walk directly past them, providing an even better spectacle. A row of licensed paparazzi stood opposite the baying mob. These modern paparazzi held their eyelids open with their fingers, knowing that a single mistimed blink could ruin otherwise valuable footage. It was quite a sight. Amos stopped and surveyed the fury. "Should I pull up his feed in a separate window?" Minter asked, turning to Kurt. Kurt nodded. "Can you get Randy's as well?" he asked. Minter pulled up both first-person vistas. The screen now contained 3 windows, with the main feed on the left, and Amos and Randy's vistas each taking up half of the right side. Randy's vista showed the inside of a car window. He turned around and Kurt caught sight of Sabrina and Julian. They were both wearing black outfits and somber expressions, the kind Kurt hadn't seen on them since he had helped them through their mother's funeral a year earlier. He couldn't see Randy's face, obviously, but expected that it would be a picture of stoicism, as always, if only for the kids' sake. As Amos reached the symbolic graveside where the intimate in-name-only service would be held, Randy's car rolled to a stop. The main camera turned to show it arriving. Randy and the kids stepped out. They walked down the narrow pathway between the protesters and the paparazzi, the grimmest of red carpets. No bodyguards flanked Kurt's family as the protesters hounded them with verbal abuse. Randy walked tightly behind Sabrina with his arms on her shoulders. Julian looked like he was about to step off the path to confront one of the protesters for something they had shouted, but Randy reeled him in. Julian's face appeared in the center of Randy's vista. "Volume on that one," Kurt said. Minter turned it up. They heard the end of what Randy was saying. "Just don't engage. Like we talked about, don't give them what they want." Nothing about the funeral seemed right, but Kurt saw something especially wrong in the fact that millions of consumers would be watching that same father-son interaction from Randy's first-person view. "Back to the main feed?" Minter said. Kurt nodded. When the main audio returned, the commentators were talking about Sabrina. Kurt couldn't remember their names, but the woman used to present the weather forecast, and the man had been a serious reporter before Amos recruited him to the Sika News team. Their attention had turned to Sabrina's understated look and flawless hair and makeup. It didn't matter that Sabrina had barely turned 10. The commentators focused on what she was wearing and how her makeup was because she was the only female there.
"You know something, Tom," the woman said. "I think it's worth pointing out what a great job our friends at Kissabliss have done with this new product range. Remember, girls, your face can face anything with Kissabliss. Feel beautiful, feel fabulous, feel your best self. This is bliss, Kissabliss."
And she can cry all day, Debbie, because like all Real You products, this Kissabliss collection is upgradable to be 100%, you heard me, 100% tear resistant. What a deal! Kurt had seen some brazen attempts at product placement over the last few months, but this was right up there. The commentators quickly moved on to Sabrina's flowing dress and elegant heels, keen to tell viewers how they could attain the same look.
"This is disgusting," Mary said.
No one disagreed, but Mary had no idea just how pervasive Real You had become. She didn't know that the ads were in Sabrina's eyes as soon as she woke up every morning, with virtual before and afters of her young face highlighting flaws she didn't know were there. And Mary didn't know that since her mother died, the only women in Sabrina's home were the ones who appeared on the walls telling her what Real You mods she had to buy to look less like herself and more like them. The commentators then made some token comments about Julian being a model student, quote, set to follow in his Uncle Kurt's footsteps, but their hearts clearly weren't in it. Amos greeted the family at the coffin-free ceremonial graveside. Randy shook his hand without looking too unwilling, which impressed Kurt, but Julian hesitated. It wasn't very perceptible, and Randy nudged some sense into him before anyone else seemed to notice. Amos then crouched to Sabrina's height and kissed her on both cheeks. Seeing Sabrina's reluctant expression and her face all made up with Real You's nonsense as Amos leaned in close angered Kurt more than words could ever describe. Kurt could see Ernesto's head shaking in the corner of his eye. He felt Mary's hand rest supportively on his shoulder. Even Minter, normally so detached, turned to Kurt with a look of palpable disgust on his face. "He'll get what's coming, man," he said. "He'll get it." With the greetings complete, the minister began the service. It was standard stuff, recounting Kurt's childhood and achievements. Randy was given no opportunity to speak, but Kurt didn't think he would have wanted to anyway. The commentators talked over most of the service, reading out messages from viewers and promoting everything from Lexington Cola to the latest Sikaplex blockbusters. They quietened down only when the minister finished speaking and gave way to Amos. Amos delivered a well-rehearsed speech about the need to unite in opposition to violent extremism. Fury River could be heard chanting their slogans in the distance, which was exactly what he wanted. Nothing in Amos's speech made reference to Kurt's killer. He stood next to Sabrina throughout the service, as his threat had suggested, but nothing happened. Kurt didn't allow himself to feel relief just yet, but the dread was certainly lifting. At the end of his speech, Amos thanked everyone for coming out and walked with his bodyguards back towards his car. Randy and the kids followed just behind him. Randy looked at Sabrina as they walked, and her lips were moving. "Volume on Randy," Kurt said. Minter clicked as quickly as he could, but didn't get there before Sabrina had finished speaking and Randy had finished replying. But through Randy's Vista and in-earphones, they could now make out individual shouts from the Fury River mob. Some of the heckling was very general. "Scum!" and some quite basic. "He's in hell where he belongs!" But other shouts were beneath contempt. "Don't listen to them," Randy said to Sabrina. A loud voice rose over the others. "You're next, you little bitch!" Randy stopped walking. He looked straight at the tall, bald man who had shouted it. "You heard me," the man said. Randy walked towards him. A police officer stepped in Randy's way, holding her hands out chest high like she was telling a dog to stay back. The man walked to the very front of the group. He was right in the center of Randy's vista, which Minter had now maximized to fill the whole screen. "Your brother was a queer, and your wife was a whore," he said quietly, almost gently, gutlessly taunting Randy from behind the safety of the railing. Randy looked at the officer. "Are you not going to do anything about this?" "Sir," she said, holding her hands out again as though Randy was the aggressor, "we have strict instructions to stay on this side of the barrier." "Instructions from who?" Randy asked, as if the question didn't answer itself. "You're the goddamn police!" Kurt heard Sabrina's voice, a weak imitation of its usual self, asking Randy to take her to the car. Randy agreed. "Thanks for nothing," he said to the police officer. He turned his eyes towards the detestable protester just in time to see him spitting in their direction. It landed on Randy's shirt. "I'm going to have to ask you to step back, sir," the officer said to Randy. "Please." Randy shook his head in disgust and wiped down his shirt. And then, from outside of Randy's vision, Julian burst into view as he leapt over the metal railing and began throwing wild punches at Randy's harasser. All of the other protesters stepped back, suddenly less brave now that a 14-year-old boy had breached their safety barrier. "Julian!" Randy shouted. "Enough!" But the red mist had a hold of Julian, and he kept at it. He knocked the man to the ground after 2 or 3 solid connections and climbed on top of him to dish out some more. 3 police officers flattened the temporary barrier and waded in to restrain Julian before he could do any serious damage. The police roughhoused Julian and carried him over to the fallen railing as he fought to free himself. Baton-wielding officers appeared from the other 3 sides of the protest group and formed a new barrier. "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa!" Amos yelled at the police as he hurried back from his car. He clicked his fingers and pointed to the ground. They released Julian. "Focus on the real damn criminals," he said, pointing at the pantomime villains that were Fury River. "Go to the main feed," Kurt said. Minter did. Amos walked over to Julian. "Are you okay?" he asked, touching Julian's shoulder as though he actually cared. "Get away from me!" Julian snapped. He pushed Amos hard in the chest with 2 hands. Amos stumbled. It looked for all the world like Julian was about to say something else, but he managed to keep it in. Kurt could not have been more glad. Amos composed himself, loath to look weak when confronted by an angry child, but keen to appear compassionate towards a grieving nephew. "It's been a difficult day," he said, "and I am truly sorry for your loss." He got in his car and left. The male commentator's voice returned. "Wow," he said. "Talk about an eventful end to an emotional service." The Sicka News cut to ads. Chapter 39. Everyone in the food court rose to their feet as soon as Kurt emerged from the workstation. Ty was quickest. "What happened?" he asked. "Nothing," Kurt said, allowing relief to course through him at last. He sat down and told them all about the service. The fact that his main source of annoyance was the commentary team showed that it had gone just about as well as it could have. "But Julian was an absolute badass," Minter said. "He started throwing punches at some asshole from the Fury." Kurt tried to play down that particular moment, but Ty was keen to hear more about it. Kurt told him he could watch the whole thing back if he wanted to. Ty was eager, as were the others. Even Harry and Joyce went into the workstation for the first time. The 2 groups had now swapped places. Kurt, Mary, Minter, and Ernesto sat in the food court, while everyone else watched a recorded stream of Kurt's funeral.
"What are we going to do now?" Mary asked. "Does anything that happened today change anything?"
Ernesto fielded this question, more patient towards Mary now that he knew Kurt valued her presence. "We're pretty much stuck for the next 7 days," he said. before explaining what had happened during Minter's ill-fated attempt to access the emergency control interface. He didn't exhibit any signs of animosity towards Minter, and was careful not to attach blame.
So we can't do anything for a week?
We can't put anything in the sky for a week, Minter said, making what he thought was an important distinction. Mary turned to Kurt.
That's too long. They might figure out you wrote the letter or find some other hole in your story.
These were familiar concerns that Kurt had already wrestled with, and Minter had already eased. They won't find a hole, he said calmly. There is no hole.
Maybe not. But what if Amos makes another threat, and he's more serious next time? I'm not saying he will, but you might still need a way to contact your family before next week.
There's no use needing things you can't have, Ernesto said. And there's no use worrying about things you might need. This had been one of his mother's favorite sayings. Kurt looked at Mary. Do you have a better idea? He asked, his tone not brusque but hopeful.
I've been thinking about something since yesterday, she said.
Everyone encouraged her to share it.
What if we had someone on the outside who was seated? Someone who was with us, but not in here with us.
What do you mean? Kurt asked.
Well, you said one of the main problems was being able to warn your family before you start doing anything. But if we had someone on the outside with a seed, that person would be able to contact them at any moment.
Kurt didn't get it. But how could we be in contact with the person who was seated? Sycamore would see us.
Not if the person took their lenses out. Val could drive out and meet them somewhere isolated to pass on information. Sure, they would be tracked, but no one would know they were with Val.
Kurt looked at Ernesto. Neither said anything. But what's the point? Minter asked. If we can do anything, we'll be able to contact Kurt's brother. That's the easiest part. I'll just fire him a message saying, take out your seeds and get out of the city, and that'll be it. Mary's eyes were wide and her hands were much more animated than normal.
But the people at Sycamore would see that, she said. Kurt, you said this. You said Sycamore probably wouldn't be able to react quickly enough to get to them before they could run. I don't know as much about Amos and Sycamore as you all do, but I don't think we should be dealing in probablys.
It's just the same, though, Minter said. They would see a message from anyone else just the same.
Yeah, but Amos isn't going to notice an ordinary message from another user as quickly as he would notice a special message from inside the secret control thing, is he? They would have loads of time to get away.
Minter didn't have an immediate objection to that.
And,
Mary continued,
it's not like the person would be contacting them out of the blue. Kurt could tell them what to say to Randy or Julian so they become friends. Then they could pass on a spoken warning during a long chat or something. There's no way Sycamore would spot that quickly enough to react. It makes sense, right? She said, looking at Kurt.
It doesn't not make sense, he replied, turning to Minter to see what he thought. Does it? I don't know, Minter said. I suppose it might be something to think about. He followed the pattern and turned to Ernesto. So to be clear about this, Ernesto said, looking only at Mary, your idea is that we should find someone who's against Sycamore and isn't seated, and we should get them seated so they can help us.
Exactly.
And where would we find this person? Mary held his gaze.
Well, what about me?
Chapter 40. Kurt initially dismissed the idea of Mary being seated as a non-starter. It was just too much of a risk, he said, for her. Ernesto, on the other hand, was more concerned about the risks it might pose to everyone else. Minter was the first of them to give the idea some serious thought. He knew more than any of them about what went on behind the scenes during a seating, and he eventually announced that he saw no reason why Mary couldn't be seated under a fake name, which would of course be necessary to protect both her and her family from any potential problems. Mary didn't have a passport, a driver's license, or any of the other things Minter asked about. And she hadn't needed to undergo any biometric scans while at college either, which was particularly useful. Minter explained that facial recognition was rarely used during seating given that most consumers had photo ID with them. But since Mary obviously couldn't bring any photo ID if she wished to fool the system with a false name, her face would be scanned. Minter also insisted that the system used during seeding only referenced images officially submitted to government agencies. None of the billions of tagged photos his algorithm had semi-legally scraped from private social media albums were used for this particular purpose. "But what if she does get caught?" Ernesto asked, amazed by the speed with which the discussion had progressed from Mary's left-field suggestion to Minter's detailed questioning. "Val could wait in the parking lot with my computer," Kurt said, quickly coming around to the idea. Mary could be wearing Stacy's camera and sending the video to Val. If anything went massively wrong, Val could go in and get her. You say Val is totally unknown to Sycamore, right? So is Mary. Nothing could link them to us. They could just flee in the car, drive around for a while, and then come back. "Right," Minter said. "But I'm telling you all, it won't come to that because it won't. Seeding isn't a big deal. The seeding department at Tasmart is like the retentions department at an insurance company. Everyone is working to strict targets and they're all working on commission. The seeders want you to get seeded. They need you to get seeded. Practically everyone already is, so every new sale counts." Mary was nodding excitedly.
"See? It'll be fine. When can I go?"
"I didn't say this is happening," Ernesto said. No one said anything. Ernesto sighed. "But I suppose I'll think about it." Kurt knew then, beyond any doubt, that Ernesto would sanction Mary's seeding. There was something in his expression that betrayed his agreement that this was a good idea, that this was their best idea. Ernesto had previously been insistently opposed to the idea of Mary leaving the mall, but these circumstances were different. Mary was no longer trying to escape. Now she was trying to help. Before walking away to gather his thoughts, Ernesto stood up and looked at Mary. "I underestimated you," he said. It was the closest thing to praise that Ernesto would ever give anyone, so Mary smiled in return. Chapter 41.
"Seriously?" Lisa said. "You're getting seeded?"
"Is it even safe?" Ty asked. The two of them had felt protective of Mary since she first arrived in the mall. Not only did her quiet voice and shy mannerisms create an aura of vulnerability, she had also been the only member of the group to arrive alone. Everyone else had come in some kind of pair. Anthony and Michael, father and son. Ernesto and Val, whatever their backstory was. Ty and Lisa together. Harry and Joyce, married. Kurt and Minter, accidental allies. Mary was very much the odd one out.
"Minter says it's totally safe,"
Mary said.
"So where are you going to go?" Lisa asked. "You won't be able to come back here, will you? And you can't exactly go home if you're pretending to be someone else."
"We were thinking that she'll probably stay in a guest house, somewhere residential," Kurt said. He, Mary, and Minter had been brainstorming for the 15 minutes it took everyone else to watch the end of Kurt's funeral, and this was their best idea so far. Somewhere that Mary can say is her home address, and somewhere that still accepts cash so Sycamore won't see that she's paying to live there. Lisa and Ty looked at each other uneasily. "When?" Ty asked. "Well, Val was out this morning, which means her next mail run should be the day after tomorrow," Minter said. While glad to hear it would be so soon, Mary wanted to prepare lunch as normal since cooking was her favorite form of stress relief within the mall. With this in mind, she asked if they could go back to talking about her potential seeding later in the day. Kurt and Minter said this was fine, and that they had some things to do online anyway. Lisa and Ty opted to stay at their table in the food court and play 4 in a row until one of them conceded that the other was better, though Lisa knew full well that she was too good and Ty was too stubborn for this ever to happen. In the workstation, Minter went to work on a fake birth certificate for Mary. The range of his illicit abilities really was something to behold. Kurt asked some questions about Mary's seeding while Minter worked, and he had a good answer to each of them. Kurt felt increasingly confident about the whole thing. Minter produced a birth certificate under the name of Mary Glover rather than the legally correct Mary Miller. He said it made sense to stick with Mary since it was such a common name, and that doing so nullified what would otherwise have been a potentially fatal risk that someone might recognize her and say, "Hi, Mary," while she was being seated under a different name. Kurt looked at the year Minter had entered in the date of birth section and worked out how old it made Mary Glover. 17? He asked. She'll be 18 tomorrow, Minter said. That's an important part of the story. But she's 23. Yeah, but she doesn't look it. And Julian is 14, right? There are blocks against adults initiating contact with kids they aren't related to. 18 counts as an adult, but it's within 5 years of Julian, so she'll get through. This was the first Kurt had heard of the age gap restriction, which sounded unusually well-intentioned for a Sycamore policy. So what is the story, anyway? He asked. Minter gave Kurt a rundown of the bare-bones backstory he had concocted. Mary Glover was born into a religious family in which modern technology, such as smartphones and ultralenses, was strictly forbidden. But on her 18th birthday, Miss Glover gained access to the money her parents had been saving throughout her childhood. Free from their draconian restrictions and with a pile of cash burning a hole in her pocket, she walked to the nearest Tasmart and joined the modern world. Decent, Kurt said. But what about her address? How does a guest house fit with that story? Her father told her he won't let her in his house with a seed, Minter said. So she's going to stay in a guest house run by her friend until she earns enough money to rent her own place. It's getting a bit convoluted, Kurt said. She's not going to use it all, man. This is like a character sketch. The author doesn't always need it all, but it's there just in case. No one is going to ask her anything beyond her name, address, and date of birth. Honestly, it's not a big thing. Have you never seen people getting seated in Tasmart? It's quicker than getting your hair cut. It's quicker than brushing your teeth. Kurt hadn't actually seen a seating taking place inside a Tasmart store. He had seen plenty in Sycamore's flagship Liberty Street branch on launch day, but those were carried out with a level of regimented efficiency he didn't expect to be matched by minimum wage-earning teenage workers in a budget supermarket. Do you know if they still do the 50% discount when you trade in an old phone? Kurt asked. Because we have 10 Systolonics sitting in a box. The offer is still on, Minter replied. But it'll be more straightforward if Mary just pays the full price and pretends she doesn't know. Keep it as simple as we can. I guess, Kurt said. You should tell her what kind of stuff Julian likes so she knows what to say in the welcome questionnaire to make sure their compatibility index is really high, Minter said. Because if it's high enough, she might be recommended to him in Forest. Or even if it's just pretty high, he'll still see it when she contacts him, and he'll be more likely to reply. He's a 14-year-old boy, and she's pretending to be an 18-year-old girl, Kurt said. He'll reply. Minter grinned. Yeah. Still, though. I'll give her some tips, Kurt agreed. Minter finished the birth certificate and saved it to the desktop. There's got to be more ways we can make this thing work for us, he said. I mean, we'll have someone on our side who has a seed. Like Mary said, someone who's with us, but not in here with us. This will change the whole game. It can't hurt, Kurt said. It definitely can't hurt. Chapter 42. Mary prepared both lunch and dinner during what was a relatively calm afternoon in the mall. Minter talked her through the basics of his backstory idea and showed her the website of the most suitable guest house he had found, located around 35 minutes from the mall by car. She was happy with everything apart from the age issue. It wasn't a moral objection to pretending to be 5 years younger than she was so she could talk to a still younger boy. The intent behind that was wholly innocent, but rather a pragmatic concern that she couldn't pass for 18. Minter had a solution to this concern. He sent Mary to ask Harry and Joyce how old they thought she was, based solely on her appearance. Neither knew the correct answer, so their guesses weren't influenced by anything other than the little they had gotten to know of Mary's personality over the last few days. Harry guessed 19. Joyce guessed 18. Minter gloated. Minter then quizzed Mary about the details of her new identity, as he would continue to do until she left for her seating. She showed strong aptitude for remembering new facts. Satisfied that Mary had done enough for one day, Minter sent her off to do whatever she wanted. This meant joining Ty, Lisa, and Anthony for another games night. The next morning, just one day before Mary's planned seating, Lisa decided to give her a makeover. It's not about making you look better, Lisa insisted when Mary initially objected. It's about making you look different. Ty agreed that it would be a good idea. He sent Kurt a Sci-Fi inviting him to come and watch. He did. The first thing Lisa did was color Mary's reddish hair a dark shade of brown. This alone transformed her appearance more than Kurt could have imagined. Next, Lisa worked on completely reshaping Mary's eyebrows. Again, she reiterated that the goal was different, not better. Mary already looked like a different person, and Lisa had barely started. She moved on to makeup next, explaining that she didn't want to waste too much on this practice run, but that it would give them an idea of the final look. The makeup took a lot longer than the previous steps.
"This would be a lot easier if I had real you,"
Mary joked. Lisa admonished her for laughing when she was supposed to be holding still. Kurt and Ty quickly got bored of watching layers of makeup being applied to Mary's face and agreed to pass the time with some 4 in a row. Kurt was typically quite good at understanding things, but he failed to grasp how it was possible for Ty to show absolutely no signs of improvement, even though he seemed to play the game for several hours every day. Ty shrugged it off. "I always go for 4 in a row," he said, "but you always get there first."
"And we are done,"
Lisa said, applying the final touch to Mary's new face. Mary sat up. "Whoa," Kurt said. Mary searched for a mirror.
"What? Is it bad?"
"It's different," Kurt said. He didn't want to say better because that wasn't the right word. It was more conventional, more like everyone else, which was good for the task at hand, but somehow made Kurt feel like something had been lost. Mary's joke about real you didn't seem so funny now that Kurt saw how easily Lisa had managed to transform her into something resembling an airbrushed template. The closer Kurt looked, the more it looked like Mary's face had actually changed. Her nose looked narrower, much narrower, and her lips were shorter but fuller. Mary looked in a mirror.
"Oh my gosh!" "You like it?"
Lisa said.
"It's amazing,"
Mary said.
"I don't know if I like it, but it is amazing. It doesn't even look like me."
"That's the point," Lisa smiled.
"I know, but it literally doesn't. It's so weird."
Lisa closed her sizable makeup box, proud of her work. She said she would shape and curl Mary's hair the next day, right before Mary went to get seated, since there was no point in doing it twice. After Mary's makeover, Kurt walked to the workstation to see if anyone was using the internet computer. To his surprise, he found both Ernesto and Minter, Ernesto on the internet computer and Minter on the other laptop. It was enough of a surprise to see Minter and Ernesto alone together, but Minter was online. "What am I missing here?" Kurt asked. Minter pointed to the yellow RJ45 cable running between the two laptops. Kurt looked at Ernesto. "Does Michael know?" "Michael doesn't make these decisions," Ernesto said. "Since when?" Kurt asked. There had never been any doubt that Ernesto was in charge, but he had previously deferred to Michael's judgment on matters relating to the computers. "Since Michael decided to put a keylogger on my computer without asking," Ernesto said. "It's not like I'm trying to hide what I'm looking at on here, but that doesn't mean I want him poring through it all." Kurt couldn't have agreed any more with Ernesto's position. Hollow lines parroted by surveillance apologists. Lines like, "If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about," and "Good things are done in the daylight," angered Kurt to no end. He was glad to see that Ernesto felt the same. And with Minter involved, Kurt didn't have to ask whether this second computer was secure. Minter was looking at the Sika news. Kurt sat down next to him. One of the main stories was a piece summarizing the reaction to yesterday's funeral. Heads of governments around the world offered sound bites of support, expressing their sadness at Kurt's death and making clear that they stood united against terror. There were quotes from others, too, including Trixie-licious, the popular Sika star Kurt had seen when he was online with Lisa. "Go to Star's Eye View," Kurt said. "I'm going to look at something else," Minter said. Ernesto turned to Kurt and stood up. "You can use this one. I'm done. I was just looking through the news." "Thanks," Kurt said, sitting down in the newly vacant chair as Ernesto left. "Why are you so interested in Star's Eye View?" Minter asked. At this point, Kurt filled Minter in on Lisa's idea to target popular Sika stars. He explained that any leaked videos a Sycamore saw would also be seen by the millions of consumers who lived life through their eyes. Minter was as amazed as Kurt had been to learn that top Sycamores like Trixilicious regularly notched up simultaneous live viewing figures in the millions. He liked the idea. "And you're telling me Lisa thought of this?" he said. "Lisa as in Ty and Lisa?" "Lisa's smart," Kurt said. "She fixed my hand, she made Mary look like a different person, and she told me about this. You shouldn't write people off." Minter shrugged. "Is she smart enough to speak French?" he asked, half seriously. "I'll ask her," Kurt said. There was always a chance, and such an ability would be very useful for translating the French video, which they hadn't been able to find in text form anywhere. Kurt clicked into the limited features web version of Star's Eye View and watched Trixielicious's Vista for a few minutes. In the short time he was watching, Trixilicious finished painting her toenails and went to make a Choconana smoothie in her kitchen. Though no one was physically with her, she talked the whole time, answering questions from fans and telling them her plans for the rest of the day. It was too weird for Kurt to handle. He closed the window and turned to Minter. "Remember when I was in the treehouse and I said that the ore wall was like the opposite of the Truman Show?" he asked. "Well, this app basically is the Truman Show, except Truman knows it's happening and the cameras are in his eyes. Have you actually seen what it's like? This girl is live streaming her whole life from her own eyes every single second of every single day. There are hundreds of other people doing this too, and millions more watching them." "First-person viewing is the future," Minter said. "The news said that 20 million people watched your funeral through Amos's Vista, and 10 million more watched it through Randy's. Everyone's been waiting forever for a good first-person viewing app like this. It's human nature. Who wouldn't want to see the world through someone else's eyes?" "Me. Shut up, man. Are you telling me you wouldn't want to watch someone kick the game-winning field goal at the Super Bowl in first person?" "Obviously," Kurt said. "But that's one situation. I mean, I wouldn't want to see that guy on the toilet, you know?" Minter laughed. They each did their own thing on the computers until Ty knocked on the workstation door to tell them dinner was almost ready. A feeling of something close to normality circled, but with Mary's seeding just one day away, everyone knew its time was short. Chapter 43. At night, after surprising the rest of the group with her new look, Mary asked Kurt if he would sleep on her bottom bunk again. Kurt was glad she asked. He had total confidence that both Mary's seeding plan and the grander plan to take Amos down would work, but he didn't know under what circumstances, if any, he might next see Mary. He had only known her for 4 or 5 days, but they had grown close in the latter part of that period. It was entirely platonic for Kurt, which he thought went without saying given how recently and how horribly his time with Stacy had ended. But Mary meant a lot to him all the same. They talked for a while about what Mary could expect once she was seated. The idea of seeing profile data floating beside people's heads sounded totally alien to her. Kurt then took Minter's advice and told her some things to say in the questionnaire to get a high compatibility score with Julian. He went for quality over quantity, and gave her the names of some obscure bands and comic book series that Julian was into. He warned her that it was important that she bought things from the Sycamore store which matched her answers, since Sycamore weighted actual purchasing behavior much more heavily than expressed preferences. Back when Kurt had completed his own questionnaire, which was atypically after his seeding since it occurred before the public launch, the system detected that he had run through it without answering the questions properly. When the type of music he purchased through the Sycamore store didn't match what he had told the system he liked, a warning appeared in his Vista. "Attention! Your given responses may be selected for detailed analysis by fraud prevention officers. It is a serious offense to falsify personal data and or knowingly mislead Sycamore's systems." Kurt's position at that time had placed him above any consequences, of course, but the last thing Mary wanted to do was attract attention. She said that she understood and would answer the questionnaire properly and thoroughly, in character as Mary Glover. Kurt also suggested that Mary should look at Julian's public profile and purchase some content that he had purchased himself. It was a lot to take in, but Mary knew she could go over it all again in the morning. The conversation turned to what both hoped to be doing once all of this was over. Mary wanted to get a real teaching placement, as she had said before. Kurt's future was less clear. Even once he and Minter succeeded in crushing Sycamore and Amos, he doubted that his life could ever go back to anything resembling normality. No matter what, he would always be seen by many as Mr. Sycamore. For a while, this had been a pleasant novelty, what with the infinite Sycastore credit and the universal respect it brought him. But now that Kurt had dedicated himself to stopping the runaway train he had set in motion, he knew he was setting himself up for a rocky road. When the public saw how nefarious Sycamore's activities had been, would they thank Kurt for putting an end to it all, or lambaste him for starting it? Kurt heard Mary's breathing slip into a gentle sleeping rhythm, and told his wandering mind to be quiet. One thing at a time, he thought. One thing at a time. Chapter 44. Mary was gone when Kurt woke up, busy preparing her final breakfast in La Plethora. After that, it was straight to Lisa for the final hair and makeup procedures. Minter had been up early, too, working with Anthony in the workstation on planning the best route to the Tasmart store Mary would be going to. Kurt arrived to this site and was delighted that the wider group was finally functioning as a team. Val had delayed her regular mail collection by a few hours to give Mary time to get ready, but she wanted to leave soon to avoid any chance of having to drive back to La Plethora in the dark, which was a risk to be avoided at all costs. Kurt spent the time showing Val how to operate the basic functions of his computer that would be needed for receiving and recording the video from Mary's hidden camera. The camera was designed to function at a decent range. As long as Val was in the parking lot and the seating station wasn't at the very back of the store, it would be fine. Mary knew where she was going, she knew what she was going to say, and she knew what she was going to do next. Kurt had written a lot of things down for her on a sheet of paper as a backup, and made sure that she understood how paramount it was that she didn't misplace it. When Mary returned with Lisa, her look was even more different than it had been the previous day. Outside of their closed environment, Kurt genuinely might not have recognized her. Whatever he thought of the makeup, it certainly made her look different, and it certainly made her look younger, which was, after all, the whole point. "Maybe you should take your cross off," Ernesto said, thinking purely pragmatically. "No," Minter said. "Leave it on. It's part of the story." Ernesto didn't argue. He gave Mary an envelope which he said contained more money than she would need. Minter instructed her to deposit half of what she had left after her seating into the Sycastore account which would be created at that time. The rest would cover her room in the guest house. When the subject of money came up and Ernesto casually said that he had, quote, "plenty more if you think you'll need it," Kurt made an important decision. In front of everyone, he asked Minter a simple question. How many pairs of ultra lenses could she buy without them getting suspicious? Ernesto inevitably asked what use ultra lenses would be. Kurt explained that he could hack them with the sphere, which amused Michael, but he stopped carefully short of revealing that he and Minter already had functioning pairs. Ty and Lisa, to their credit, pretended to be as surprised as everyone else. "As many as she wants," Minter said. "Really?" "Yeah, man. If she says her family are generally opposed to Sycamore but might accept lenses as gifts from her, they'll be glad to hear it. Not that they'll ask. Seriously, she'll be dealing with Tasmart, not Sycamore. They just want to sell stuff. The only thing that could possibly raise suspicion is that she's able to pay for them all at once, but the 18th birthday story covers that." Ernesto looked around the room and counted everyone apart from Mary. "So 10 pairs, he said. 9, Harry said. 8, Joyce said. 7, Michael said. No one else said anything. Kurt and Minter didn't need lenses, obviously, but they didn't want to reveal a lie that didn't have to be revealed, and there was little real difference between buying 5 pairs and buying 7. 7 it is, Ernesto said. How much are they? When Minter told him the cost of a pair, which was a big number on its own, let alone multiplied by 7, Ernesto didn't even balk. Not for the first time, Kurt wondered just how much money Ernesto had. Financing the group couldn't have come cheap, not with the initial outlay for the generators and fuel. During an earlier discussion about the generators after Ernesto showed them to Harry, who was curious about such things, Anthony had flippantly said that, quote, cost isn't really an issue. so Kurt considered the possibility that perhaps he was providing funds from his successful lawsuit against Sycamore. "Just remember what we talked about," Minter said to Mary. "Play dumb and buy what they're selling. The other main thing is to act like it's not a big deal for you and that you don't mind coming back tomorrow. That way they won't think anything is weird and they'll be determined to make sure that they get the commission, not whoever is working tomorrow. The accessory kits and everything don't cost much, but the staff have to push them. Keep the staff on your side, and they won't ask any difficult questions."
"Okay," Mary said. "So I guess this is it."
Everyone was in the food court, sitting in the section nearest the central walkway. Mary and Val had a long walk to the mall's south entrance, but Mary had insisted that she wanted to say goodbye here. She hugged Lisa first and made her way around everyone other than Michael, who only nodded. She came to Kurt last. "I'm going to miss you," he said. She hugged Kurt for much longer than anyone else.
"I'll be fine."
"I know," Kurt said as they separated. "I'm just worried about who's going to cook all my food." Mary gave him a playful shove and walked away with Val. Chapter 45. Throughout the afternoon, Kurt found himself wishing that he could contact Val or Mary to see how it had gone. When the sun left the main walkway, there was still no sign of Val's car. Ty and Lisa invited Kurt to their room, telling him that there was no point in just waiting by the door. Kurt agreed with them, but asked if they would mind going to the workstation with him instead, so he could be on the internet while they did whatever they were going to do. They went with him. Kurt looked at the Sycamore news properly for the first time since the funeral and saw that his name didn't even feature on the front page. After one day of reaction, typical news stories had returned to the headlines. Things like election coverage and those always riveting interest rate fluctuations. Kurt didn't know where Minter was, but assumed that he was in his room. Until his phone buzzed, that was, alerting him of an incoming Sci-Fi call. It was from Minter. "Val's back," he said. "Yeah?" "Yeah, man." Kurt gulped. "How did it go?" "I dunno. She's not out of the car yet." "Where are you?" "South Monorail," Minter said. "Come down." Having heard Minter through the speaker, Ty and Lisa set off running with Kurt. Only at times like these did they all truly appreciate the size of La Plethora. Even after a few weeks off, Kurt still had enough of a training base to comfortably run for an hour or so. But healthy enough people of more regular fitness levels like Ty and Lisa could only go for around 3 minutes, which wasn't enough to reach the end of the mall at their sluggish pace. Kurt mumbled his apologies and ran on without them. As he neared the entrance, he saw Minter and Val talking. He was too far away to discern their moods and didn't want to stop to zoom in. He reached them quickly enough, and they both turned towards him. "So?" he said, panting from the exertion. "All good," Minter said. "Did she do it?" Kurt asked Val. "She did." "Is she safe?" "She is." "Do you have the footage?" Val handed Kurt the bag she was holding. He lifted his computer out and saw that there were 7 brand-new pairs of ultra lenses, too. "How did you get them today?" Kurt asked. "How could she give you them when she was wearing hers?" "She left them in a trash can," Val said. "Like a drug drop." Kurt silently applauded whoever had come up with that idea. He turned his computer on. The video recording of Mary's seating, taken with the same hidden camera Stacy had used at HQ, was right there on the desktop, exactly as it should have been. From what he had seen so far, both Val and Mary had done everything perfectly. "Have you Chi-Fi'd Ernesto and Anthony?" Kurt asked. Minter nodded. Ty and Lisa soon arrived into view, willing each other to keep jogging as they passed the coffee curve. Kurt shouted, "She did it!" which spurred them both into a final push. Anthony and Ernesto followed close behind. As soon as they arrived, Kurt played the video. He jumped forward to the moment when Mary entered the Tasmart. It was a medium-sized store and fairly busy. She walked up to a fresh-faced seed specialist and expressed her desire to join Sycamore's brave new world. The very young man asked her a few questions, and Mary gave all the right answers. Kurt's face was a permanent smile. He kept expecting something to go wrong, but it never did. He knew it wouldn't. Val had just told him that it didn't. but to see something going so perfectly to plan made a joyous change after the torturous week he'd had. The Cedar didn't even ask for Mary's previous address, which was definitely the weakest part of Minter's backstory. A tiny farmhouse which she would have had to convince them wasn't on any map. Mary shuddered and yelped a mild curse word when the seeding needle entered her palm, but otherwise didn't utter a single unrehearsed word. If the teaching fell through, Kurt had no doubt that Mary could pursue a career in acting. Once the seeding was complete, Mary used all the right phrases in asking about buying extra ultra lenses for her reluctant family. Far from being suspicious, her Cedar was almost delirious to be making such a big sale. Minter had been right, and Mary had done everyone proud. Kurt sent a Sci-Fi text to Harry and Joyce's phones. He didn't know if they even kept their phones switched on, but both of them had played their part in getting Kurt to the mall, so he felt that they deserved to be kept up to date. Like Kurt, none of the others knew quite how to react to something going so well. Everyone just stood on the walkway near the entrance, in almost the exact spot where Ernesto had punched Kurt, smiling and smiling and smiling. They had someone on the outside, someone who was with them but not in there with them, someone who was seated. At long last, things were looking up. Chapter 46. Mary's successful seeding gave the whole group a much-needed boost, and the rest of the evening and the following morning passed with a tranquility rarely felt inside La Plethora. Even those who had opposed the idea, chiefly Michael and Harry, recognized the benefits and opportunities afforded by having a seeded ally now that their concerns had been proven unwarranted. Kurt was happiest of all, knowing that Mary's ability to contact his family with a degree of furtiveness would give Randy enough time to react before Amos knew anything was amiss. Minter assured Kurt that his work would go unseen when the time lock expired in 4 more days. But as soon as their anti-Sycamore propaganda began appearing in the sky and in the eyes of popular Sycastars like Trixilicious, Amos would know. It would be then, minutes or hours before the hijacking began, that Mary's ability to warn Kurt's family would prove crucial. Prior to Mary's seeding on Sunday, she and Val had arranged to meet again on Tuesday morning, which was now less than 24 hours away. Meetings like this would be necessary for Mary to pass on the results of her contact with Julian, and the first meeting would be the most important of all. Initiating a natural-looking conversation with Julian would be one of Mary's biggest challenges, and Kurt hoped she would be aided by a high base compatibility score courtesy of giving the right answers to the questionnaire and buying the right things in the Sika store. It wasn't unusual for Kurt to be devoting his focus to an upcoming event like this, but it was unusual for him to be looking forward to something with such positivity. This positivity meant that he could spend the day productively, rather than sitting around worrying. His most obvious task was hacking the new pairs of ultra lenses that Mary had purchased from Tasmart. Any worries Kurt had that these lenses might have been updated models made impervious to hacking were quickly quashed by Minter, who insisted that every pair of ultra lenses ever produced were exactly the same. Hacking the ultra lenses proved as easy as it had been in the car. Kurt placed each pair in the small hinged sphere and let his computer do the rest. After deactivating the 5 pairs that they actually needed, Kurt double and triple checked them all, then took them to the rest of the group. At this stage, it didn't matter who took which pair because none had been linked to a phone. Kurt realized only after everyone had paired their lenses to their XK6 that none of their phones were equipped with any of the lens-compatible apps. He headed back to the workstation with all 5 phones and quickly set that right, leaving out lie detector for what he felt to be obvious reasons. When Kurt was done, Ernesto, Lisa, and Val each played around with their new ultra lenses in the same amazed way that new users always did. Anthony and Ty had both worn lenses before, and Ty delighted in showing Lisa how to work the user-developed equivalent of Transvista so that the two of them could look at themselves through each other's eyes. Val, meanwhile, was pleasantly surprised by how excellent the optical zoom was. Prior to putting them in for the first time, Ernesto had been hostile towards the ultra lenses. In fact, hostile wasn't a strong enough word. Ever since an unclosable ad had popped up in his driving father's vision, with fatal results, Ernesto had detested the lenses. But upon trying them out in this safe environment, He soon came around to Kurt's way of thinking, that there was no problem with the tech itself, only the way it had been used. One of the lens-compatible apps, Radar, had been created by a French-Canadian developer called Groppastone. Kurt hadn't used Radar yet, so he didn't know that the default language was French. Val opened this app out of curiosity and couldn't even navigate her way to the language selection menu. "Does anyone speak French?" she asked. Kurt remembered that he was supposed to have asked Lisa. He looked at her, more in hope than expectation, but she shook her head. And then, like it was nothing, Ty answered, "Joyce speaks French," he said. "She went to school in Paris. I thought she told everyone that." "Joyce?" Kurt asked. He hadn't even thought of Joyce. In his head, he heard an echo of his own words, spoken to Minter about Lisa. Don't write people off. Kurt used his phone to check where Joyce was, knowing that she now kept it in her pocket, and saw that she was in her room in home. He ran off, leaving everyone else wondering what the rush was. After a few seconds, it clicked in Ernesto's head. "The French news story," he said, immediately setting off towards the workstation. Kurt found Harry and Joyce. She said that she hadn't spoken or listened to French in years, but had been immersed in the language for a long enough time at a young enough age that she was sure she would be able to help. Kurt explained to her and Harry that he had found a skeptical French journalist who could potentially prove useful. Kurt hadn't quite figured out how she would prove useful, but an understanding of what she was saying would be a good start. Joyce instantly agreed to go to the workstation, keen to help in any way she could, and Harry said he would go along with her. Kurt excused himself to rush ahead and tell Ernesto, but when he got back to the rest of the group, he found that Ernesto was already in the workstation. "Does she think she can do it?" he asked when Kurt arrived. "Definitely." Ernesto had the video ready to play. Kurt was eager to see how much the journalist had managed to put together about the previous week's events, and even more eager to see how Professor Winter fitted into her thinking. Thoughts of Professor Winter made Kurt think of Minter, so he chi-fied him to come to the workstation. Minter arrived quickly, just before Harry and Joyce. As soon as Joyce sat down, Kurt held out his hand and invited her to press the spacebar. She did, and the video played. It played all the way through with no one saying anything. Kurt watched again as the pictures of his car and Stacy's limousine appeared, followed by the photo of him with Minter and Professor Winter. When the woman's name first appeared on screen, Minter typed it into a search bar on the other laptop, which was still connected to the internet via the yellow cable. Her name was Adeline Lemarchand. Minter clicked yes when the browser asked if he wanted everything translated into English, a feature which would have been handy for the video itself. The encyclopedia entry Minter found said that Adeline Lemarchand was a noted author, journalist, social commentator, and contemporary literary critic. Kurt read parts of it while the video was playing. He didn't know anything about French literary culture, contemporary or otherwise, but the entry painted a picture of Lemarchand as something of a heavyweight commentator. When the video came to an end, Kurt turned to Joyce. "Well?" "She talks real fast," Joyce said. "We can slow it down as much as you need." Joyce shook her head. "I didn't say I couldn't do it. How about we run through it again and I'll say a little bit at a time? The general idea of it is that she thinks the people at Sycamore are lying." "Lying about what?" Ernesto asked. "Everything," Joyce said. Ernesto restarted the video. This time, Joyce spoke over it. She said that the first part was a straight summary of the official line. Kurt Jacobs and another Sycamore employee had been found dead in Kurt's home. She mentioned the Fury River letter and the funeral, which hadn't yet happened when the video was shot. The articulation of the main reporter was easy for Joyce to work with, but she paused the video when the quick-tongued Lemarchand appeared as a talking head. "Are you ready to write everything down?" she asked. Minter opened a notepad window and told her to continue. Joyce pressed the spacebar to resume the video. "She says there are several problems with this official tale of events." Kurt and Ernesto looked at each other, encouraged. The picture of Stacy's destroyed limousine appeared on the screen. Joyce kept translating as quickly as she could. "For the first thing, we are expected to believe that a car, given from the company, with
With a bomb underneath, could be possible to happen without the company knowing. How can this be?
Joyce paused the video.
Are you getting this?
Keep going, Minter said. Now came the picture of Kurt's Prendico finale, taken shortly after he'd slammed it into a gate which failed to open automatically after Amos terminated his account. This hadn't been entirely Sycamore's fault, but Le Marchand had her doubts all the same.
And for the second thing, we see this spectacular car of Kurt Jacobs, given also from the company, has crashed into the gate just 1 hour after, and no one asks a question?
Joyce paused the video again.
Got that?
I'll tell you when I don't have it, Minter said, impatient to get to the part about Professor Winter. Just keep going. They continued like this until the end of the video, with Joyce translating one section at a time as best she could, and Minter typing it out as she said it. Some parts required a few listens, but before long they put together a clear picture of what Le Marchand was saying. She raised the point that Professor Winter, the man who nominated Kurt for the talent search at which he successfully pitched the seed, had been found hanged the night before the car bombing and Kurt's disappearance. The possibility of this, quote, so-called suicide being a coincidence was, quote, hardly worth entertaining, in Le Marchand's words. Kurt knew that Professor Winter had been killed because he told him too much that night, rather than any larger connection to Sycamore, and Le Marchand was certainly correct to question the suicide angle and to rule out coincidence. From there, she lambasted the U.S. government and law enforcement agencies for allowing Sycamore the free rein it had been afforded. She talked about the illegal chip and the spy lenses, which Kurt thought was perhaps a bit much, but her sharpest words were yet to come. Why, she asked with a slight laugh and a confused look, would anyone ever believe the word of a corporation built around advertising? Kurt's favorite line, which took Joyce 4 listens and a few dictionary definitions to nail down, expanded on this point. This out-of-control corporation, this Frankenstein's monster spawned by the great American lie machine that is the advertising industry, has no place in a modern Europe. Whether it was an exact translation or not, Kurt adored the label, the Great American Lie Machine, as a description of the poisonous advertising industry. Amos had once eulogized advertising as, quote, capitalism's only native art form, but Kurt preferred this acerbic French take. The other point which pleased Kurt was Le Marchand's outright rejection of Sycamore's inevitable incursion into Europe. Plans were afoot for an imminent and aggressive launch, which Amos publicly predicted would, quote, hit them like the Blitzkrieg. Kurt didn't know how much he could read into the dissenting opinion of one commentator, but it was definitely encouraging. Kurt considered that in the same way he sometimes assumed his experiences in the city would be reflected around the country, he often slipped into thinking, like so many others, that his country was the whole world.
Well, that's that,
Joyce said, standing up.
Did you get what you needed?
Ernesto, Kurt, and Minter showered Joyce with thanks for her help, but she was barely out of the door by the time they started discussing the implications of what they had just seen and heard. That's big, Ernesto said. That is big. What I don't get is why the Sicka News worldwide site would link to that, Kurt said. This was the only thing troubling him about the video. The external links are just scraped from the most watched stories on other sites, Minter said. There's not an actual person signing off on each link. So this video must have been pretty popular, Ernesto said. A lot of people must be asking questions. What do you think we should do now? Kurt asked both of them. Sleep on it, Minter said flatly. Ernesto looked at Kurt and smiled. Makes a change sleeping on good news, right? Kurt smiled back because this time he could fully agree with Ernesto's use of the term good news. Unlike the announcement of Kurt's death, this sign of nascent international opposition to Sycamore was unambiguously good news. It was news that Kurt didn't quite yet know what they could do with, but it was good nonetheless. Chapter 47. In the early evening, Kurt, Lisa, Ty, and Anthony tried to fill their Mary-shaped void with some of the new lens apps. Minter was there too. One app had caught Kurt's eye in particular during the installation process, but he hadn't yet tried it out. The app, called Decorate XL, had been created by an English developer known only as Burf. According to the description on Trickstick's forum, Decorate XL started life 2 years ago as Decorate, an AR home decoration app which ran on the XK6 in conjunction with some of the bulky headsets that preceded the Ultra lenses. As soon as the lenses were successfully hacked, Burf had begun updating his old app to take advantage of the new possibilities. The reviews Kurt read were resoundingly positive, and Trickstick himself had awarded Burf with a star of excellence for his work. Looking forward to showing Ty, Lisa, and Anthony what the Ultra lenses were capable of, Kurt took them into a totally empty store halfway around the mall's northwest path. When Kurt clicked into the app, it asked him to confirm that he was inside a private residence. He said yes. Next, it asked him to invite others around him to participate in his display. An invite popped up in each of their vistas, and they all accepted. This meant that they would see whatever virtual objects Kurt decorated the room with, optimized precisely for the angle they were viewing from. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being cluttered and 10 being empty, Kurt told Decorate XL that the room was a 10. The app explained that this enabled the full range of options, including dynamic displays. No one else knew anything about the app beyond its name, which was exactly how Kurt wanted it. The fun was in the surprise. Kurt navigated to the app's advanced options. He asked Ty to step into the middle of the store so he could put a decoration on the back wall. Kurt pretended to be struggling and asked Ty to face the side wall since this first decoration was for him, and Kurt didn't want the surprise to be spoiled. Kurt winked at the others and urged them to wait outside the door. They quietly stepped out and watched through the front windows. After a few seconds, Kurt walked towards Ty and let out the most convincing shriek of horror he could muster. "Ty!" he yelled, pointing to the back wall. "Watch out!" Ty turned around and saw a phenomenally realistic mountain lion bounding towards him from the wall of the otherwise empty store. Using 3D footage of a mountain lion running towards an ultra-high-definition camera, Decorate XL and the Ultra lenses combined to give it a frightening illusion of depth that made it almost impossible to visually discern this virtual cat from a real one. Even Kurt flinched when the cat started bounding. The others covered their eyes and cowered too, despite knowing it was fake and being safely on the other side of the door. With none of their knowledge of the prank, Ty screamed like he was already being mauled and ran for his life towards the store's exit. Kurt pretended that the door out to the mall was jammed, which led to Ty desperately trying to climb up the corner of the walls like a spider in a bathtub, shouting all the time for someone to please do something. Kurt pressed stop at the point when he felt that funny was turning to cruel. The prank had been far more effective than he'd hoped or even wanted, and it was never intended to be mean-spirited. He was truly relieved that Ty saw the funny side. "Were any of you recording me?" Ty asked. He looked surprisingly disappointed when they all said no. Kurt ended his Decorate XL session in awe of how well the app worked. After the others played around with virtual fires and neon signs, Minter and Anthony decided to call it a night. Anthony reminded them to be quiet when they were walking back to home later on. Ty, still hyper from his fright, didn't want the night to end yet. "Let's go to the cinema," he suggested. Kurt naturally asked what Ty was talking about, which surprised Ty given that La Plethора's multiplex featured in the documentary he had given Kurt to watch. Kurt explained that he hadn't seen the end, but said he was more than keen to check out the cinema. The cinema was oddly positioned near the bottom of the northwest path, sticking out among designer stores like a panda in the desert, so it didn't take them long to get there. Inside, it was exactly as Kurt expected, totally unfinished and empty but for the one small area which had been used for promotional footage. As they walked through the foyer with its exposed concrete walls and total lack of lighting, Ty told Kurt that the opposite side of the mall had a huge theater with a stage but no seats. Such was life in La Plethora. Kurt had seen very little of the mall, moving almost exclusively between home and the workstation via the food court. His first reaction to hearing there was a theater as well as a cinema was how both could fit under one roof. but this wonder lasted only until he remembered how long it took to walk or even run from one end of the mall to the other. In some ways, it was more helpful to think of La Plethora Mall and Resort as exactly that, a resort. If the monorail had been functioning and the hotel had been constructed as planned in the north area of the parking lot, it would certainly have been more resort than mall. When they left the foyer and entered Screen 1, Kurt was surprised to see that there actually was a screen. He had imagined that the promotional footage would have focused on the viewers, which would have been a whole lot cheaper. It was easy to forget that money had been no object during La Plethora's development, at least until the watershed day when the mall's army of construction workers objected to getting no money for the second month in a row. There were hundreds of empty chairs in the vast, eerie room, which at least had power and a functioning light switch. The three of them sat in the back row and collectively wished that they had some movies on their phones. The giant black screen looming eerily down on them reminded Lisa of the fun screen on her parents' wall in Durham. Lisa told Kurt that both of her parents were unemployed and dependent on their fun screen, which Kurt already knew was a smart TV that used eye-tracking cameras to monitor its viewers' vision and financially reward them for attentively watching the right kinds of ads. Kurt also knew that reward wasn't the best word, given that families like Lisa's had been explicitly coerced into watching ads all day long, ever since the austerity-loving UK government had privatized welfare and partnered with Funscreen in several local trials. If Funscreen families wanted to eat, they had to make sure they watched enough ads. It was as simple and as tragic as that. Consumer rights groups raised other concerns about Funscreen, chiefly that the screen's cameras and microphones couldn't be turned off. But the scheme had been hailed as a triumph by advertisers and politicians alike, so it looked likely that Lisa's family's experience would become common across the UK and perhaps beyond. Lisa said that she'd felt guilty leaving her parents to live like that when she came to the US to study costume design, but the scholarship opportunity had been too good to turn down. Kurt was amazed to hear that she had only been in the country for 10 months. She and Ty seemed like they had been together for years. In any case, Lisa's studies and her life in general were unceremoniously put on hold when Amos threatened her in his communications with Ty, who she had met almost immediately after arriving. Kurt was glad to know something about Lisa's background, having never really spent enough time alone with her to ask, and he certainly agreed that her tales of living with a fun screen painted a depressing picture. Still, though, he didn't think it quite compared to the barrage of invasive advertising faced by even the poorest of American families living in the Sycamore era, much less to the horrors of crime prev and the movement tax. After a brief silence, which was very unusual in any group that included Ty or Lisa, Kurt tried to lighten the mood with the suggestion of some 4 in a row. They both perked up. But this time there was a twist, as they were each able to lock their display to the gargantuan cinema screen while they played. Kurt had always liked this type of screen locking more than watching things in full immersion, and being in a cinema made it all the better. After 10 or 11 games, the unthinkable happened. Ty won. Inevitably, his defeated opponent was Kurt. Ty ran down the aisle and stood in front of the screen with his arms aloft. After the mountain lion prank had gotten so out of hand, Kurt was willing to let Ty have this one. Not that he had let him win, of course. He just didn't begrudge him a moment of glory. All the way back from the cinema to home, Ty talked and talked about how his victory was a sea change, and how he was going to crush every opponent from now on. Lisa, on the other hand, asked Kurt if there was any way she could get star's eye view on her ultra lenses. He explained that there was one convoluted option. He could record a few hours on one of the internet-connected computers, transfer the video to his safely offline laptop, then stream it to Lisa's phone from which she could watch the recorded footage in full immersion. Kurt thought Lisa would say this sounded like too much hassle, but instead she asked when he could set it all up for her. "Maybe tomorrow?" he said, already regretting his previous explanation.
"Thanks," Lisa said. "You're an angel."
Chapter 48. Kurt slept on Mary's bottom bunk, as he had the previous night, and didn't set an alarm. He was awakened in pitch darkness by a voice at the side of his bed. At first he thought it was a dream, but the voice got closer, and was soon joined by 2 hands on his shoulders. "Get up," the voice said. It was a hushed whisper, so he couldn't make out who it was. There was no malice in the tone, though, only urgency. Kurt sat up quickly and reached for his phone's light. The screen said 5:25. He held it outwards and saw Val. "Come on," she said. "Where are we going?" Kurt asked. Val pulled him up and hurried him along. "To see Mary." Chapter 49. "To see Mary," Kurt echoed. "Are you joking?" Val held a finger to her lips and ushered Kurt out of his bedroom and through Tasmart home. They soon emerged onto an utterly lightless main walkway. When Kurt had previously been up early, he had been able to convince himself that it was dawn rather than night. But even he couldn't stretch the definition of dawn to include this. When he pointed his phone's flashlight towards the food court and the workstation, there was no sign of Anthony or anyone else. "This way," Val said, willing to speak now that they were on the deserted walkway, but still insistent on whispering. They turned left outside home, going north towards a fire exit that Kurt had never seen anyone use. Val opened it. The fresh, pre-morning air hit Kurt like a bucket of water. He saw Harry's truck, which had been moved round from the main entrance, and also a white car he didn't recognize. Val said it was Michael's. There were faint signs of sunrise on the horizon, so the outside world didn't seem quite as dark as the mall. "Are you going to tell me anything yet?" Kurt asked. "Mary knows the time and place, but we have to leave now." "I feel like you're skipping the main part here," Kurt said. "Why am I coming?" "It's just better this way." "How?" "It's safer," Val said. "If you didn't come, I would have to go back to Mary tomorrow with your reply to whatever she says today, and then I'd have to go back again with your next reply. And if Mary keeps walking somewhere quiet and taking her lenses out every day, that's going to look suspicious. That's more of a risk than bringing you once, and it's not like you'll be driving in an open car with your hood up like last time. We have the truck." There was a degree of sense in Val's words, Kurt thought. One conclusive meeting between Mary and Kurt would be better than a drawn-out back and forth via Val. Val continued. "Mary was going to try to have a video chat with your nephew yesterday, so you can go over what was said and tell her what to say next time. After today, we really shouldn't need to talk to her again until we really need to. And if we leave now, we can be back before anyone else is awake." Kurt knew there was a good chance that Anthony would be up in the next hour, possibly with Ty or Lisa. But he had a feeling that they weren't who Val was worried about. And though he didn't like keeping secrets when the stakes were so high, he saw the logic of Val's idea for him to meet Mary, and agreed that it was probably better if no one else knew. Kurt's final decision came when he realized that the two-way would enable him to watch a replay of Mary's chat with Julian, as long as she was able to publicly display the footage on a physical surface. He told Val that he absolutely had to run inside to get something, and she reluctantly told him to hurry up and get it. Hurry he did, and they were ready to go. Since there was no one around to see him, and since anyone spotting the truck leaving the mall would have been a disaster in itself, Val let Kurt ride in the front until they reached the end of Verdant Heights, the luxury housing development that never was. Kurt liked Val. At first he hadn't, but then he recognized that her suspicion of outsiders and her willingness to protect the group at all costs were strengths rather than weaknesses. Since then he had barely spoken to her in the mall, such was his closeness with Ty and Lisa, and Val's closeness with Ernesto and Michael. Ernesto and Kurt were now courteous partners, if not friends, but Michael remained steadfast in his hatred of Minter and his anger at Kurt for bringing him. This stretch of the drive allowed Kurt to seek answers for some of the questions circling in his mind. "Where are we meeting her?" he asked for starters. "Near the guest house," Val said. 2 streets away. She's going to come into the truck." Kurt was glad to hear that the plan didn't involve him going outside. "And how long will it take to get there?" "In this thing, maybe 45 minutes. Kurt did some quick counting. They had enough time to spend an hour with Mary, which would be more than enough, and still be back at around 8. When the truck reached the far side of Verdant Heights, he climbed out of the front and got into the back. Val closed him in and kept driving. Kurt activated on the two-way, hoping to catch a Sika News broadcast that would keep him updated with whatever Amos wanted the world to believe today. All that came was an early morning Sika Lotto draw. Consumers wouldn't be punished if they were sleeping with their lenses in while this draw was made, the host explained. Their 30-second claim window would begin only when they opened their eyes. Kurt tried to make a game of the draw, guessing which number would come next. He got none right. Fortunately, Kurt also had his phone and his lenses. He played some games from his phone in full immersion, which strained his eyes a lot less than staring at a bright screen in a dark environment. The truck ground to a halt midway through a game of speed chess against the AI, which Kurt could have sworn was cheating. He heard the door being raised and scurried to the back of the truck to hide under some pillows on the off chance that it was someone hostile. It wasn't. Climbing into the truck with a smile on her face, it was Mary. Chapter 50. Mary hugged Kurt like she had known him forever and hadn't seen him for a year. She still looked different from before, what with the dark hair and thin eyebrows, but her freckles had at least been liberated from the swaths of special effects level makeup Lisa had applied for the seating. Kurt congratulated Mary on doing so well at Tasmart, as did Val, and told her that everyone got their lenses and they were all having fun with them. He didn't tell her about the development with Adeline Lemarchand, the French journalist asking the right questions, because he still didn't quite know what they could do with it. Val closed the door on the back of the truck and drove, to somewhere more secluded, Kurt assumed. Mary told Kurt all about the guest house she was staying in, which was nice and private and run by a friendly old man named Michel, and then about the amazing number of ads she had been seeing. Kurt liked talking to Mary, and he was interested in her post-seating experiences, but he was here for a reason. "And did you manage to talk to Julian yet?" he asked. Mary smiled.
He's funny.
"So you did?"
Yeah, by video. Wasn't that the whole point? Randy spoke for a second, too, and Sabrina.
Glad to hear that it had indeed been a video chat, and elated to hear that Sabrina featured, Kurt gave Mary instructions on how to display the footage so that he would be able to see it. This could be done quite easily through Sycamore's video app. In a public area such as a busy street, no consumers could display footage or images for anyone but themselves. But in a private area, such as a home or a vehicle, consumers could do whatever they wanted. Kurt had grown used to throwing TV shows at his wall, for example, and Amos had often liked to make Kurt watch things on the floor. The beauty of these hard overlays, which were visible to everyone whose ultra lenses looked at them, was that they could also be seen through two ways. Mary had concerns about the idea.
Won't there be a database file on me or something that says I shared footage of Julian? She asked. Because then, if someone from Sycamore searched for Julian Jacobs, would they not see that I've been sharing footage of him?
It was a good question, but Kurt knew from talking to Minter about general surveillance that Sycamore would be able to see that Mary had replayed this particular footage at this particular time, only if they happened to be combing through her vista. Since sharing content within a private area was free, the action wouldn't appear in any transaction logs or in Mary's searchable consumer history. In short, there would be no visible mark on Mary's record saying that she had shared any such footage with anyone else. This was much like the situation with the mall and the drones. If anyone was looking, they were already in trouble. Mary was happy with Kurt's explanation. He told her exactly which options to select and hammered home how absolutely essential it was that she didn't talk to him or look at him while wearing her lenses. Even turning around for a second could be catastrophic, and asking for help was as off-limits as any other speech. Mary queried again whether this was worth the risk, as her understanding had been that she would never be in the vicinity of any members of the group while wearing her lenses. Although removing her lenses would halt the video, Kurt explained that Mary didn't have to keep looking at the door once the video was locked to it, meaning that she could close her eyes if it made her feel better. All she had to do was not turn around, he reiterated. The video was only 4 minutes long, so Mary was confident she could do that. After battling with the still unfamiliar menu for a minute or so, Mary managed to get the footage to lock on the inside of the truck's door. She blew it up to 50 or 60 inches, then closed her eyes. Instructed by her seed, Sycamore servers did all the work of overlaying the visual data onto that particular surface for anyone who looked at it. Behind the scenes, it worked in the same way as an ad placement on a billboard. Kurt held the two-way out and looked through it at the door. Using the two-way as an intermediary came at a high cost in terms of image quality, but it was more than good enough. Kurt watched as the video began with a shaky tour of Mary's guest house. He wondered why she had started it here, too soon, until a notification popped up in her Vista. Incoming Transvista request from Julian Jacobs, 14, single. Prior contact, no. Popularity, top 1%. Bass compatibility, 92%. Kurt had never seen a bass score in the 90s. Mary must have knocked the ball out of the park with her questionnaire answers and Sycamore purchases. Julian's popularity came as no surprise, given that his last name was Jacobs and he was only one branch away from Kurt's forced profile. Popular profiles benefited from automatic filtering, which rejected calls and messages from unknown users with a base score of anything lower than 70. That had been Kurt's minimum target for Mary, 70. 92 was incredible. It was so good, in fact, that it had prompted Julian to initiate contact with Mary, something that Kurt hadn't even allowed himself to hope for. Kurt had often been recommended potential friends and partners by his account, but their base scores rarely touched 80. There was little wonder that Julian made the call. When Mary clicked accept, her Vista was replaced by Julian's and his by hers. For the remainder of their 4-minute chat, each would be seeing through the other's eyes. This was both a strength and weakness of outward-facing cameras. A strength in that it allowed others to see what you were seeing, but a weakness in that it prevented them from seeing you. Like everyone else, Mary and Julian got around this by each looking into a mirror. Kurt's view of Julian's bedroom now changed to a view of Julian looking at himself in a mirror on his wall. The content of the chat was rather pedestrian. After a bit of a lull, Julian commented on their exceptionally high bass compatibility score and asked Mary how long she had been into Xantrophonica, one of the bands Kurt had told her to say she liked. Quite brilliantly, Mary gave a convincing reply which name-checked their first 3 albums and longed for the good old days before the original drummer quit. She had done her research. Julian replied with tales of all the gigs he had been to, which Kurt knew for a fact he hadn't, but was soon interrupted by Randy calling from downstairs. Julian said that he would have to return to his normal vision for a second, but this didn't have any effect on what Mary saw. Julian ran downstairs to see what Randy wanted, and Randy came into view. "I'm in a chat," Julian said. "Hello, Mary Glover," Randy said, reading it from the active chat notice above Julian's head. "Mary Glover, who just turned 18 and is single," he continued, raising his eyebrows at Julian as if to suggest that he might be aiming a bit high. Kurt was amused by Randy's reaction, but doubted it would be similar in 4 years should he ever catch 14-year-old Sabrina chatting with an 18-year-old boy. Or, of course, had he known that Mary was actually 23. "Why were you calling me?" Julian asked Randy. "It's time to leave for Sabrina's dance show," Randy said. "Don't tell me you forgot." This was extremely odd for Kurt, looking into Randy's eyes while Randy talked to Julian. It felt like a family version of Star's Eye View. Julian had forgotten, but he pretended like he hadn't and ran upstairs to get changed. He told Mary on his way that he had to go but would talk to her again soon. He met Sabrina at the top of the stairs.
"Mary?" she said. "Oh, JJ's got a girlfriend! JJ's got a girlfriend!"
"Shut up!"
"Don't worry,"
Sabrina said, looking straight into Julian's lenses with a mischievous grin on her face. She whispered,
"I won't tell her that you still wet the bed."
Kurt desperately wanted to shout, "Pause it," so that he could see Sabrina for a little bit longer, but he had to make do with the few seconds she spent looking right into his eyes. Admittedly, there were a few degrees of separation, Sabrina to Julian to Mary to Door to two-way to Kurt, but it was still the best view of Sabrina he'd had for a long time. She wasn't wearing any real you makeup or accessories either, which pleased him to no end. This was the first time since her 10th birthday, when she had graduated from her sapling account to a full Sycamore account, that Kurt had seen Sabrina looking her own age. There was none of the pretty panda eyeshadow, none of the never-fade lipstick, and none of the kiss-a-bliss anything. She looked like the real Sabrina. His Sabrina. Julian mumbled his apologies for his weird family and said that he would talk to Mary again tomorrow. Real-life Mary then removed her ultra lenses, put them safely in her pocket, and turned back to face Kurt.
I think it went pretty well, she said.
In that moment, with Mary smiling with delight to have succeeded in the first stage of her plan to get one over on Sycamore, it was impossible for Kurt not to think of Stacy smiling the same "I can't believe it actually worked" smile after leaving Sycamore HQ with the incriminating Orwell footage. He shook the thought away. "You were amazing," he said. "And with JJ initiating the contact, it was better than we could have hoped. So it's today that he's going to call you again, right?" The truck stopped moving. "It's just me," Val shouted before opening the door, sparing Kurt and Mary some unnecessary panic. Kurt still moved as far back as he could, though. Kurt's semi-restricted view of the world outside told him that they were back where they'd picked Mary up. Rather than waste time driving to somewhere secluded, Val had simply circled.
"Did it go well?" she asked.
Mary answered,
"I was just showing Kurt—"
"She was just showing me how hard it is to get used to the palm-based gestures," Kurt said. "And she told me everything that Julian said. He contacted her, which is ideal."
"Yeah," Mary said. "So, do you think that next time I should maybe drop in a little hint?"
"About what?" Kurt asked.
"You."
Kurt shook his head. "No hints. Don't mention me at all. If JJ does, just say you're sorry about what happened. The only time I want you to mention me is when you're telling them to take their seeds out and run."
"But what if there was another way? What if I could get them to meet me somewhere without telling them why, then get them to take their lenses out for some made-up reason, and then tell them what's really going on? Then they could take their seeds out and go somewhere safe until everything is finished, and Sycamore wouldn't even know it had anything to do with you."
Kurt was quiet. He looked at Val, who seemed to be waiting to see what he thought of the idea, and then back to Mary. "No," he said after a few seconds. "I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but we're not doing anything fancy. Once we get into the system, which is only 3 more days, we'll know when we're going to strike, and you'll give JJ the message an hour before we do. Val will meet you here again at the same time in 4 days. That's when we'll know the exact date and time we'll be doing it." Mary nodded and got out of the truck. "You're doing great," Kurt said. Val closed the door. The truck didn't move for almost 2 minutes. Kurt pressed his ear against the side and heard Val's voice, heavily muffled, occasionally interspersed with a word or two from Mary. Kurt inevitably wondered what they were talking about, but appreciated that Val hadn't really gotten much of the lowdown in the minute or so she had spoken to them, with the door open. The next time the truck stopped was at La Plethora's giant silver archway, where Val had to get out to deactivate the alarm. Before doing that, she let Kurt out of the dingy back of the truck and into the front. "Thanks," he said. Kurt climbed into the front and watched as Val walked over to the hidden device, looked at it, then got back into the car and drove. "Why didn't you put the code in?" he asked.
"The batteries are dead."
"So you can't deactivate it?" Kurt said, worried that the alarm would go off in the mall. Val shook her head.
"That's the sensor. So until I change the batteries, there's nothing to deactivate."
Kurt wasn't sure if this was better or worse. "Do you have more batteries?" he asked.
"We ordered some last week," Val said, "when I saw that the old ones were running low. The new ones should be at the mail locker next time I go, which will probably be tomorrow. I checked 2 days ago after I took Mary to Tasmart, but obviously I couldn't go all the way out to Barnford Park today. Not with the truck. Not with you."
Kurt looked at the time on his phone. "Do you think Ernesto or Michael will be up yet?" he asked. Val shrugged.
"We should probably hope not."
Chapter 51. Kurt and Val re-entered La Plethora through the main entrance and stuck to the left of the main walkway. At the coffee curve, they veered left onto the northwest path, passing the cinema and the store where Kurt had pranked Ty with the mountain lion. This route was chosen to minimize the chance of being seen by anyone who might have been in the food court. As Kurt sneaked back inside Tasmart home, successfully unseen, Val walked over to wait for breakfast. After a few seconds, Kurt realized that no one was around and headed to join her. He had almost reached her table when Ernesto emerged from the workstation. "Morning," Kurt said. Ernesto ignored Kurt and looked at Val. "Did you take Kurt to see Mary?" "I went to see Mary," Val said, not quite lying. "Val," Ernesto said, "you were with me and Michael when we set up the outdoor cameras. You know I can see what goes on the other side of that fire exit. So I'll ask again, did you take Kurt to see Mary?" "I talked her into it," Kurt said. "I appreciate that," Ernesto said. "But this isn't about you." He turned back to Val. "You have one job. It's not an easy job, but it's a simple job. You go outside when I need you to. You do not take others outside when they want you to. Are we clear on that?" Val didn't offer any kind of reply, verbal or otherwise. "Good," Ernesto said, taking it as a yes. "Kurt, come with me." Kurt followed Ernesto into the workstation. Ernesto entered his password. "People can't just come and go," he said as he typed it. "Especially not you. You must know that." "It went well, though," Kurt said. Their base compatibility score was so high that Julian contacted her. Now she can reach him whenever we need her to, and it will just show up as a regular conversation between friends. "Good, good," Ernesto said, nodding absently. He opened a browser window. "Now watch this." Kurt watched as the video began to play. It was a sit-down interview segment from a popular British current affairs show. Kurt vaguely recognized the interviewer but didn't know his name. His guest, on the other hand, was immediately familiar. Adeline Lemarchand. They sat somewhere in France, in a grand room flanked by high bookcases filled with old leather-bound volumes. The interviewer asked his first question in English, which got Kurt's hopes up, but Lemarchand responded in subtitled French. The presence of subtitles at least meant that they didn't need to bother Joyce for a translation. The interviewer asked exactly what Kurt would have asked in his shoes. What was Lemarchand getting at with the suggestion that Sycamore was more closely involved with Kurt's death than anyone realized? She responded in the straightforward way Kurt had come to expect. The subtitles read, "4 closely linked deaths within a matter of days, and I am the crazy one for asking for an explanation? The creator of the microchip and 3 people known to him, all dead. Since the first death, Sycamore and its political allies have already announced compulsory microchipping. This is what they wanted all along. But I'm the crazy one?" "Are you suggesting that the Sycamore Corporation was, and to be clear, such views in no way reflect those of the station, that Sycamore was in some way involved in these deaths, responsible even?" "I am suggesting this, yes." "Slander is a serious crime, Ms. Lemarchand." Unflinchingly, she replied in perfect English, "As is murder." The interviewer ended it there. It had been a choppy interview, shortened either to fit within the show's time constraints or for dramatic effect. Either way, the fact that Lemarchand's views were now being heard on mainstream British TV was a huge development. "Lemarchand is the number 2 trend in the UK right now," Ernesto said. "What's number 1? Sycamore." Almost all of the reaction focused on how crazy Lemarchand was, and how quickly Sycamore's legal team was going to sue her for making such claims. But the conversation had begun, and that was what mattered. As the day progressed, Kurt and Ernesto brought everyone else in the mall into the discussion over how they could make use of this development. Ernesto even spoke with Michael about it over dinner, though Michael had nothing to contribute. Lisa asked Kurt when he thought he would get a chance to fix the Star's Eye View setup for her ultra lenses like he had promised. He told her it would be tomorrow again, since he was currently too busy thinking about Lemarchand to think about anything else. After a while, Minter suggested forgetting about Lemarchand. No one loudly disagreed. Ty put it best when he said that if the group ever wanted to put something explosive online for the world at large, They had Kurt and a webcam sitting right there. Kurt had one strong idea, but it depended on Minter getting into the emergency control interface at his next attempt, which was now around 60 hours away. If that went well, Kurt had a plan to bring Adeline Lemarchand closer into the fold than any of the others were imagining. One thing at a time, he told himself. One thing at a time. Chapter 52. Val was gone when Kurt woke up the next day. At first he wondered why she had gone out for the second day in a row, but then he remembered that she'd mentioned going to collect the alarm batteries. Kurt went to the workstation to check if there were any new videos featuring Adeline Lemarchand. Lisa was on the main internet computer and Anthony was using the one connected via the cable. "How come you're not standing guard outside?" Kurt asked him. Anthony shrugged. "I don't think Ernesto minds anymore." "What about your dad?" "I don't think Ernesto listens to him anymore." Kurt looked at what they were both doing. Anthony was reading a Sika News article about fuel prices, and Lisa was watching This Week on Sycamore, the blooper reel presented by Kate Pinewood. Kurt crouched beside Lisa. "Can I check something quickly?" he asked. Lisa rolled her seat to the side. "Sure." After clicking through a few links, Kurt accepted that there were no new videos. He pulled Lisa's seat back in front of the computer. "Can you do my star's eye view thing?" she asked. "You know, the thing that'll let me watch it through my lenses? Because I know you have to record it for a while first, and I really can't wait." Kurt loaded Star's Eye View and asked Lisa whose vista she wanted him to record. "Are you really going to make me say it?" "It's not Trixie-licious," Kurt said, with only slightly exaggerated derision. "Surely—" "It might be," Kurt groaned. "I just want to see why so many people are watching her," Lisa said, laughing defensively. "Well, not exactly watching her. Seeing through her eyes, you know." Kurt did know, only too well, from the few mind-numbing minutes he had spent watching Trixie-licious's toenails dry. But it was what Lisa wanted, so he set the computer to record the stream for 3 hours. Kurt and Lisa both went out into the food court for something to eat. It wasn't the same without Mary. Anthony and Ernesto, somewhat surprisingly, had picked up most of the slack and now took turns preparing meals. Kurt preferred Ernesto's meals only because they consisted of the easy-to-cook, vacuum-packed, meat-free meals from Stacy's freezer, which were a lot better than he expected. Lisa sent Ty a chi-fi telling him it was almost time to get up for breakfast. Someone soon appeared from home, but it was Ernesto rather than Ty. On his way into the pig-out fast food counter to lay out everyone's breakfast options, he spotted Kurt sitting with Lisa and walked over. "I'm glad you're here," he said to Kurt. "Where else would I be?" "I thought maybe Val had taken you out again. Do you know where she is?" "I think she's collecting those batteries for the alarm," Kurt said. "From Barnford Park?" "Yeah?" Ernesto waved his hand to call Kurt over to speak privately. "We'll just be a second," he said to Lisa, showing her more respect than he typically had before Kurt arrived in the mall. "What is it?" Kurt asked, his tone hushed. Ernesto leaned in close. "She didn't take the key for the mail locker. That's why I thought she was with you." Kurt stepped back and saw that Ernesto was holding the key that Val needed to get into the mail locker after entering her passcode and box number. "Don't let on that we know," Ernesto said. "I'll put it back where it was, and we'll see what she says. If she says the batteries hadn't arrived yet—" "What?" Kurt said. "What happens if she says that?" "Well, I guess she'll have some serious questions to answer." Chapter 53. Val returned just over an hour later, which made sense in relation to the distance to Barnford Park. Kurt, now with Ty and Minter, as well as Lisa, chi-fied Ernesto to tell him that she was back. Ernesto greeted Val warmly. "Were the batteries there?" he asked. Val hesitated. "I don't know," she muttered, visibly embarrassed. "I forgot the key." "How the hell could you forget the key?" Ernesto moaned, with fake surprise but very real frustration. "I'm sorry," Val said. The others watched on quietly, feeling for Val, but also sharing Ernesto's annoyance that her lack of thought would leave them without a warning alarm for the second night in a row. "Why don't you put all your sorries in a nice little box and get them out of my sight?" Ernesto said flatly. Ty started to speak up in Val's defense, but Kurt stopped him. He knew that Ernesto's anger was cumulative, built largely on the unacceptable and unapproved risk that Val had taken in bringing Kurt to see Mary. This mishap with the key had clearly irritated Ernesto, but Kurt knew that it wasn't his main beef with Val. Kurt noticed a slight grin on Minter's face as Val walked away with her head down. Minter had disliked Val since the beginning, from the moment she first cuffed his hands. And while Kurt had a roughly average ability to put things behind him, Minter clung to grudges like sloths clung to trees. The mood in the group was awkward for the rest of the morning, but Val sat with Michael and Ernesto at lunch a few hours later as though nothing had happened. Michael's role in everything seemed to have collapsed into near irrelevance, and Kurt noticed that his gruff manner had softened too, giving way to a more relaxed, if not genial, aura. It was as though Michael didn't mind taking a back seat now that things were moving forward, what with Mary's successful seeding and the Le Marchand developments. In private conversations with Ernesto, Michael even suggested that Sycamore might crumble without the group having to do anything. But Ernesto was not a man to sit back and hope for an outcome. Like Kurt, he was there to get the job done. The most immediate job on Kurt's mind was fixing Star's Eye View for Lisa. When the 3 hours were up, he transferred the video onto his own computer and brought it to her and Ty's bedroom. Kurt's computer streamed the video to Lisa's phone, which she was then able to view in full immersion. Lisa beamed with joy as Trixielicious's unedited vista appeared in her lenses.
"It's like I'm her,"
she said, walking around with her arms outstretched as if trying to touch things that weren't there.
"It's like I'm actually her."
Kurt helped Lisa to sit down safely, which you were supposed to do before entering full immersion, then left her to it.
"You are an absolute angel,"
Lisa called as he walked away. Kurt was happy that she liked it. He caught up with Harry and Joyce during the afternoon, glad that they had settled nicely in their display bedroom and didn't massively regret coming with him. Harry asked Kurt if there were any AA batteries for his CD radio, and Kurt said he would have a look. Kurt returned with 4 batteries after a few minutes, and Harry wasted no time in putting on one of Joyce's old CDs. "Is Ernesto's transmission still playing?" Kurt asked. Harry nodded. "It was this morning, at least. I check it every day." He flicked the switch from CD to radio, at which point Ernesto's voice rang out. It was odd for Kurt to hear Ernesto talking in such grand terms again. "The future may be Sycamore's, but only if we let them have it," Ernesto said, sounding much younger than he did in real life. "Right now, this moment, this is ours. All the lies in the world can't take this away from us." Kurt flicked the switch back to CD for Joyce's benefit and headed for the door. "I'll let you know if the message ever stops playing," Harry said. "It won't," Kurt assured him. "But thanks." He left their room and walked towards his own to charge his phone. When he was walking through the middle of home, he heard Lisa calling his name. It sounded like she was in trouble, such was the strength of her shout, so he hurried. But when Kurt got there, he found her lying comfortably on her bed, still watching Star's Eye View.
"Is that Kurt?"
she asked, her vision otherwise occupied. "You do know you can take them out, right?" he said.
"Rewind the video on your computer. Trixie said something about an event thing next week."
Kurt picked up his computer. "How far back? What kind of event?"
"Just like 2 minutes or something. I shouted you when she finished saying it."
Kurt moved the video back 3 minutes to be sure. "What kind of event?" he repeated. Lisa spoke over the sound of Trixie, who was still talking about something else.
"Something about a special event next week," Lisa said. "Sycastars United or something like that. I think she said that her and the other top 9 are going to Sycamore HQ for a publicity thing, or maybe... Wait, this is it. Shush."
Lisa didn't have in-earphones, of course, so she heard Trixie through the computer's speakers exactly as Kurt did. They both listened carefully as Trixie repeated what Lisa had heard correctly the first time. that she was going to Sycamore HQ for the launch of an upcoming reality show called Sycastars United.
Even Isaiah Amos is going to be there, Trixie-licious said with excitement.
This was it. There was no doubt in Kurt's mind that this was it, the chance they'd been waiting for. And beyond that, there was surely something poetic in the fact that Amos's penchant for public gatherings might well prove his downfall. In Kurt's time with Sycamore, there had been the talent search, meet the press, the bank burning, and of course his scheduled recognition ceremony. Shortly after that came the Unity rally for Stacy, and most recently there had been the international TV spectacle that was Kurt's funeral. All of these events took place within a tiny geographical area, and all were emceed by Isaiah Amos himself. Amos didn't just love the spotlight. He needed it. Kurt knew the saying that even the mightiest oaks needed sunlight, but it seemed to him that Sycamore's mighty leader needed more than most. After rewinding again to confirm the date, which was 6 days away, Kurt told Minter. The time lock expired in around 36 hours, which would give them plenty of time to get everything ready ahead of Sycastars United. Minter liked the idea. It didn't change much of what he was going to do, since finding the most incriminating evidence and leaking it to the widest possible audience had always been his plan. As when Kurt first suggested targeting Trixie-licious, Minter agreed to do that while also sticking to the original plan of public, sky-based displays. The key difference between this new opportunity and the prior general idea to use Trixie-licious was that in 6 days' time, she was going to be in Amos's company, looking right at him. The possibilities for creative ways to present the evidence in such a situation were almost endless. And with 10 of the most popular Sycastars all looking at Amos during a heavily advertised special event, it was likely that tens of millions of consumers would be looking at him too. There was another part of Kurt's plan that he had so far kept quiet, and if all went well, it could tie in perfectly with his idea for what to do with the French journalist. Because Kurt knew that in 6 days' time, right there in the heart of the city at Sycamore HQ, those 10 lucky Sycastars might not be the only ones standing in front of Amos when his world came crumbling down. Another man might be there too. A man who Amos might be somewhat less pleased to see. Chapter 54. Kurt had an unsettled night despite his earlier excitement over the Sycastars United launch event, waking several times with concerns about the mall's inactive security alarm. He knew that these concerns weren't rational, but once they were in his head, they were hard to shake. After getting little sleep until very late, he was still in bed at 9:15 when he felt his phone buzzing under his pillow. He pulled it out and saw that he had an incoming Sci-Fi call from Harry. Harry? "What is it?" Kurt asked.
"Hello?" Harry said. "Can you see me? I can't see you."
"This is a voice call," Kurt explained, his eyes hardly open.
"Oh. Anyway, I think you might want to hear this."
"Hear what?"
Well, the thing is, Ernesto's radio message is gone."
Kurt sat up. "What do you mean, gone?"
"It stopped," Harry said. "And I don't think you're going to like what's playing in its place."
Chapter 55. Kurt ran to Harry and Joyce's room where he knew the radio was. Harry stood over the radio, unable to hide his concern. "What does it say?" Kurt asked. Harry turned up the volume. Kurt recognized the voice immediately. It was the one voice, above all others, that he did not want to hear. "The source of the illegal broadcast previously transmitted on this frequency has been traced to the vicinity of Barnford Park. The source of the illegal broadcast previously transmitted on this frequency has been traced to the vicinity of Barnford Park. The source of the—" "Enough," Kurt said. "Has anyone else heard this?" Harry shook his head.
"Does this mean he knows where we are?" Joyce asked.
Kurt said no, it didn't quite mean that. All it meant for sure was that Amos knew that someone from Ernesto's group was collecting mail at Barnford Park. Fortunately, the whole point of using Barnford Park was that it was so far away. 80 minutes on a good day, as Val had said. Val. Where's Val? Kurt asked, urgency in his tone. Has she left? Is she back? Harry shrugged. We haven't been out yet. Kurt ran straight to the workstation, hoping to find Ernesto. He saw him in the food court eating breakfast with everyone else. Everyone else but Val. Where's Val? He asked them all. Getting the battery, Ernesto said. Minter was the first to spot the fear in Kurt's eyes. What happened, man? Nothing. I just didn't think she was going today. She wasn't going to, Minter said. But we really need that battery, you know? Kurt nodded, putting on his best blank expression. He then walked into the workstation and sent a Sci-Fi to Ernesto. Workstation, bring Michael. The two men entered a minute or so later. Minter, not stupid enough to think that Kurt and Michael were in the same room for no reason, followed right behind them. Anthony came in next, leaving only Ty and Lisa out of earshot in the food court. At this point, they obviously knew that something was going on, and their absence suggested to Kurt that they didn't want to be any more involved than they had to be. So what's going on? Minter asked, speaking for them all. Amos knows about Barnford Park, Kurt said, as straightforward as he could be. Everyone was silent until Ernesto replied, very calmly. How do you know this? Your radio message is down, Kurt said. Now there's just a recording of Amos saying he traced your transmission to Barnford Park. But Barnford Park wasn't the source of the transmission, Ernesto said. Obviously, Kurt said. He's just letting us know that he knows we use Barnford Park. The message isn't for anyone except us. Anthony looked at Michael. Do we need to leave? Michael in turn looked at Ernesto, who would be the only one to make that decision. Ernesto, defiant, shook his head. No one leaves. It's a matter of time, Anthony argued. Kurt, Minter, Dad, you know I'm right. Surely. Michael gave nothing away. Minter didn't know what to think, and Kurt stood firmly with Ernesto. If he knew where we were, Kurt said, he would have mentioned the mall. In fact, if he knew where we were, we'd be dead. Ernesto nodded forcefully. Exactly. Barnford Park was supposed to be a buffer, so it's done its job. This changes nothing. Anthony left the workstation shaking his head as he went. Can any of the mail you get there be linked to this mall? Kurt asked. No, Ernesto said. The locker is in Val's name. There must have been something with my name on it for Amos to work it out, but nothing ever mentions the mall. Stacy's letter mentioned the mall, Minter said. Not specifically this mall, but... Stacy is dead, Ernesto interrupted, as detached as humanly possible. She won't be sending us any more letters. Minter quietened down. The only danger is Val's car being tracked if someone is watching the locker, Ernesto went on. And she's too smart to let that happen. There is one other danger, Michael said, breaking his long silence. What? Ernesto asked. Val's car being intercepted. Val being intercepted. She wouldn't talk, Ernesto insisted. Everyone talks, Michael said. When the questions are sharp enough, everyone talks. Ernesto sat down on his computer chair. Michael was right. When should she be back? Kurt asked. From now, 2 hours at most, Michael said. And what if she's not? Minter asked. Do we leave? There had been little sense of order during this impromptu meeting, with everyone speaking to everyone, but the room now felt quiet in anticipation of Ernesto's reply. This was his decision, and the newly raised possibility of Val being intercepted and interrogated made it far more difficult than it had been a few minutes ago. We don't have time to watch you think, Minter pressed. Kurt nudged him to shut up. Okay, Ernesto said. 5 o'clock. What about 5 o'clock? Minter asked. Ernesto rose from his chair, eyes to the floor, a shadow of the defiant man who had entered the workstation just minutes earlier. Well? Ernesto met Minter's eyes. If Val isn't back by 5, we leave the mall. Chapter 56. Kurt could hardly believe how quickly things had gone downhill. The earlier excitement over Sycastars United and Kurt's plans for the takedown had utterly disappeared as he now sat in the food court with everyone else, anxiously waiting for Val to return. An hour came and went with no sign of her return. After another hour, which was when she would typically have been back, Anthony insisted that they were wasting time and should have been packing to leave. Michael told him to be quiet. Anthony refused, at which point Ernesto stepped in. But Anthony was determined to be heard. "If you would just let me state my position—" "This isn't a discussion," Ernesto snapped. "You don't get to state your position. You don't get a position." Anthony held up his hands. "I'm done. And you know what? I wish I'd never taken on your case. I wish I'd never even seen your face." He walked away towards home. Kurt, who had been trying to blank out the argument, couldn't miss what Anthony said. He looked at Ernesto. What case? In the corner of his vision, Kurt saw Minter cover his eyes with his hand. "My father's crash," Ernesto said. Kurt remembered back to the start of his drive north with Minter, when Minter had mentioned Michael Richardson's son representing someone in a lawsuit against Sycamore. Minter had been reluctant to give Kurt many more details, outright refusing to discuss who Anthony had represented. Now, though, the answers to both questions had just revealed themselves. Minter shuffled in his chair and put his arms on the sides as though he was about to stand up. Kurt turned to look at him. "Don't you dare." Ty and Lisa were still there in the food court. Harry and Joyce, too. None of them had said anything for a while, and none were about to say anything now. The look Kurt shot at Minter was like nothing they had ever seen from him. "What's going on?" Ernesto asked. Kurt eventually took his eyes away from Minter, whose face was vacant. "You don't know, do you?" he asked Ernesto. "Know what?" Ernesto said, giving Kurt his answer. "How much money did you get?" Kurt asked. Ernesto was surprised by the directness of the question, but didn't shy away from it. $9 million, he said, before fees. Kurt turned to Minter and drummed his fingers on the table. $9 million. $9 million. And you knew the whole time. How many dollars do you think me and Randy got? Have a guess. Kurt, man, I said guess! 0, Minter said. Kurt shook his head slowly. Lower. Minter didn't say anything. No one said anything. I'll help you out, Kurt said. Add up 3 funerals, 4 sets of hospital bills, and all the medical bills for Randy's ongoing treatment. Our parents had nothing to leave us, unless you count debt. His wife's life insurance paid out a few months later, so at least Randy could keep the kids in their house, but losing his job more than canceled that out. We had nothing. Nothing! And you knew the whole time! I can almost understand Amos not telling me. But you? When was I supposed to tell you, man? Minter said. When I was with Amos? He would have killed me. What about on the way here, when you told me Michael's son won a lawsuit against Sycamore, but wouldn't tell me what it was about or who he was representing? Why not then? What difference would it have made then? It's not like you could have still got the money. I didn't tell you in the car because there was no point, and because I knew this would happen. I knew we would be arguing about money, and I knew you would be angry at Ernesto for getting so much when you didn't get any. How could I be angry at Ernesto? Kurt shouted, his voice louder than ever. Look at him! He doesn't even know! There were no survivors, and no next of kin on the other side of the crash that my father died in, Ernesto said, confused by everything that Kurt was saying. I think that there's been a mix-up here. Ask Anthony. The settlement was clear. It said there were no survivors and no next of kin, right there in black and white. Kurt turned to Ernesto. November 28th, 6:14 p.m., he said. stating the date and time of the collision which killed his parents and sister-in-law, when an unclosable pop-up ad obstructed the vision of an oncoming driver. Ernesto's eyes welled up. "I swear I didn't know," he said. "Did Stacy know?" Kurt nodded. "That's what she was talking about in the letter, when she said you wouldn't believe why I hate Amos as much as you do. She told me about the ad that popped up in your dad's lenses, about how he told you on his deathbed, but nobody would believe you. Up until then, my brother thought it was his fault. He thought he'd killed 4 people. "What's done is done," Minter said. The flippancy of this comment and Minter's total lack of remorse infuriated Kurt, and the only thing keeping him from reacting was the knowledge that he needed Minter on his side. As Kurt had warned Anthony when he feared that Ernesto and Michael would rough Minter up, if anyone pushed Minter too far, he would stop cooperating. He was quite literally their gatekeeper, the only one who could get them inside Sycamore's systems. Reading the hostility of the group, Minter stood up to leave. "I'll be ready in my room," he said. "Val's not coming back." Chapter 57. Another 4 hours later, by which point she was 4 hours late, Val still hadn't returned to the mall. By now it was clear. Something must have happened. Kurt refused to give up hope that it was something minor like a road closure or engine trouble, but every passing minute made those scenarios feel less and less likely. Ernesto had moved to the south of the mall, where he was sitting in the monorail station looking out. Michael, who had first raised the possibility of Val or the car being intercepted, went with him. Harry and Joyce were packing their things, as resigned as Minter and Anthony that Val wasn't coming back. Kurt was left in the food court with Lisa and Ty, his 2 best friends in the mall. They both shared Kurt's optimistic view that something non-critical might have been delaying Val's return. Ty's idea was that the car had broken down, and that Val, unable to ask for assistance, was currently making her way back to the mall on foot. Though stubborn in their optimism, none were in the mood for anything, not even a game of 4 in a row. Ty eventually asked Kurt where he thought everyone would go if Ernesto decided to leave, but Kurt said they couldn't afford to think like that. When Lisa grew doubtful and asked how long was left until 5 o'clock, Kurt's reply was, "Long enough." With an hour to go, Lisa left to pack her things. "I still think she'll come," she said, "but I don't want to hold everyone up if she doesn't." Ty went with her. Kurt understood. Kurt did nothing except wait and occasionally check the time on his phone. The most recent time he had seen was 16:21. When he next lifted his phone to check, it buzzed in his hand. A Sci-Fi from Ernesto. "Tell me you can see her," Kurt said. Ernesto hesitated. "She's walking." Kurt sprinted down the mall and reached the entrance before Val. Ernesto and Michael were there waiting. Val looked unhurt. Tired, but unhurt. She was carrying an almost empty water bottle and had rolled up her sleeves as far as they would go. As soon as she was inside, Ernesto asked the most important question. "Are you okay?" She nodded, clearly fatigued. "Where's the car?" "It got hit," Val said, "right after I stepped out." "And you couldn't drive it back?" "It's in pieces," she explained. "What the hell hit it?" Kurt asked. "A monster truck?" Val shook her head and looked only at Michael. "A drone." Chapter 58. Val answered every question they threw at her. She wasn't hurt. She wasn't followed. She didn't actually see the drone. She hitched 2 rides, the first in the wrong direction, and had walked the last 7 miles. As they were walking up the main walkway, she had a question of her own for Michael. "Is there something you should be telling us about combat drones?" she asked. "I designed 4 surveillance drones for Amos at Unifield," Michael said. "Only 1 of them was ever produced, and none had any offensive capabilities. When I left Sycamore, there were no combat drones in our inventory. Since then, your guess is as good as mine. Val's guess about the combat drones was better than Michael's, in fact, given that she had just almost been killed by one.
Kurt's prints were in that car, Val said as they neared the coffee curve. If they send a forensics team to check it out, they'll find them. Kurt thought for a second. I don't think any part of my skin actually touched the car, he said. My hood was up the whole time and my hands were tied on my lap. You opened and closed the doors and everything. Val relaxed a little. At least this was one less thing to worry about. Ernesto then told her about the radio message revealing that Amos knew they were using Barnford Park. Val didn't really react to this, probably because she had discerned as much from the attack. At least it was there and not here, she said, voicing what they were all thinking. Kurt sent a group Sci-Fi text to everyone who wasn't there, telling them to unpack their things and get ready to eat some humble pie. Has anything else happened here? Val asked. Kurt shook his head, thinking she wouldn't be interested in hearing about the drama of the crash revelation. No, Ernesto confirmed. Val looked glad to hear it. So no one else has... No one else has what? Kurt said. He wasn't being particularly impatient, but Val had just trailed off in the middle of a thought. Been worrying too much? She asked, finishing it eventually. Not really, Kurt said. He didn't think Val needed to know that most of the others had been counting down the minutes until 5 o'clock, having assumed that she had been intercepted by Sycamore agents. All of those others, apart from Joyce and Harry, met Val on the walkway. Lisa hugged her, which came as a pleasant surprise. Shock was the overwhelming reaction to the drone news, but there was still a huge feeling of relief. Almost everyone felt safer now than they had when Val was missing. Of course, the drone attack was concerning, but it was infinitely better for Sycamore to attack a location as far away as Barnford Park than it was for them to have Val in their custody. Anthony was the only dissenting voice. Have you all gone crazy? He asked. They're coming after us with drones, and you're all smiling? Ernesto repeated one of his favorite lines. If they knew we were here, they wouldn't be attacking us there. But they're one step away, Anthony yelled. And now they're using force. Yesterday we didn't know they knew about Barnford Park. Today they're firing at it with drones. What happens tomorrow? How can you tell me that we're safe here? We're in a glass house surrounded by nothing. This glass house has kept you safe for long enough, Ernesto snapped at him. This mall has kept us all safe, and it still will. It's not like we're asking you to spend your life here. Minter is only 16 hours away from getting into the systems. 16 hours? Ty asked, clearly delighted to hear it. The others had all known about the time lock since Kurt told Ernesto after Amos's threat to Sabrina, but they hadn't been counting down the days as intently as Kurt, Minter, and Ernesto. Kurt was obviously glad that the 8-day lockout would be over after just one more night, but the timing of the truth about the crash lawsuit coming out could hardly have been worse. Once they accessed the emergency control interface, Kurt and Minter planned to lock themselves inside the workstation for a 48-hour, interruption-free marathon of evidence gathering, video editing, and AR hijacking. But right now, Kurt couldn't even look at Minter, much less think about spending 2 days stuck in a room with him. It's 16 hours until we get in, Minter replied to Ty. Then a few more days to do everything we want to do. Kurt didn't say anything about the Sika Stars United launch event being in 5 days, which he knew Minter knew, because it didn't seem wise to push it when people were already on edge. We don't even have a working alarm, Anthony said, seeing that Val had returned empty-handed, which was perhaps excusable given what she had been through. I'll do the first shift as lookout from the South Monorail station if it'll make you feel any better, Kurt said. This was a genuine effort to ease Anthony's quite valid concerns, but after the previous night, Kurt knew that he would struggle to sleep anyway. There was something comforting about the idea of the alarm, but it offered no real protection beyond a pointless warning that someone was already a minute or two away from the front door. It was like a primal security blanket, Kurt thought, reassuring the group that they would at least be awake to tackle any potential intrusion. I'll take the second shift, Ernesto said, nodding to Kurt in recognition of the idea, which he too saw as symbolic rather than practical. Val offered to go third,
which would take them through to the morning. With no Mary to insist that everyone had something to eat and with other things on their minds, the group didn't gather for dinner. Kurt went with Ty and Lisa to their room. Their mini-group, previously a sixsome, had dwindled to 3. Minter had isolated himself after the crash argument, Anthony was alone with only his own fears for company, and Mary was safely away from the mall in her guest house. Mary. Kurt thought only now about Mary. How would they reach her again? Val was unlikely to be keen to venture out of the mall anymore given what had happened to her earlier on, and Kurt didn't know who else could go. By a process of elimination, he settled on Harry. It was Harry's truck, after all, and Harry was unknown to Sycamore. He would have to be the one to drive to Mary with the message from Kurt, giving her the exact time to contact Julian with the warning and the exact script to memorize. Lisa suggested that they should all watch one of the movies on Kurt's computer in full immersion, so they did. The movie was about near-future space travel, and the brilliance of the effects was enough to distract them for 2.5 hours. When the movie ended, Ty couldn't stop talking about how good it was. Kurt said it would have been 1,000 times better with in-earphones, but Ty didn't like the sound of having something injected into his ear. "It's more like sticking them on," Kurt said, instantly realizing that he sounded like the doctor who had persuaded him to be the guinea pig all those weeks ago. Ty still shuddered at the thought and asked if they wanted to watch something else. Lisa did, but the time on Kurt's phone told him that it would already be dark outside, so he said it was probably time for him to start playing lookout. He invited them to come with him to the south of the mall. "What do you think?" Ty asked Lisa.
"Why not?" she said. "There's chairs in the monorail station. We could sleep there."
Ty shrugged, which was a sign that he didn't disagree.
"Help me carry the covers then," Lisa said. "Kurt, you get the pillows."
Kurt put his computer in its carry bag and slung it over his shoulder, then grabbed a handful of pillows and led the way, glad to still have 2 friends by his side. When they arrived in the monorail station near the mall's entrance, Kurt chi-fied Ernesto and Val to say that they wouldn't have to take shifts as lookout, since he was staying in the monorail station all night. Both replied quickly to thank him. Ty and Lisa watched another movie while Kurt looked outside at the mind-numbingly empty parking lot. He resorted to counting the posts that marked the different parking zones. Then he looked up. It was an exceptionally clear night, with a crescent moon dangling on an invisible string amidst a vast ocean of infinitely more stars than Kurt had ever seen in his light-polluted, city-dwelling life. The sky looked like it did in pictures Kurt had seen online and always assumed were photoshopped. He wished his lenses had been able to connect to Ernesto's internet so they could identify the myriad constellations. At the end of the second movie, a comedy which Kurt heard but didn't see, Lisa turned to him with an uncharacteristically serious look on her face.
"Do you really think this place is safe?"
she asked. Kurt hesitated. He didn't want to unduly worry Lisa, but it would have been a lie to say that he was as comfortable in the mall as he had been the previous night. His concerns were manageable, but they had reached a point where he was no longer missing Mary so much as he was glad that she was safe somewhere else. "We're safer than we would be in the parking lot," he said, trying to lighten the mood. "That's for sure. At least the zombies can't get us in here."
"Shut up," Lisa said.
"He's right, though," Ty said. "Everyone knows that zombies can't resist malls. We'll be fine here since we're upstairs." Lisa cracked a joke about how Ty would have nothing to worry about since he had no brains for them to eat anyway. Kurt was glad that his mood-lightening tactic seemed to have worked. Kurt looked back out at the parking lot and felt the smile drop from his face in an instant. Approaching at moderate speed, but already past the unalarmed archway, he saw a car. He was frozen for 4 or 5 seconds, helplessly watching the vehicle make its way across the parking lot. Car, he said.
"Very good,"
Lisa replied. Kurt turned to them both. "There's a car," he said. "There's a car outside." It pulled up right at the southeast corner of the mall, where Val had parked on the first day.
"Who is it?"
Lisa said. "It could be anyone," Kurt said, trying to calm their minds and his own to a level at which they could all think rationally. "It could just be squatters or urban explorers or something. Both of you stay up here. Please, just stay up here and hide. Sci-Fi Ernesto, but just a text. Don't make a single sound, okay? Whatever happens, do not make a sound. Lisa lay down flat on her stomach and looked out of the window. Ty joined her. Neither of them liked the sound of whatever happens, but neither of them were about to argue with Kurt's suggestion to hide. Kurt sprinted down the stairs. His plan was not to go unseen or unheard. He didn't know what his plan was, but he knew it wasn't that. He walked to the automatic doors and waited for them to open. He stood there, right on the threshold of La Plethora, the safe haven that no longer felt quite so safe. He heard a car door open and then close. "Stay exactly where you are," he said. After around 5 seconds and some barely audible footsteps, a soft female voice replied,
"It's me, Mary."
Mary came into view just past the corner of the mall where enough light could reach her face for Kurt to make it out. She held her left hand up to show a small, neat bandage on her palm, then pointed to her eyes.
"No lenses either."
"What happened?" Kurt asked. "Were you followed? Why did you come back?" He had many more questions, but 3 at a time was enough. Mary ignored all 3 and waved her hand as if signaling to someone behind her.
"It's him," she said. "It's Kurt."
This confirmed that Mary wasn't alone, and Kurt had less idea than ever of what was going on. He raised his guard and his fists, desperately hoping that Mary hadn't been driven to the mall at gunpoint and told what to say. The next thing he heard was a steady tapping noise coming from the darkness behind Mary. The rhythmic tapping was light but loud, like a mouse in stilettos, and it was getting louder. Kurt stepped out onto the concrete for a better look, and there she was, galloping towards him, smiling like the moon, the one person he most wanted to see in the last place he wanted to see her. Sabrina. Chapter 59. Sabrina leapt into Kurt's outstretched arms. She had a tiny bandage on the palm of her left hand.
"You're okay!"
she yelled.
"You're really okay!"
Kurt hugged her tightly. "I am now." He looked over Sabrina's shoulder as he held her and saw Randy and Julian stepping out of the darkness behind Mary. A feeling of dread shot through Kurt, with a voice in his head telling him that his family were in more immediate danger now than they had been in the city. But another voice spoke too, focusing on the positive that for the first time in almost 2 weeks, he knew for certain that they were safe right now. The hows and the whys would be addressed soon enough. For now, what mattered was that they were here. Kurt carried Sabrina across the threshold, into the plethora.
"Who hit you?"
she asked, spotting the partially faded bruise on his cheek. "That was an accident."
"Oh, really, mister?"
Ty and Lisa appeared at the bottom of the stairs to save him from replying. Relieved that the new arrivals were neither intruders nor zombies, both walked over to say hello to Sabrina. When they were introducing themselves, Kurt thought that Sabrina might react to the name Lisa, which was her late mother's name. She didn't. She seemed to be too busy being impressed by Lisa's turquoise earrings, so Kurt put her down and went to see Julian and Randy. "I knew it," Julian said, putting his head against Kurt's chest and hugging him like no one was watching. "I knew it the whole time." "Good," Kurt said. He looked at Randy, who hadn't said anything yet. "I'm sorry I had to put you through everything. It was the only way." Randy nodded. "Don't worry about it." Kurt told them that he'd watched the funeral and was proud of the relative restraint they both showed with Amos. Ty, listening in, said he was more impressed by Julian's kamikaze dive over the railing and into the Fury River mob. "Wait, you're the guy from TYTV," Julian said. "I used to watch that all the time." Ty wore a smug grin. "My reputation precedes me." Julian laughed and asked Ty some questions about the show. Sabrina was still with Lisa, asking all kinds of things about where she was from and what fun stuff there was to do in the mall. The monorail caught her eye most of all, but Lisa had to break the news that there was no carriage. They all walked up the central walkway, which was slightly better lit than most nights thanks to the moon and stars. The mall was so large that no one in the north section had heard anything. Only Ernesto, having been shy-fied by Ty about the unidentified car, made his way down to see what was going on. He stopped in his tracks when he saw who was there. Kurt knew that Ernesto's immediate reaction here would reveal how safe he really felt in the mall. If his insistence that La Plethora was safe from a Barnford Park-like drone attack was merely a stoic cover to prevent panic in the rest of the group, it would surely crack now. To Kurt's delight, however, no crack appeared. Ernesto smiled and sped up to welcome them. After greeting them all with genuine warmth, he pulled Mary to the side. Kurt noticed and joined them. "How?" Ernesto asked quietly.
"I took their seeds out," Mary said. "It's okay, though. It was almost 100 miles from here."
"How did they get there?" Kurt asked.
"Randy drove."
"But how did you get them to come?"
"I did what you told me to do," Mary said. "I got them to meet me without explicitly saying why. Then I explained everything once they had their lenses out. We didn't start driving here until we all got rid of our seeds. And like I said, that was 100 miles away."
"When did I say any of that?" Kurt asked, leaving his questions about the plan's execution until later. "I said we weren't going to contact them until we were in the system and ready to strike." Mary looked genuinely confused.
"But Val told me you changed your mind."
"Did she tell you that yesterday morning?" Ernesto butted in.
"Yeah?"
Ernesto turned to Kurt. "So much for forgetting the key."
"She told me you said I had to get them to leave yesterday so they would arrive today," Mary continued. "So that's what I did. It was all definitely safe, though. Definitely. I made sure it was all safe."
Safe or not, Kurt and Ernesto were both angry at Val for making such a huge decision that wasn't hers to make. They would have words when they reached her in the north of the mall, but for now both presented happy faces.
"Did I do something wrong?"
Mary whispered to Kurt, sensing their anger despite their efforts to hide it. Kurt shook his head. "Everyone's alive, and everyone's together," he said. "You did great." Chapter 60. No one was in the food court when the group reached the north end of the mall. Ty took it upon himself to mark their arrival. "Everyone!" he shouted towards home, hands cupped around his mouth to focus the sound. "We have visitors!" Anthony and Minter appeared at almost the same time, with Michael not far behind. They all walked over. Minter came to Kurt first. "Did you know they were coming?" he whispered. "Val set this up yesterday," Kurt replied, deciding that this wasn't the time to be blanking Minter, no matter what information he hadn't shared. "She told Mary it was my idea, but I'm as surprised to see them as you are. You're glad, though, right?" "Yeah," Kurt said. Minter walked over to introduce himself to Randy, who already knew who he was. Randy had distrusted Minter for a long time, but his inclusion in the news stories about Kurt's death and his presence here with Kurt proved without question that they were all on the same side. Randy didn't know anything about Minter's role in hiding the truth about the crash, though, and that was certainly for the best. Val arrived belatedly, walking as slowly as she could to delay the rebuke that was surely coming her way from Kurt and Ernesto. But when she eventually reached the group in the food court, no rebuke came. Ernesto calmly asked her to join him in the workstation with Kurt and Mary. Kurt told Randy and the kids that he would only be a minute, but they were happy enough getting to know the others and didn't mind if he left for a while. "So," Ernesto said to Val, "maybe we should talk about that key you forgot."
"I did what I had to do," Val replied. "Mary had a good idea. Kurt said no, I said yes. He was too close to the situation to see clearly, so I decided—"
"That wasn't your decision to make," Ernesto scolded.
"Well, it's no one's decision to make now, is it?" Val said. "It's done. It worked. It wouldn't have been safe to keep visiting Mary all the time, and it wasn't safe to hope that she'd be able to persuade Julian to leave on the day of the takedown. What if she hadn't even been able to reach him that day? What if he'd been in full immersion with notifications disabled?" These were valid concerns, but Kurt didn't know why Val hadn't raised them with him before going through with her plan.
In an odd way, though, Val's unapologetic stance made Kurt's anger fade more quickly than it might have had she been groveling for forgiveness. Val's insistence that her plan had been the best plan opened Kurt's mind to the possibility that maybe it was. He had always been one to favor results over methods, and, on this occasion, Val's deceitful methods had delivered the right result. Ernesto, more prideful than Kurt, couldn't overlook Val's lies so easily. He sent her out of the workstation and told her not to talk to anyone on the way to her room. She went without arguing. Ernesto then turned to Mary. "I need you to tell us everything," he said. "We need to know what you told them, when. We need to know where you met them, and we need to know that no one saw you."
"No one saw us,"
Mary said, clarifying that part straight away. She then gave the short version of how she managed to persuade Julian, who in turn persuaded Randy, to drive the better part of 24 hours to meet a girl he hardly knew. Apparently, in the middle of an hour-long Transvista chat, Mary had casually mentioned that she had a pet tortoise named Vonnegut.
"You know,"
she said.
"like Kurt?"
Kurt Vonnegut was one of the main interests Kurt told Mary to put on her questionnaire, so this made sense in the context of her Mary Glover persona. Mary had then told Julian that she hadn't seen Vonnegut for over a week until that morning when he came out of his cave.
"I thought he was dead,"
she said, widening her eyes in a way that no one could miss.
"But he wasn't. He was alive the whole time. Weird, right?"
Mary recounted that Julian didn't say anything, but she could see that he was following. She then asked whether Julian had any pets. After another 5 minutes or so of conversational filler, which she said Julian knew were just for show as much as she did, she told him that she had won VIP tickets to see one of his favorite bands playing the next night. It would be a really long drive, she said, but it would be great if Julian's dad could bring him and his sister up for the show, since it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. They would have to leave soon, though, before it was too late. Kurt couldn't pretend that it was a perfect story or even a good one, but it didn't really need to be. Amos and his staff were always likely to know something was up as soon as Randy and the kids took their seeds out, so all Mary's story had to do was get them safely out of the city and to wherever she was meeting them. The story wouldn't have stood up to much scrutiny, but as with everything else, if Sycamore had been watching them that closely, they would already have been in trouble. Mary said that Randy agreed to take Julian right away because the request was so ridiculously out of character and delivered in such a way that he knew what was going on. They decided not to give Sabrina any unspoken hint as to the real reason for the trip, just in case they were wrong. Mary took 2 buses to meet them, which was possible thanks to her seed, and they all took their lenses out before she removed their seeds in Randy's car. She was far better equipped than Kurt and Minter had been for their impromptu de-seeding, with 4 scalpels, 4 sets of precision tweezers, and plenty of gel and bandages. Mary threw all 4 seeds down the nearest drain. At the end of the story, Ernesto said that Mary had made the most of a bum hand and praised her for meeting them so far away. To drive way too far north before taking a different road back down to the mall unseated was particularly smart, he said. Kurt agreed and thanked Mary properly for the first time. She had put herself on the line for no personal gain with her seeding, and now she had gone a step further to deliver Kurt's family, safe and sound. Mary gave Kurt back the piece of paper he had filled with details of what Julian liked and what kind of things she should say. Mary had known better than to ever look at it with her lenses on, and Kurt was glad that she had kept it safe. She also handed Ernesto a small envelope which contained all of the money she hadn't needed to spend, but he didn't really react. "Wait," Ernesto said, speaking in a much lower tone than he had been. "You didn't at any point mention Barnford Park, did you?"
"No."
"You definitely didn't mention it?"
"Definitely," Mary said. "Why?"
Ernesto told her about the radio message and about the drone hit on Val's car. Mary's face displayed the same kind of concern that Anthony's had earlier. Ernesto tried to calm her fears with the familiar line that Sycamore wouldn't be attacking Barnford Park if they knew anything about La Plethora. Mary turned to Kurt, as though his assurances were worth more than Ernesto's.
Are we going to be okay?
Yeah, he said.
Are you sure?
Stone-faced, Kurt nodded. 10,000%. Chapter 61. Outside of the workstation, Randy was sitting with Anthony and Minter. His face reflected disbelief. When Kurt got close enough, he heard that they were talking about the crash payout. To Minter's credit, he wasn't saying anything to distance himself from what had happened. Kurt didn't want to intrude when Randy was hearing it all for the first time, so he and Mary sat down with Sabrina, Julian, Ty, and Lisa.
I was just telling everyone what I don't get,
Sabrina said to Kurt. And what's that? He asked.
If the seed is so bad, why did you make it in the first place? I thought you were so excited about it because it was really good, but then today we all had to take it out.
Kurt didn't quite know how to answer this, but something that Professor Winter had often said came to his mind. If you truly understand something, you can explain it to a child. He gave it a shot. Okay, so you know how we sometimes make soup in your dad's blender, and it's always really, really good?
Yeah,
Sabrina said.
It's the best.
Well, imagine that we left it to cool, and when we were out of the kitchen, someone else sneaked in and added a whole tub of salt. In Kurt's metaphor, the salt was the first slew of inane seed apps, things like Happy Pigs and the look-alike cam shows. Sabrina screwed up her face as if experiencing the too salty flavor for real. Exactly, Kurt said. And at first, it just tastes salty. So I kind of half-heartedly tell you all that it's not very nice, but you taste it anyway. Then I start coughing and wheezing because it turns out that there was poison mixed in with the salt. And it's too late for me to warn you about how dangerous it is because everyone has already swallowed it.
Oh,
Sabrina said.
So it's like we had to...
She finished her thought by miming a finger down the throat.
That's what they say to do at school if you accidentally swallow poison.
Right, Kurt said. We had to purge. Kurt then heard metal chair legs grinding on the floor and turned to see Randy standing up. Randy shook Anthony's hand, and then, to Kurt's amazement, he shook Minter's too. He came over. Time for bed, you two, he said. He was right. It was way past their normal bedtimes, especially Sabrina's.
I want to go with Mary,
Sabrina said. Randy shook his head. Mary doesn't want...
I've got bunk beds,
Mary said.
If she's allowed.
Sure, Randy said. Just you then, JJ. Anthony said he'll help us find some beds.
But I want to stay up with Ty.
I'm going to bed in a minute, kid, Ty said. How about we hang out in the morning and I'll show you around the place when it's light? Julian agreed to the compromise while Randy winked at Ty, thanking him for making it so easy. It was a good group, Randy thought to himself, as they set off to their new beds. A bad situation, but a good group. Chapter 62. As night turned to morning and the mall fell silent, only Kurt, Minter, and Ernesto remained awake. Kurt knew himself well enough to know that he wouldn't sleep, so he didn't even try. He passed half an hour or so hacking the 4 pairs of ultra lenses that had come into the mall with Mary, Randy, Julian, and Sabrina. Like all ultra lenses, none of these were tracked or otherwise connected to Sycamore's servers when they weren't in a consumer's eyes. Kurt also opened up an XK6 for each of Randy and the kids. There were still 2 hidden pairs of brand new lenses and several unopened phones, but Kurt saw no reason to do anything with them. Since then, he had been sitting quietly in the food court with Ernesto. Minter sat alone in the workstation. At his side lay a sheet of A4 paper with 5 64-digit passwords written in neat rows of 16. There would be no mistakes this time. Talk between Kurt and Ernesto turned to the course that the next few days would take once Minter successfully accessed the emergency control interface. Kurt told Ernesto of he and Minter's long-standing plan to lock themselves in the workstation for 48 hours, or until absolutely everything was done. This 48-hour period would likely include a few short breaks now that Kurt's family were in the mall, since his mind would focus more easily if he checked up on them every so often. Kurt said that Ernesto was welcome to join them in the workstation at the start of their lock-in, but that there could be no coming or going. "I'll stay out here," Ernesto said. "The group needs one of us." Kurt didn't disagree. After a hostile first meeting and a difficult first few days, the two men had grown to respect each other, and their roles had developed into something akin to co-leaders. Kurt was more popular with the group's younger members and was better liked in general, but Ernesto carried himself with a gravitas that Kurt couldn't match. Both knew that should they ever disagree on a fundamental, course-altering decision, the question of which man's word would stand would not be settled easily. With Kurt's workstation lock-in imminent and the time left to discuss plans with Ernesto rapidly diminishing, he shared his big idea. He was by no means sure that Ernesto would go for it, but there would be little point in spending several precious hours putting the pieces in place, only to have Ernesto raise a complaint when Kurt reemerged. It made sense to tell him now. "I want to confront Amos face to face," Kurt said. Ernesto let the words sit. After a few seconds, he spoke very quietly. "When?" 4 days, Kurt said. "We get into the ECI later this morning, we work all day today and tomorrow, we get ready on Sunday, we travel on Monday, and then we arrive on Tuesday morning. We arrive in time for the Sycamore United event at HQ, when tens of millions of eyes will be on Amos. And me. Why can't you just stay here and put the videos in the sky and in the Sycamore's vistas? I thought that was the plan," Ernesto said. "It was," Kurt replied. "But we only get one shot at this. I'm going to be wearing my lenses and you or Minter are going to be nearby with your computer, receiving my vista and streaming it live to Adeline Lemarchand and however many news networks she can persuade to run the story. Minter's clips will be playing in the sky for everyone wearing lenses, but my lenses will let the whole world see Amos for who he really is. Whatever he says to me, whatever he does to me, his game's over." Ernesto didn't say anything at first. "If you don't want to come, we'll at least need your computer." "You really think I'd miss seeing the look on his face when he sees you?" Ernesto said, smiling broadly for the first time all night. "I'm there." Chapter 63. Mary was the first of the group in the food court that morning, along with Sabrina, who helped her prepare breakfast. Sabrina came to sit with Kurt and Ernesto for a while and asked what they were doing. Kurt told Sabrina about the lock-in, which meant that he wouldn't be able to see her much for the next 2 days. She didn't seem to mind. In the eyes of a child, La Plethora was a giant playground, and Sabrina had Julian and Mary and Lisa and Ty to explore it with. She was still overjoyed that Kurt was alive and okay, but she didn't need to be by his side every second. The others arrived in ones and twos until everyone was there. At that point, Kurt stood up to make an announcement. "As you all know, the time lock on the ECI login is about to expire. If Minter is successful this time, which he will be, we'll be inside Sycamore's systems today." Ty cheered and applauded Kurt's words, disappointed that no one else followed. Kurt appreciated his effort. "Once we begin our work, the door to the workstation will be locked from the inside," Kurt continued. "I'll have my phone for emergencies, but emergencies means emergencies. We're working to a strict deadline, so there can be no unnecessary interruptions. Is that clear?" Everyone nodded. The workstation door opened and Minter emerged. "Are you in?" Ernesto asked. "I just came to get Kurt," Minter said. "I haven't tried yet." Kurt looked at the time on his phone. By his reckoning, and evidently by Minter's too, the time lock had just expired. They both walked into the workstation, confident that Sycamore's emergency control interface was just minutes from their grasp. Minter had already navigated to the login page and now sat down to type his username in the box. MM_001273816816MM-relay. He pressed return. As it had 8 days earlier, a blue progress bar began to inch along the URL. It stuttered and stopped, jumped forward, inched forward, paused, jumped forward again, and eventually reached the end. The browser window turned black. Green text appeared above an empty password field. User MM requesting. Green, Minter said. Tell me that's green. It's green, Kurt confirmed. Minter lifted his sheet of paper and looked at the 4 lines of 16 digits underneath the word green. He read the digits aloud as he pressed them, still rhythmically but far more slowly than last time. Kurt made sure that Minter was pressing the correct keys for the digits he was calling out. 2 laborious minutes later, the password was complete. Press it, Minter said. Kurt didn't argue. He leaned down and pressed return. Nothing happened at first, but then the blue bar appeared again and started moving, now on top of a new and seemingly gibberish URL. Is that good? Kurt asked. Minter didn't turn around or bother with a full shrug. He just momentarily lifted his hands from the keyboard in impatience. I've done this as many times as you have, man, he said. But I'd say it's better than last time. The screen flashed white, then returned to black. User MM, correct. Minter turned to face Kurt right away, as though he didn't trust his own eyes. Kurt leaned in and pressed return again. Kurt could make little sense of the ECI. With so many menus and no focal point, his eyes didn't know where to start. How does it look? He asked, hoping everything was as it should be. In lieu of answering, Minter moved the cursor up to a search bar in the top right corner of the page. He typed, Vista, Amos _ Isaiah. 3 headshots appeared. Kurt and Minter didn't recognize 2 of the men, but the third was the Isaiah Amos they were looking for. Minter clicked on Amos's picture. Pick a date and time, he said. Kurt smiled and patted Minter on the shoulder. He recalled the time when Amos had shown him the Vista Recordings database on a desktop at HQ. Amos said that he could access any Vista from his seed, but that no one else could be trusted with such remote access, hence the monitored desktops. The power granted to Minter via the ECI, however, went far beyond remote access to Vista recordings. As he had explained to Kurt, the ECI gave him the combined powers of every department head. He could place videos in the sky for everyone to see. He could target individual users. He could disable real you. Go to 9 a.m. on launch day, Kurt said. Minter entered the date and time, then clicked play. He was presented with the option to either save a specified amount of the video or to stream it from the selected time. He chose to stream. Amos's Vista appeared, showing the multiple news reporters he was talking to at 9 a.m. on the day the seed launched. Kurt had been by his side that day at Sycamore's flagship Liberty Street branch, and he remembered the scene well. The audio came through in perfect quality, too. Where should we start? Minter said, hovering over the date and time. Get the headline stuff first, Kurt said, walking to the door. I'll be back in a minute. Kurt had been working on a list of incidents from which he wanted Amos's Vista footage. The list included the biggest things, like Stacy's murder, but also various comments Amos had made to Kurt in passing which would show the world what kind of man he really was. This list was in Kurt's room on his computer, which he needed anyway, so he went to get it. In his focus, Kurt had almost forgotten that the rest of the group were standing on the other side of the doorway, waiting for news. He met them as he stepped through it. Well? Ernesto asked. Everyone else eagerly waited for Kurt to speak. He did it, Kurt said, not stopping to chat as he went to get his list. We're in. Chapter 64. Minter worked through the incidents on Kurt's list, downloading only the most incriminating footage from Amos's Vista. The downloads were quick enough, but Minter grew frustrated that he couldn't navigate away from one piece of footage and on to the next until the first had fully downloaded. This delayed things, meaning that he couldn't queue the downloads and work on something else in the meantime. Kurt asked Minter how many leaked videos he would be able to schedule to appear in the sky, and the answer was as many as they wanted. No scheduled changes would be visible to anyone else at Sycamore, Minter insisted, since the secret login he used for the emergency control interface was a ghost login which left no tracks. He would be able to see the list of scheduled placements and amend them if necessary, he said, but no one else would know anything about the videos until they were watching them in the sky. A third of the way through Kurt's list, they both decided to put the downloading on hold and explore the rest of the ECI. To the left of the screen, there was a menu option to review active no-share zones. Minter clicked on it. A map appeared. At Kurt's request, he zoomed all the way in to street level at Sycamore HQ. A red ring encircled the building. "Can you take that away?" Kurt asked. "Yeah," Minter said, knowing it would take only a few clicks. "But why would we want to?" Kurt wanted everyone who would be at HQ on Tuesday, everyone who would see him confront Amos, to be able to share their vistas with everyone else. Minter didn't yet know about this plan to leave the mall for the city, so Kurt explained it to him now. He explained that they would do it when Trixie-licious and her millions of followers were watching. He explained that Adeline Lemarchand would be watching through his eyes and sharing the stream live on news networks in Europe and beyond. And he explained, most importantly, that Amos's gloating commentary from the moment of Stacy's murder would be playing through everyone's in-earphones. The whole country and the whole world would see the truth come crashing down on Amos from all angles at once. Minter pictured the scene. He liked it, but he had concerns. "How will you get into HQ?" he asked. "They're doing it outside," Kurt said. "Near enough the entrance to still be in the no-share zone?" Kurt nodded. "And either you or Ernesto will be parked across the street, working the computer. I think he wants to be outside with me, though, so we'll probably need you to come." Minter knew that Ernesto wouldn't have been able to do everything that was required to manage Kurt's Vista streaming while making sure the leaked videos appeared when and where they were supposed to anyway, so he didn't try to get out of going. "What time does the event start?" he asked. 10 a.m. Minter changed Sycamore HQ's no-share zone status from permanent to timed, ensuring there would be no blocks on Vista sharing from 9:55 on Tuesday. After changing it, he sat back in his chair and sighed. "What's wrong?" Kurt asked him. "It's just the idea of you standing right in front of him, man. I don't know how you can think that this ends well. What if he tries something?" "Then the whole world will see it," Kurt said, defiant. "We can't know that it'll end well, but at least we know it'll end. Whatever happens to me, this all ends on Tuesday." Chapter 65. They continued to gather evidence of Amos's many wrongdoings for the rest of the morning and most of the afternoon. It was far more footage than they would actually use, but both were keen to get everything they might need. The next task, which Minter wasn't sure he would be able to complete, was recovering footage from Kurt's Vista. Minter typed, Vista:"Jacobs_Kurt. There were a lot of consumers called Kurt Jacobs, but one of the thumbnails immediately jumped out from the crowd. It was grayed out with the word "terminated" written across the middle in red letters. Minter clicked into Kurt's Vista recordings. But where there had been an option on Amos's page to select a time and date, the only option on Kurt's was a button which said, "Reinstate." They couldn't click this. The risk-reward balance tipped the wrong way. There was just no value in making this particular play. Because unlike downloading Vista footage and scheduling future changes, reinstating Kurt's account would have had an immediate and noticeable real-world impact. A supposedly dead man's account would return to the top of Forrest's popularity chart, for one thing, letting Amos know that something was going on. Randy and the kids taking out their seeds meant that he probably already knew that Kurt and Minter were alive, but he currently had no way of knowing and no reason to suspect that they had breached the ECI. It had to stay that way. This was a blow. Amos's Vista provided his taunting commentary of Stacy's murder, but Kurt's would have provided the video. He would have been able to show the world the limo being blown to pieces as he tried to free himself from the goons and run across... The goons, Kurt said, cutting off his own thought. That's it. Do you know either of their names? The big idiot bodyguards who are usually at HQ? The same ones from the funeral. Minter started typing before Kurt finished speaking. Vista, Pool, Mike. They both looked through the long list of Mike Pools. There, Minter said, near the bottom. Kurt recognized him, too. Minter pulled up Mike the Goon Pool's Vista and typed in the date of Stacy's death. What time was it? He asked. Try 8:30. Minter entered 8:30, but the footage that appeared was of Mike in a car of his own. Go later, Kurt said. Mike was now standing on a street corner across from the Sycaplex, which was still intact. Here? Yeah, Kurt said. Minter skipped forward until a limousine pulled up across the street. Mike Poole, whose lenses had recorded this footage, stepped back around the corner to remain unseen. Kurt's voice was audible as he answered a call from Amos. Mike then stepped out along with his colleague and grabbed Kurt. Real-time Kurt looked away from the screen, knowing what came next. Minter hadn't been there to witness it, so he watched to see exactly what happened. He saw Stacy step out of the car as Kurt screamed to warn her. And then came the explosion. Mike recoiled slightly but kept his eyes open, which was extremely helpful. Minter clicked to download the footage and told Kurt it was over. I think this is everything we need, man, he said. Unless you can think of anything else. Kurt tried to remember exactly what had happened after the explosion. He remembered being disguised by Amos and resultantly punched by a stranger who thought he was crazy for insisting that he really was Kurt Jacobs. After that, he had run to HQ. Minter had been there, and Amos had said something about the explosion. Go back to Amos, Kurt said. 5 minutes later. We have to wait until this one finishes downloading, Minter said. How long? Not long, Minter said. What are we looking for, anyway? You grabbing him by the throat? Kurt shook his head, although that had happened. I'm sure that's when Amos said something about planting the bomb. Can you remember? Not really. So much has happened, man. I don't know who said what, let alone when. We'll check, though. As soon as Mike Poole's Vista recording had downloaded, Minter moved to Amos's Vista footage from 5 minutes later. Minter himself now appeared on the screen, just inside the entrance of Sycamore HQ. He was arguing with Amos about what had happened to Stacy, saying things like, "The girl was never the target," as Amos stood unmoved. He admits it, Kurt said. He explicitly admits the whole thing right now, as soon as I come in. I remember. Do you know that other security guy there? Kurt pointed to the man sitting at a desk in the corner of the picture. Can you switch to him? His name's Henry something, Minter said. Everyone called him Gaz. I think it's Henry Gardner. But why do we need him? We'll be able to hear Amos admitting it through his own Vista. It's way better if people can see him admitting it, Kurt said. It's more of a spectacle. Minter tried Vista, Gardner_Henry. It was right. He clicked into Henry's Vista recordings and entered the same date and time. Kurt watched as Amos now appeared beside Minter from Henry's point of view. As the footage played, the glass front of the building shattered. Kurt couldn't remember throwing the rock, but the footage didn't lie. In the footage, Kurt tried to fight his way upstairs to the computers to see who planted the bomb. And then, exactly as Kurt remembered, Amos said it. My orders planted the bomb, hotshot, but your actions forced my hand. Your deceit and your lies and your scheming little scheme. What did you think would happen? Minter turned to face Kurt. Check and mate. Kurt couldn't help but smile. He smiled even more as his past tense counterpart grabbed Amos by the throat when he threatened Sabrina. Henry then stepped in and dumped Kurt at the door, but Kurt could forgive him for that, given the priceless and pivotal evidence his Vista had just provided. Good old Henry Gardner. Chapter 66. With even more and even better footage than they set out to secure, Kurt and Minter began trimming some of it down. The plan was to compile it into a series of short, impactful videos which would then be displayed in the sky like giant ads or emergency sick news bulletins. While trying to find the right effects and transitions in the unfamiliar menus of Ernesto's computer's video editing software, Kurt had an idea. "Why isn't Ty doing this?" he said. "Making videos is what he does in real life." Minter agreed straight away. "Go and get him." Kurt unlocked the workstation door and walked into the food court. He was surprised to find out from Ernesto and Michael, the only two people there, that dinner had been a full 2 hours ago. Gathering the footage had taken a lot longer than he realized, thanks in no small part to the ECI's one download at a time limitation. Ernesto told Kurt that, as far as he knew, Ty was in the cinema. "How's it going, anyway?" he asked. "Good," Kurt said. "We've got all the footage we need of Amos, and we've set the no-share zone around HQ to disable itself on Tuesday morning. We just need Ty to edit different parts of the footage together to make it snappy and powerful. His skill set is perfect for this." "I knew we'd find a use for him one day," Ernesto grinned. Kurt made a Sci-Fi video call to Ty. "I thought you were busy," Ty said, answering immediately. He was in the cinema with Randy and the kids and what looked like most of the others. Everyone crowded around Ty's phone to see Kurt. "How would you feel about making some videos for us?" Kurt asked. "We've got the footage, we just need someone to make it snappy. Maybe 3 or 4 different videos in different parts of the screen, like a collage." "I can do that. How many people do you think will see it?" "Hundreds of millions," Kurt said. "No pressure." Ty laughed. "Is it ready for me to start now?" "Not yet. I'll transfer the videos onto your laptop, then call you again. It could be a while." "Cool," Ty said. Everyone behind him waved and wished Kurt luck. Ernesto and Michael heard everything, so Kurt didn't need to tell them that Ty was going to help. He went to fetch Ty's laptop, which was hidden under piles of Ty's clothes, and brought it back to the workstation to transfer the videos. Even this took a good amount of time, such was the quality of the video and the cumulative length of acquired footage. While this was going on, Minter explored other areas of the ECI, out of curiosity more than anything. Kurt booted up the other laptop, the one connected to Ernesto's internet via the trusty yellow cable, and searched for new videos or articles from Adeline Lemarchand. There were none. Kurt knew that even if Lemarchand's claims about Sycamore's involvement in several deaths came to be taken more seriously, Amos would deny them to the hilt and concoct whatever fake evidence was necessary to silence her. This was why Kurt planned to attack Sycamore from multiple angles, using AR to display the leaked footage in the sky for lens wearers, while simultaneously broadcasting Amos's reaction live to news networks around the world. Although there were no new articles written by Lemarchand, there were dozens about her. The top news story featuring her name was typical of the others. This story, from a London-based newspaper, said that the British station she gave her last interview on had apologized to Sycamore and, quote, fully regretted inviting Ms. Lemarchand onto the show. It was, quote, an inexcusable editorial oversight which will not be repeated, they promised. It disappointed Kurt that Sycamore held such sway in the UK, but it pleased him that France, a language as well as an ocean away from Amos's primary sphere of influence, still afforded journalists a degree of freedom to do what journalists were supposed to do: ask the big questions. Kurt moved his cursor to the browser's search bar and typed, "Contact Adeline Lemarchand." She had no social media accounts that Kurt could find, and the only email address he came across was underneath her weekly column for the Sunday newspaper DRN. It looked like a personal address rather than one provided by the newspaper, so Kurt gave it a shot. He made a throwaway email account of his own and typed a very simple message for Lemarchand. FAO, Adeline Lemarchand. We have evidence of everything and need mainstream exposure. You have mainstream exposure and need evidence of everything. Reply with a picture of yourself holding 2 brown shoes to confirm you are in control of this email account. Sample evidence attached. Do not share. The brown shoes trick was an old one which made sure that anyone else who might have access to the email account couldn't simply grab an image of Le Marchand from an internet search and pretend to be her. It would have to be a new photo. This was much like the more common technique of writing the day's date on a piece of paper and holding it up, but that was too easily photoshopped. Kurt turned to Minter for assistance with the sample evidence. He wanted to send Le Marchand a still image from the footage that would show her that he had something worthwhile, but he had to ensure that she wouldn't publish it. As he often did when it came to things like this, Minter had the answer. He took a single image from a single piece of footage, Kurt grabbing Amos by the throat. Minter then watermarked the image with bold white letters which didn't obstruct Kurt's face, but couldn't possibly be cropped or edited out without losing all context of what he was doing. The watermark read, "Sent in trust to Adeline Le Marchand at DRN. Lives at risk if published." "There's no way she's publishing that," Minter said. Kurt liked it. Minter put the image on a memory card and gave it to Kurt to put on the other computer. Kurt attached it to his email and pressed send. It was all in English, but Kurt knew she would be able to read it. Kurt rhythmically tapped his fingers on the keyboard, already impatient. "She might not see that for days," Minter said. "It's worth a shot, but don't expect too much, man." Minter might have been right, but Kurt nevertheless left his throwaway email account open on the cable-connected laptop. There was no harm in being optimistic. With the Vista footage still copying to Ty's computer, Kurt watched Minter explore the ECI. The power in their hands was frightening. Had they so desired, Kurt and Minter could have locked people out of their houses. They could have blocked people's access to their bank accounts. At the touch of a button, they could have disguised people's faces, revealed their secrets, terminated their accounts. It was too much. Kurt remembered another boastful quote from Amos. "Power like this has never existed." And nor should it, Kurt thought to himself. Nor should it. Minter then asked if Kurt had decided which footage they were going to, quote, show through the star's eye view girl, whose name he pronounced as something closer to Trick Stick than Trixylicious. Kurt said he hadn't decided yet, but that he was leaning towards Amos's direct confession. That would definitely be the main focus of their sky-based campaign. Ty's laptop made a welcome noise to announce that the data transfer was finally complete. As soon as it did, Kurt decided to transfer the footage Stacy had captured of the Orwall from his computer too, so that Ty could also use that. All Vista recording was blocked in the treehouse, which meant that this was the only Orwall footage they had. But more importantly for Kurt, Stacy had died for this footage. Come hell or high water, this footage was going to play its part. Kurt chi-fied Ty when the Orwall footage finished transferring, which seemed to take no time at all given the relatively low resolution of the mini-camera compared to the unparalleled ultra-lenses. "I'll be right there," Ty said. Kurt wanted to take a break to check on Julian and Sabrina anyway, so he took Ty's computer out into the food court to wait for him. Minter came too, just to give his eyes something different to look at. No one else was around, and Kurt realized only then that the kids had probably been asleep for a while. Ty arrived with Lisa, from home rather than the cinema. They had left over an hour ago, he said, and the kids had indeed gone to bed. Minter asked what movie they had watched in the cinema, apparently keen to give his mind something new to think about too. "We were playing games," Ty said. "We tried a movie, but the sound just dies in there when you have to listen through the computer. The room's way too big." Kurt could understand that. Only Randy, Mary, and the kids were lucky enough to have in-earphones. "4 in a row?" Kurt asked. Lisa started smiling. "Ask him who bait him." "No way," Kurt said. "Sabrina?" Ty shrugged. "It wouldn't be fair if I was good at everything," he said. "But I perform when it counts." Lisa moved her fingers across her lips, zipping them shut in the universal sign for "I'm saying nothing." They all sat down at their usual table and went over the basics of what Ty's videos should be like. Kurt wanted them to be clean and easy to watch, with transitions that added something but didn't distract from the content. Kurt opened a notepad document and wrote down which footage he wanted spliced into each compilation video. He gave Ty more specific details about the Sky video than any other. He wanted a 16:9 video collage, with Henry Gardiner's footage of Amos's confession cropped square to fill the left side of the screen. He then wanted 2 smaller videos playing at the same time in 14:9 landscape on the right. Mike Poole's vista of the limo explosion on top, and Henry's footage of Kurt grabbing Amos by the throat underneath. Ty liked having unambiguous instructions. "And we don't want anything fancy with this collage," Kurt said. "Just make sure that the 3 videos loop neatly without any of them losing anything important. Stick with the audio from the confession." Ty nodded in understanding. "But does that mean you do want something fancy with the others?" he asked, hoping for a yes. "We're aiming for a young crowd with the videos we'll be showing through Trixilicious' lenses," Kurt said. "So yeah, do whatever you think. Quick cuts, pauses for effect, anything. Seriously, you know better than us. Just don't mess around." "I won't," Ty said, wearing the most serious face Kurt had ever seen on him. "You know I like fun, dude, but I know this is real." Kurt stood up. "And you're okay working all night?" "Totally." "Good. We'll take a break at breakfast and see where we are. 9 o'clock. "Thanks for believing in me with this," Ty said, his voice making clear that he really did appreciate it. "No problem," Kurt said. "Prove me right." They went their separate ways. Kurt stopped after a few steps. "Oh, and Ty?" "Yeah." "We want it to be good, but done is better than perfect. 9 o'clock. "You got it," Ty called back. Minter let Kurt through the workstation door ahead of him. As soon as Kurt was inside, he noticed something. The screen on Ernesto's laptop still displayed the ECI as Minter had left it, but the screen on the other laptop had changed. An email had arrived in Kurt's throwaway account. He couldn't read it from the door, but he could see the attached image. Adeline Lemarchand, holding 2 brown shoes. Chapter 67. Lemarchand's email contained only 8 words. What do you have? What do you want? Kurt took a few seconds to decide how to reply. "We have evidence of everything," he typed, repeating his previous line. "We want mainstream exposure. If you can get on a major news network this Tuesday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we can provide you with a live stream of the biggest story you will ever cover." Kurt sent the email. There were simpler ways to get the live images out to the wider, unseeded world, but Kurt felt sure that using Lemarchand was the best option. For one thing, she had the kind of clout needed to be invited onto networks with large viewerships. If Kurt had wanted to live stream the takedown directly to foreign viewers, he would have had to advertise it ahead of time, which was naturally out of the question. But if Lemarchand was on the news at the right time anyway, with an already interested viewership, all she would have to do was ask the network to show the feed on one side of the screen while she commented on the other. As with live coverage of any other developing news story, the stream would soon be picked up by competing networks. Minter agreed with Kurt's view on this, as had Ernesto. They all knew that revealing the truth about Amos and Sycamore to the seeded population was their first priority, but they all knew that streaming the whole thing to an outside audience came a close second. Sending live and irrefutable evidence around the world would decisively eliminate any chance of Amos and his behind-the-scenes cronies dismissing the revelations as some kind of AR trick. The limited version of Star's Eye View available through the Sycamore International website was another way that the truth could reach foreign shores, but Kurt knew that relying on any Sycamore service was risky. As such, arranging a direct and Sycamore-independent connection between his hacked ultra lenses and a motivated third party was by far their best option. Right on cue, a reply appeared on Kurt's screen from Adeline Lemarchand. "I need more than a single photograph to believe that you have such a story." Kurt turned to Minter. "What can we send that's big but has nothing to do with us?" "Something political," Minter said. "Amos meeting with a well-known person about stuff the public aren't supposed to know, because that way the other person could have leaked it." The only thing that came to Kurt's mind was a discussion between Amos and the president. Amos had replayed the audio for Kurt in the meeting room, and Kurt remembered being outraged. The revelations now seemed trivial compared to what had followed, but they would still be explosive. "Go to Amos's Vista on the first Friday morning after lunch," Kurt said. "It was the day after I met Stacy. I went into HQ because me and Amos were supposed to be meeting the president, but he had already done it on Thursday night. He played the audio for me, so if you get that from his Vista, it might look like someone leaked the call from the president's end." Minter navigated back to Amos's Vista recordings and typed in the date. He started at 9 a.m. and ran through it until Kurt and Amos were in the meeting room. Minter saved the whole conversation, but they would only use a few parts of the phone call itself. Le Marchand would probably publish the audio very quickly, so they didn't want it to be clear that Amos was playing it for Kurt. The incriminating part for the president was his agreement to block the release of a rival microchip in exchange for favorable Sika news coverage in the run-up to the election. Dirty politics was always a story, and this was as dirty as it got. It took a while for the footage to download and then transfer to Kurt's computer. But trimming audio was far easier than editing video, so it didn't take much longer for Kurt and Minter to make a file that only included the parts they wanted Le Marchand to have. Kurt attached the audio file to a new email and typed a message. "Here is something for free. Audio only. A big story for you, but nothing compared to the rest. You got this from a disgruntled campaign staffer. Potential office tapping. Stick to that line, or we take the rest somewhere else." He looked at Minter. "Do you think that's too sharp?" "No," Minter said. "Send it." Kurt sent the email. They watched the screen for 2 or 3 minutes, which was all it had taken for Le Marchand to reply last time. "She'll be listening to it a few times and then planning what to do with it," Minter said. Kurt accepted that he was probably right. Minter then navigated to a section of the ECI which allowed him to view and control Sycamore's hard cams in various locations. Hard cams were simply AR cameras placed in fixed locations, much like traffic cameras. Some were viewable to seed wearers, primarily those located in popular tourist destinations, but some were purely for traditional surveillance. Wary of a potential butterfly effect, Minter didn't risk moving any of the cameras around. He did, however, use the 4 hard cams surrounding Sycamore HQ to plan the safest way to get the truck nearby, and the quickest way to get it out of there. Kurt showed an interest in this too. He compared Minter's live footage of the street with the Sycastar's United security information. The position of the crowd on Tuesday meant that there would be only one way in and one way out. A quick escape might prove difficult. This put a slight damper on the night, as it was their first real disappointment. Earlier setbacks had led to later and greater victories, like when their inability to access Kurt's Vista had led them to Mike's and eventually Henry's, delivering the undeniable and irrefutable evidence they had been looking for the whole time. This, however, looked very difficult. Kurt opened a new tab on the other computer and pulled up some more information about the Sycastar's United launch event. He read about it properly for the first time, learning that the 10 most popular Sycastars would be placed together in a house for a month-long reality TV extravaganza. Amos wanted to bring the show in with a bang, so he had invited the competing Sycastars to meet him and their adoring public for a scripted Q&A session right outside Sycamore HQ. Kurt clicked on the list of contestants. All 10 places were now confirmed based on who had the highest week-long simultaneous viewership averages. Trixylicious was still way out in front at an increasingly ridiculous 4.1 million, but number 2 was a man Kurt didn't recognize from the previous list. Damien Dangerman, who called himself, quote, the world's first 24-hour stuntman. Kurt asked Minter if Sycamore had lifted the ban on pseudonyms and usernames. Minter said no. Both Trixylicious and Damien Dangerman, along with many others, had legally changed their names to help improve their positions in the Star's Eye View rankings. It was definitely working. Kurt clicked on Damien Dangerman to see his live vista. He was asleep. So much for a 24-hour stuntman, Kurt thought. Kurt moved to Damien's highlight reel from the past week. The stunts he carried out were verifiably insane. Most involved no physical skill beyond being able to stand somewhere he knew he was going to get hurt. The highlight reel was short and snappy, like Kurt hoped Ty's videos would be, showing Damien doing things like jumping in front of cyclists and letting bodybuilders drop dumbbells on his feet. There were no shortage of would-be stuntmen on Star's Eye View, but Damien stood out thanks to his aggressively excitable persona and his total disregard for common sense. He was at least 30, old enough to know better, but Kurt had no doubts that most of his followers would be far younger. Despite his own misgivings, though, Kurt couldn't really say that Damien was a fool. The 2.4 million average viewership he had sustained over the previous week showed that his pain was profitable and his lunacy was lucrative. What encouraged Kurt about Damien Dangerman's presence in the top 10 was that his audience was likely to be highly distinct from the audiences of the other Sycastars, almost all of whom were essentially updated versions of the lipstick and lattes lifestyle bloggers who had been so popular on the old video sites. Trixie-licious was the undisputed queen of this new breed, but it was very helpful to have a polar opposite like Damien. "It's almost 6 a.m., man," Minter said. "Do you think we should sleep for 2 hours?" Kurt decided that it would be a good idea to try. Minter, ever efficient, fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Kurt needed a few minutes to silence his thoughts, but soon drifted off all the same. Chapter 68. Kurt awoke to a loud banging sound on the workstation door. He jumped out of his chair, saw the time, and immediately regretted ever going to sleep. Regrettably, it had been the kind of too short and too late sleep that always made him more tired than he was to start with. Kurt opened the door, glad to see that it was Ty. "I'm all done," Ty said. "Were you guys asleep?" Kurt nodded. "But only since 6 a.m., and only because we need to be able to focus all day today." "I get it," Ty said. "I stayed up all night, but now I feel like I could sleep for the rest of the week." He handed Kurt his laptop. Kurt sat down with Ty's laptop in front of him. Minter rubbed his eyes and paid attention as Kurt played the videos. The main Sky video came first. This was the video that most people would see, the one of Amos confessing to Stacy's death, with smaller videos of the explosion and Kurt's reaction beside it. "It's perfect," Kurt said. And it was. His instructions had been clear, and Ty had followed them to a T. Even though the footage of Kurt grabbing Amos's throat was significantly shorter than the other two clips, Ty had managed to make them all loop perfectly by slowing it down slightly so that it was exactly half the length of the others and played twice in every full loop. "That was some dark stuff," Ty said. "When I had Amos on my show last year, I knew he was weird. And then when he threatened me and Lisa, I knew he was a messed up dude. But this? Even after everything everyone has said, I didn't expect this." "No one will," Minter said. Kurt moved on to the other videos. He had given Ty only general instructions for these, telling him which pieces of footage were to go together. What Ty produced was better than Kurt could have hoped for. The quick cuts and the subtle zooming were perfect for this era of 6-second attention spans. One example was the video which Kurt's rough notes had called the Idiot video. This was a sequence of 7 short clips in which Amos expressed his true feelings towards Sycamore's consumers. Like in a lyric video, the important words popped up in different sizes and at different angles as Amos spoke. When Amos said things like, "The people want what I tell them to want," and "It's not my fault we were born in a country full of idiots," Ty had made it so the words appeared on screen at the right time to emphasize Amos's contempt. Kurt decided that this video would be the first one they would show in Trixie-licious's Vista. Amos even mentioned Star's Eye View in a clip suggested by Minter, deriding its users as genuine oxygen thieves whose lives are so bad that they'll pay to pretend to live someone else's, before throwing in the most backhanded of compliments. But at least these losers are smart enough to know how pointless their own lives are. That video would play in the Sycastars Vistas a few minutes into the event, ensuring that they and their millions of viewers would turn hostile towards Amos. "Does it all look okay?" Ty asked. Kurt told him it was better than okay, thanked him for his help, and began to transfer the finished videos. Ty had already copied them to an external drive so that he would have been able to make changes to one of the videos in his room, while Kurt was transferring the others in the workstation should it have been necessary. But with the videos looking perfect, and now safely transferring from the external drive to Ernesto's computer, Kurt, Ty, and Minter went out into the food court to see everyone else. The group were as hungry for updates as they were for breakfast. It still felt surreal for Kurt to see Randy and the kids sitting in the food court with Mary and Lisa and everyone else. He was glad of how quickly and easily they had settled in. Ernesto, predictably, was the first to ask how things were going. Kurt put Ty's laptop down on a table and invited him to watch, along with everyone else. He started with the idiot video, which raised some smiles and led to everyone congratulating Ty for doing such a good job. Next came the video that would play in the sky. The video collage of Stacy's death, Amos's confession, and Kurt's reaction. Kurt looked away. Ernesto saw it all for the first time. He already knew that Kurt and Stacy had planned to reveal their Orwell footage, so it didn't come as a surprise to hear Amos blaming Kurt for what had happened, and Ernesto didn't buy into it. He saw the raw emotion on Kurt's face as he lashed out at Amos, and he watched on as helplessly as Kurt had, while the bodyguards held him back. No one spoke for a few seconds. It was Harry who broke the silence.
"Well," he said, "if that's not evidence."
General murmurs of agreement came from around the table. "He's going down," Ernesto said, as much to himself as to anyone else. "He's going down." Chapter 69. After breakfast, Kurt and Minter spent the rest of the day scheduling video placements in various locations. Ad placements were very easy to implement through the ECI, with just a few clicks needed to put a universal ad campaign on billboards around the country. Using this existing infrastructure, Minter scheduled Stacy's Orwell footage to appear on thousands of billboards at 10:05 on Tuesday morning. Minter also scheduled the Orwell footage to arrive as a direct video link for every consumer who wasn't in full immersion. A lot of consumers habitually dismiss such notices, though, which was why he invested so much time in making the Orwell footage visible in public spaces. Kurt and Minter both knew, as Amos had told them, that consumers paid far more attention to content above them than to content around them. Sky-based broadcasts were restricted to important things like breaking news stories and Sycamore draws, so consumers were conditioned to pay attention. This was why they were putting the main video collage in the sky. Kurt had the idea to play the Sycamore intro music before the video appeared, just to make absolutely sure that everyone who wasn't already intrigued by the Orwell footage got out of their cars to watch. Then they would all see the truth, that Amos killed Stacy and that Kurt wasn't on his side. Minter scheduled the Sky video for 10:10 on Tuesday morning, which would leave enough time for people to see the Orwell footage but not enough time for Amos to enact any meaningful damage limitation procedures. With the Amos-hosted Sycamore United launch event beginning at 10 a.m., Minter scheduled the Idiot video to appear in each Sycastare's Vista at 10:05. Each Sycastar apart from Damien Dangerman, that was. His Vista would show a compilation of Amos's quotes dismissing an entire generation of young men as lazy wastes of space. Kurt and Minter predicted that the kind of people who watch Star's Eye View would be more upset by criticism of themselves and their idols than they would be by flagrant privacy violations, hence showing them Ty's snappy videos rather than the Orwell footage, and hence showing Damien's viewers a different video than the rest. This was like targeted advertising, Kurt realized. This was targeted advertising done right. Everyone would see the main Sky footage at 10:10, and Kurt would then emerge from the crowd to confront Amos. The crowd would already be hostile to Amos, but Kurt knew that his appearance would bring absolute chaos. Like Kurt, Stacy had been turned into a martyr, so much so that she was invariably talked about as some kind of people's princess. Everyone, from the sickest stars and their fans to their parents and their grandparents, would be incensed to learn that Amos had killed her. Kurt didn't know what would happen in the immediate aftermath. Should anything go wrong, however, he knew that Le Marchand would at least get the truth out. 37 hours had now passed since Kurt and Minter began their lock-in, and the job was done. They both left the workstation, ready for an unexpected but much-needed night's rest before a busy day of preparation for the long drive south. The next day, Sunday, would be their last in the mall. Not everyone knew about Kurt's plan to go to the city with Minter and Ernesto, and not everyone would be able to go with them. Kurt wouldn't even consider leaving Randy and the kids behind, so they would be there. But the back of Harry's truck was only so big. Some difficult decisions lay ahead. Chapter 70. Kurt met Ernesto in the workstation early on Sunday morning. "So I see you reached our French friend," Ernesto said. He was sitting in front of his computer, which displayed the headline, "Corruption Scandal Rocks Washington." Kurt skimmed the article. "We sure did," he said. The article, from a London-based newspaper, included a link to the audio file Kurt and Minter had sent to Adeline Le Marchand. She was credited with unearthing the recording and claimed, as instructed, that she acquired it from a disgruntled member of the president's campaign team. The tone of the article suggested that the president's upcoming re-election campaign was as good as over. Kurt knew that other presidents had survived a lot worse than this, but rarely was there such clear evidence of willful wrongdoing. Kurt turned on the other computer and logged into his throwaway email account. It was a disposable and self-destructing account, but would remain active as long as he accessed it at least once every 24 hours. As he expected, there was an email from Le Marchand. "Who are you? This is huge. Is the story in the live stream related? I will try to find a host." Less expectedly, she had sent another message 3 hours later. "I will be a guest on René Cordier, Tuesday, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 30 minutes. They insist on a 30-second delay for live feeds. If this story is as big as you say, other networks will pick up the feed. Cordier will insist on a watermark." Kurt couldn't have cared less about a watermark, knowing that it wouldn't stop anyone from showing the stream. And a quick search told him that René Cordier was the host of the second most-watched news discussion show in France. Time zones weren't Kurt's specialist subject, but he reckoned the show would air late in the French afternoon, which was a good time for news. Everything was falling nicely into place. "So who all's coming?" Ernesto asked, bringing Kurt quickly back down to earth. This was the question. Kurt hoped there would be a consensus about who came and who stayed, but he had expected Ernesto to want to play a part in the decision-making process rather than defer to Kurt like this. "Me, you, Minter, Randy, Julian, and Sabrina in the back," Kurt said. "I know it's going to be crowded, but none of us can be up front where people might see." "Who drives?" "I'll ask Harry and Joyce," Kurt said. "If they want to come, Harry drives with Joyce beside him. If they don't, Val." Ernesto was still angry with Val for breaching his trust, but he knew that no one else could drive the truck. "And who do we leave in charge?" he asked. On merit, Kurt would have chosen Mary without hesitation, but realistically, she wouldn't command enough respect. Val would have been a strong candidate if not for the blatant lie she told about going to Barnford Park without the key. But however well it all turned out, a lie was a lie. The only tenable candidates were Anthony and Michael, and Kurt knew that father would win out over son in any argument between the two. "It has to be Michael," he concluded, somewhat reluctantly. Ernesto nodded. "Agreed. Do you want me to break the news?" "I'll do it," Kurt said. He Chi-Fi'd everyone at once with a request to come to the food court, waking most of them in the process. Harry and Joyce were the first to show up, having evidently been awake already. This was ideal, as it allowed Kurt to clear up the issue of who would drive. "Hell no," Harry said. "Val can drive." Kurt was quite pleased with this, since Val had plenty of experience driving to and from the mall without being seen, He promised Harry and Joyce that everything would be okay and the truck would be back for them to drive home on Thursday. If everyone proved as easy to deal with as Harry and Joyce, Kurt would be smiling all day. He didn't tell anyone else until the whole group was gathered. Minter was last to arrive, which was very understandable given the level of focus he had maintained for so long during their workstation lock-in. "I'm leaving tomorrow morning," Kurt said. He let the words sit for a few seconds and slightly raised his hand for silence. No one else spoke. "We have an opportunity on Tuesday that we might never have again," he continued. "Everything is set up to appear at the right time through the AR, like we planned from the start. But now Le Marchand is also going to stream My Vista on live TV. This is the only way that the truth definitely gets out. If I sat here and watched, Amos might pull off some trick to discredit the whole thing. He might say the footage is all fake. People might believe him. But if I'm standing there in front of him, if everyone knows I'm alive, then he's finished. There's no way out. This is how we take him down." "I'm coming with you," Julian said. Kurt looked at Randy and then Julian. "So are your sister and your dad," he said.
"Then Mary is coming too?"
Sabrina said. Mary looked at Kurt, waiting for him to say, "Of course she is." He couldn't meet her eyes. Ernesto stepped forward to end the uncomfortable silence. "I'm going, Minter is going, and Val is driving. Everyone else will stay here." "Like sitting ducks," Anthony said. Shaking his head, he walked away. "Don't worry about Anthony," Michael said. "I'll talk to him." "Good," Ernesto said. He spoke to the group. "Michael will be in charge. If anyone wants to speak up, do it now." Only Ty and Lisa hadn't been mentioned so far, so most eyes fell on them.
"It's cool," Lisa said. "There's only so much space, and you need people who are going to help. We get it."
"Both of you have already helped," Kurt said. "Ty made all the videos, and the whole Star's Eye View thing was your idea. Everyone has helped. Harry drove us here. Joyce translated the first Le Marchand video. Mary did more than anyone could ever have asked. Anthony helped me with the computer. Michael stole the lens hacking sphere. You've all done your part. Now it's our turn." Mary stood up.
"I really don't mind. It's not like you're leaving me here by myself," she said.
She headed towards the pig-out counter to make breakfast, trying valiantly not to look too disappointed. Everyone stayed in the food court until they had eaten, at which point Kurt gave them all instructions on what they were to do in preparation for the long drive. He sent Val to fill the truck's tank and Harry's jerry cans. Kurt hadn't seen the mall's water supply, fuel supply, or generator collection personally, but Harry had, and he had been highly impressed by the sheer quantity of supplies Ernesto had managed to gather without raising any eyebrows. On that topic, Kurt asked Ernesto if he had any kind of clean, portable generators they could use in the back of the truck to power the computers without polluting the already claustrophobic space. Ernesto said there was no way that could ever be safe, but that he had more than enough 30,000 milliamp-hour power banks to run the computers non-stop for a week. Kurt took some time to talk to Mary and then Ty and Lisa, making sure that there were no hard feelings. They all told him to forget about it and focus on getting the job done so they could go home. Michael advised Kurt against trying to talk to Anthony. Randy had several questions for Kurt, like why he thought it was safer for the kids to drive into Sycamore's heartland than it was for them to stay in the secluded mall. Kurt told him about the drone attack at Barnford Park on the day Randy and the kids arrived. He told him how close the group had come to fleeing from the mall. Kurt said he had no reason to think that La Plethora wasn't safe, but that the kids shouldn't stay any longer than they had to. He also made the more general point that he wouldn't be able to focus on the takedown without knowing exactly where the kids were and knowing they were safe. In reality, Kurt could have stopped at the word drone, and Randy wouldn't have asked any more questions. He agreed without further dispute that they should all go. Minter put his differences with Val aside and took her into the workstation to talk through the routes around HQ. They printed some street-level maps as well as the main security briefing for Sycastars United, which listed all of the routes that would be restricted due to the expected turnout. Later in the afternoon, Kurt joined Minter in the workstation to reply to Le Marchand's earlier emails. They told her that the story coming her way on Tuesday would blow the president's problems out of the water. They also told her which video chat client they would be using, and asked her to set up an account with the email address she was currently writing from. The two of them then walked around the mall, talking about the specifics of how the streaming would work. Kurt surprised himself by smiling as he passed certain parts of the mall. The cinema, the coffee curve, the store where Ty tried to climb up the wall to escape the virtual mountain lion. Kurt would never look back fondly on the last 2 weeks, but there had definitely been some good people and some good times tucked in along the way. Part of him hoped that La Plethora, however gaudy it might be, would one day open its doors to the public. It just seemed like too much to go to waste. Everyone gathered again for dinner. The atmosphere was tense, as might have been expected given that exactly half of the group were leaving in little over 12 hours. Anthony's face still reflected his anger with Kurt and Ernesto, but Michael seemed to have been quite successful in reining him in. Once most of the group had retired for the night, Kurt and Minter checked everything in the ECI to make sure that all of their timings were correct. Ernesto came in and freed his computer from the metal bar which had been securing it to the desk since before Kurt and Minter arrived. The three of them took it out into the food court and went over the plan one more time. Ernesto insisted that he wanted to appear in front of Amos at the same time as Kurt, but Kurt overruled him. Ernesto's face would mean nothing to the crowd, Kurt argued, and it would be harder for two people to sneak into position than one. Kurt said that Ernesto could look on from the crowd if he wished, but that it would harm their chances of success if he jumped the barriers and confronted Amos. Although disappointed that Kurt saw it this way, on reflection Ernesto could understand his point. He agreed, and there was no longer any doubt who was in charge. At 2 a.m., 4 hours before their scheduled departure, the three men went to their respective display bedrooms in Tasmart home. Kurt didn't sleep. His world and everyone else's was about to change forever, and he hoped, with every fiber of his being, that it would be for the better. Chapter 71. Everyone who was staying in the mall got up early to see the departing group off. All of the necessary supplies had been loaded into the truck, including plenty of pillows and blankets for the kids. Ernesto's power banks and the computers were there too. Minter had a last-minute idea to attach Stacy's tiny camera to the truck's front license plate, providing a window to the outside world via Kurt's computer. The others agreed that it was an excellent idea. As everyone was saying their goodbyes, Michael called Kurt over with his hand. "Yeah?" Kurt said. Michael leaned in to whisper. "The cameras picked something up last night," he said. "A sky sweeper." "Here?" "Not over the mall itself, but at the edge of the parking lot." "Does that mean anything?" Kurt asked. "It's a big parking lot." "It's the first time we've seen one. But there was only one, which means it was a routine flight. I just thought you should know." "Thanks," Kurt said. Michael nodded. Kurt turned to the group and made an unplanned announcement. "We've decided that Mary is going to come with us. There might be a need for Randy to leave the truck," he said, making up the excuse as he went. "So we need someone in there to look after Julian and Sabrina." Mary smiled as soon as he said it. "I haven't packed, though. Can I pack?" "Quickly," Kurt said. "Remember, we're only going to be gone for a few days." Michael looked at Kurt without saying anything. Lisa's expression reflected her sadness at Mary leaving again. Ty did his best to comfort her. Everyone apart from Kurt walked ahead to the truck while Mary packed, leaving through the fire exit at the north end of the mall. Mary returned with her bag of things and said her goodbyes. She then hurried to catch up with the others. Last to leave, Kurt shook Michael's hand and told him to make sure his group stayed safe. To the others, this sounded like a platitude, but Kurt and Michael knew what it meant. Anthony shook Kurt's hand without saying a word, still sour about having his concerns ignored. Harry told Kurt to get the job done, and Joyce told him to get back safe. Lisa made a joke about the palm-spreading contraption from Kurt's first day and pecked him on the cheek. Surprisingly, Ty was more emotional than anyone else. He looked up to Kurt even though there was little between them in terms of age, and his hatred of Amos had intensified after having to edit his despicable highlight reel. Ty looked Kurt in the eye, put his hands on his shoulders, and said 2 words. Destroy him. At 6:04 on a breezy Monday morning, Kurt Jacobs left La Plethora Mall and Resort. He was ready for the takedown. Chapter 72. Kurt and Minter were used to traveling in the back of Harry's truck, but it was a new experience for the others. Sabrina complained almost instantly that the road was too bumpy. Kurt said there was nothing they could do, so there was no point in thinking about it.
This is the bumpiest part of the whole journey, Mary said. Don't worry.
She was better at this kind of thing than Kurt. The back of the truck was well lit thanks to the numerous flashlights Ernesto had placed around the edges. There were more pillows than before, too, but having a camera on the front of the truck made the biggest difference. Where Kurt and Minter had once been blind to the world outside, they could now see. As well as this, Val had a phone which allowed for contact between the front and back of the truck, another thing which was sorely lacking during the original trip north with Harry and Joyce. Sabrina fell asleep quite early in the journey, 2 or 3 hours in, which was understandable given how early she had been woken up to get ready. The truck felt crowded, but not as packed as Kurt had expected. Any more people would have made it uncomfortable, though. The truck's limited space was the key reason why the entire group couldn't come. Aside from this, the other main reason was that both of the vehicles and 4 of the 6 people left behind were known to Sycamore. Everyone apart from Harry and Joyce would have been unsafe driving in the open, and even they might have been unsafe in either Michael or Randy's car, given that Sycamore knew who those vehicles belonged to. After another 2 hours or so, Julian, Randy, and Mary decided to watch a movie through Kurt's computer. Because they were all wearing their hacked lenses and still had their in-ear phones, the movie didn't disturb Kurt, Minter, or Ernesto. Ernesto's mobile internet was working perfectly, which was a colossal relief. None of them had even considered the possibility that it might not work, at least until the browser's homepage took a few seconds to load. After the briefest of panics, though, everything was fine. They read some news articles about the president's reaction to the audio of his secret deal with Amos being leaked. Apparently, the president had dismissed the audio out of hand, insisting that it, quote, could be anyone's voice. Adeline Lemarchand was credited with the leak in most of the international articles they looked at. When they searched for Lemarchand, various auto-translated French articles discussed her upcoming appearance on René Codier's show. She promised to show some explosive footage, which was more accurate than she knew. Kurt signed in to his throwaway email account, not in anticipation of a new message from Lemarchand, but rather to make sure that it didn't automatically self-destruct due to 24 hours of inactivity. Minter then accessed the ECI to check once more that the times were all correct. He had to do the same double password routine as before, but there was no drama this time. Ernesto looked over everything carefully when Minter pulled it up to see if his fresh eyes could spot any discrepancies. He was satisfied that everything looked correct. Ernesto then suggested that they should watch Amos's Vista from early the previous morning, when the news about his conversation with the president first broke. Minter navigated to the footage and let it play. When Amos received the voice call that told him the audio had leaked, his only reaction was to curse the president's lax security. There wasn't even a thought in his mind that someone might have hacked Sycamore's systems, much less that Minter had been treating the ECI like a smorgasbord for 2 days. Somewhat surprisingly, Amos didn't even seem overly perturbed by the news. Though it would crush the president, it would have little to no impact on Amos. A quote from Stacy about the Sicca news came to Kurt's mind. Evidence doesn't matter when you set the agenda. She had been right. This time, however, Amos wasn't setting the agenda. Until 10:05 on Tuesday morning, Amos wouldn't even know there was an agenda. Do you know what we've never checked? Minter said, inspired by Ernesto's idea and the footage they had just watched. What? Kurt asked. We've never checked to see how Amos actually reacted when we cut out our seeds. For a second, Kurt wondered how they could ever have overlooked such an obvious opportunity. But he then reflected that Randy and the kids were already in the mall when Minter first got inside the ECI, meaning that the question of whether Amos believed the death story didn't matter nearly as much then as it had in the beginning. Kurt was curious anyway, so he encouraged Minter to check it out. As it turned out, Amos had bought their story hook, line, and sinker. He sent 2 Sycamore agents to check Kurt's house only 25 minutes after Kurt and Minter left. When the agents told Amos of the blood-stained furniture and the Fury River hit list, Amos ordered extra security for himself and Colin. He even mocked the killer for including Michael on the list when he hadn't worked for Sycamore in months. Minter grinned smugly at that part, since it was precisely why he had suggested writing Michael's name. Now Barnford Park, Ernesto said. Can you search his history for that? If not, just go to the morning when Val was attacked. Minter searched for Barnford Park in Amos's chat logs and found several mentions, all from the past week. The first mention indicated that a letter addressed to E. Palomino, bound for Box 44 in Unit 7B at Barnford Park, had been spotted and identified in a sorting office. Ernesto was only slightly surprised to hear that Amos viewed him as enough of a threat to demand that mail sorting offices would alert him every time a letter or package for E. Palomino passed through their doors. Later mentions of Barnford Park were in reference to a woman accessing Box 44, always in the same car and always at the same time of day. The final mention claimed that the target had been neutralized, which was a gross exaggeration unless they had been targeting Val's car rather than her. Now search his history for La Plethora, Kurt said, just so we know for sure that the others are safe. There was one result. It was a straightforward, single-line message sent to Amos from Brian Ness, a name Minter recognized as the man who had replaced Michael. Like Michael, Brian Ness was a drone specialist. The time, 45 minutes ago. The message, they're at La Plethora. Chapter 73. Kurt immediately took his phone from his pocket to Sci-Fi Val and tell her to turn around. As soon as the phone was in his hand, Ernesto grabbed it from him. "What the hell are you doing?" Kurt yelled. The sudden volume of Kurt's voice woke Sabrina, but Randy, Julian, and Mary remained obliviously immersed in their movie. Ernesto held Kurt's phone behind his back. "It's the wrong move." "It's not a move," Kurt said. "They'll be slaughtered if we don't do something." "What can we do?" "Turn around!" "And then what?" Ernesto asked. "Fight the drones." "We have to do something," Kurt protested, desperately searching for an idea. "Why? So we can feel like we tried? Sometimes there's just nothing to do, Kurt. It would take us about 6 hours to get back." Kurt stared at Ernesto in amazement. "I can't believe you want to leave them to die." "If I have to play the bad guy, I will," Ernesto said. "But don't act like I don't care about them. I've known Val since we were little kids, since before you were even born. And I owe everything I have to Anthony for taking the case, and to Michael for sticking with him when Amos was pressuring against it." Both Kurt and Ernesto turned to Minter for support. "We can't go back, man," Minter said, and that was all he would say on the matter. Kurt slumped against the wall and let his head touch the floor. Sabrina, half awake, was looking at him from the far side of the truck.
"Are Lisa and Ty okay?" she asked.
"Yeah," Kurt said, willing his eyes to stay dry. "Lisa and Ty are fine." Chapter 74. No one told Randy, Julian, or Mary about the mall when their movie ended, and they returned to consciousness from their fully immersed state. Kurt expected Sabrina to say something, but he knew there was a strong chance that she hadn't fully understood what Kurt and Ernesto were arguing about. Kurt remained slouched against the side wall while they decided which movie to watch next. Sabrina wanted to watch it too, which ruled out anything with too much profanity. They settled on a family comedy that Kurt had downloaded for free when it was deal of the day on one of the old digital marketplaces. All four quickly faded into full immersion. Minter still had the computer in front of him, but Ernesto had moved away to lean on some pillows. Kurt didn't hate them for deciding not to go back. He had come to think that Val probably would have vetoed it anyway. But he didn't understand how they had been able to say no so easily. Kurt saw Minter cover his face with his hand and peek through his fingers at the computer. "What is it?" Minter shook his head. "What is it?" Kurt repeated. "You don't want to see," Minter said. Both Kurt and Ernesto rushed to Minter's side and looked at the computer. He was watching Brian Ness's vista from a few minutes earlier. Brian Ness, already identified by Minter as a drone specialist, was looking at a screen which relayed visual input from what seemed to be a combat drone. The image on the screen showed the north end of La Plethora, horribly engulfed in flames. "No one is surviving that," Ness boasted. "Not a chance." Another voice rang out through Ness's vista, immediately recognizable as Amos. "Get it in closer," Amos said, presumably watching the drone's pictures through Ness's vista just as Kurt was. "Get right in. I want to see the bodies." Kurt thought of Ty and Lisa, of Anthony and Michael, of Harry and Joyce. Harry and Joyce were only there because of Kurt, which crushed him. His late decision had spared Mary at least, but that was scant relief from the sorrow he felt for the 6 others. Getting in that close is not likely, sir," Ness said. "Do it!" Amos boomed. He didn't have to ask again. Ness, remotely piloting the drone, took it to the north end of the mall and zoomed in as far as he could. The flames almost looked artificial, such was their intensity. Ernesto's stores of gas provided ample fuel for the fire, and the whole area had been ravaged. "Turn around and show me that door," Amos said. "Near the car. What amateurs, leaving a car in plain sight. Come on, right in on the door. Look for people who are trying to escape before the second strike." As Ness zoomed in on the fire exit between the decimated areas that used to be home and the food court, Ernesto sat up dead straight. "Michael's car," he said. "Michael's car is gone. Look. Randy's is burnt out, but Michael's is gone." Ernesto was right. The white car was gone. "Michael told me the camera picked up a sky sweeper last night," Kurt revealed. "But he wasn't worried because it was on its own. Maybe he saw more of them today and decided to get everyone the hell out of there." "I thought those things only flew at night," Minter said. "For routine flights," Ernesto chimed in. "Michael said the skysweepers fly low enough to be seen and respond to crime reports. So if the routine flight last night picked something up, they might have sent more to check it out. And Michael has the place rigged with sky-facing cameras, so he wouldn't miss it." "Where would they go?" Kurt asked. He wished for a way to contact them, for any way to contact them. Ernesto shook his head very slowly, as though trying to think of an answer before fully committing to saying he didn't know. "Harry's," Minter said. "Harry and Joyce are the only people Sycamore don't know. Where else could it be?" Neither Kurt nor Ernesto knew where else the group could go, but it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. A few minutes earlier, they had assumed with good reason that everyone in the mall was dead. Now they had equally good reason to think they had escaped. 6 people in Michael's car would have been a squeeze, but it was a whole lot more comfortable than the alternative. Minter then checked Ness's vista from earlier in the day and saw that he had indeed sent an investigative trio of skysweepers to pass over the mall. As Ernesto watched, he reiterated that there was no chance Michael would miss something like that. None of the investigative skysweeper footage that Ness reviewed showed the area where Michael's car had been, so neither he nor Amos could notice that it was gone. And given that Ness hadn't mentioned seeing a car driving through Vernon Heights, Kurt felt safe in assuming that Michael had managed to evacuate the mall without being detected during the window between the second skysweeper visit and the arrival of the combat drone. It had been a damn close call, but the signs looked good. Chapter 75. As night rolled in, apparent only because of the camera on the license plate, the mood in the truck was somber. When Minter and Kurt first drove north in the truck, there had been a degree of excitement about reaching Ernesto. Kurt was still itching to get to HQ and carry out the takedown, but the emotionally draining "are they or aren't they" drone episode had somewhat taken the wind out of his sails. The kids, who were uncharacteristically quiet the whole way, both fell asleep before 9 p.m. Julian would normally have been up much later, but with no natural light and not much to do, there was no reason to fight sleep. Val stopped the truck to rest for 3 hours at 1 a.m., having given the group notice via her phone. They were at a truck stop, which they all figured was as safe a place as anywhere. Val said they were around 4 hours away from their destination, so would arrive at approximately 8 a.m. Kurt liked that time. It was early enough, but no more. As usual, Minter fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Kurt and Ernesto each insisted that they would keep watch over the camera while the other slept. Kurt conceded defeat in this contest after almost an hour, winning the consolation prize of a 2-hour sleep. Much to Kurt's annoyance, no one woke him up after 2 hours. As it went, no one woke him up until the truck stopped at 7:45. Ernesto insisted that he hadn't fallen asleep while on watch duty, but Kurt had his doubts. Either way, they were in the city. The view from the camera as seen on Kurt's computer showed him that Val had parked only 250 meters from Sycamore HQ. They weren't just in the city. They were in the belly of the beast. Kurt, Minter, and Ernesto, quite probably the three people Amos least wanted to see, were all sitting in the back of a truck within shouting distance of his ivory tower. The camera couldn't be controlled from the computer, but Kurt could see that railings were already in place to contain the huge crowds expected to come out to see the 10 most popular Sika stars in all of Star's Eye View. With little over 2 hours until the takedown, Kurt hadn't made any firm plans with Adeline Lemarchand about streaming his Vista. The last contact they'd had was when Kurt told her to create an account on the video chat client he planned to use, and that had been around a day and a half ago. Kurt was glad he had signed into his throwaway email account the previous afternoon, or else it would have self-destructed, taking any unread messages with it. Kurt had one new email from Lemarchand from under an hour ago. It is now 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Is this happening? I have 30 minutes with Cordier at 10 a.m., not earlier and not later than that. Before replying, Kurt reconnected his ultra lenses to his computer. This was very straightforward since this very computer had been used to hack these very lenses, meaning that only a single click was required. He could now share his Vista with the computer while controlling it with his phone. With this done, he replied to Lemarchand. It's happening. We can test it now. Accept the chat request ASAP. Kurt quickly opened his video chat client and sent her a chat invite. This chat was between Ernesto's computer and Lemarchand's computer. Kurt's lenses sent his Vista to Ernesto's computer, which then shared the Vista as if it was regular webcam footage. Lemarchand accepted the invite almost immediately, clearly ready and waiting. Her webcam was covered, but Kurt didn't care. He told everyone to be quiet. Can you see my hand? He asked. He knew that his audio quality wouldn't be perfect since he had ripped out one of his in-ear phones in a moment of rage, but he thought it should still be more than clear enough. Yes, I can see and hear you perfectly, Lemarchand replied, confirming that it was. Kurt held 3 fingers in front of his face. How many fingers? 3, she said, her accent surprisingly slight. Who are you? That's not important right now. Accept my next invite at 9:55 and we can do this. Kurt ended the chat, pleased that Lemarchand had no idea who he was. Had she known, she might have revealed it to drum up interest in her forthcoming TV appearance. And if word had reached Amos that Kurt was not only alive but preparing to stream something on live TV, he would almost certainly have declined to attend the event. Outside, the streets were rapidly filling up as the start of the Sika Stars United launch event drew nearer. A few limousines had already arrived. Kurt saw Damien Dangerman stepping out of one, but there was no sign yet of Trixie-licious. Kurt sat at the far end of the truck with Mary, Randy, and the kids for a while. He was wholly confident that the public's outrage at the footage they were going to see would protect him from any immediate retaliation from Amos or his security staff, but Randy found it difficult to share his confidence. Randy didn't voice this in front of Julian and Sabrina for obvious reasons, but he had mentioned it to Kurt more than once. Kurt understood what concerned Randy. Amos. And he understood why this concern bothered him so much. He was Kurt's big brother. It was easy to forget, but Randy was a full decade older than Kurt. In fact, the age gap between Kurt and Randy was a few months greater than the age gap between Kurt and Julian. Kurt knew how he felt watching Julian face to face with Amos at the funeral, and he imagined Randy would feel something similar but amplified when Kurt confronted Amos just across the street from the truck they were sitting in. Mary told Kurt to believe in the plan, which actually helped to settle his nerves. Like the plan he and Minter rushed together when they had to fake their own deaths, this plan for the takedown was the best they could come up with. And if this plan worked half as well as the last one, the next big funeral would be Sycamore's. At 9:55, with the crowd now crammed uncomfortably tightly against the barriers at both sides of the street, Kurt sent a video chat invite to Adeline Lemachon. "Can you see me?" he asked, waving his hand in front of his eyes. "Yes," Lemachon replied. "When I go outside, I won't be able to hear you," Kurt said. The only way around this would have been for Kurt to send the computer's audio to his single in-ear phone, but that would have blocked out too much real-world noise, which was important for his safety. He figured that Lemachon would be speaking in French with the show's host anyway. Kurt put the two-way in his pocket and made sure he also had the compact mirror he'd borrowed from Lisa just before leaving La Plethora. He then raised his hood and waited for Val to open the truck's back door. As soon as she did, Kurt stepped out. Ernesto left the truck too, but he found an anonymous space at the back of the crowd, while Kurt took to the vantage point he had carefully chosen. It was obscured from the crowd's view, but allowed him to see the entrance to HQ perfectly. Kurt looked around at the crowd outside HQ, and then up at the imposing tower. He took the two-way from his pocket and looked through it to the augmented world. "Welcome to Sycamore," he said. "Enjoy the view." Chapter 76. The time on Kurt's phone was synced precisely with Sycamore's official time. He watched from his protected viewpoint as Damien Dangerman and some other Syca stars appeared from inside Sycamore HQ at 9:58. Trixie-licious followed alone at 9:59, walking out to rapturous applause, before Amos strutted through the doors at precisely 10 a.m. With all of his typical pomp and bombast, Amos introduced himself and the Syca stars. He boasted that Syca Stars United would be the debut of first-person reality TV and was destined to become the most watched show in the history of television. Despite Amos's repeated use of the word television, Syca Stars United was only ever going to be shown through the Stars Eye View app. He said that this special celebratory launch event would begin with a Q&A session and end with a meet and greet. The meet and greet had not previously been announced, so the crowd screamed with excitement. At 10:04, Kurt spoke quietly and directly to Lemachon. "In 1 minute, everyone here will see clear evidence of Isaiah Amos's wrongdoings. Watch their reactions. Your viewers will then see clear evidence of Sycamore's flagrant privacy violations." Kurt didn't need to look at his phone to know when the time hit 10:05. The time announced itself when everyone in the crowd and each of the Syca stars received their targeted videos. Damien Dangerman and his viewers got Amos's anti-young male rant, the other Syca stars and their viewers got the idiot video, and everyone else got the Orwell. Right on cue, it was happening. He looked at the crowd for a while, capturing their reactions. People started to boo and hurl abuse at Amos. Unable to see any billboards from his position outside HQ, and with Minter having made sure that no footage was sent to his account, Amos didn't have the slightest idea of what was going on. Minter had also set the Orwell footage to appear on a large billboard to the left of HQ, so Kurt pointed the two-way in its direction and watched as the footage played. He brought the two-way close to his eyes to maximize the quality. "This footage is a reflection of Sycamore's voyeuristic corporate culture," Kurt said for the benefit of Le Marchand and her audience. "Unedited vistas of men, women, and children are indiscriminately scanned, monitored, and ogled by Sycamore staff." By the time Kurt looked back to the crowd, they had already become much rowdier. The last thing Kurt wanted was for Amos to go inside now, before the real show had even begun. He was beginning to regret leaving 5 minutes between the first two stages of the plan. 3 would have been enough, perhaps even 2. Amos tapped and gestured furiously into his hand as he tried to find out what was happening, unaware that his account had just been terminated by Minter. This was the one thing Minter hadn't been able to schedule, and it necessitated him accessing the ECI from the truck and pressing the button at just the right time. When Amos realized that nothing was working, he began to speak. "Friends, if any unusual placements have appeared in your vistas—" "Boo!" the people yelled, drowning him out. "If any unusual—" "Boo!" Amos tried to laugh it off. He turned to Trixie-licious, keen to start the Q&A to deflect some heat until he figured out what was going on. "Why did you call my fans oxygen thieves?" she asked him, taking the Q&A in a direction he didn't much like. "Yeah!" her fans shouted. "Boo!" "This is just the warm-up," Kurt whispered to Le Marchand. He looked at his phone. 10:09. Any second now. SYCA. More, more, more. The Cicalotto jingle played on Kurt's two-way. It also played in the ears of every seated consumer on the street. They all looked to the sky. Amos appeared grateful for the timely reprieve. His face changed when the video appeared. Right there in the sky, on a giant virtual screen, was Ty's video collage of Stacy's murder, Kurt's reaction, and, most importantly, Amos's confession. Since this placement was universal, Amos could see it too. He looked up at the sky in horror. As the gravity of what everyone was seeing and hearing began to sink in, hostility turned to venom. Many of those who had hurled abuse were now hurling rocks from Sycamore HQ's small garden, as well as shoes and water bottles and whatever else they could get their hands on. "Murderer! You're an animal! Boo!" Amos was surrounded by the crowd on 3 sides, as Kurt had expected, and Kurt had a direct line to sprint across the street, jump the barrier, and block his only route to the safety of HQ's lobby. Before Kurt left his own safe position, he had one more message for Le Marchand and her viewers. "Isaiah Amos killed Stacy Palomino," he said, lowering his hood and staring straight into Lisa's compact mirror. "But Kurt Jacobs isn't dead." Chapter 77. Kurt dashed across the street like a greyhound released from its trap and cleared the barrier with an easy leap. The crowd gasped, almost as one, as Kurt positioned himself between Amos and the entrance. The relatively few police officers in attendance, none of whom had expected any trouble, stood as stunned as the crowd itself. Minter quickly clicked over to Trixie-licious's vista, keen to keep an eye on how Kurt appeared to the seated masses in case someone at Sycamore managed to get around his access blocks to make Kurt invisible. Fortunately, the only augmentation Minter saw was the standard red X above Kurt's head, the same kind that Trixie-licious could see hovering above a tiny number of other people in the crowd. Back outside, Amos stared at Kurt. The crowd stared at Kurt. The whole country stared at Kurt. And the rest of the world, through Kurt's lenses and via Adeline Le Marchand, stared at Amos. "No," Amos said. "I'm streaming this around the world," Kurt said. "So be careful how you react." Come on, hotshot, Amos pleaded, his voice a pathetic, broken imitation of itself. We can put this right. We can go back to how it was. Everything can go back to how it was. Over Amos's shoulder, Kurt could see two speechless security guards inside the entrance to HQ, Mike Poole and Henry Gardner. Kurt waved at them mockingly in recognition of their unwitting roles in the takedown, which only confused them further. Both walked away, deserting Amos now that the truth was out. Nothing goes back to anything, Kurt said. We go nowhere. There is no we. You go to prison, and I go home. That's what we do. Amos shook his head. His face morphed in an instant from the shell of a man who met Kurt's arrival to something resembling the real Amos, an unrepentant, unashamed, unapologetic despot. I gave you everything, he said. Everything! And what do I get? Nothing. You never appreciated me! Amos held his arms out wide to include the whole crowd in his rant. None of you did! You make me sick. I gave you all everything, and what do I get? A small, well-aimed rock cracked into the side of Amos's head. He stumbled. That's what you get! Someone shouted from the front row. Yeah! Murderer! Animal! Boo! A young man from the crowd then jumped over the barrier and ran towards HQ. He smashed a tall pane of glass with his foot. But far more importantly, he encouraged others to do the same. Within seconds, there were dozens of people smashing their way into Sycamore's once imposing HQ, and within less than a minute, there were hundreds smashing their way around the ground floor. Sycamore staff began pouring out of the front door as quickly as the ransackers fought their way in. Kurt had sympathy for the innocent, just doing their job staff members who were verbally abused by a handful of the crowd, but everything was relative. By and large, the mob were as well behaved as a mob could be. All but the most accurate rock thrower only damaged property, and only Sycamore's at that. Kurt had no idea what would happen next. Ernesto was nowhere to be seen, and Amos was still standing dumbly in front of HQ. No one had directly attacked Amos, which was something of a surprise. The vast majority of the crowd were content to shout and boo, while a minority, irresponsibly encouraged by none other than Damien Dangerman, were clearly focused on getting inside HQ and causing as much structural damage as they could. What Kurt knew for sure was that Amos's game was over. No matter what happened in the next few minutes and hours. The public on the street had reacted to the confession exactly as Kurt hoped they would, and the carnage afterwards was entirely Amos's fault for riling the crowd with his "you make me sick" speech. Kurt hadn't intended this destructive outpouring of rage from a section of the crowd, but it certainly added to the spectacle. And aside from the seated masses, Kurt's lenses had brought the truth to a global audience. Kurt decided to leave before he got caught up in a larger stampede than the one already forming around him. "Ernesto!" he shouted, hoping he would show himself. "Tell me you're not with that cretin," Amos groaned. "Is he the one who's been filling your head with all of this? Was he with Michael? Was it him and Michael?" "Filling my head with what?" Kurt asked. "These aren't rumors, you lunatic! You killed Stacy! You told me you killed Stacy! You told me that before I even knew Ernesto existed! Stacy had to be dealt with! You know that, hotshot!" Watching Amos swing from mood to mood in the blink of an eye was almost disorienting for Kurt. 1 second he was combative and nonsensical, then the next he was calm and ingratiating, as though accepting of his fate. "Why did you kill Professor Winter?" Kurt asked. He knew the answer, because Kurt had told him too much, but he wanted a live confession that would eliminate any possible suggestion of fake or modified footage. "He died because of you." "But you killed him," Kurt sought to confirm. "Because of you." "So you killed him." "Well, if you want to split hairs," Amos said, I had him killed. Something huge crashed to the ground around 15 meters from Kurt. People screamed. It was one of Amos's sofas, thrown down from his 22nd-story office. More glass smashed from above and fell in ice pick-like shards. Kurt and everyone else ran towards the road, away from the building. "Ernesto!" he called. "Ernesto!" "Over here!" Ernesto yelled in reply. He was to Kurt's left, slightly nearer to the road. Kurt turned to see more and more debris flying from all sides and all floors of Sycamore's leaf-shaped HQ. There were screens from the ore wall, desks, computer chairs, lamps, and even a full-sized ceramic toilet. Amos didn't move from his position at the front of the building. He stood there, defeated rather than defiant, helplessly rooted to the spot as the ultimate symbol of his empire quite literally crumbled to the ground around him. "You're going to get killed!" Kurt shouted, not wanting Amos to get off so lightly. Amos shrugged. "Forget him," Ernesto called. "Come on." Kurt Jacobs looked at Isaiah Amos one final time. "You lose," Kurt said, and Amos's game was over. Chapter 78. Val was ready and waiting to close the door on the back of the truck the second that Kurt and Ernesto jumped in. As soon as he did, Kurt exhaled the biggest breath of his life and wrapped his arms around Julian and Sabrina. "We did it," Minter said. "We actually did it, man! Everyone got the right placement at the right time and everything!" "Good job, Hotshot," Randy said with a grin. Kurt hugged Mary after the kids, and then moved back over to the computers to see how the news was going down. The entire Sicca News service was temporarily suspended. Minter clicked back to René Cordier's show, which was replaying the confession video as Le Marchand and Cordier discussed the implications. Le Marchand beamed a vindicated smile. They were speaking French, obviously, but the station provided the option of adequate English subtitles even during live broadcasts. Le Marchand smiled and insisted that she never for a moment thought her mystery source was Kurt Jacobs. She then said, more seriously, that Kurt had taken a huge risk to expose the truth, and should be commended for that rather than eternally condemned for creating, quote, the wretched seed in the first place. It annoyed Kurt slightly that Le Marchand would even mention this given how much he had done for her career in the last few days, but he wasn't going to let a comment ruin his mood. He switched to a UK-based news network to see how they were reporting the incident. Replay footage of the falling debris filled the left side of the screen while a panel of 3 presenters discussed the ramifications. "This is patently the end for Sycamore," one said, "but the coming weeks will be an interesting barometer for the future of embedded technology. If the American public demand free de-seeding and a return to the days of cash payments and physical keys, for instance, then we can safely say that subdermal tech is dead. But if the reaction is more nuanced, not, we don't want it, but merely, we don't want it like this, then the situation will be ripe for a new market leader to emerge." Kurt closed the video window. He was confident that people would have seen enough of the problems caused by the seed to know that they couldn't all be explained away by Amos being a sociopath. They would surely realize that power corrupts, and that the special kind of power that comes with having control over a device under a consumer's skin inevitably corrupts in a special kind of way. "Where are we going, anyway?" Kurt asked.
"The mall, silly," Sabrina said. "Where else would we be going?"
"Harry's house," Minter interjected, trying to put on a child-friendly voice. "We agreed to meet the others at Harry's house." "Does Val know?" Kurt asked. Minter nodded. "But how do we know where his house is? We didn't see the road." "By house, I meant gas station," Minter explained. Kurt didn't ask any more questions. He felt sure that the others were safe, so knew they would find them eventually. The gas station was probably as good a place as any to start looking, and Kurt didn't want to go back to the city until Amos was decisively out of the picture anyway. It was another long half-day drive. When Val stopped for a short break, Mary and Sabrina went to join her up front now that there was no need to worry about Sycamore spotting them. In the back, Kurt and Ernesto re-watched the whole takedown from Kurt's vista, which Minter had been recording. Kurt enjoyed seeing Sycamore's tower crumble, but he hoped that the mob-like scenes didn't reframe the debate into one about the behavior of some members of the crowd. Back on the British news sites, reports were coming in that all online seed functionality had ceased. Millions of people couldn't unlock their doors or pay for food, the article said. This was always the risk people took when making their entire lives dependent on a fallible external connection. But Kurt felt nothing but sympathy for those who were badly hit by Sycamore's systems going down. At this stage, it wasn't clear whether Sycamore had pulled the plug, or if the physical damage to HQ had caused the problems. Julian perked up a lot during the drive north to Harry's, hoping that his life was finally about to get back to normal. The truck pulled up at Harry's gas station right around midnight, and Harry rushed out from inside to greet it. He opened the back door first. "How did it go?" he asked, evidently still without access to the news. "We did it," Kurt said. "Is he dead?" Kurt shook his head. "Not when we left, anyway." "Arrested?" Kurt shook his head again. "Not when we left." "So what did you do?" "Exposed him," Kurt said. "Showed everyone who he really is. He'll face charges for the crimes he's committed and confessed to, don't worry about that." "Where are the others?" "With Joyce at home." "Oh, so you let them into your house," Minter said in a joking tone. "They ain't strangers," Harry replied with a hint of a smile. Harry then asked Val to scoot along so he could drive, and they headed to reunite with the rest of the group. Chapter 79. After a low-key toast to mark the end of their fight against Amos, everyone stayed at Harry and Joyce's for one night. Kurt slept in the truck with Minter, Ty, Lisa, and Ernesto. They were also joined by Anthony, who had made up with Kurt and Ernesto following their divisive argument over whether to leave the mall when Val was missing. Anthony had been proven right in his concerns that La Plethora wasn't safe, but on watching a replay of the takedown, he recognized how much Kurt had put himself on the line, and knew that Kurt had never made a decision with anything other than everyone's best interests at heart. Morning news reports revealed that Isaiah Amos had been arrested on 2 charges of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as well as a string of other less serious charges ranging from blackmail to misappropriation of public funds. This news prompted a more spirited toast than the previous nights. The fight against Amos wasn't just over. The fight had been won. Shortly after the toast, Michael and Anthony left to return home. Their goodbyes weren't particularly emotional, but they had both played their part. Anthony had been Kurt's first friend in the mall, and was the only password holder who let Kurt and some of the others online early in the morning during the first few days. Michael had been a tougher nut to crack, but Kurt had come to realize that his heart was in the right place. Most importantly, Michael had spotted the trio of skysweeper drones which preceded the strike. Everyone who had been left behind in the mall owed their life to Michael, who still maintained that he neither developed Sycamore's combat drones nor even knew they existed. Michael and Anthony took Ernesto and Val with them too, since they all lived in the same general direction. Kurt and Val had always been businesslike rather than warm friends, but Kurt and Ernesto had come together and achieved a goal that neither could have accomplished without the other. They had been brought together by Stacy, and together they had brought to justice the man who killed her. Their time spent working together would never be a happy memory, and they would likely never meet again, but Kurt and Ernesto would forever respect each other. Ernesto promised that Randy would get his half of the crash payout as soon as the bank account problems caused by Randy's impromptu de-seating were corrected. With Amos in custody, Kurt felt safe enough to return to the city. He invited Lisa, Ty, and Mary to stay in his Sycamore-funded mansion until things returned to something resembling normality. They all jumped at the chance. Minter, who lived quite near Kurt, brought them all south in the car he had stolen from the auto shop near Stacy's and driven until they met Harry. Minter would return the car soon after, with some money in the glove compartment for the owner's trouble, and he would also leave more than a few dollars on the shop's doorstep to pay for the window he damaged. Randy's car had been destroyed at La Plethora, but Harry was kind enough to drive him and the kids all the way home. Kurt and Minter had offered, and Harry was just as willing to take the others, but Randy was principled in his insistence that neither Julian nor Sabrina would be traveling in a stolen vehicle. Kurt and Minter thanked Harry and Joyce for everything before leaving. Harry refused to talk about money, which was a relief to Minter since his promise of, quote, more money than you could ever spend, had been a thoroughly empty one. Minter did, however, hand Harry the two-way on his way to the car. "A deal's a deal," he said. "One tank of gas for one priceless gadget." Harry smiled and took the two-way as a memento of the strangest 2 weeks of his life. "Au revoir," Joyce said as everyone got into the car. They all laughed and replied in kind. After a pleasant enough drive south, which involved a marathon 4-in-a-row tournament between Kurt, Mary, Lisa, and Ty, Minter drove through the open gate into Kurt's upmarket Longhampton Street. Kurt's front door had been forced open, which saved him the trouble of doing the same. Other than that, though, the police officers and Sycamore agents who had come to collect evidence had left little sign of their presence. The note was gone, of course, but everything else seemed as it was. Ty and Lisa ran around the mansion like children in a castle. Mary offered to help Kurt and Minter clean up the mess they had left in their rush to get out of the city, but Kurt encouraged her to join the others or to pick a bedroom and unpack her things. She stayed to help anyway. When he next showed his face outside, Kurt was overwhelmed by the welcome he received both in Longhampton and around the city as a whole. Although Sycamore's collapse was a colossal inconvenience for almost everyone, the vast majority of people Kurt encountered thanked him for revealing the truth. Chapter 80. Around the time of the 1-year anniversary of the takedown, which had come to be universally known as the Syca Fall, Kurt was invited to appear on countless TV shows, both at home and abroad. By this time, things were largely back to normal. It was a new kind of normal, with many people retaining their seeds for the myriad of useful offline functions, and many more wearing hacked ultra lenses on a permanent basis. Kurt still wore his lenses for the obvious benefits of zooming and viewing content in full immersion. He was happy using his XK6 instead of a Seed, though, and the reinstatement of the old cellular network meant that he could use it for everything he used to, plus more. In the immediate aftermath of the Syca Fall, the government had stepped in to make good on all existing Syca Store credit. This was funded by a seizure of the company and its executives' assets. As soon as the full extent of the corruption, illegal surveillance, blackmail, and assorted law-breaking that had gone on at Sycamore became clear, no high-ranking executives escaped punishment. Amos was now in prison and would stay there for the rest of his life. Internet services returned to the old normal as Sycamore-favoring legislation was thrown out as quickly as was politically and legally possible. The president and his party suffered tremendous embarrassment when the depth of his dealings with Amos became public knowledge, but a bipartisan committee was established to deal with the dissolution of Sycamore and everything related to it. Popular Sycamore services like Star's Eye View soon reappeared in different guises, and many of the most useful applications designed for the Seed could function without it on a smartphone like the XK6. Minter and Ty joined Kurt on the TV circuit during the anniversary month. Minter was working in white-hat cybersecurity where he belonged, while Ty had begun a promising career as a filmmaker. On the private side, Ty and Lisa were engaged and living in England, while Kurt and Minter had gradually become actual friends. No one else from La Plethora ever appeared in the media. Anthony and Michael quite understandably washed their hands of the whole thing. Harry and Joyce were private by nature. Mary, though still in regular contact with Kurt, was busy in her dream job of teaching the 4th grade. No one knew anything about Val, and no one had heard from Ernesto since he made good on his promise to give Randy his rightful share of the crash payout. This was more money than Randy or anyone else would ever need, so he shared some of it with people who had been good to his family and needed a little boost, namely Mary, Harry, and Joyce. He also gave Ty and Lisa something to help them kickstart their new life in England. Kurt, meanwhile, didn't need any financial assistance. He was pleasantly surprised to learn that the mansion was legally his own, having been purchased outright by Sycamore on the night he asked for it, and immediately transferred to him. And if cash flow ever became an issue, Kurt knew he could do as much media work as he wanted. He was fortunate to be able to turn down the crazy sums he was offered every day to appear in ads for all kinds of products. The only deal he had struck so far was for the movie rights to his life story. He signed the contract on the conditions that Ty would be involved in the production and that his own initial payment would come in the form of a Prendico finale. The studio delivered the car the next day. It was just as shiny and just as yellow as his last. The questions that Kurt, Ty, and Minter received during their TV appearances were usually much the same, apart from one night when they had been flown to France for a special panel show which also featured Adeline Lemarchand and René Cordier. A young man in the audience, well-spoken and smartly dressed, surprised Kurt with a question come pitch. "What do you think of finger chips?" Kurt had never heard of finger chips, but quickly learned that they were, as the name suggested, microchips for your fingertips. The fundamental difference from the Seed, their young Belgian creator explained, was that finger chips had no internet connection or tracking ability. Each finger chip was essentially a sensor, able to detect the tiniest variations in relative movement and pressure. The man boasted that finger chips would enable a near infinite number of custom shortcuts and could interface with all manner of devices. 2 fingers could come together, he said, or 5 fingers could spread apart, and it would all be recognized by whatever phone or computer the fingerchips were linked to. As the man tried his best to put it in eloquent terms, "It's like you're gesturing on a trackpad or on your hands, but it's in the air, and with 2 hands you can effectively use 2 air-based trackpads at once." Kurt got an odd sense of reverse déjà vu as the enthusiastic inventor went all out to sell him the idea. "You could zoom your lenses by spreading your fingers," the man said. "No need to touch your other hand or anything as inconvenient as that." Kurt smiled. He thought he had reached the limit of progress with a palm-based trackpad, but already people were taking it further. Brain-based implants were surely the final step in this evolution of consumer technology, and Kurt could only hope that he was dead before those became compulsory. Whatever technology took off next, Kurt had repeatedly stated in the media that he wanted stringent legal safeguards that would prevent restrictions on free movement, ensure a broad right to reasonable privacy, and prohibit fully immersive AR in public spaces. The man insisted that his company was committed to similar safeguards, and asked Kurt if he would be interested in joining the project on the ground floor. "What's your company called?" Kurt asked. "I'll do you one better," the man said. "Company name and tagline." Kurt was all ears. "Cinnamon, the world at your fingertips." Kurt shook his head and smiled. "Nah," he said. "I'm out." Thank you for listening to Sycamore 2. Written by Craig A. Falconer. Narrated by Stephen Barnett. Text copyright 2015 by Craig Falconer. Production copyright 2023 by Craig Falconer.